time to escape into the world of adventure. Time to forget for the next half hour the four walls of today and escape beyond the horizons of the mind to yesterday and tomorrow. CBS and its affiliated stations present Escape. Tonight, we escape with Rudyard Kipling and the two gentle scoundrels he created in his immortal story, The Man Who Would Be King. The time, sometime before yesterday. The place, the north of India. The man who tells the story, Rudyard Kipling.
One Saturday night, it was my unpleasant duty to put the paper to bed alone. It was a pitchy black night, as stifling as night can be in India in June. It was very still, save for the ticking of the clock above my desk, which seemed to shatter the black heat of the night as the hands crept toward 3 a.m. And then from the passage outside my door,
Hey, Peachy.
I heard voices.
Your light burning.
And he must be here. Open the door.
Who's there?
Only us.
Who are you?
He don't remember us, Dan.
That he don't.
How could he forget having us turned back at the Jodhpur border? Told the authorities we was impersonating newspaper reporters, he did.
Wait. That flaming red beard and that bald head. Why, you're Daniel Dravett and Peachy Carnahan.
The same.
Well, what do you want? If it's money, I haven't any. If it's a fight, it's simply too beastly hot.
You can rest yourself easy, sir, because we've come asking for naught except some information.
We've been all over this country, and we've concluded that India isn't big enough for such as Daniel and me.
So we're going away to be kings.
Kings in our own divine right.
What?
Aye, we shall be kings.
We've signed a solemn contract, each to help the other, and neither of us to take a look at liquor or women until we become kings.
Why, I've never heard of such a fantastic idea. But what is it you want of me?
Naught but to look at such maps of Kafiristan as you might have about.
Maps of Kafiristan?
That's where we've decided to go.
But don't you realize that not one single Englishman has ever gone into the Kafiristan mountains and lived to come out again? If you're really mad enough to go there, you're a good deal more likely to become dead men than kings.
We shall see.
Anyway, I don't believe you have the slightest intention of traveling a mile outside of Delhi.
Then you should come down to the Serai marketplace in the morning, down where the caravans leave for the north.
Yes, come down to the Serai in the morning and see then if we be liars. Oh, thieves, robbers, liars, the blessing of Pir Khan upon all pigs, dogs and perjurers. Who will take the protection of heaven to the north?
You should not laugh at him, Sahib. The witless are under the protection of Allah.
Quite so, boy. Who is the fellow anyway?
A mad priest, Sahib, who has arrived only this morning from Ajmer.
Ah, yes, Sahib. Come to look at my camels, loaded with toys to please the eye of an Amir.
Oh, here now. Go about your business. I haven't any use for toys.
These are wondrous toys indeed, Sahib. Fit for a king of Kafiristan.
What? Good Lord. Daniel Dravett.
Quiet. Come along. I've two camels just beyond the wall here. The blessings of Pir Khan on the gracious Sahib, who consents to look at the poor toys of a priest from Ajmer. Over this way.
Where's Carnahan?
Here we are. Permit me to present my servant, Hazir Mir Khan.
At your service, goodman.
Well, I'll be...
Do you like our disguises? Do they pass?
If they fool this crowd in the Serai, they're probably good enough to get you across the border and good enough to get you killed.
Getting killed is no part of the contract Peachy and me drawed up, although perhaps killing fits in with our plans in a different sense. Feel around underneath the toys there in the camel bags.
What?
Go ahead.
Good Lord. Rifles.
20 brand new martinis with ammunition to match.
And 20 good reasons to make your death certain. Any Pathan of the hill tribes would kill his own mother to get a rifle.
Now who would harm a poor mad priest, Sahib? Allah protects me.
Mad is right.
Then so was Lord Clive and Rhodes and Bonaparte. Drive out the camels, Peachy. We've a long way to go before we become kings.
Hey, up!
As I stood and listened to the camel bells fade away in the distance, I wondered if it might not be a glorious thing to go to Kafiristan and be a king. 3 years pass in India, much as they pass in any other land. It grows hot, then the rains come, and then the heat again. Some colonel at a hill station puts down an uprising. A new viceroy comes out from London, and the paper duly records the death of a sultan in Rajputana, and the trees in the courtyard grow a few feet taller. Finally, time in its circle turned up another night, much like the one 3 years before. Once again, I sat alone in the office, listening to the clock and waiting for some unimportant item to come over the wire from Europe. It was long after midnight when my office door slowly opened. I say, look here, you might knock first, you know.
Knock.
Good Lord, man. What's wrong?
You don't know who I am, do you?
No, I haven't the faintest idea. But here, you'd better sit down, old fellow. You're in a bad way.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's a whole year I've been walking. Right here in this very office we settled it. You sitting right there and giving us the maps. You've been sitting there ever since. 3 years.
No. Oh, no. Why, a man couldn't change that much in 3 years. You're not Peachy Carnahan.
Yes. I was king of Kafiristan. Me and Daniel Dravett. Real crown kings we was. Just as true as gospel.
What in the name of heaven have they done to you, Peachy?
Peachy? I knew Peachy Carnahan once. He's a king. Wears a real golden crown on his head, so help me, he does. He's dead now, though.
No. You're Peachy Carnahan. You must pull yourself together, man.
Yes. Pull myself. You got to keep looking into my eyes. Then maybe everything won't go to pieces.
All right. Now, tell me what happened, Peachy.
We left the caravan at Jagdala. We struck off into the hills alone.
Go on.
Weeks it was we travelled, Daniel and me. First there wasn't no roads, and after a while, no food. But there was always the drums. Sometimes they was close, and sometimes farther off. But most of the time we could hear them somewhere.
Oi, up! Move along, up! Here now, it's no place to be stopping. Up with you.
I'm fearing it's no use, Daniel.
What's got into them?
The poor beasts are done in and starved, same as ourselves. They'll go no further.
Then we'll go on without them. I've not come this far to die on the side of a mountain.
Wait. Look, Daniel. Over the edge of the rocks.
What? Oh, men they are.
There'll be a score or more of them. One goes ahead of the rest.
And naught but bows and arrows. Break out a pair of the rifles, Peachy.
Right you are, Daniel.
It's now that we start to become kings.
Here, and some cartridges, too.
Easy now, Peachy. I'll drop the straggler at the rear first, and then we'll lay a few at their feet. No harm to the one in front. We may need him. Now. Got him by the old neck! Lay on, Peachy!
Hold it, Daniel! Look at them!
Aye, flat on their blooming faces.
The leader is come out alone.
Well and good, and we'll go part way to meet him, Peachy. But keep your rifle by.
Look at him, Daniel. He be as fair as us, with yellow hair.
So he does. Part of the lost tribes, these people are.
He stopped.
I await your command, O ye who speak in
Oh, the Lord Harry. Peachy, we're in luck. It's the old Afghan tongue he speaks. Speak up! Who are you, and whence do you come?
I am High Priest and the chief of the village of Bashkai. A journey of only a few heartbeats.
This Bashkai, how many people?
They are numbered in the 1,000.
There are more villages in the hills?
More than a man has fingers and toes.
Hear that, Peachy? Here's our kingdom made to order. And you're going to take us to Bashkai. Do you understand?
I understand the voice of thunder that you speak.
Oh, he's a smooth one, Peachy. He knows a thing or two. What's your name?
Mazur Khan Jagdalur.
That's too long. What shall we call him, Peachy?
He has a look about him of an old soldiering friend of ours, Billy Fish.
So he does. We bestow a new name on you. From now on, you will be Billy Fish.
As you command, I obey.
All right. Put this on your drums. Tell them 2 kings have come out from the mountaintops. 2 kings that speak in words of thunder so the earth trembles. Tell them 2 kings have come to Kafiristan. That you, Peachy?
Daniel, why be you sitting here in the dark?
I've been thinking. A man has to stop and think sometimes.
About anything special, Daniel?
Look at 'em, Peachy. Look at their blinking campfires a-gleaming in the dark like the jewels in a crown.
Aye, Daniel. You've done a fine job for sure. All 23 villages you joined together as one.
'Tis the army you trained to be thanked for it. 2,000 men with a fair knowledge of bearing arms.
Some's a bit green at it yet.
They're ours now, every man, jack, woman, and child. We own 'em, body and soul.
Aye, we're kings now, Daniel. Not proper kings yet, but we will be.
Sooner than you think, Peachy.
How's that?
Billy Fish told me something today that fair amazed me. These people know the craft.
You mean they're Freemasons, Daniel? It ain't no wise possible.
So help me, it's gospel true. He give me the grip and everything. It's old, the craft is, older than the memory of man. And up here in the hills, they've been preserving it all these years. Why, some of the high priests know up through the fellow craft, but they don't know the 3rd degree. See it, Peachy? They don't know the 3rd degree, but we do.
Daniel, what is it you're fixing to do?
We're going to be proper kings. We're going to get 'em going and coming now. I'm going to turn the whole country into one grand lodge, raise some of the priests to 3rd degree, and for me, I'll be the Grand Master of Kafiristan.
Oh, but you ain't got the right to. We never been officers in no lodge.
Right? What's a king got to do with asking for a right?
Oh, I'm against it, Daniel. It's no good to go fooling around with the craft.
Ah, you talk like an old woman. The thing'll work, I know it will. We'll make it a blooming ceremony. Regular aprons with the symbol and the marks. All of us, Peachy. The kings of Kafiristan.
Everything is prepared, Master. And the priests and the people wait.
Well, they don't have to wait much longer, Billy. Here now, Peachy. How do you like my apron?
It's a wondrous sight for fair, Daniel.
Made of white ermine skin it is, and the master's mark with emeralds studded.
The mark? You know the meaning of the mark?
That I do. What's got into you, Billy?
Not. But 'tis a thing that's passing strange, Master.
Strange and rubbish. Come along now. Ready, Peachy?
Right with you, Daniel.
Then out we go. Onto the temple steps. We'll give 'em what for. Knock their blinking eyes out. That's what we'll do. Look at 'em, Peachy! Right down on their blooming knees and yelling their full heads off.
Oh, 'tis a good thing to be a king, Daniel.
The mark! Behold! The mark!
Tis a sign!
The promised ones have come.
Here now. What's wrong with the priest, Billy?
It looks like trouble, Daniel.
No. Stand where you are, Master. They recognize the mark.
That great stone in the floor. Why do they turn it over?
Wait.
It's the same!
He bears the mark!
The promised ones have come!
Speak up, Billy Fish. What's the meaning of it?
See for yourself. Look.
Daniel, carved on the back of the stone.
'Tis the master's mark, all right.
And the same as the sign you wear. Only a few of the priests have known of the hidden mark on the stone.
What does it mean?
The many who have doubted you were a god doubt no longer.
And you, Billy? What do you think?
I, Master? I think that now it is the time for these.
Daniel, golden crowns.
Aye, how they glitter. Fit for the brow of a king.
'Tis what we came for.
Here now, put 'em on. We'll crown ourselves in our own right. Listen to 'em. You know something, Peachy? We come here to be kings, and that we are, all right. But blamed if we ain't a couple of blooming gods to boot, with 1 million people bowing on their knees before us.
Well enough, Peachy. So it was gods you became as well as kings. But then, what happened? What became of Daniel Dravot?
Dravot? I knew Daniel Dravot once. He's a king now, Daniel is. Wears a golden crown. Canaan was with him.
Peachy, try to pull yourself together.
I'll try.
Now, you became kings, you and Daniel. Kings of all Kafiristan.
He was a fine figure, Daniel was, with his red head wearing that golden crown. Kept himself aloof from the people, so to speak. And when he walked before the temple, the fair crawled on their stomachs to worship him.
But what happened, man?
Happened? Well, I figure mostly it was winter coming on. The winds were starting up, and the clouds was blowing down from the north. Oh, it could blow beastly cold, that winter wind.
Hey? Who's out there? That you, Billy? Confound it anyway. Here now. What's this?
I have brought you food, Master. Stew of the wild sheep with curry and rice.
Up off your knees, girl. Bring it inside.
Thank you, Master.
Place it there. Now, you're a well-favored wench.
I do not understand.
Why were you crawling on your knees?
'Tis a fitting way to approach the god of Kafiristan.
What's your name, girl?
Maruma Penja.
Marum, eh? You married?
It has not yet been my happy fortune, Master.
Are you afraid of me?
You are a god.
I mean, how do I seem to you? Do you find me pleasing or what?
Your face is more wondrous than the noonday sun. And your look, the look of eagles.
Very well, you may leave now.
Thank you, Master.
Marum, eh? Peachy! Peachy!
Is you calling me, Daniel? Oh, the food's here, eh? Good.
Knock that wind outside. Winter's about due to strike and fill the trails with snow. There'll be little moving about afore spring.
Right you are.
Peachy, I've decided to take a wife.
But you can't do it, Daniel. We made a contract.
That was till we was kings. Well, kings we've been many months now.
Oh, but it's no good. I tell you now, I'm against it.
Against it? You was against using the craft too. But look what it done for us.
Oh, but this is different. Billy Fish will tell you no, too, the same as I do.
Billy Fish, huh? Who's the king here, him or me? My mind's made up. 3 days from now, I shall have me a wife. and you can put it on the drums and tell every blighter out there in the hills. The kingdom of Kafiristan is going to have a queen. What's keeping her, Peachy? They should have brought her in here half an hour ago.
I don't know, Daniel.
How about you, Billy Fish? You put 'em up to stalling off deliberate like?
Certain preparations must be made, Master.
She's across the court with some of the priests. Maybe they're trying to hearten her up a bit, Daniel. She thinks she's going to die, you know.
Die, indeed. Why, I'm only...
Master, it is against the laws of heaven for a woman to marry a god.
I'm not a god. I'm a man. You know that by now, Billy.
No, and I should not want to think so, Master. But either way, this can mean only trouble. I beg you to reconsider.
And I beg you to shut up, Billy. I'm through waiting. I'm going over there.
Master, please.
We got to go with him, Billy. And I'm thinking it's going to mean trouble. How many men can you depend on?
No more than 20 with rifles. Most of my men are in Bashkai.
Then what shall we do?
We shall have to make a run for it, I fear. We might be safe in Bashkai.
Go on now, you buckling fools. Bring out the girl. Well, now, that's better. Here, girl, this is no way for a bride to behave. A smile now, and give us a kiss. Oh! The wench has bitten me.
Bloodmaster, don't let them see the blood.
Look! See the blood! It's not a god or a devil, but only a man!
Here, blasted, what is this, rot?
Master, it is too late.
Mark, Daniel, they're coming with knives.
They can't do this. I'm the king.
We've got to run for it, Master.
Ah, come on, Daniel, come on.
Confounded heathens. I'll come back and beat their blasted heads in. That's what I'll do.
Oh, Daniel, we'll be back all right.
How much further, Billy?
Only a short way beyond this ridge, Master.
Well, so far, so good. At last, them blooming drums are stopped.
We're at the top, Daniel.
A right good climb it's been.
Oh, wait. Look. It seems the drums have come before us, Master.
Cut off. No less than 1,000 of them standing there quiet-like, with them wicked long knives in their hands.
There'll be no getting past them, Daniel.
No, we are done for. Go back, Billy Fish, and take your men away with you. Go with him, Peachy. It's me they want. I did it. Me, the king.
No, Dan. I'm sticking with you. Billy Fish, you clear out.
I am your friend. I stay with you.
You're a good man, Billy.
Maybe coming now, Daniel.
Peachy.
Forget it, Daniel. I forgive you freely and fully.
Then let them come. There'll be one thing they can't change, Peachy. We've been kings. Kings in our own right. Kings of all Kafiristan.
Sliced open poor Billy Fish like a bloomin' herring, they did. There in the snow and the rocks.
Good Lord, man. But you, Peachy, you got away from them.
Like nowhere did I get away from them. They had us for fair, all right. Strung me out on a tree. Drove nails right through my hands, they did. See? But I fooled them all right. 'Cause morning came, I wasn't nowise dead. And then I made them think I'd lost my senses. I was afraid to harm me because I was protected by Allah. They cut me down then, and after a while, they let me go.
You poor devil. But what of Dravot? What happened to Daniel?
Daniel's the king. He wears the golden crown.
But now, what happened to him?
He's never left me. All them long months walking on the road back, he kept me safe. The mountains, they danced at night. But Daniel held up his hand, and Peachy came along, bent double. I never let go of Daniel's hand, nor Daniel's head that they gave me in the temple as a present. It's with me now, here, in this bundle. You knew old Daniel's. Him that was a monarch once. Look at him now. Well, and now you've seen that we was really kings. I'll be on my way. You'll pardon me, sir?
I let him go. There was little else to do. He was only hours away from his death. I sat there and stared at the bundle he had left lying on my desk. Stared as the pale shafts of dawn struck fire in the red beard. Stared at the golden crown, sitting too large and heavy upon the wrinkled, mummified head of Daniel Dravot, the man who would be king.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight's story, Rudyard Kipling's The Man Who Would Be King, was adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield and featured Raymond Laurence as Peachy, Eric Snowden as Daniel Dravot, and Herbert Rawlinson as Kipling. Musical effects were created and conducted by Cy Fewer. Next week, CBS and its affiliated stations invite you to escape in Operation Fleur-de-Lis, an episode from the files of the OSS. And so, good night, until a week from tonight, when again we invite you to escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings. How some have been deposed, some slain in war, some haunted by the ghosts they have deposed, some poisoned by their wives, some sleeping killed, all murdered. For within the hollow crown that rounds the mortal temples of a king keeps death his court. And there the antic sits, scoffing his state, and grinning at his pomp, allowing him a breath, a little scene to monarchize, be feared, and kill with looks, infusing him with self and vain conceit, as if this flesh which walls about our life were brass impregnable. And humor thus comes at the last, and with a little pin bores through his castle wall. And farewell, King.
Today, and again next Sunday at the same time, the Columbia Workshop, radio's foremost laboratory of writing and production techniques, has the honor to present the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England. Their first radio appearance in the United States, a special hour and one-half arrangement of The Tragedy of King Richard III by William Shakespeare, with Laurence Olivier in the role of Richard and Ralph Richardson as the narrator. The musical score is original with and is conducted by Herbert Menges. The Old Vic Theatre Company is directed by John Burrow, who has, for these workshop broadcasts, the association of Richard Sanville of CBS. The text was prepared for radio by James and Elizabeth Hart.
Richard III is the final play in Shakespeare's great historical cycle, which depicts the rise and fall of the royal house of Plantagenet. It is the bloodiest chapter in a chronicle which abounds in bloodshed, the darkest scene in a dark panorama of hate, treachery, and ambition turned to mania. Yet the greatest part of Richard III's action takes place in the first period of real peace that England had known for a century. The interminable wars with France were over. Just over, too, was the long and terrible struggle for the English crown between the Lancastrian and the Yorkist branches of the royal house, called the Wars of the Roses. If Richard III touches deeper chords of terror than the preceding plays, the reason is not to be found in the greater violence of the historic events it traces, but in the character of Richard himself. Here is Richard.
Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by this sun of York. And all the clouds that lowered upon our house in the deep bosom of the ocean buried. Now are our brows bound with victorious wreaths, our bruised arms hung up for monuments, our stern alarums changed to merry meetings, our dreadful marches to delightful measures. Grim-visaged war has smoothed his wrinkled front. And now, instead of mounting barbed steeds to fright the souls of fearful adversaries, he capers nimbly in a lady's chamber to the lascivious pleasing of a lute. But I, that am not shaped for sportive tricks, nor made to court an amorous looking glass, I that am rudely stamped and want love's majesty to strut before a wanton ambling nymph, I that am curtailed of this fair proportion, cheated of feature by dissembling nature, deformed, unfinished, sent before my time into this breathing world, scarce half made up, and that so lamely and unfashionable that dogs bark at me as I halt by them. Why, love forswore me in my mother's womb, and for I should not deal in her soft laws, she did corrupt frail nature with some bribe to shrink mine arm up like a withered shrub, to heap an envious mountain on my back, to shape my legs of an unequal size, to disproportion me in every part, like to a chaos or an unlicked bare whelp that carries no impression like the dam. Why, I, in this weak, piping time of peace, have no delight to pass away the time, unless to spy my shadow in the sun, and descant on mine own deformity. Then, since this world affords no joy to me, but to command, to check, to o'erbear such as are of better person than myself, I'll make my heaven to dream upon the throne, and whiles I live to account this world but hell, until my misshaped trunk that bears this head be round impaled with a glorious crown. But yet I know not how to get the crown, for many lives stand between me and home, and I, like one lost in a thorny wood, that rents the thorns and is rent with the thorns, seeking a way and straying from the way, not knowing how to find the open air, but toiling desperately to find it out, torment myself to catch the English crown, and from that torment I will free myself, or hew my way out with a bloody axe. Why, I can smile and murder whiles I smile, and cry content to that which grieves my heart, and wet my cheeks with artificial tears, and frame my face to all occasions. I'll drown more sailors than the mermaid shall. I'll play the orator as well as Nestor, deceive more slyly than Ulysses could, and like a Sinon, take another Troy. I can add colors to the chameleon, change shapes with Proteus for advantages, and send the murderous Machiavel to school. Can I do this, and cannot get a crown? Tut, were it further off, I'd pluck it down.
Richard in the year 1471, his portrait painted by his own hand. He could look into himself and see his bitter, twisted heart, his brilliant, twisted mind, as clearly as he could see his withered, twisted body in a looking glass. And though he was only Duke of Gloucester, King Edward's youngest brother, his succession barred by Edward's two sons and by the Duke of Clarence, his second eldest brother, it was already on the throne his sights were set. Though he was without wealth or property, he was already scheming to acquire both by marrying the woman who had more cause than anyone in the world to hate him. This woman was Anne, the daughter of the great Earl of Warwick, whom Richard's troops had slain in battle, daughter-in-law of Henry VI, the Lancastrian king, whom Richard had murdered in the Tower of London, widow of Henry's son, the Prince of Wales, whom Richard and his brothers had taken prisoner and stabbed to death. And now Richard is about to commence his loveless wooing of this lady. Regard him as he stands in the shadow of a London doorway and watches her approach down the narrow street. Anne is escorting an open coffin in which lies the body of Henry VI, her father-in-law and Richard's victim. She is bound for the burial ground at Chertsey.
Set down your honorable load. If honor may be shrouded in a hearse, whilst I awhile obsequiously lament the untimely fall of virtuous Lancaster. Poor key cold figure of a holy king, pale ashes of the house of Lancaster, thou bloodless remnant of that royal blood. Be it lawful that I invocate thy ghost to hear the lamentations of poor Anne, wife of thy Edward, of thy slaughtered son, stabbed by the selfsame hand that made these wounds. Oh, cursed be the hand that made these holes. Cursed the heart that had the heart to do it. Cursed the blood that let this blood from hence. Come, now towards Chertsey with your holy load, taken from Paul to be interred there.
Stay! You that bear the cross, and set it down.
What black magician conjures up this fiend?
Villain, set down the cross, or by St. Paul, I'll make a cross of him that disobeys.
What? Do you tremble? Are my gods afraid?
Unmannered dog, stand down when I command.
Alas, I blame you not. For you are mortal, and mortal eyes cannot endure the devil. Avaunt, thou dreadful minister of hell.
Sweet saint, for charity be not so cursed.
Foul devil, for God's sake hence and trouble us not. Villain, thou knowest no law of God nor man. No beast so fierce, but knows some touch of pity.
But I know none, and therefore am no beast.
Oh, wonderful when devils tell the truth.
More wonderful when angels are so angry. Vouchsafe divine perfection of a woman, to leave this keen encounter of our wits and fall somewhat into a slower method. Is not the causer of the timeless deaths of these Plantagenets, Henry and Edward, as blameful as the executioner?
Thou wast the cause, and most accursed effect.
Your beauty was the cause of that effect. Your beauty that did haunt me in my sleep to undertake the death of all the world so I might live 1 hour in your sweet bosom.
If I thought that, I tell thee, homicide, these nails should rend that beauty from my...
These eyes could not endure that beauty's wrack. You should not blemish it if I stood by. As all the world is cheered by the sun, so I by that. It is my day, my life.
Let night o'ershade thy day, and death thy life.
Curse not thyself, fair creature. Thou art both. He that bereft thee, lady, of thy husband, did it to help thee to a better husband.
Name him. Where is he?
Here. Why dost thou spit at me?
Would it were mortal poison for thy sake.
Never came poison from so sweet a place.
Never hung poison on a fouler toad. Out of my sight, thou dost infect mine eye.
Teach not thy lips such scorn, for it was made for kissing, lady, not for such contempt. My tongue could never learn sweet smoothing words. But now thy beauty is proposed my fee, my proud heart sues and prompts my tongue to speak. If thy revengeful heart cannot forgive, lo, here I lend thee this sharp-pointed sword, which if thou please to hide in this true breast and let the soul forth that adoreth thee, I lay it naked to the deadly stroke and humbly beg the death upon my knee.
Oh.
Nay, do not pause, for I did kill King Henry, but 'twas thy beauty that provoked me. Me up.
Rise, dissembler. Though I wish thy death, I will not be thy execution.
Then bid me kill myself, and I will do it.
I have already.
That was in thy rage. Speak it again, and even with the word, this hand which for thy love did kill thy love, shall for thy love kill a far truer love.
Oh, I would I knew thy heart.
'Tis figured in my tongue.
I fear me both are false.
Say then, my peace is made.
That shalt thou know hereafter.
But shall I live in hope? vouchsafe to wear this ring.
To take is not to give.
Look, how my ring encompasseth thy finger. Even so thy breast encloseth my poor heart. Wear both of them, for both of them are thine. Bid me farewell.
'Tis more than you deserve. But since you teach me how to flatter you, imagine I have said farewell already.
Was ever woman in this humor wooed? Was ever woman in this humor won? I'll have her, but I will not keep her long. What, I that killed her husband and his father? Hath she forgot already that brave prince, Edward her lord, whom I some 3 months since stabbed in my angry mood at Tewkesbury and made her widow to a woeful bed? A sweeter and a lovelier gentleman the spacious world cannot again afford. My dukedom to a beggarly denier, I do mistake my person all this while. Upon my soul she finds, although I cannot, myself to be a marvelous, proper man. I'll be at charges for a looking-glass, and entertain a score or two of tailors to study fashions to adorn my body. Since I am crept in favor with myself, I will maintain it with some little cost. Shine out, fair sun, till Clarence still breathes. Edward still lives and reigns. Clarence, beware, thou keep'st me from the light. But I will sort a pitchy day for thee. For I will buzz abroad such prophecies that Edward shall be fearful of his life, and then to purge his fear, I'll be thy death. Clarence, thy turn is next, and then the rest, counting myself but bad, till I be best. Clarence, good day. What means this armed guard?
His Majesty, I beseech your graces both to pardon me. His Majesty has straitly given in charge that no man shall have private conference of what degree soever with your brother.
You may partake of anything we say?
His Majesty hath appointed this conduct to convey me to the Tower.
But what's the matter, brother? May I know?
Because my name is George. He hearkens after prophecies and dreams, and from the crossrow plucks the letter G, and says a wizard told him that by G his issue disinherited should be. These I learn, and such like toys as these have moved his highness to commit me now.
'Tis not the king that sends you to the Tower. It is the queen, his wife, Clarence. 'Tis she that tempers him to this extremity. We are not safe, Clarence. We are not safe.
By heaven, I think there is no man secure but the queen's kindred.
I beseech your grace to pardon me, and withal forbear your conference with the noble duke.
We are the queen's abjects and must obey. Brother, farewell. I will unto the king. Meantime, this deep disgrace in brotherhood touches me deeper than you can imagine. Well, your imprisonment shall not be long. I will deliver you. Meantime, have patience.
I must perforce.
Farewell.
Farewell.
Go, tread the path that thou shalt ne'er return. Simple, plain Clarence. I do love thee so that I will shortly send thy soul to heaven, if heaven will take the present at our hands.
I am a lord
come to have the warrant that I may be admitted where he is.
I have it here. But, sir, be sudden in the execution. With all obdurate. Do not hear him plead. For Clarence is well spoken and perhaps may move your heart to pity if you mark him.
Tut, my lord, I shall not stand to prate. Talkers are no good doers. Be assured.
Your eyes drop millstones when fools' eyes drop tears. I like you, lad. About your business straight. Go dispatch.
Who's there? What wouldst thou, fellow? And how camest thou hither?
I would speak to Clarence, and I came hither on my legs. Let him see this commission and talk no more.
I am by this commanded to deliver the noble Duke of Clarence to your hands. I will not reason what is meant hereby, because I will be guiltless of the meaning. The Duke's within asleep, and here are the keys. I'll to the king and signify to him that thus I have resigned to you my charge.
You may, sir. 'Tis a point of wisdom. Fare you well.
Keeper. Give me a cup of wine.
You shall have wine enough, my lord. Anon.
In God's name, what art thou?
A man, as you are.
Thy voice is thunder, but thy looks are humble.
My voice is now the king's, my looks mine own.
How darkly and how deadly dost thou speak. Your eyes do menace me. Why look you pale? Who sent you hither? Wherefore do you come? To murder me.
Aye.
You scarcely have the heart to tell me so. Wherein, my friend, have I offended you?
Offended me you have not, but the king.
I shall be reconciled to him again.
Never, my lord. Therefore prepare to die.
If you are hard for me, go back again, and I will send you to my brother Gloucester, who shall reward you better for my life than Edward will for tidings of my death.
You are deceived. Your brother Gloucester hates you.
Oh, no. He loves me, and he holds me dear. Go you to him from me.
Aye. So I will. Look behind you, my lord. Take that. If all this will not do, I'll drown you in the Malmsey butt within.
You have heard Act One of a special hour and one-half Columbia Workshop arrangement of William Shakespeare's King Richard III, presenting the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England, in their first American radio appearance, and starring Laurence Olivier as Richard. Act Two will follow immediately after a 15-second pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Audacious suit of wealthy Anne, a suit swiftly to be brought to its conclusion in marriage. Then, with the murder of his brother, the Duke of Clarence, Richard has launched his progress towards the throne. True, his older and one remaining brother, Edward, still reigns as king. But Richard well knows Edward is only living out a lingering death. True, Richard must count the Queen, Elizabeth, as his bitter antagonist, and with her common-born kinsmen, Dorset, Rivers, Grey, and Vaughan, whom she has raised to noble stations. But Richard knows that the Queen and her faction have themselves powerful enemies in the older nobility, chiefly in the Duke of Buckingham, Richard's own cousin. He can count on Buckingham as an ally, and he can hope for some support from Hastings, the Lord Chamberlain, just released from the Tower, blaming his imprisonment upon the Queen at Richard's sly suggestion. True, there are two small sons of the King and Queen, but Richard will deal with them in their turn. Meanwhile, hard on Clarence's death, he'll go to court, there to meet the King and Queen, Rivers, Dorset, Grey, Buckingham, and Hastings.
Good morrow to my sovereign king and queen. And princely peers, a happy time of day.
Happy indeed as we have spent the day. Gloucester, we have done deeds of charity, made peace of enmity, fair love of hate, between these swelling hate-incensed peers.
A blessed labor, my most sovereign lord. Among this princely heap, if any here by false intelligence or wrong surmise hold me a foe, if I unwittingly or in my rage have aught committed that is hardly borne by any in this presence, I desire to reconcile me to his friendly peace. 'Tis death to me to be at enmity. I hate it, and desire all good men's love. First, madam,
My Lord of Gloucester.
I entreat true peace of you, which I will purchase with my duteous service. Now, of you, my noble cousin Buckingham.
Good, my lord.
If ever any grudge were lodged between us. Now, of you, Lord Rivers.
My lord.
And Lord Grey, of you.
My lord.
That all without desert have frowned on me. Dukes, earls, lords, gentlemen, indeed of all.
Why so? Now I have done a good day's work. And more in peace my soul shall part to heaven, since I have made my friends at peace on earth.
A holy day shall this be kept hereafter. I would to God all strifes were well compounded. My sovereign lord, I do beseech your highness to take our brother Clarence to your grace.
Why, madam, have I offered love for this, to be so flouted in this royal presence? Who knows not that the gentle duke is dead? You do him injury to scorn his cause.
Who knows not he is dead? Who knows he is?
Oh, in heaven, what a world is this?
Is Clarence dead? The order was reversed.
But he, poor man, by your first order died, and that a winged Mercury did bear, some tardy cripple bare the countermand that came too lag to see him buried.
Oh, my brother killed no man. His fault was thought, and yet his punishment was bitter death. Who sued to me for him? Who in my wrath kneeled at my feet and bade me be advised? Who spoke of brotherhood? Who spoke of love? Who told me how the poor soul did forsake the mighty Warwick and did fight for me? Who told me in the field at Tewkesbury, when Oxford had me down, he rescued me and said, "Dear brother, live and be a king"? Who told me, when we both lay in the field, frozen almost to death, how he did lap me even in his garment, and did give himself all thin and naked to the numb, cold night? All this from my remembrance, brutish wrath sinfully plucked, and not a man of you had so much grace to put it in my mind. The proudest of you all have been beholding to him in his life, yet none of you would once beg for his life. Oh, God, I fear thy justice will take hold on me, and you, and yours, and mine. Come, haste, my lord. Help me to my closet. Oh,
is the fruit of rashness. Marked you not, my cousin Buckingham, how pale did look the guilty kindred of the Queen when they did hear of Clarence' death?
My lord, you do me shameful injury falsely to draw me in these vile suspects. By heaven, I will acquaint his majesty of those taunts I often have endured.
What? Threat you me with telling of the king? Tell him and spare not. Look, what I have said I will avouch in presence of the king. Our brother was imprisoned by your means.
By him that raised me to this careful height, from that contented hap which I enjoyed, I never did incense his majesty against the Duke of Clarence, but have been an earnest advocate to plead for him.
You may deny that you were not the cause of my Lord Hastings' late imprisonment.
She may, my lord.
She may, Lord Rivers. Why, who knows not so? She may do more, sir, than denying that. She may help you to many fair preferments, and then deny her aiding hand therein, and lay those honors on your high desert.
Lord of Gloucester, I have too long borne your blunt upbraidings and your bitter scoff. I had rather be a country servant maid than a great queen with this condition, to be thus baited, scorned, and stormed at. Small joy have I in being England's queen.
And let him be that small. God, I beseech him. Thy honor, state, and seat is due to me.
This is the old queen, Margaret of Anjou, widow of Henry VI, mother of Edward, Prince of Wales, both of whom found death through Richard in the struggle which deprived the House of Lancaster of the crown and set the Yorkists upon the throne. Unexpectedly returned from England from the exile in France, Queen Margaret now strides into the court she has so much cause to hate, and Richard greets her.
Thou wrinkled witch, what makest thou in my sight? Wert thou not banished on pain of death?
I was, but I do find more pain in banishment than death can yield me here by my abode. Hear me, you wrangling pirates that fall out in sharing that which you have pilled from me. Which of you trembles not that looks on me? A husband and a son thou owest to me, Gloucester, and thou a kingdom, madam, and all of you allegiance. This sorrow that I have by right is yours, and all the pleasures you usurp are mine.
The curse my noble father laid on thee when thou didst crown his warlike brows with paper, and with thy scorn drewest rivers from his eyes, and then to dry them gavest him a kerchief steeped in the blood of Rutland, my sweet brother. His curses, then from bitterness of soul denounced against thee, are all fallen upon thee, and God, not we, hath plagued thy bloody deed.
So justice.
No man but prophesied revenge for it. Cumberland and present wept to see it.
What were you snarling all before I came, ready to catch each other by the throat, and turn you all your hatred now on me? Did York's dread curse prevail so much with heaven that Henry's death, my lovely Edward's death, their kingdom's loss, my woeful banishment, should all but answer for that peevish brat? And curses pierce the cloud and enter heaven, why then give way, dull clouds, to my quick curses. Though not by war, by surfeit die your king, as ours by murder, to make him a king. Edward thy son, that now is Prince of Wales, for Edward my son, which was Prince of Wales, die in his youth by like untimely violence. No. Thyself a queen, for me that was a queen, outlive thy glory like my wretched self, and after many lengthened hours of grief die, neither mother, wife, nor England's queen. Rivers and Dorset, you were standers by, and so wast thou, Lord Hastings, when my son was stabbed with bloody daggers. God, I pray him that none of you may live your natural age, but by some unlooked accident cut off.
Have done thy charm, thou hateful withered hag.
And leave out thee? Say, dog, for thou shalt hear me. If heaven have any grievous plague in store exceeding those that I can wish upon thee, oh, let them keep it till thy sins be ripe, and then hurl down their indignation on thee, thou troubler of the poor world's peace. The worm of conscience still the gnaw thy soul. Thy friends suspect for traitors while thou livest, and take deep traitors for thy dearest friends.
No sleep close up that deadly eye of thine, unless it be some tormenting dream affrights thee with a hell of ugly devils. Thou elfish-marked, abortive, rooting hog, thou that wast sealed in thy nativity, the slave of nature and the son of hell, thou slander of thy mother's heavy womb, thou loathed issue of thy father's loins, thou rag of honor, thou detested
Margaret!
Richard!
Huh?
I called thee not.
I cry thee mercy then, for I did think that thou hadst called me all those bitter names.
Why, so I did, but looked for no reply. Oh, let me make the period to my curse.
'Tis done by me and ends in Margaret.
Thus have you breathed your curse against yourself? Poor painted queen, vain flourish of my fortune. Why strewest thou sugar on that bottle spider, whose deadly web ensnareth thee about? Fool, fool, thou whetst the knife to kill thyself. The day will come when thou shalt wish for me to help thee curse this poisonous bunchback toad.
Peace, peace, for shame, if not for charity.
Oh, princely Buckingham, I'll kiss thy hand in sign of league and amity with thee. Thy garments are not spotted with our blood, nor thou within the compass of my curse.
Nor no one here, for curses never pass the lips of those that breathe them in the air.
I will not think, but they ascend the sky, and there awake God's gentle sleeping peace. Oh, Buckingham, take heed of yonder dog. Look, when he fawns, he bites, and when he bites, his venom tooth will wrinkle to the death. Oh, have not to do with him. Beware of him. Sin, death, and hell have set their marks on him, and all their ministers attend on him.
What does she say, my lord of Buckingham?
Nothing that I respect, my gracious lord.
What? Dost thou scorn me for my gentle counsel, and soothe the devil that I warned thee from? Oh, but remember this another day, when he shall split thy very heart with sorrow, and say, poor Margaret was a prophetess. Leave each of you the subject of his hate, and he to yours, and all of you to God's.
My hair doth stand on end to hear her cursing.
And so doth mine. I muse why she's at liberty. I cannot blame her. By God's holy mother, she hath had too much wrong, and I repent my part thereof that I have done to her.
A virtuous and a Christian-like conclusion. Madam, His Majesty doth call for you and for your grace, and you, my noble lord.
Hastings, I come. Lord, will you go with me?
Hastings?
My lord.
What news?
The king is sickly, weak, and melancholy, and his physicians fear him mightily.
Now, by St. Paul, that news is bad indeed. Oh, he hath kept an evil diet long, and overmuch consumed his royal person. It is very grievous to be thought upon. What, is he in his bed?
He is.
Go you before, and I will follow you. He cannot live, I hope, and now may die, since Clarence is packed post-horse up to heaven. Clarence, whom I indeed have cast in darkness, I do beweep to many simple gulls, namely to Hastings, Catesby, Buckingham, and tell them 'tis the Queen and her allies that stirred the King against the Duke, my brother. Now they believe it, and withal whet me to be revenged on rivers foreign grey. But then I sigh, and with a piece of scripture tell them God bids us do good for evil. And thus I clothe my naked villainy with odd old ends stolen out of Holy Writ, and seem a saint when I most play the devil. Which done, God take King Edward to his mercy, and leave the world for me to bustle in.
Doth the news hold of good King Edward's death?
Aye, sir, it is true.
Then, masters, look to see a troublous world.
No, by God's good grace, his son shall reign.
Woe to the land that's governed by a child.
Lamentation. I am not barren to bring forth complaint. All springs reduce their current to mine eyes, that eyes, being governed by the watery moon, may bring forth plenteous tears to drown the world. Oh, for my husband. My dear Lord Edward.
Madam, bethink you like a careful mother of the young prince, your son. Send straight for him, let him be crowned. In him your comfort lives. Drown desperate sorrow in dead Edward's grave, and plant your joys in living Edward's throne.
'Tis well said, my Lord Rivers. Let the prince be fetched forthwith from Ludlow with some little train, hither to London to be crowned our king.
Madam, have comfort. None can cure their harms by wailing them. So let us now determine who they shall be that straight shall post to Ludlow. Convoke the lords, and do thou sit with her to give thy counsel in this weighty business.
With all my heart, good Brother Gloucester. Come, Rivers, call the others to the chamber.
I will go seek them out, madam.
A moment, noble Gloucester.
Well, speak then, Buckingham.
My lord, whoever journeys to the prince, for God's sake let not us two stay behind. For on the way, I'll sought occasion to part the queen's proud kindred from the king.
My other self, my counsel's consistory, my oracle, my prophet, my dear cousin, I, like a child, will go by thy direction. Towards Ludlow, then, for we'll not stay behind.
What is the news?
Such news my queen has grieved me to report.
Prince?
Well, madam, and in health. Last night, His Highness at Northampton lay. Tomorrow or next day he will be here.
What is thy doleful news, then?
Lord Rivers and Lord Grey are sent to Pomfret. With them Sir Thomas Bourne. Prisoners.
Who has committed them?
The mighty Dukes Gloucester and Buckingham.
Ah, me, I see the ruin of my house. The tiger now has seized the gentle hinds. Insulting tyranny begins to jet upon the innocent and aweless throne. Welcome destruction, death and massacre. I see as in a map the end of all. Now must I take my youngest, little York, and with him flee to sanctuary.
Prince to London. Dearest nephew, the weary way hath made you melancholy.
I want more uncles here to welcome me.
Those uncles which you want were dangerous. Your grace attended to their sugared words, but looks not on the poison of their hearts. God keep you from them and from such false friends.
God keep me from false friends. But they were none. I thought my mother and my brother York would long ere this have met us on the way. Oh, fie, what a slug is Hastings that he comes not to tell us whether they will come or no.
And in good time, here comes the sweating lord.
Welcome, Lord Hastings. Will my mother come?
On what occasion? God he knows, not I. The Queen your mother and your brother York have taken sanctuary. The tender prince would fain have come with me to meet your grace, but by his mother was perforce withheld.
Aye, what an indirect and peevish course is this of hers. Lord Cardinal, will your grace persuade the Queen to send the Duke of York unto his princely brother presently? If she deny him, then Lord Hastings from her jealous arms pluck him perforce.
My Lord of Buckingham, if she be obdurate to my entreaties, God in heaven forbid we should infringe the holy privilege of blessed sanctuary.
You break no sanctuary in seizing him. The benefit thereof is always granted to those whose dealings have deserved the place and those who have the wit to claim the place. My nephew neither claimed it nor deserved it, and therefore, in mine opinion, cannot have it. Oft have I heard of sanctuary men, but sanctuary children, ne'er till now.
My Lord of Gloucester, you all rule my mind. Come on, Lord Hastings. Will you go with me?
Our loving brother. Welcome, dread lord. So must I call you now.
How fares the noble Duke of York, our nephew?
Well, gentle uncle.
Now that your brother's here, my gracious prince, myself and my good cousin Buckingham will to your mother to entreat of her to meet you at the tower and welcome you.
What? Will you go to the tower, brother? Our Uncle Gloucester needs will have it so. I shall not sleep in quiet at the tower.
Why? What should you fear?
Marry, my Uncle Clarence, angry ghost. My grandam told me he was murdered there. I fear no uncles dead.
Nor none that live, I hope.
And if they live, I hope I need not fear. Come, Brother York, and with a heavy heart thinking on them, go I unto the tower.
This completes Act 2 of the Columbia Workshop special hour and one-half presentation of the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England, in William Shakespeare's Richard III. Act 3 will follow after a 15-second pause for local station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
With Anne's property firmly in his grasp, his brother Clarence assassinated, King Edward dead, the Queen separated from her kinsman, and the two boy princes, Wales and York, her royal sons, detained in the Tower of London, Richard, now Lord Protector of the realm, leaps to faster and even bloodier action. he dispatches an order to Pomfret Castle in the north, and the Queen's henchmen, who are his captives there, are promptly put to death. Then Hastings, the Lord Chamberlain, is forced to make a choice of loyalty between Richard and the little princes in the Tower. And Hastings, when he chooses the late King Edward's heirs, at once finds himself preposterously accused of using witchcraft to shrink Richard's long, withered arm, whereupon he too is murdered. Now, as we meet Richard once again, we hear him plotting with his ally, the Duke of Buckingham, to remove all chance of public support for the little princes in the Tower by launching slanders against their legitimacy.
Go to the Guildhall, Cousin Buckingham. There, at your meetest vantage of the time, doubt the legitimacy of Edward's children. And should there needs to say yet more, tell them that when my mother got with child that insatiate Edward, my princely father then had wars in France, and by true computation of the time found that this Edward was not his begot. Yet touch this sparingly as 'twere far off, because, my lord, you know, my mother lived.
Doubt not, my lord, I'll play the orator, as if the golden fee for which I plead were for myself.
If you thrive well, bring them to Baynard's Castle, where you shall find me well accompanied with reverend fathers and well-learned bishops.
I go, and towards 3 or 4 o'clock, look for the news that the Guildhall affords.
How now? What say the citizens? Touched you the legitimacy of Edward's children?
I did. His own adulterous birth likewise, as being got to your father then in France. Withal, I did infer your lineaments, being the right idea of your father, both in your form and nobleness of mind. Indeed, left nothing fitting for your purpose untouched or slightly handled in discourse. And when my oratory drew towards end, I bade them that did love their country's good cry, God save Richard, England's royal king.
And did they so?
No. So God help me, they spake not a word, but like dumb statues or breathing stones stared on each other and looked deadly pale. But haply some 10 followers of my own at lower end of the hall hurled up their caps, and some 10 voices cried, God save King Richard. And thus I took vantage of these few. Thanks, gentle citizens and friends, quoth I. This general applause and cheerful shout argues your wisdom and your love to Richard. And even here brake off and came away.
Oh, will not the mayor then at his brethren come?
The mayor is here at hand. Intend some fair. Play the maid's part. Still answer nay, and take it. Go within. The mayor knocks.
I go. And if you plead as well for them as I can say nay to thee for myself, no doubt we bring it to a happy issue.
Welcome, Lord Mayor and gracious citizen. Welcome, my Lord of Buckingham. I think the Duke will not bespoke withal. Here comes his servant. How now, Catesby? What says your lord to my request?
He doth entreat your grace, my noble lord, to visit him tomorrow or next day. He is within with 2 right reverend fathers, divinely bent to meditation.
Return, good Catesby, to the gracious Duke. Tell him, myself, the mayor, and aldermen, in deep designs in matter of great moment, are come to have some conference with his grace.
I'll signify so much to him straight.
Ah, my lord, this prince is not an Edward. He is not lolling on a lewd day bed, but on his knees at meditation, not dallying with a brace of courtesans, but meditating with 2 deep divines, not sleeping to engross his idle body, but praying to enrich his watchful soul. Happy where England would this virtuous prince take on his grace the sovereignty thereof. But sure, I fear we shall not win him to it. Marry, God defend his grace should fail, nay. Look up, where he stands between two clergymen, two props of virtue for a Christian prince. Famous Plantagenet and gracious prince, lend favorable ear to our request, and pardon us the interruption of thy devotion and right Christian zeal.
I do beseech your grace to pardon me, who, earnest in the service of my God, deferred the visitation of my friend. But leaving this, what is your grace's pleasure?
Your gracious self to take on you the charge and kingly government of this your land, not as protector, steward, substitute, or lowly factor for another's gain, but as successively from blood to blood, your right of birth, your empery, your own. For this, consorted with the citizens, and by their vehement instigation, in this just cause, come I to move your grace.
Your love deserves my thanks, but my desert, unmeritable, shuns your high request. First, if all obstacles were cut away, and my path were even to the crown, as the ripe revenue and due of birth, yet so much is my poverty of spirit, so mighty and so many my defects, that I would rather hide me from my greatness than in my greatness covet to be hid. But God be thanked, there is no need of me, and much I need to help you where there need. The royal tree hath left us royal fruit, which mellowed by the stealing hours of time will well become the seat of majesty. Now, on him I lay that you would lay on me, the right and fortune of his happy stars, which God defend that I should reign from him.
You say the princes are your brother's sons? So say we too, but not by Edward's wife. A beauty waning and distressed widow seduced the pitch and height of his degree to base declension and loathes bigamy. By her, in his unlawful bed, he got young Edward, whom our manners call the prince. Then, good my lord, take to your royal self this proffered benefit of dignity.
Do, good my lord, your citizens entreat you. Oh, make them joyful. Grant their lawful use.
Alas, why would you heap these cares on me? I am unfit for state and majesty. I cannot, nor I will not yield to you.
Yet, whether you accept our suit or no, your brother's son shall never reign our king. And in this resolution here, we leave you. Come, citizens, we will entreat no more.
Call them back. Sweet prince, accept their suit. If you deny them, all the land will rue it.
Will you enforce me to a world of care? Call them again. I am not made of stone, but penetrable to your kind entreaties, albeit against my conscience and my soul. Cousin of Buckingham and sage, grave men. Since you will buckle fortune on my back, I must have patience to endure the load. But if black scandal or foul-faced reproach attend the sequel of your imposition, your mere enforcement shall acquittance me from all the impure blots and stains thereof, for God doth know, and you may partly see how far I am from the desire of this.
God bless your grace. We see it and will say it. Amen. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. England's worthy king. England's worthy king. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard.
He's reached it now. Richard has reached the throne. and surrounded with the usual complement of lords, spiritual and temporal, of all the usual pomp and circumstance, is invested with the royal scepter and diadem at the Abbey at Westminster. But never a more uneasy head wore a crown, and never a throne mounted by a king cast a darker shadow towards the future.
Stand all apart. Cousin of Buckingham, give me thy hand. Thus high by thy advice and thy assistance is King Richard seated. But shall we wear these glories for a day, or shall they live and we rejoice in them?
Still live they, and forever let them last.
Young Edward lives. Think now what I would speak.
Say on, my loving lord.
Why, Buckingham, I say I would be king.
Why, so you are, my thrice-renowned liege.
Am I king? 'Tis so, but Edward lives. Cousin, thou wast not wont to be so dull. Shall I be plain? I wish the prince is dead, and I would have it suddenly performed. What sayest thou now?
Your grace may do your pleasure.
Tut, tut, thou art all ice. Thy kindness freezes. Say, have I thy consent that they shall die?
Give me some little breath, some pause, dear lord, before I positively speak in this. I will resolve you herein presently.
The deep revolving witty Buckingham no more shall be the neighbor to my counsels. Hath he held out with me so long untired, and stops he now for breath? Well, be it so. Catesby.
My gracious sovereign.
Knowest thou not any whom corrupting gold will tempt unto a close exploit of death?
I know a discontented gentleman whose humble means match not his haughty spirit. Gold were as good as 20 orators and will no doubt tempt him to anything.
What is his name?
His name, my lord, is Tyrrell.
And bloody act is done. The most arch deed of piteous massacre that ever yet this land was guilty of. Thus, girdling one another, lay the gentle babes. Their lips were 4 red roses on a stalk, which in their summer beauty kissed each other. A book of prayers on their pillow lay, which almost changed my mind. I smothered the most replenished sweet work of nature that from the prime creation ere she framed.
Kind Tyrrell, am I happy in thy news?
If to have done the thing you gave in charge beget your happiness, be happy then, for it is done.
But didst thou see them dead?
I did, my lord.
And buried, gentle Tyrrell?
The chaplain of the tower hath buried them. But where, to tell the truth, I do not know.
Oh, my poor princess. Ah, my tender babes. Wilt thou, O God, fly from such gentle lambs and throw them in the entrails of the wolf? When didst thou sleep when such a deed was done. Oh, would to God that the inclusive verge of golden metal that must round my brow were red-hot steel to sear me to the brain. Anointed let me be with deadly venom, and die ere men can say, God save the Queen.
To feed my humour, wish thyself no harm. Poor soul, I blame thee not.
No, why? When he that is my husband now came to me as I followed Henry's course, this was my wish. Be thou, I quoth, accursed, for making me so young, so old a widow. And be thy wife, if any be so mad, more miserable by the life of thee than thou hast made me by my dear Lord's death. Lo, ere I could repeat this curse again, within so small a time, my woman's heart grossly grew captive to his honey words, and proved the subject of mine own soul.
Who have any cause to mourn but I?
If ancient sorrow be most reverend, give mine the benefit of seigneury. I had an Edward till a Richard killed him. I had a Harry till a Richard killed him. Thou hadst an Edward till a Richard killed him. Thou hadst a Richard till a Richard killed him.
Oh, Margaret, thou prophesied the time should come that I should wish for thee to help me curse that bottle spider, that foul bunchback toad.
Richard yet lives, but at hand ensues his piteous and unpitied end. Earth gapes, hell burns, fiends roar, saints pray to have him suddenly conveyed from hence. Cancel his bond of life, dear God. I pray that I may live to say, the dog is dead.
For King Richard to stand against the fury of such hate as this would be the marvel of his or any other age. In it are the elements to shape his remaining days. From it springs his final and most potent antagonist, Henry, Earl of Richmond, last survivor of the old Lancastrian line, long in exile across the Channel in Brittany, all but disregarded as a serious claimant to the crown, all but forgotten during the popular reign of the late Edward. Upon the brutal killing of the little princes in the Tower, this quiet earl now becomes the hope and rallying point of all the British nobles, sickened by King Richard's bloody rule, shamed at their own complacence. Buckingham is among the first to join the rebels, though in his case fear, not justice, is the motive. And from this time on, every day the disaffection mounts. And every day messengers bring tidings of the rebellion's growing strength to an increasingly uneasy Richard.
With you. My lord, I hear the Marquis Dorset's fled to Richmond in those parts beyond the sea where he abides.
Good news or bad that thou comest in so bluntly?
Bad news, my lord. Ely is fled to Richmond, and Buckingham, backed with a hardy Welshman, is in the field, and still his power increaseth.
How now, what news?
Mighty sovereign, on the western coast rideth a puissant navy. To the shores throng many doubtful, hollow-hearted friends, unarmed and unresolved to beat them back. 'Tis thought that Richmond is their admiral.
As I remember, Henry VI did prophesy that Richmond should be king, when Richmond was a little peevish boy. How chance the prophet could not at that time have told me, I being by, that I should kill him. Richmond. When last I was at Exeter, the mayor in courtesy showed me the castle and called it Rougemont, at which name I started, because a bard of Ireland told me once I should not live long after I saw Richmond.
My gracious sovereign, now in Devonshire, Sir Edward Courtenay and his brother there, with many more confederates, are in arms. In Kent Village, the Guilfords are in arms. My lord, the army of Great Buckingham.
Out on ye owls! Nothing but sons of death!
My liege, the Duke of Buckingham is taken.
Someone take order Buckingham be brought straightway to Salisbury and the headsman's block.
That is the best news. That the Earl of Richmond is with a mighty power landed at Milford is colder news, but yet they must be told.
Away towards Salisbury! While we reason here, a royal battle might be won and lost. Then fiery expedition be my wing. Jove's Mercury and herald for a king. Here, pitch our tents, even here in Bosworth Field. Up with my tent. Here will I lie tonight. But where tomorrow? Well, all's one for that. Up with the tents. Come, noble gentlemen, let us survey the vantage of the ground. It calls for some men of sound direction. Let's lack no discipline, make no delay. For, sirs, tomorrow is a busy day.
This place is Bosworth Field, a broad and gentle plain lying athwart the British Midlands. And in this twilight hour, all sky and space and calm. And now, as he settles for the night, should Richard lay his ear against the ground, he could scarcely fail to catch the distant rumble of his adversary's coming. The Earl of Richmond is crossing England in a day, spurring himself and his men towards King Richard, Bosworth Field, and tomorrow.
And my most loving friends, bruised underneath the yoke of tyranny, the wretched, bloody, and usurping boar that spoiled your summer fields and fruitful vines, swills your warm blood like wash and makes his trough in your emboweled bosoms, this foul swine is now even in the center of this isle, near to the town of Leicester, as we learn. From Tamworth thither is but one day's march. In God's name, cheerly on, courageous friends, to reap the harvest of perpetual peace by this one bloody trial of sharp war.
Every man's conscience is 1,000 men to fight against this guilty homicide.
I doubt not that his friends will turn to us.
He hath no friends but what are friends for fear, which in his dearest need will fly to us.
All for our vantage, then. In God's name, march! True hope is swift and flies with swallow's wings. Kings it makes gods, and meaner creatures kings!
What is the clock?
It's supper time, my liege. It's 9 o'clock.
I will not sup tonight. What is my beaver easier than it was, and all my armor laid into my tent?
It is, my liege, and all things are in readiness.
Ratcliffe, My lord. Fill me a bowl of wine. Give me a watch. Saddle White Surrey for the field tomorrow. Look that my staves be sound, but not too heavy. Catesby. My lord. Give me a bowl of wine. I have not that alacrity of spirit, nor cheer of mind that I was wont to have. Bid my guard watch. Leave me. Catesby. Lord. About the mid of night, come to my tent and help to arm me. Leave me, I say. O coward conscience, how thou dost afflict me. The lights burn blue. It is now dead midnight. Cold, fearful drops stand on my trembling flesh. What do I fear? Myself? There's none else by. Richard loves Richard. That is, I am I.
Washed to death with fulsome wine. Poor Clarence, by thy guile betrayed to death. Tomorrow in the battle think on me, and fall thy edgeless sword. Despair, and die.
Tween on thy cousin, smothered in the tower, let us be led within my bosom, Richard, and weigh thee down to ruin, shame, and death. Thy nephew's souls bid thee despair and die.
Let me sit heavy on thy soul tomorrow. Rivers that died at Pomfret, despair and die. Bloody and guilty, guiltily awake, and in a bloody battle end thy days. Think on Lord Hastings, despair and die.
The first was I that helped thee to the crown. The last was I that felt thy tyranny. Oh, in the battle think on Buckingham, and die in terror of thy guiltiness.
Is there a murderer here? No. Yes, I am. Then fly. What, from myself? Great reason why. Lest I revenge. What, myself upon myself? Alack, I love myself. Wherefore? For any good that I myself have done unto myself? Oh, no. Alas, I rather hate myself for hateful deeds committed by myself. I am a villain. Yet I lie am not. Fool, of thyself speak well. Fool, do not flatter. My conscience hath 1,000 several tongues, and every tongue condemns me for a villain. Perjury, perjury in the highest degree. Murder, stern murder in the direst degree. All several sins, all used in each degree, throng to the bar, crying, oh, guilty, guilty. I shall despair. There is no creature loves me. And if I die, no soul shall pity me. Nay, wherefore should they? Since that I myself find in myself no pity to myself.
My lord.
Who's there?
My lord, 'tis I. The early village cock hath twice done salutation to the morn. Your friends are up and buckle on their armor.
Oh, Catesby, I have dreamed a fearful dream. What thinkest thou? Will our friends prove all true?
No doubt, my lord.
Oh, Catesby, I fear. I fear.
Nay, good my liege, be not afraid of shadows.
By the Apostle Paul, shadows tonight have struck more terror to the soul of Richard than can the substance of 10,000 soldiers armed in proof and led by shallow Richmond. It is not yet near day. Come, go with me. Under our tents I'll play the eavesdropper, to hear if any mean to shrink from me.
Good morrow, Richmond. Good morrow, noble lord. How have you slept, my lord?
The sweetest sleep, the fairest boding dreams that ever entered in a drowsy head have I since your departure had, my lord. How far into the morning is?
Upon the stroke of 4.
Why then, 'tis time to arm and give direction. More than I have said, loving countrymen, the leisure and enforcement of the time forbids to dwell on. Yet, remember this. God and our good cause fight upon our side. The prayers of holy saints and wronged souls, like high-reared bulwarks, stand before our faces. Richard accepts. Those whom we fight against had rather have us win than him they follow. For what is he they follow? Truly, gentlemen, a bloody tyrant and a homicide. One raised in blood and one in blood established. One that hath ever been God's enemy. Now, if you fight against God's enemy, God will in justice ward you as his soldiers. Then, in the name of God and all these rights, advance your standards, draw your willing swords. For me, the ransom of my bold attempt shall be this cold course on the earth's cold face. But if I thrive, the gain of my attempt, the least of you shall share his part thereof. Sound drums and trumpets, boldly and cheerfully. God and St. George! Richmond and victory!
Who saw the sun today?
Not I, my lord.
Then he disdains to shine. For by the book he should have braved the east an hour ago. A black day will it be to somebody. Catesby?
My lord?
The sun will not be seen today. The sky doth frown and lower upon our army. I would these dewy tears were from the ground. Not shine today? What is that to me more than to Richmond? For the self-same heaven that frowns on me looks sadly upon him.
Arm, my lord, the foe vaunts in the field. Come, battle, caparison my horse. Go, gentlemen, every man to his charge. Let not our babbling dreams affright our souls, for conscience is a word that cowards use, devised at first to keep the strong in awe. Our strong arms be our conscience, swords our law. March on, join bravely, let us toot pell-mell, if not to heaven, then hand in hand to hell. Rescue, my lord of Norfolk, rescue!
The king enacts more wonders than a man, daring and opposite to every danger. His horse is slain, and all on foot he fights, seeking for Richmond in the throat of death. Rescue, fair lord, or else the day is lost. A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse! Withdraw, my lord, I'll help you to a horse.
Slave, I have set my life upon a cask, and I will stand the hazard of the die. I think there be 6 Richmonds in the field. 5 have I slain today instead of him. A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse!
God and your arms be praised, victorious friends. The day is ours. The bloody dog is dead. And then, as we have ta'en the sacrament, we will unite the white rose and the red. England has long been mad and scarred herself. The brother blindly shed the brother's blood. The father rashly slaughtered his own son. The son compelled, being butcher to the sire. All this divided York and Lancaster. Now civil wounds are stopped. Peace lives again. That she may long live here, God say, Amen.
Long live King Henry! Long live King Henry! Long
The Columbia Workshop has presented the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England, in a special 1 1/2 hour arrangement of the tragedy of King Richard III by William Shakespeare, starring Laurence Olivier in the part of Richard and Ralph Richardson as narrator. Other feature players in the cast were Joyce Redmond as Queen Anne, Margaret Leighton as Queen Elizabeth, Ina Burrell as Queen Margaret, Harry Andrews as Buckingham, Sidney Taffler as Catesby, and Peter Copley as Tyrrell. Special music was composed and conducted by Herbert Menget. The text was prepared for broadcast by James and Elizabeth Hart, and the production was directed by John Burrell, who had the association of Richard Sanville of CBS. Ralph Richardson, who was the narrator in today's broadcast, will have the title role of Henrik Ibsen's Peer Gynt, which will be the second of the 2 special 90-minute Columbia Workshop presentations of the Old Vic Theatre Company of London. This repertory company is currently appearing in New York City under the auspices of Theatre Incorporated. Tune in again next week for Peer Gynt by the Old Vic Theatre Company. Your announcer is Harry Marble.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Francis D., and Sir Cedric Hardwicke in If I Were King. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone connected with the theater has a special affection for certain plays. Tonight's play, If I Were King, happens to be a favorite of mine, just as it's been a favorite of millions of theatergoers the world over. Aside from its entertainment value, I have a very personal reason for liking this play, due to my rather romantic association with it some years ago. Just after Mrs. DeMille and I were married, we were both engaged for the cast of the original New York production, starring the celebrated E.H. Sothern. Fortunately for the family treasury, If I Were King was a smashing success, and our honeymoon became a lengthy tour of the country. The play brought us to Los Angeles for the first time, but we failed to discover anything very promising in the wild and woolly suburb now called Hollywood. Our play delighted audiences everywhere we went, for it's one of those romantic dramas that make a hit with men as well as women, a double appeal. And we note in passing that our product, Lux Toilet Soap, has this same double appeal. In fact, we've heard from a number of men in our audience that they were the ones who first introduced Lux Toilet Soap into their homes, only to have the idea and the soap appropriated by the ladies. If I Were King is a story of medieval Paris and François Villon, who really lived in the reign of Louis XI. Villon was a merry rogue who could write a sonnet as deftly as he could fight a duel, who ruled the rabble with a bold heart and a ready tongue, and who dared to fall in love with the loveliest lady of the court. If the Lux Radio Theater had been presenting If I Were King about 15 years ago, our cast would probably have been headed by a gentleman named Douglas Fairbanks. We might have found a boy's part for his son. But in 1939, it's Douglas Fairbanks Jr., who seems to us the ideal actor for the swashbuckling hero of our play. And although Mr. Fairbanks has always been rather secretive about the matter, it's a fact that he once wrote some poems. That gives him a very realistic approach to the poet Villon. For the part of Catherine, we selected an actress who seems to have a very special talent for recreating the glamour and brilliance of a day long past. She's Frances D., who played this same role in the recent Paramount picture, If I Were King. As Louis XI, you'll hear Sir Cedric Hardwicke, who comes to us thoroughly steeped in the medieval mood. For some weeks, he's been at home in the Middle Ages as a leading character in RKO's The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Now for the clash of swords, the colorful romance and dangerous intrigue of If I Were King, starring Douglas Fairbanks Jr. as François Villon, Frances D. as Catherine, and Sir Cedric Hardwicke as the King. We raise the curtain on Act One. Paris in the 15th century. A Paris torn with conflict, her inhabitants facing starvation. For besieging the city on all sides are the troops of the Duke of Burgundy, determined to wrest the throne from King Louis XI. In the cold, misty dawn, a file of Louis's guards marches through the silent, narrow streets, their footsteps ringing out against the stones. Perhaps they've heard a whispered rumor that even now a band of cutthroats, led by a certain François Villon, is plundering the king's private warehouse. And the rumor is true. In the cellar of the warehouse, the watchman stands bound to a post. Shadows move quickly in the darkness, filling great bags with the king's good food and wine.
Hey, gently, my friends, gently with that box. Have a little more respect for the king's cheese.
And for our necks. If you aren't quieter, you'll have the watch down on us. It's due now, Francois. We better go.
Will that barge outside hold any more food, Rainier?
Perhaps, but even if it will...
Then, if there's more to take, we'll take it. You, my watchman friend. Are there any more stores here we haven't found? So you can't speak, eh, Fancy Pants?
I loosen his tongue for him.
No, Rainier, put up your knife. Why give yourself the trouble?
To help him forget what we look like.
Oh, I don't think he'll remember us. Will you, Fancy Pants?
No, I swear I won't remember.
You see, Rainier?
You fool, Francois. We'll hang for this.
Then let us hang, but not for murder. Francois, the king's watch. They're at the door. Quickly then, René, Tabana, Casa, through the passage and onto the barge. I'll wait here and head them off.
Leave that basket. All that wine. Which do you want? The wine or your head? The wine, Brother René, the wine. Fools, hurry, they're breaking down the door. You're going to stay here, Francois?
They'll follow me, my friend. I'll lead them a merry chase through the streets until you're safe. If they catch me, remember me in your prayers. Now go on, hurry.
When I see you again, may you have your head. Watchman! Watchman, where are you?
This way, my loyal soldiers, this way.
That man there! Arrest that man!
This way, gentlemen, over here.
Stop! Stop there!
Sorry, my friend, but I have business elsewhere.
Get him away! That man!
He went that way, toward the river.
No, he didn't. He went into the church square.
Which way shall we go, Captain?
Oh, both ways, you fools, but catch him.
There he is. There he is, Captain.
Where? On the wall of the churchyard. Now he's over. Don't talk about it. Follow him. Who lives in that house by the church?
One of the priests, Father Villon.
Come with me.
Yes. Good morning, Father Villon. I regret disturbing you, but one of the king's storehouses has just been robbed.
The king's storehouse robbed?
Yes.
Why, the poor, no doubt. They're so hungry since
One of the thieves was seen climbing over the churchyard wall. Did you see him?
Over the wall? No, I can truthfully say I did not see him.
Well, watch out for him. We'll be back.
All clear, Francois. They're gone. You may come out now.
Bravo, good father. You lied like a gentleman.
I didn't lie. He asked me if I saw you coming over the wall. I didn't.
Never mind, Father Villon. I'm hungry. Now, how about some breakfast?
Not one morsel, not a smell of food, you young wastrel, until you tell me what this means. What trouble are you in now?
You wound me. You wound me deeply, Father. I've just returned from the country. My first thought is, naturally, of my foster father. I fly to your domicile, and how am I received? Like a fly in the soup.
In the first place, you haven't been in the country because you couldn't get through the Burgundian lines without wings. And if there's one man in France who hasn't got wings, it's you, Francois. And in the second place, I understand that you were drinking every night last week in a dirty den called the Fir Cone Tavern, guzzling wine with a young wench named Huguette.
Oh, that's not true, Father.
Well, I choose to believe it, and why shouldn't I? Have you ever shown me anything but ingratitude or brought me anything but misery since I took you in at the age of 6?
Ah, that is true, Father.
At 6, you were skilled at breaking windows.
At 7, I was an expert.
At 8, you stole a chicken from the spit of Monsieur Ledoux.
Oh, but that was a very small, thin chicken.
Now, don't cloud the issue. At 11, you stole a goat, a fat goat.
Lovely view from this window, Father. So impressive to see the faithful coming out from early mass.
And at 14, you were carefully avoiding your classes in the university to spend your days fishing and gambling and writing bad verses.
Name of 1,000 saints.
Francois, you're not listening. What's wrong with you?
Who is she, Father? Tell me.
Who is who?
There, that girl that just came out of the church.
I don't know. Now, Francois.
Look at her, Father. The face of a saint. The figure of an angel.
And what is that to you? She's a lady, Francois. From the court, perhaps.
She's getting into a coach alone. The princess must never ride alone.
Francois, come back. You can't knock that girl. You're mad. Francois!
Drive on, please, coachman.
Yes, milady.
Wait, please wait. Oh, I was afraid I wouldn't catch you.
Who are you?
Not a word, fair princess. Your coachman might hear and misunderstand. Princess, what have I done to offend you, ever?
What? Well, I've never seen you before in my life.
Oh, but you've forgotten my dreams. I've dreamt of you always. Each night we've roamed the starry way together. Each morning I've wakened with despair in my heart to realize no mortal could be so fair. Yet here you are, the loveliest lady this side of heaven.
I think you're a madman. Coachman, will you please?
Wait, may I read you a poem?
No, you may not.
Thank you, milady. If I were king, ah, love, if I were king, what tributary nations would I bring to stoop before your scepter and to swear allegiance to your lips and eyes and hair? Beneath your feet, what treasures I would fling. The stars would be your pearls upon a string. The world a ruby for your fingering. And you should have the sun and moon to wear. If I were king.
That verse, whose is it?
Mine. Or rather yours now.
There's the man.
Of all the
You!
luck.
Hold there.
Soldiers? What does this mean?
Come here.
You mean me, Captain?
Thought you got away, did you? Are you François Villon?
François Villon, Captain. At your service.
Where's that watchman? The one they bound? Here, Captain. Now, is this the man who robbed the king's storehouse? Well, answer.
And answer carefully, my good man.
No, I've never laid eyes on this man before. Have I? Fancy pants.
Never, my good leather breeches.
Well, we'll take him along anyway, just to be sure.
Just a moment, Captain.
Yes, milady.
There must be some mistake. I saw this gentleman at his prayers back there in the church. An acquaintance of mine. We've met before on starry nights.
What? Well, let the gentleman go, for the present at least. Forward!
Thank you, fair princess.
Drive on, coachman.
Yes, milady.
Farewell, princess.
To the palace, Lady Catherine.
To the palace, please.
Good morning, Lady Catherine.
Oh, Your Majesty, I didn't see you.
Fortunate quality of mine is ability to remain unobserved. The Queen's been asking for you.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Lovely girl, isn't she, Tristan? Very. But, Your Majesty, you were telling me of the arrow that came over the walls last night.
Ah, yes, last night, Tristan, an arrow came over the walls from the Burgundian camp. There was a note in the feather, obviously intended for one of my more important traitors.
Who is it, Your Majesty?
The note didn't say. A soldier, probably in the pay of my traitor, was seen to pick the arrow up. I had him tortured all the evening.
Did he speak?
Yes, just a few minutes before dawn, he whispered the name of a person high in my favor.
A traitor? Here at court? Who is it?
It's a secret, Tristan, which you may know tonight. You see, the note was to be delivered to the landlord of the Furcone Tavern. We will deliver it, you and I, in person.
The Furcone Tavern, a retreat for every scoundrel in Paris. You can't go there, Your Majesty.
In disguise, Tristan, in complete disguise. The landlord will in turn give the note to the person for whom it was intended. When he does so, we have our traitor, Tristan.
But, Your Majesty, I tell you, the Furcone Tavern...
The harbor of cutthroats, beggars, thieves, the scum of the earth. Interesting. I should like to see this scum alive. I've only seen it before at the end of a rope.
Good evening, brother. Strangers, huh?
Is this the Furcone Tavern?
Yes, it is.
Is the landlord here?
I'm the landlord.
Then we'll come in for a cup of wine, my friend.
But who?
A cup of Burgundy wine.
What are you talking about?
Perhaps this note will talk for us.
I know. Give it to me quickly.
The other one. Will he be here for it tonight?
Yes. What will you have, monsieur?
A demi-flagon of red.
A demi-flagon of red. I don't like this, Your Majesty.
Tristan. Please, Tristan. Would you ruin my disguise with a word? Careful. We have a guest.
A drink for our company, gentlemen?
Charmed. What will it be, mademoiselle?
You can buy me wine. Colette, come here. They are going to buy us wine.
Get out of here.
Who's speaking to you? I'm interested in Horseface. Hello, Horseface. My name is, Huguette.
Huguette? Oh, lovely.
Did you say wine, Huguette? Oh, welcome, monsieur.
Get off my lap.
Oh, no, pussycat.
Come in, all of you.
Look, it's François Villon.
François! What is this? Those baskets of food and wine.
Help yourselves, everybody. Tonight you're the guests of His Majesty the King, because last night we robbed his storehouse.
Interesting. Very interesting, Tristan.
Very interesting.
François, here.
Huguette, my little love. Oh, Huguette, I'm sorry to see you in such poor company. With Father Time himself, I see, huh?
Who is this rope?
It's François Villon, the poet.
He probably rhymes badly.
Oh, a tinker of verses, gentlemen. No offense. Poetry is its own worst enemy. Now, come on, join me in a bottle of wine fit for a king. Here's to King Louis. May his hide rot on his carcass, and may the Burgundians take the city away from him. Or, better still, may they take him away from the city. For
For he who does nothing gets nothing. And he who dares nothing deserves nothing. To King Nothing!
You drink more than is good for you, my friend.
What can a man do but drink when France is going to the devil and an incompoop sits on the throne?
I suppose you could do better if you were king.
I don't want to appear boastful, Brother Longnose, but a child of 2 could do better.
Really?
Yes, really.
Well, if it's so easy to be king, how would you begin, my friend?
Well, first I'd clean house. The vermin who infest the palace, disguised as advisors, I'd hang in clusters.
And then?
I'd try to know my subjects. Try to win their love instead of their loathing.
By abolishing taxes, I suppose.
No, by substituting hope for despair. By seeing my people as they are. By bringing out the best in them, by knowing the worst in them. In other words, if I were king, the French would be my children, not my enemies. Thank you, my subjects. Fergus, open the cheese.
Francois, what would you do for me if you were king, Francois?
If I were king? Oh, love, if I were king. What tributary nations would I bring to stoop before your scepter and to swear allegiance to your lips and eyes and hair?
Would you?
What?
What were you thinking about? When did you write that poem anyway? I never heard it.
I don't remember exactly.
You snake. You wrote it for some other wench.
I swear on my hereditary honor.
You have no honor. You're a liar, and I can tell by the look in your eyes. Here, clown. A coin for your rhymelets.
Well, that's more than I usually get.
I suppose you're going to keep it, you imp.
You get my little dog.
Open here. In whose name?
In the name of the Grand Constable of France.
The Grand Constable himself. Open the door. Listen, over here quickly. Out of sight. What is it, Your Majesty?
Grand Constable Tristan, high in my favor.
You think he is a traitor?
Look, the landlord. He's passing along our note.
But the Grand Constable of
Our man, Tristan, for the gibbet.
I shall examine this tax receipt later, landlord.
Yes, Your Excellency.
At the moment, I have other business. My men and I have been informed there is a certain storehouse thief here known as François Villon. Which is he?
We never heard of him.
What is this? Do I have to hang you all for a pack of lying knaves?
That won't be necessary, Your Excellency. That's François Villon, the tall one there.
Villon, come with me.
Stand back. I am François Villon, but I do not intend to know either the king's dungeon or the king's noose. Not while I have a sword.
Don't let them take you, Francois.
Do you defy the Grand Constable of France?
Yes.
Stand by, they brother.
Order! Order in the king's name!
My personal guard. That was thoughtful of you,
The Lord Grand Constable. Where is he?
He's here, Captain. Or rather, there.
He's dead.
Stabbed. Duval, Lafarge. This man has murdered the Grand Constable of France. Take him out and hang him.
Just a moment, Captain. Not so quick with the rope.
Who are you to interfere with the king's justice?
I am the king's justice.
What? Your Majesty.
God save the king.
Good evening, my loyal subjects. And good evening to you, Master Philosopher.
Kneel, Francois. The king.
I'm afraid it's a little late for etiquette.
Quite so, Master Villon. Captain, arrest these men. Remove them all to the palace dungeon. Tristan?
Your Majesty?
I will see François Villon in my private chambers. Bring him there at once. And now, Master Villon, I suppose you wonder what I'm going to do with you.
Well, Your Majesty is not of the imaginative type. I can almost guess.
Isn't that a dangerous tone to use in the circumstances? Villon, tonight you have insulted me publicly. You have made revolutionary speeches naming yourself as my successor. You have even robbed my storehouse and eaten the loot under my very nose.
I didn't know it was Your Majesty's nose.
Well, don't be impertinent. You did know it was my storehouse, and then you topped off the evening by assassinating my Grand Constable.
Well, he started the fight.
But you finished it. And for that piece of work, your king is indebted to you.
Indebted?
My Lord Grand Constable was a traitor.
Oh.
Which leaves me with the problem of at once punishing you and rewarding you. A problem for Solomon himself. A greater king would hang you at once. A lesser would forgive you. I probably fall somewhere between the two. And this is my decision. Since you have deprived me of my Grand Constable, and since you think it's so easy to rule these cockroaches who call themselves my subjects, I hereby appoint you Grand Constable of France and Brittany.
Grand Constable?
Defender of the Crown, Commander-in-Chief of the armies, and dispenser of justice. High, middle, and low.
Is this a jest, Your Majesty?
Not at all. Heretofore, I've selected my Grand Constables from the noble families of France. They've been either traitors or cowards. Oh, it's true you come from the gutter. But you have a certain degree of loyalty, courage, and practical common sense. This time, I'm going to appoint a Grand Constable from the people. And, oh, yes, as you'll need a title to go with it.
Title? But I...
On your knees. François Villon, cutthroat. I dub you Count de Montcorbier, hereditary Knight of the Golden Buckle. And now I think you need a bath.
This way, my lord.
Your Majesty.
My Lord Grand Constable.
The curtain falls on Act One of If I Were King. In the second act, we watch the amiable Monsieur Villon adjust a beggar's philosophy to the king's palace. But during this brief intermission, the amiable Monsieur Ruick and our merry trio have something to say and to sing that I think will interest you.
Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., Francis D., and Sir Cedric Hardwicke will be back in a few minutes to bring you Act Two of If I Were King. But while we're waiting, let's ask our friend Sally what makes her so thoughtful. She looks as if she had a real idea. Let us in on it, Sally?
Well, tonight's play, If I Were King, makes me think a lot of ifs. You know, a woman is always dreaming of the wonderful things she'd have if she had money. Oh, if she had talent, if this and if that.
Yes, and sometimes she doesn't value the priceless things she does have right now.
Like a Lux toilet soap complexion?
Of course. A smooth, soft complexion is something you can't buy and wouldn't take any amount of money for.
Yes, I should think any woman would realize that the beauty of her complexion is priceless. A possession that ought to be cherished most carefully. But why do I do the talking? This is a subject dear to every woman's heart. Why don't I hand it over to you girls?
We'll handle it with care, Mr. Ruick.
Beautiful complexion should be handled with care. You cannot buy a new one anytime, anywhere. So in picking beauty soap, make it your affair. That you are experimental, that your soap is really gentle. That's the reason Lux Soap is the right soap for you. That's why we advise you as we do. Choose the soap with active lather, for we know you'd really rather handle your complexion with care.
Thank you very much, girls.
Oh, you don't need to thank us, Mr. Ruick. It's fun to sing about Lux toilet soap.
And it's fun to use it. Honestly, I never saw such smooth, rich lather.
When you make Lux toilet soap a regular bedtime habit, you go to sleep with a clear conscience. You know you aren't leaving traces of dust and dirt or stale cosmetics to choke your pores. Use cosmetics all you want to, but remove them thoroughly every night with Lux toilet soap. The fine white soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use. The gentle soap that's good for your skin.
It will only take a minute from the time that you begin it. Don't forget your Lux beauty care.
Here's our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of If I Were King, starring Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. as François Villon, Francis D. as Catherine, and Sir Cedric Hardwicke as the king. It's the following morning. François Villon, vagabond and poet, has awakened to find himself the Count de Montcorbier and Grand Constable of all France. In his luxurious apartments in the royal palace, he stands before a long mirror, wondering at his own transformation. A specially appointed aide addresses him.
And now the cape, Your Excellency. The final touch.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Oliver. Now, your name is Oliver, isn't it?
Yes, if it please your excellency.
It does please my excellency. Ah, I look very different in fancy dress. You know, I'm not quite sure myself that I am myself. Oh, well, then I'm not, am I? Incidentally, has the king informed the court in general as to my real identity?
Oh, no, my lord. No one knows save His Majesty, Lord Tristan, and necessarily myself.
And to all the rest?
You are a strange nobleman from the provinces, the Count de Montcorbier.
The Count de Montcorbier. Do you spell that with a small d or a capital D?
Small, Your Excellency. And now, if I may remind you, sir, you were to be presented to the court at 11 o'clock. It's past now.
In good time, Oliver. At the moment, there are some things I want to know. First, now that I am Grand Constable of France and Brittany, etc., what do I do?
Do, Your Excellency?
Yes.
You govern.
Oh, yes, of course, I govern. Yeah. Tell me, just how does a Grand Constable fill his day?
First, he inspects the guards.
Yes.
Reports to His Majesty. Tries all prisoners, both civil and military.
Prisoners? Have we any prisoners today?
Well, only those who were arrested last night at the Fir Cone Tavern.
What? Are they still here? And I'm supposed to try them?
At your convenience, my lord. There is no hurry.
No hurry? Listen, my friend, if you have ever been chained in a slimy dungeon, fearful and hopeless and thinking every moment might be your last, you'd know whether there was need for hurry or not. I'll try those prisoners now, immediately.
But, Your Excellency, you can't. The king, the whole court, they're waiting.
And so are the prisoners. Bring them at once.
The man must be mad. Does he realize that I have been waiting, that the entire court has been waiting?
Yes, Your Majesty. But he insisted upon trying the prisoners. He hid behind a screen and heard their pleas, and then he freed them? And gave them each a piece of gold.
What?
He told them it was from you, and they cheered you, Your Majesty.
Cheered me?
They cried, God save Louis.
I wish I'd been there. It would have been a novel sensation.
Your Majesty. Good morning, sir.
Ah, my Lord Grand Constable. I'm happy to learn of my new magnanimity. Now, instead of hanging criminals, I cover them with gold. Interesting.
And sensible, Your Majesty. Those criminals, as you call them, stole only to avoid starvation.
Well, we won't go into that at present. Now, if you don't mind, would you kindly come and meet my queen and court before they all collapse from exhaustion?
Your Majesty.
My Lord Grand Constable.
Lady Catherine, do you see him?
Yes, Your Majesty. He's coming this way now.
What does he look like, Catherine?
Well, he's quite handsome, Your Majesty.
For a Grand Constable, that's quite an innovation.
And now, my generals, or rather your generals, Count, Generals de Laune, Antouillet, and de la Poussette, I present the Count de Montcorbier.
Honored, my lords.
I was just saying to Antouillet that I am somehow unfamiliar with the name of de Montcorbier. That is the name, isn't it, Count?
Yes, with a small d.
Yes. I say I somehow have never heard the name.
Well, I can't say the same for the name of de Laune, General. Ever since you won the Battle of Montlhéry, I've watched your career with increasing interest.
I didn't win the Battle of Montlhéry.
Oh, that's right. You lost it. But there was the Battle of Liège.
Yes, we lost that too, my dear Count.
Oh, did we? Sorry. We must have a long chat about some of your other battles sometime.
No. Let us proceed, Count. And now, Viscount de Gretilla and the Seneschal.
Name of 1,000 saints. Your pardon, sir.
Here, Your Excellency, come back.
Mademoiselle.
My lord.
Forgive me, this may seem rude of me, but my name is de Montcorbier. Silly, I just looked at you from across the room there and nearly forgot my name. You don't live here.
I'm one of Her Majesty's ladies-in-waiting.
Oh, what a fortunate queen. You know, the moment I saw you, I said to myself, there is all the beauty of the universe, past, present, and future, embodied in one person.
My lord, His Majesty is waiting.
Tell me, what is it?
What is what, my lord?
The name of all this loveliness.
My name is Catherine de Vaucel.
Catherine de Vaucel.
Your
How
Majesty.
wonderful.
Your Majesty.
What is it, de Laune? Why this interruption?
An enemy herald from the Duke of Burgundy, sire, under a flag of truce. He demands audience.
Admit the herald of Burgundy.
Your Majesty, if the terms are at all reasonable, I should advise accepting them.
Would you, General de Laune?
Our army is extremely unsettled. desertions every day.
I shall remember, General.
The Herald of Burgundy.
Well, Sir Harold, I suppose you have something to say.
I have.
Then say it, friend.
In the name of the Duke of Burgundy and his brothers-in-arms, assembled in overwhelming numbers outside the walls of Paris, I hereby summon you, Louis of France, to surrender unconditionally and throw yourself upon my master's mercy.
And if I refuse, Sir Harold?
For the city, famine to the end, then fire and the sword. For yourself, no hope of pardon.
And if I surrender the city?
For yourself and your court, an honorable retreat to the Duchy of Épinay.
You mean a dishonorable retreat, don't you?
Who are you?
The Count de Montcorbier, Knight of the Golden Buckle, Grand Constable of France, Chief of the Armies, dispenser of all justice, high, middle, and low. No, don't bother to look around. I'm replacing the traitor who was in your master's employ.
Do you dare to...
Don't make any more movements like that, or I'll have you sent back to your master in a bag. You've very bad manners, my friend. And you rate yourself too highly. You're not the envoy of a conquering hero, but the servant of a group of shabby little vassals, rebellious serfs of a noble lord. Now, go back and tell them this. Kings are great in the eyes of their people, but the people are great in the eyes of God. And it is the people of France who are speaking to you now. We're well armed and provisioned. We're warm and comfortable behind our strong walls. We laugh at your threats. But if we who eat were starved, if we who are warm were frozen, our answer would still be the same. We laugh at you. We, the people, and the king.
And this is your answer?
No, not all. We give you 1 week to disband and get out. If at the end of the week you're still cluttering up the outskirts of our city, we'll attack and destroy you to the last man. Now, we don't wish to be annoyed further.
But, Your Majesty, is this your...
You've heard, my Lord Grand Constable.
Get out.
Why, this is the most astounding thing. What does it mean?
It means, Your Majesty, that a man has come to court. Tell me, my lord, do you think the Burgundians will retreat, or will they stay and be slaughtered?
I'm afraid they'll stay and be slaughtered, Lady Catherine.
Will you attack at dawn or during the night?
Which would you prefer?
Well, I should think that... You're making fun of me.
Oh, my lady. I'm smiling because my heart is singing. And because I love your faith in the French. We'll attack at dawn or dusk or noon or midnight. And we'll win.
How well you talk.
Yeah, I only hope I can fight half as well.
Yet, you may be killed.
Well, not if I can help it.
And yet, what a glorious death. To die for France.
Well, it's better than some I can think of, but death in any form should be avoided if possible.
My lord, tell me, have we met before?
Have we? I've never been that fortunate. Why do you ask?
Because there's something about you, some note of your voice, a look in your eyes that I seem to remember.
I wish we had met a long time ago.
I think I wish it, too.
Lady Catherine. Well, what is it?
Your pardon, my lord, but the generals are assembled and waiting in the council chamber.
Oh, yes, Tristan. I'll be there at once.
Very good, my lord.
Generals?
Yes, I've called a council of war.
To decide when you shall attack. Will you bring me word?
Where shall I find you?
I shall wait right here.
Well, you might catch cold. Haven't you, haven't you some little corner you call your own?
Well, you might find me behind the 4th door on the right on the 3rd floor of the east wing. Can you remember?
It's engraved on my brain in letters of fire.
The idea is preposterous, ludicrous, suicidal, and impossible. My soldiers would refuse to obey such an order if I were mad enough to give it to them.
There's the answer to your proposal, my Lord Constable.
General de Lau, I order you to break through the Burgundian lines and attack within a week.
And I refuse.
And so do I, Your Majesty.
And I. It's impossible.
Your Majesty, it's evident that your Lord Grand Constable's plan is completely impractical. We're wasting time. Have we your permission to rejoin our command?
You have my permission.
Thank you, sire.
Cowards.
Well, my friend, it's not so easy as you thought, is it?
Give me a little time, Your Majesty.
Ah, yes, but you haven't much time, have you, Count?
I don't understand.
Didn't I tell you? Oh, careless of me. How many prisoners were taken from the Furcone Tavern?
8.
But you're wrong, my friend. You tried 8 and disposed of them most generously with the king's gold. But there was a 9th.
Oh?
A troublesome fellow named François Villon. What sentence will you pass on him?
What does your majesty suggest? Boiling him in oil or breaking him on the wheel?
Nothing so melodramatic, my friend. This Villon rendered me a slight service, which we are repaying with a week of exalted splendor.
A week?
7 days. At the end of that time, I shall expect you to build me an extra fine gibbet, and from it hang Master Villon.
I see. A week. You know, for a few hours, your majesty had me disappointed in him.
I'm glad your faith in me was sustained. Good night, my dear Count, and pleasant dreams.
You did remember the way to come, my lord.
Engraved in letters of fire.
Pray sit down, my lord. Here, by the fireplace. There's a cushion for your back. And I had some food brought. What would you like?
Oh, I'm not hungry, thank you.
I know. You're worried, aren't you?
I'm beginning to be.
Oh, but think, in a week, in one little week, all your troubles will be over. The city will be free. Food will be coming in the gates, and in the spring, there'll be hunts in the forests of Fontainebleau. The poor will go for picnics, and... Will you take me on a picnic? Lord, when do we attack?
We don't.
We don't.
No, it seems you never attack from the inside out, or when you're afraid of the enemy. The generals were very firm about that.
Then get new generals.
There are too many to replace within a week.
Then attack in 2 weeks.
But you see, His Majesty gave me only one. Catherine, I'm afraid that I won't be able to take you on a picnic in the spring.
Why not?
The spring is some time off, and time does strange things to people. I wonder in what misty isle the voice of Sappho fills the air. In what green valley of the Nile does Cleopatra still despair for Antony, the debonair? The wind has blown them all away. The good, the bad, the foul, the fair. Where are the snows of yesterday?
Who wrote that?
Oh, person of no importance. Who's to be hanged?
Pity.
Oh, you shouldn't feel too sorry for him. The wretches are born and live in the shadows of the gibbet. They're starved and tortured. The slightest wrong they commit is punishable by hanging. So at last, when they do hang, well, they've always expected it.
Aren't we lucky we're not in their shoes?
Yes, 'tis nice, isn't it?
Oh, starving people. The generals would fight soon enough if they didn't have so much food to stuff themselves with.
Yeah. Huh? What'd you say?
The generals, the army. Big fat pigs.
Well, that's it. Of course that's it.
What?
Of course they'd fight. When their stomachs are flapping against their backs, they'd fight soon enough. Why should they fight now with 6 months' food in the storehouses? But if it were taken away from them... Oh, you wonderful heaven-sent dream of loveliness.
Lord.
Oh, tomorrow will be a happy day for the hungry and a busy day for the storehouses.
You mean you're going to...
I mean I'm going to open every storehouse and give away all the food. Then they'll have to fight.
Yes, of course.
My lady, Catherine, dare I kiss your hand?
My hand? Well, since you've already kissed me on the lips, aren't you becoming a little formal?
Did I really? I thought I was dreaming.
And so did I.
Catherine.
Yes, my lord.
Catherine, perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps there may be a spring for us. If what I do tonight, it must not fail, Catherine. It is the one last hope for France and for us.
That was Act 2 of If I Were King. The vagabond poet has become a man of action, but François Villon meets his greatest test when he tries to save his country from the invader. Before we begin Act 3, a friend of ours and yours She's going to tell you a little personal gossip.
I want to remind the ladies in our audience that Lux toilet soap isn't only as fine a complexion soap as money can buy. Every day, more women are discovering that this white, delicately perfumed soap makes a wonderful bath soap, too.
I just adore my Lux Toilet Soap Beauty Bath. It's so sort of luxurious and relaxing, and such a protection. This lather is active, you know, and carries away perspiration and every trace of dust and dirt. I'm in a hurry to keep my date, but I wouldn't take chances with daintiness for anything in the world.
That's the voice of one of those clever, up-to-date women who depend on a daily Lux soap bath to protect their feminine charm. She's the kind of girl that, well, let's have a look at her later the same evening. She's dancing now, and Bill says,
Gee, Betty, you're gorgeous. Your skin is fragrant, so sweet.
A Lux soap beauty bath does leave skin sweet, delicately fragrant, attractive. You know, the perfume of Lux toilet soap is not an ordinary perfume. It's a skillful blend of 34 costly ingredients. So you see, in every way, Lux soap is a splendid product. Next time you unwrap a smooth, fragrant cake of Lux soap, see how exquisite it looks, how luxurious it feels. It's as fine a soap as money can buy. Then use it for a daily bath that will refresh and relax you and assure you of daintiness, of skin that's sweet. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We continue with the third act of If I Were King. Inspired by a chance remark of the Lady Catherine, François Villon, with a rabble mob at his heels, sweeps through the streets of Paris and pounds commandingly on the door of every royal storehouse.
Open here! Open this door! The Lord Grand Constable. This is the King's own crew. And this is an emergency. The people are starving. You'll do as I say, storekeeper. I'll hang you to one of your own meat hooks before you can say Louis XI. Open this door!
Yes, my lord.
Another one, my friend. Smash the door down. Open here. Open up. Open the door. In the name of the Lord Grand Constable. Smash it down. Open! Open the door. Open the door. Open the door.
This you call salvation, my Lord Grand Constable, to steal my food, to starve me and my queen.
No one will starve, Your Majesty. France is full of food. The country outside is groaning with grain. Mountains of flour mildew in the mills. The pigs beseech you to accept their fattest hams. We merely have to go out and get them.
I suppose you suggest we fly over the Burgundian lines.
Not at all, Your Majesty. We can fight through them. Don't you think so, General?
Oh, Your Majesty, it's
impossible.
Burgundian
My Lord Grand Constable, if France did not already have a St. Louis, I would expect to go down in history by that name myself for my patience with you. But I'll give you a week.
My thanks, Your Majesty.
Save them. And Tristan.
Yes, sire?
For the remaining 5 days, you will see that at least the palace kitchens are kept locked. Locked and barred to my Lord Grand Constable.
Eat, my people of Paris. Eat, scum of the streets. The king's food's none too good for you.
There's something about this I don't understand.
There's nothing to understand, Rene. We have no food, so the king gives it to us. I say, long live the king!
Don't worry about the likes of us you get. To me, it's all very fishy.
My chicken isn't. Is yours?
My child, you get.
Oh, good evening, Father Villon.
My child, weren't you with Francois when he was arrested?
I was, Father.
I heard that you and the others had been released, but what of him?
He wasn't with us.
Then the worst has happened.
No. Nothing has happened to him, Father.
How can you be sure?
Because I sleep at night. And I'd never sleep again if Francois were not well. I love him, Father.
My child, my poor child.
My lord.
Catherine.
Well, it's happened. Tonight His Majesty had his last meal. Now they'll have to fight.
Will they? You don't know them very well.
What do you mean?
I've been in conference all evening with our noble generals. Our glorious army has determined not to resist Burgundy. Neither cold nor starvation will swerve them from that noble impulse.
Then we've failed.
My week ends tonight.
Is that the reason you've avoided me? Why did you avoid me, my lord?
Catherine, did you ever ask yourself where the Count de Corbier came from?
No.
Has it ever occurred to you that he might have come from the streets of Paris?
My lord, for a moment I thought you were serious.
If I were king, ah, love, if I were king, what tributary nations would I bring to stoop before your scepter and to swear allegiance to your lips and eyes and hair?
That verse. I heard it from... Who are you?
I am François Villon.
François Villon. Why did you do this to me?
I never intended to. It started as the jest of a king, and then I loved you.
Love?
With all the meaning that the word can have in paradise. I couldn't give you any godlier thing if I were king.
Go. Please go.
Forgive me, Catherine.
Your Excellency! Your Excellency!
What is it?
The Burgundians. They've broken through the west gate, and our troops refuse to stop them.
Of course they do.
And there is an old man, a priest, who says he must see the Grand Constable. His name is Father Villon.
Father Villon? Take me to him, quickly.
I must see him. I must.
Father, here.
Oh, thank you, my lord. Francois.
Yes, Father.
What are you doing here? Dressed like this? I thought you were dead.
Later, Father. What is this message of yours?
Oh, I must see the Grand Constable.
I am the Grand Constable, Father.
Oh, Francois, this is no time for nonsense. René de Montigny has assembled all the rabble of Paris, all your old comrades in the Court of Miracles. Hundreds, thousands of them. They're planning to sack and loot the city while the Burgundians are attacking. But, Francois, if you were there, you could stop them. They would listen to you.
Yes, they would. They will. And fight for me, too.
There he is, Chesterton. Guard, arrest him.
Your Majesty, I have a plan.
And so have I. I suppose you know what's happened. I gave you your week, and you failed. Arrest him, I say.
Not yet, sire. I have still 5 hours, and I intend to use them.
Stop him. Guard that window.
Au revoir, Your Majesty.
He got away, Your Majesty.
And have him followed. He's to be cut down or arrested on sight.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Your posts, generals. Do the best you can, and God save France!
And why shouldn't we loot the city? We'll never have such a chance again.
But what of the king? He gave us food.
Yes, once, and why? To trick us all into helping him. For 2 days we ate. One of the years we starved. If you're with me, what are we waiting for?
Common sense, René, and that's something you never had.
Who are you?
It's Francois. Francois Villon.
Yes, François Villon. Come to tell you a few things my friend René has forgotten to tell you. Now, we all know there's no honor among thieves, so I won't talk of honor. And I'm not appealing to any patch of decency I know you've never had. But think of this. As we stand here, Paris is falling. Falling to thieves like ourselves. A bunch of cutthroats who've come all the way from Burgundy to take what belongs to us. Beggars to beg the bread out of our beggars' mouths. Cut purses to cut our purses. Well, what about it? Are we going to let these poachers move in on our preserve? Or are we going to let a lot of country louts show us how it's done? Then I tell you that no city can be conquered if it doesn't want to be. And, my brothers, we are part of this city. The part that knows how to fight. Or don't we? Then I say, let us fight. Come to the West Gate.
Francois, it's useless. The king's troops are falling back. We're too late.
It can't be too late. Take 100 men to the east wall. Attack from the side.
Cabana, hold the square. The rest of you come with me. Onward! Onward! These four ours. They're retreating toward the gate. Close in on them. Don't let them join their forces.
They're running! Look at them run! After them!
Forget! Come back! Rennie, take your men towards the guards. If they come that way, just... Francois, quick! It's Odette. She's hurt. Cousin, what is it? What's the matter?
Odette! A Burgundian arrow! May their souls rot in hell!
Huguette, do you hear me?
Francois, I told the father you were safe. I'll sleep a long time now. Francois,
Yes?
there really is another world, isn't there?
Huguette. Huguette.
There he is. Take him. François Villon?
Yes?
My orders are to take you to the palace. You're under arrest.
Arrest? But the city is free, His Majesty.
The order was from His Majesty himself. This way. He's in the dungeon, Your Majesty.
Open it. Good morning, Master Cutthroat.
Good morning, Cousin Blackheart. Does this mean that I'm to have the honor of your personal escort to the gibbet?
I'm given to understand that you and some other footpads had something to do with defeating the Burgundians last night. Is that true or not?
Well, suppose I did.
Only this, my friend, once again you made everything very complicated. You have a devilish talent for seating me on the point of the sword of justice, which is becoming uncomfortable in the extreme.
Oh, I'm sorry I have no cushion to offer for your Majesty's comfort.
Well, please spare me your witticisms. It's difficult enough trying to be King of France.
Oh, I found that out, Your Majesty.
That's the first nice thing you've ever said to me. Well, François Villon, in recognition of your heroic but murderous services to the crown, I hereby commute your sentence of death to life imprisonment.
Life imprisonment?
Don't interrupt. You shall be imprisoned within the confines of our beautiful France to wander or dally as you see fit. The stars shall be your roof, and your bed the lush meadows of Normandy or the warm sands of Brittany. That's almost poetry, isn't it?
The most beautiful I've ever heard, Your Majesty.
But there is one condition. As you are an inveterate mischief-maker, rabble-rouser, and sower of dissension, I forbid you to ever show yourself again inside the walls of Paris. You can have the rest of France, but I must have peace.
I sympathize, Your Majesty.
You'll be turned over to the custody of your foster father, who will see that you leave by the north gate before dawn tomorrow. Now get out.
Your Majesty.
My Lord Oh, get out. Oh, one other thing. Before you leave the palace, the Lady Catherine would like a word with you.
With the Lord Grand Constable, sir?
She said with François Villon. You owe her thanks, my friend. It may interest you to know that it was through her interest that your neck has been saved from the rope. Go to her.
No, it's much better if I leave now, Your Majesty. Will you kindly tell the Lady Catherine that I hope someday to make the saving of my neck worthy of her efforts. Good day, Your Majesty.
Go on, Father, quickly.
He told me to tell you that it was the end, my lady. That he could never accept your sacrifice until he knew for certain that he was deserving of it. That he was going on, hoping to find a further understanding of the things that now have come to him.
Which road did he take, Father?
I promised not to tell.
Was it the east?
No.
South?
No.
North?
I promised not to tell.
Oh, thank you, Father. Thank you.
Milady, there, that man walking ahead of us on the road down there now. Is he the one?
Oh, yes.
Shall we overtake him, my lady?
No, driver. No, we mustn't overtake him until he's very tired. You see, he's a very obstinate man.
20th century again. François Villon is once more a highly respected poet found on the shelves of our best libraries. And Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., Francis D., and Sir Cedric Hardwicke are returning to our microphone.
You know, C.B., François Villon is such a famous character in fiction that most of us forget that he actually lived. Are you a Villon admirer, Sir Cedric?
Well, as a literary critic, I'm a good cricket player. But people are still reading what our friend Francois wrote 500 years ago. Don't you think so, Doug?
Well, I studied in Paris for a couple of years and discovered that the fellow's still pretty much of a live hero at the University of Paris. He corresponds to the halfback who ran 90 yards in the Yale game of 1908. Except that Villon was a member of the class of 1440-something.
Probably won his letter in dueling.
And graduated with the law at his heels. But I doubt whether these motion pictures we make will be as much alive 500 years from now as Villon will.
5 centuries from now? The audience for our 1939 pictures will probably consist of archaeologists and termites.
I'd like to see the expression on a termite's face when he sees a couple of the pictures I've made.
Well, if you want to send a personal message to the archaeologists, I'll bury it for you in our back pasture.
There's one farmer to another, Francis. How are crops out your way?
Well, alfalfa's good, but the chickens are taking a month's vacation.
Well, they're probably entitled to it like everyone else.
Well, there's one thing that never gets a vacation at our house, and that's Lux soap. I've decided that it's really a daily necessity because it's such a splendid help to a smooth complexion. I started using it soon after I came to Hollywood, and I've been a faithful Lux soap fan ever since. Now, what are you planning for faithful Lux Radio Theater fans next week, C.B.?
Next Monday night, we're going to present Invitation to Happiness. And our stars will be Fred McMurray and Madeline Carroll. This is the story of a prize fighter who fought his greatest battle outside the ring, a fight for the love and respect of his own son.
Fred McMurray and Madeline Carroll. Oh, that'll be a great show, C.B. I'll be listening in. In the meantime, long live the Lux Radio Theater. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. You three have given Master Villon new life tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred McMurray and Madeline Carroll in Invitation to Happiness. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Melville Roig, asking you to be sure to listen to the Lux daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. This human and gripping story of a young, attractive woman doctor is brought to you every afternoon, Monday through Friday. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in tonight's play were Annalisa as Huguette, Wallace Roberts as Tristan, Barry McCollum as Renee, Frederick Shields as Father Villon, Tony Martelli as Oliver, Guy Rep as Captain, Lou Merrill as Delau, Howard McNear as Turgis, Frank Nelson as Cassin, Gloria Gordon as Queen, Marjorie McGregor as Colette, Lee Millar as D'Ossigny, Robert Warwick Sr. as a general, Kenneth Lawton as watchman, Tyler McVeigh and Sidney Newman as soldiers, and Gowan Burke as driver. Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. is now working in the Universal picture Green Hell and is currently seen on the screen in Rulers of the Sea, a Frank Lloyd production for Paramount. Francis D.'s new picture is the Columbia film Coast Guard. Sir Cedric Hardwicke appeared tonight through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where he has started work in The Invisible Man Returns. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for Hollywood Cavalcade. On tonight's program, you heard the tune Just Around the Corner. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown to bring you another of my books. A story called Crime for a King, in which a private detective, Roger King, is embroiled in a batch of bewildering events. Normally a private eye knows all about his assignment, but in this case our hero is in the dark, which naturally enough makes it hard for him to see where he's going. But he can tell it better than I can, so I'll hand over to Roger King.
There was an east wind driving past the car. Behind the wheel of the Dodge, I had to pull up my coat collar. I lit another cigarette and kept my eyes on the road and the car in front of me. The car which contained Miss Elise St. Chris, whom it was my job to follow. About 3/4 of an hour out of town, the road swung round in a bend. When I came round it, I saw the Packard had pulled into the side of the concrete, and a hefty character in chauffeur's uniform waved me to a stop. I wound the window down as he approached.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Miss St. Chris would like to speak to you.
And who is Miss St. Chris?
My dear sir, if you have not been following us for the last 25 miles, it must be my mistake. Just drive on and forget it. But if I am right, then you know who she is, and we can forget the pretenses.
Okay, fair enough. I'll have a word with the lady. Good evening.
Hello. You are the private detective, I presume.
A snooper is probably the word you're looking for.
Who do you snoop for?
Around this time of the year, Santa Claus. Now, what are you expecting in your stocking, apart from a luscious limb?
Is wit a necessary accompaniment of your profession?
Oh, not really. We throw it in as an extra.
You have not answered my question.
I have a client who pays good dough for me to trail you. Why should I tell you his name?
Because I am curious. Because I don't like being followed around.
That's too bad.
I don't think I like your attitude. You look like becoming a nuisance.
Oh, you'll get used to me after a while. Hey, let's ride in your car and save the juice in mine, huh? What do you say?
I say that you begin to bore me. Johnny?
Of course.
Hey, what?
Too late, my friend.
Something belonging to the chauffeur, probably his fist, came across my head, and I lost interest in the proceedings. When I came round, I was sitting behind the wheel of my car, with a headache and without the ignition key. The hulking chauffeur must have tossed it in the bushes. But I'd been caught that way before, and I kept a spare in the glove box. As I drove back in the direction of the city, which contained my apartment, which contained my bed, which would contain me as soon as I could get to it, the only thought in my mind was that my client wouldn't be happy about this. It was about 3 in the morning when I was climbing gratefully into the sheets, when suddenly... Roger King.
So glad you got home safely. Did you walk?
No, I cut a hole in the floorboards of the car and pedaled it home.
It's nice to know that you have not lost that quaint sense of humor.
That smack on the cranium has improved it. Tell that chauffeur of yours that next time we meet, I'll try and do the same thing for him.
Would that be wise? After all, he is so much bigger than you.
How did you get my name and phone number?
I would have thought that you could have deduced that. You were unconscious, weren't you? And in your pocket was your wallet, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Tell me, is there any point to this conversation, or you just like talking to me?
I don't like talking to you at all, Mr. King, but this once it is necessary. You received very mild treatment tonight. Next time it could be much, much nastier.
Are you threatening me, my elegant Elise? I can hardly hold the receiver. I'm trembling so badly.
Very funny. This is my last warning, King. Find something else to do, and tell whoever has employed you why. Otherwise, you might wake up one morning and find yourself dead.
Well, well. Now, just what the devil can all that mean? I arose refreshed but resentful, and I had an idea that my client, Mr. Polvey, was going to be resentful, too. It was about 10 o'clock when I presented myself at the offices of Overseas Enterprises Incorporated and asked the pulsating platinum blonde secretary to announce me.
Come in, King. Well, have you anything to report this morning?
In a short word, no.
What do you mean by that?
I followed her car, then I was hailed by a chauffeur. She made it clear she didn't like being followed. The chauffeur made it even clearer by slugging me over the skull. When I came to, they and their car had gone.
So you don't know where she went?
You're right on the ball this morning.
See here, King, I'm not paying you for rudeness. I'm paying you for results. of which I appear to receive none.
Just remember that it's one thing to trail someone who's using the subway, but quite another thing to trail someone who travels in a chauffeur-driven Packard.
That was your problem, and you don't seem to have tackled it very competently. I shall have to find someone who can carry out an assignment without falling down on it.
Does that mean I'm fired?
In a short word, yes.
Well, it doesn't exactly come as a surprise. How about my dough?
I shall have my secretary draw you a check. $150 covers it, I think. A lot of money to pay for nothing.
But you're not paying me for nothing, Polvey. You're paying for the privilege of discharging me. There was a restaurant on the ground floor of the building, and so I decided to step in for a cup of coffee. I'd hardly taken my first sip when a familiar, creamy voice fell on my ears.
Do you mind if I share your table?
Well, well, Miss St. Creets herself. And what are you doing here?
Asking if I can share your table.
Well, it's a free country, or so the rumor goes.
How was Mr. Polvey this morning?
Not very happy. He fired me. He thought private eyes should all have steel skulls, and because I hadn't got one, I must be masquerading under false pretenses.
That's too bad, Mr. King.
Oh, stop it. Your sympathy unmans me. In a minute, I'll be weeping salt tears into my good cup of coffee.
I'm glad you didn't have to walk home.
Oh, that's past history. Now, if I was still working for Polvey, I should be worried about letting you trail me to his office. But as I am now unemployed, I couldn't care less.
I wonder why Polvey had me followed.
Does that wad of dough you've just dropped casually on the table wonder, too?
Yes, you could say it does.
Much as I hate to pass up the chance of some folding money, I don't know. All I know is that Polvey hired me to follow you. He didn't tell me who you were or why he wanted tabs kept on you. All he told me was that you were going to that party last night and I was to take it from there. As you know, I didn't take it very far. In fact, my work for Polvey might be summed up in 3 words. Hired, tired, fired.
Well, thank you for being honest anyway. You're not leaving the money lying there, are you?
Honesty is so rare that it's for free.
You misunderstand me. That money is a retainer.
Retainer? For what?
For watching Mr. Polvey. I am hiring you to find out as much as you can about him.
Where do I report back to?
I shall call at your office every morning at 10. Any other questions, Mr. King?
Only one. Am I crazy or is everybody else?
That is not what I am paying you to find out. You will start on your assignment immediately, of course.
Well, not till around 5 this afternoon.
Why not at once?
Because the quickest, easiest, and best way to find out about Polvey is to trail his platinum blonde secretary.
Oh.
Not to mention the fact that following her will give me something interesting to look at on the way.
Yes. Oh, it's Mr. King.
Hi, beautiful.
What do you want?
Well, since you ask, what are you doing for dinner tonight?
I'm flattered, Mr. King. Don't tell me you came all the way out here just to ask me to dinner.
That's a fact.
And how did you know where I lived?
Simple. I followed you.
Well, in the face of that, what can I say? I have an engagement for dinner tonight, but come in and have a drink anyway, Mr. King.
Just call me Roger, huh? Miss,
Oliver. Marcia Oliver. This way, Roger.
Hey, quite a place you have here, Marcia.
I like it. This is the living room.
Hmm.
Will you have a martini?
You don't have to ask me twice.
Try the lounge. I find it very comfortable.
Thanks. Hey, you're right. It is, and big enough for 2.
You're getting a little ahead of yourself, aren't you, Roger? We're only at the drinking stage. Here you are.
Thanks. I drink to a very beautiful girl.
Who am I to call you a liar? Good luck.
You mix a masterly martini.
Oh, thank you. And how's the private detecting business?
Booming. In spite of the brush-up I had from your boss this morning.
Oh, that was too bad. He seemed to be in a very bad temper all day.
Tell me, what do Overseas Enterprises Incorporated do for a living?
Import, export. Fine stuff mostly. Jewelry, antiques and so on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, are you ready for another martini?
Thanks. Your version really has a kick in it. I've never had one martini hit me that hard before.
Maybe you've just got a weak head.
Not normally, but right now I feel something like the morning after 2 nights before.
Maybe you'd better not have any more.
Maybe I'd better not. That one seems... A Mickey Finn. You gave me a Mickey martini.
I think it's kind of appropriate. Dope for a dope?
You...
Morning, Mr. King. How you feeling?
Awful. Take those panel beaters out of my head. Hey, in this bed, it's moving.
It's not a bed, Mr. King. It's a bunk.
What?
And the reason it's moving is because we're at sea.
At sea?
That's right, Mr. King.
Hey, who are you?
My name's Harris. I'm the skipper of this yacht.
Shanghai. I'm being...
taken for a little cruise to the Caribbean.
Hey, now wait a minute,
I'm
Harris.
afraid we can't, Mr. King. We've been underway now for some hours.
Well, what's the idea?
Simply that the owner of this yacht feels that 10 days in the Caribbean would do you a lot of good.
Well, who's the owner?
I'm not at liberty to tell you that, I'm afraid.
Hey, but I don't want to spend 10 days in the Caribbean.
I'm sorry about that. But you don't seem to have any choice, do you?
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The yacht moved through a heavy swell at a fast clip. My thoughts moved through a heavy head at a feeble crawl. I looked around me. The cabin was fit for a king, but this king's name was Roger. And why Roger King had been drugged and then dragged on board, I hadn't the faintest idea. All I knew was that first I was working for Pulvey, trailing Elise and Crease. Then I was working for Elise, trailing Pulvey. And in the course of that, Pulvey's secretary, Marcia Oliver, fed me a dope martini, and here I was, all set for a cruise to the Caribbean.
Decided to come up for a breath of fresh air, Mr. King.
That's right, Captain Harris, and it feels very fresh.
Yeah, the swell's getting heavier. We look like having some fun. Do you have breakfast?
Yes, thanks. You run a first-rate service for Shanghai passengers.
We do our best.
You don't feel like doing better still and telling me why I'm here and who owns this boat?
I'm sorry, I can't oblige you.
Well, no harm in trying.
Now, Mr. King, I think you'd better go below.
I've had my quota of fresh air, huh?
I'd prefer you in your cabin. I'll have one of the crew conduct you.
Well, if I'm going to be incarcerated for any long periods, do you mind if I borrow one of your bottles to keep me company?
Not at all. There's a good supply in the saloon. You can stop off and pick up some on your way down.
I didn't notice the rest of the day pass, due largely to the bottle, whose contents transferred from it to me made things seem less bewildering. And then it happened. I was flung from the bunk to the floor, the empty bottle still in my hand. I picked myself up and tried the door. It was locked. The engines had stopped. Up above, I heard footsteps running along the deck, and after a while there was silence, except for a single sinister sound, the plash of running water. The cabin tilted to a crazy angle, and I could see the water creeping in under the door, and I was forced to the comfortless conclusion that I'd been left to my fate. And then I was proved wrong. Well, hi there, sailor. How's the hornpipe?
You're drunk.
That's right, Captain.
Perhaps it's just as well. We hit a reef, Mr. King. Got too close inshore in this fog.
Well, never mind. There are plenty of yachts.
It's bad luck for you, though. If this hadn't happened, you could have enjoyed a 10 days cruise. And then we'd have dumped you someplace. And that would have been it. But as things are now, I'm afraid I'll have to kill you.
Why, you bold, bad boy.
You see, we can't take any risk of you being around on the 18th. That was the whole reason for getting you aboard, to keep you out of the way till after the 18th. No, well, I'm sorry, King. I'll have to give it to you.
What, another bottle?
No. A bullet.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. There's already about a foot of water in here. I'm going to shoot you, and you'll go down with the yacht.
Hey, I think you're really serious.
Perfectly serious. Goodbye, King.
Oh, no. I'll bet you never figured I was such a good shot with an empty bottle. The bottle I had thrown in desperation had struck Harris just above the temple. If I'd been stone cold sober, I don't think I'd ever have done it. I left him lying there in the water, which was rapidly rising in the cabin, and made my way to the deck. I looked at the reef on which the yacht had struck, then at the waves now pounding hungrily against the sides of the vessel. Suddenly it lurched onto my feet. That told me as plainly as words that it was my time to get off. The reef below didn't look inviting, but it looked safer than the yacht. I swung out over the guardrail and let myself drop. I landed on the rock on all fours, and as I picked myself up and stumbled away from the yacht, there was a harsh, rending sound. I turned to see the yacht slowly turn sideways and disappear. Then I headed towards the end of the reef. I remember staggering across the slippery rock surface, and then the sudden shock of the ice-cold water, and nothing more.
Take it easy now. Come on, drink some more. Not so fast now. Gently, Dusty.
Yeah, what's this? A bed? Blankets? Where am I?
In bed in my cottage, Mr. King. Come on, have a little more of this brandy.
Hey, how'd I get here?
I found you on the beach. You must have made it to the end of the reef and swum the rest of the way.
Don't remember. Only remember the water.
I saw the yacht strike. Then I came down to the beach later. I saw an upturned dinghy out at sea. And then I found you. What about the others?
Don't know.
Well, perhaps you'd better not talk anymore, Mr. King.
You know my name.
Well, when I stripped off your clothes, I took out your wallet. Naturally, I looked through it, but it's all safe, your license, your money, everything. My name was Wallace, by the way. Hugh Wallace.
Well, Mr. Wallace, I guess I owe my life to you. That seems to entitle you to the whole story. And that's it, Mr. Wallace, right up to the time I saw the yacht go under. The rest of it, well, you know.
It's an incredible story. Now, what are you going to do now?
Going back to where I came from. I'm annoyed enough now to want a piece of revenge. And another thing, too. I'm curious about that date Harris mentioned, the 18th. I'd like to find out why I had to be kept away until after that. And what exactly is going to happen on the 18th?
What about the wreck?
I've been thinking about that. You saw an upturned dinghy. Looks as if the rest of the crew must have drowned. I know Harris is dead, and that leaves me the only survivor. I'd like to keep quiet about the wreck for two reasons. One, because to explain Harris's death would be awkward. And two, because with Polvey and his secretary thinking I'm dead, gives me an advantage. But of course, your conscience may insist on reporting the thing, Mr. Wallace. Well, it's up to you. You saved my life, and I won't argue with you on your decision, whatever it may be.
I believe your story, Roger. It's too fantastic to be anything but the truth. And I'm only too happy to keep quiet about the wreck. You see, I'm wanted in 4 states for forgery.
It was good to get home. It was good to roll into my own bed and sleep 18 hours straight. It was close to lunchtime of the next day when I got to my office and found an irate note from my employer, Miss St. Crease. I flicked the telephone dial to the number in her note.
Hello?
Good morning, Elise. Roger King speaking.
Oh.
I got your note. The tone of it seemed rather angry.
With good reason. Where have you been the last 3 days?
Around.
A round is expensive at $200. That is the amount I paid you, remember? I want more than that.
You'll get it. I've been busy. I couldn't wait around my office for you to call.
This had better be good. Otherwise, I shall ask Johnny to call on you and convince you that it is better to produce results.
Johnny?
He was driving my car the other night, remember? Johnny bends iron bars before breakfast simply because he has to work off his surplus energy.
That ape. If he gets near me, I'm liable to forget I'm trying to be a gentleman and break a chair over his head.
Oh, I'll tell him that. It will worry him for weeks.
Now, look, leaving your playmate Johnny out of the picture for a while, I'm onto something really good.
What is it?
I can't tell you yet, not until I'm really sure.
Mr. King, this begins to sound like stalling to me.
Now, just give me 2 more days. After all, as long as you know before the 18th, it's all right, isn't it?
Very well. I'm prepared to give you 2 more days. But if I don't hear from you by then, you will really be in trouble. That I can guarantee, Mr. King.
So, the 18th means something to you too, baby. The question is, what? And I figure there's only one person who can tell me that. You learn all kinds of handy hints in the private eye profession. One of them is how to use a knife blade to open a window. I thought I had a good half hour before Marcia Oliver got home. More than enough time for a quick look around. The Platinum Blonde's wardrobe was full of clothes. And if those clothes had been bought out of her salary as a stenographer, then, brother, I was going to take up shorthand and typing. I looked around for a hiding place. The full-length drapes over the living room window seemed to be as good a place as any. I arranged the drapes carefully, leaving myself a crack to see through, took a deep breath, and settled down to wait.
Here we are, honey. I'll get us a drink.
Baby. There's something I need more than liquor. Come here.
Rodney, take it easy.
You're going to tell me you don't like it?
No, honey, but there's no time. You can't stay here more than a minute. Paulvy's coming.
Paulvy? One of these days I'm going to wring his neck.
After the 18th, you can do it with pleasure, baby. But not before. He's too valuable.
Yeah, it makes me sick when I think of that slug and you.
Then don't think of it. It won't be for long now. Come on. Let me give you a drink and get going.
Skip the drink. I'll just have the same again.
Now, you must get out of here, Rodney.
Okay. But I won't be happy till the whole thing's over.
That's the day I'm living for, too, lover.
Goodbye, baby.
Bye.
You could pour one for me, too, Marcia. Only this time you can skip the Mickey Finn.
You're dead.
You mean I should be dead, but I'm not.
How did you get in here?
Through the window. I've been behind the curtains for quite a while.
Oh. Well, I don't know what you want here, but Mr. Paulvy will be calling very soon.
For his regular visit, huh? Which explains all that expensive clothing you own.
If he finds you here, he'll turn you over to the police.
I don't think so, baby. Not after that little sea trip you arranged for me. You and Paulvy, I presume. I think you'd better give me a little information. If you don't, I'll tell Paulvy of the pretty little scene I just witnessed between you and dear Rodney. I'm sure he'd love to hear all about it.
What do you want?
For a start, the 18th. That's a date everyone seems to be interested in. What happens then?
I don't know.
Now, baby, don't start with the fairy stories.
Paulvy says he's pulling off a big deal then. There'll be a stack of money in it, and I'll get some. That's all I know.
Well, that could be true, I guess. And why did you slip me that dope martini?
I was scared when you said you followed me home. I thought Paulvy's wife might have put you onto me. I wanted to keep you here till I could get in touch with Paulvy and ask him what to do.
And he suggested the sea trip?
Yes.
I don't think I believe you, but I can wait. When Paulvy comes tonight, find out something definite about the 18th. I'll call back around midnight. You'd better know then, or I'll blow the whole works to Pal Paulvy. So it's up to you, baby.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The deeper I delved into the setup, the more it made mystery. It was turning out a king-size problem for a private eye called King. My big bewilderment was concerned with the date, the 18th, on which something was supposed to happen, which everyone was worried about in one way or another. But I figured I stood a fair chance of finding out what the 18th meant after the ultimatum I had delivered to Marcia Oliver. I was due to call on her at midnight, when I hoped all would be explained. Meantime, I headed for the precinct to pick up my car, which had been impounded from in front of Paulvy's office. After a long explanation to the police about sick relatives and a $20 fine, I got the Dodge back, and then it was close enough to midnight and Marcia.
Oh, it's you.
It's not my twin brother.
You couldn't have a twin brother. There couldn't be two mistakes like you.
You know, Marcia, you're sweet, like cyanide candy.
Cut the compliments and come in.
You phrased the invitation so tenderly, I can't resist.
I'm glad, pal. Just stand nice and still. This is a hair trigger and my finger's twitching. Shut the door, Marcia.
Sure.
We've been waiting for you, pal.
Well, that's nice of you, Rodney.
It's gonna be even nicer. I'm gonna relieve you of your gun. Then your coat will fit better.
That's not my gun. It's my tailor.
I'll have it anyway. I'd hate to put temptation in your path. Ah, that's better.
You know, Roger, I'm surprised you forgot about Rodney so quickly.
Honey, I'm even more surprised. I must be slipping.
That can happen when a guy gets close to his end.
I've still got a way to go.
Have you?
Well, I thought I had, but I guess I could be wrong.
You certainly could, pal. You know, you're a guy who keeps looking for trouble.
It keeps looking for me.
You should have kept moving south when you got off that yacht. A guy can't be that lucky twice.
I suppose not.
Yeah, you're a problem, pal. But not too big a one for a guy with brains.
Where is he? I don't see him.
Don't get smart, King.
Sorry.
You see, our problem with you is this. While you're still around, you're liable to tell Paulvy things we don't want him to know. He's got a nasty, suspicious mind. So, what are we going to do?
Let's think it over for the next fortnight.
Murder isn't a rap I'd care to risk.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
I'll bet you are.
You haven't heard it all, pal.
I'm listening.
Tell me this. Where does Paulvy think you are now?
Well, I guess he...
That's right, pal. He thinks you're under the water with the rest of the boys who were on his yacht. So maybe you can figure the answer to our problem now, huh?
If it's what I think it is.
You get the prize, pal. All I have to do is put you back where you belong, under the water, and nobody's going to miss you. And if anyone does, that's Paulvy's worry, not mine.
You're forgetting one thing, Rodney. When I took that sea voyage, it was planned very suddenly. So suddenly that I didn't have a chance to shift my car from outside Paulvy's office.
So what?
So the police impounded it after it had been there a couple of days.
I don't get it.
Guess when I paid $20 to get it back?
When?
Exactly 45 minutes ago. So if you knock me off, it's not going to be Paulvy's worry. It's going to be yours. The police know I was alive an hour ago.
You're lying.
Wait a minute, Rodney. He's not. I remember seeing a car driven away from out front of the office. What model is it, Roger?
Blue Dodge, 49 sedan.
Well, that's it. I saw it.
Of all the rotten...
No language in front of the lady.
Rodney, this changes the whole thing. What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Well, I think I do.
Huh?
Let's have another look at this thing. Now that I've proved I'd be a nuisance if you killed me, what about a deal?
Such as?
You tell me what happens on the 18th, and I'll tell you what I know. How about that?
What's your angle, King?
I'm not working for anyone. I decided tonight to resign from my latest employer, so I've just got a large slice of curiosity after Paulvy tried to get rid of me. Whatever's behind it, there must be dough in it. And I'm not the sort of guy to look sideways at a buck. I'm not even ready to quarrel whether it's an honest buck or not.
Oh. Marcia, what do you think?
That might be a proposition, Rodney. That's one sure way of keeping his mouth shut between now and the 18th. And we could use someone else. It might make the job easier.
Yeah, you could be right at that. Okay, King, I'm putting the gun away. It's a deal.
Fine. How about a drink to clinch it? I've got a kind of dry feeling.
I'll bet with my gun staring you in the face. Yeah, fix the drinks, baby.
Sure.
Now, it's pretty lucky for you, King. That business about the cops in your car.
Yeah, I guess so.
You'd have been laying around the bottom of the sea without it.
Forget that, Rodney. Here are the drinks.
Thanks. You'll forgive me if I don't wait. Hey, I needed that. Okay, Rodney, suppose you give with the story now.
Sure. Well, first of all, Paulvy. Overseas Enterprises Incorporated, his import-export business, is just a sideline. His real work is jewelry. Polvy's one of the finest craftsmen in the world. Well, when anybody's got something really valuable they want altered or fixed, they take it along to Polvy. He's kept his name pretty quiet for obvious reasons.
Of course. He wouldn't want the boys who collect that kind of stuff illegally to get to hear about him.
Next, we come to a dame, the Baroness von Oltz. You ever heard of her, King?
No.
Well, you should have. She owns the Carmel Royne diamond pendant.
I've heard of that.
She bought it for $500,000. They say it's worth more now.
Must be nice to have money.
The Baroness arrived here a couple of days ago. It was in the papers.
I never read the social columns.
You should. Then you might have figured what that date means, the 18th. You see, on the 18th, there's a ball being held in honor of the Baroness von Oltz. Everybody who's anybody in town will be there. And the Baroness will be wearing her pendant.
Daylight breaks through. Correct me if I'm wrong. On the 18th, you aim to snatch the Baroness's pendant.
I'm correcting you. Polvy aims to have it snatched.
What? I may not be the brightest private eye in the business, but that doesn't sound smart to me.
You haven't heard the half of it.
I hope not. To snatch a pendant like that, you have to love it for its own sake. Nobody'd touch it. It'd be too hot.
Sure, you're 100% right.
Well?
Well, it so happens that when the Baroness arrived here, she found the clip on the pendant needed some attention. So who does she send it to?
I'll guess. Polvy?
Polvy, the expert who, luckily enough, lives right here. And Polvy has the pendant for 3 days, with cops and guards sitting all over the joint.
So what? You're getting hard to follow, Rodney.
It'll clear up. Now get this. When Polvy knows he's getting the pendant to work on, he makes an imitation pendant, a pretty good one. Not so good that it'll fool the experts, but good enough to fool the Baroness. When the time comes for him to return the pendant, he's going to return the imitation and hang on to the original.
How does he figure he's going to get away with that? How long does he think it'll take before the Baroness finds out she's got a phony?
That's right. So Polvy is arranging to have the fake pendant snatched at the ball on the 18th.
Oh.
You get it now? He has the fake snatched. Then he waits for the insurance company to offer a reward. It's insured for $300,000. And the insurance company won't think there's anything unusual about the pendant being offered to them through a jeweler. I tell you, this Polvy character has some ideas.
Very neat. So he collects the insurance on the diamond without having to worry about disposing of it, which he couldn't do anyway, seeing it's so well known.
It's really one for the books, isn't it?
You said it, Marcia. But where do you and Rodney come into it?
That's simple. I'm the guy Polvy's paying to do the snatch.
Yeah? Well, that's interesting.
Isn't it?
But not as interesting as the setup between you and Marcia. From what I overheard earlier tonight, neither of you exactly care for Polvy.
You're going to say that again.
So my brilliant mind leaps to the conclusion that maybe you two are planning a little piece of double-cross?
Right on the button, pal. We got it planned rather cutely, even though I say it myself. You see, I'll be at the ball, and so will Polvy. But while we're busy there, Marcia will be paying Polvy's office a visit and collecting the real pendant.
And then?
Then we fade quietly into the wide blue yonder until we can collect from the insurance company.
So that's it, Roger. Well, how do you like it?
It doesn't sound a bad proposition. There's only one thing I don't understand, and that's Elise St. Chris and her boyfriend, Johnny.
Who?
Elise St. What? Who's she?
Marcia, you better pour another drink while I tell you. While they sipped their drinks, I went through the story from the beginning. How Polvy hired me to follow Elise, and how she hired me to follow him, with all the details, right up to where we are now. When I finished, Rodney looked at Marcia, and they both looked at me.
I don't like the sound of that. This St. Chris dame and her sidekick must be after the pendant, too.
You'll have to watch out for them, Rodney.
Don't worry, I'm going to.
We're all going to. What's the situation right now?
Well, today's the 16th. Polvy's due to give the fake pendant to the Baroness tomorrow, the day before the ball.
Uh-huh. So now we just wait till the day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me that this Elise St. Chris around, it might be a good idea if I went with Marcia when she collects the real pendant from Polvy's office.
Yeah, it might be at that. I'll think about it and let you know.
Fine. Now, if it's okay with you, I think I need some sleep.
Sure.
Oh, just one thing.
Yeah?
I sleep better with a gun under my pillow. Can I have mine back?
Sure. I'll even hand it to you, but first. After all, we're partners now, aren't we?
The social columns of the papers next morning were full of nothing but the Baroness von Oltz and the coming ball. There was no photograph, but they gave the name of the hotel she was staying at. After coffee, I took a ride over to it. I wanted an interview with the Baroness, but when I climbed out of the elevator, 4 quiet-looking characters moved up to me, and one of them did the talking.
Yes?
I want to speak to the Baroness von Oltz.
What's your business?
I'm Roger King, a private detective. My business is private and urgent.
Sorry, Mr. King, the Baroness is seeing nobody.
I tell you it's important.
We've got our orders. You heard what they are.
Yeah, but I tell you...
Please, Mr. King, don't make a scene. There's only one of you, and there are 4 of us.
So I see, but... Say, who's that? That woman who just walked out of that door and across the hall.
That is the Baroness herself.
It is? Well, in that case, let's forget the whole thing. I'll go.
Something amusing you?
Uh-huh. And it's no good explaining why, except to say that she may be the Baroness von Oltz to you, but to me, she's Elise St. Chris.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The more I thought about it, the funnier it became. And the laugh was on me, because there was I, Roger King, the smart private eye, itching to tell the Baroness von Oltz that there was a plot to plant her with a fake diamond pendant. And the Baroness was fake herself, or was pretending to be. I couldn't decide which. All I knew was that the Baroness and Elise St. Chris were the same dame. I kicked that intriguing fact around in my head for the rest of that day, and came evening, I was outside Marcia's apartment door again.
Hi.
Hi yourself. Or are you?
Not yet, but I've got the wherewithal waiting. Come on in. I kind of thought you'd be calling tonight.
Well, that's nice. And so is this room. Cozy lights, warm fire.
I pulled the lounge up in front of it.
For you and Rodney?
Rodney won't be over tonight.
Oh.
I'll pour us a drink. Why don't you relax?
Hey, that's a great idea. I never felt more like relaxing.
Me neither. Here we are.
Thanks.
You don't have to sit as far away as that, do you? Move closer.
Here's to crime.
Here's to our partnership.
What's the setup for tomorrow night?
It's all fixed. The ball starts at 9. You pick me up here about 10. We'll go over to Polvy's office and pick up the pendant. Then we head south and meet Rodney.
Sounds simple enough.
Uh-huh. So we don't have to think about it anymore.
Suits me.
Roger, you're smart. From right outside the whole thing, you picked up even more than Rodney knew. About the St. Chris woman and everything.
Just luck. Private eye has to have some luck sometimes, otherwise he goes broke.
Now you're being modest. You know, it's not fair. You being handsome as well as clever.
Lady with a line like that, you leave me breathless.
Girl has to watch points. You can't be too careful about choosing a man. I'm ditching Polvy only just in time. And there are moments when I find myself wondering whether Rodney's really smart enough to get by.
Round about now, I think I could move even closer.
I think you could, too.
I picked up Marcia promptly at 10 the next night, the 18th. She had 2 of her suitcases packed, and I put them in the boot of the Dodge, and we drove round to the offices of Overseas Enterprises. Marcia had all the right keys, and as the elevator wasn't working, we used the stairs.
Hold the flashlight up while I find the key.
Sure. It's nice that Polvy trusts you so much.
Yeah, isn't it? Ah, this is it. Well, come on. Let's Let's not waste any time. It's in his office. You can turn on the light now, I think.
Okay. Where does he keep it?
In the safe.
I don't see any safe.
It's a wall model. Behind that picture.
Have you got the key to that?
It's a combination lock. But don't worry. The picture slides up.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. 6, 2, 7. That's it. And there it is. Oh, look, Roger.
The Carmel Royal Pendant. Hey, it's really something, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful.
But not real.
Polby!
That's right, Mr. King. Just keep your hands by your sides. This gun and I aren't joking.
Why aren't you at the ball?
Because that pendant's a fake. As big a fake as you, my dear Marcia. It's very funny, isn't it? I hope you both appreciate it. The real pendant turns out to be a fake.
It can't be.
But it is. All the planning, all the double-crossing, for nothing. I took it out tonight for another look at it, and then I noticed something. Something only very few people would have the knowledge or experience to see. It's very pretty, very well made, and worth about $1,500. An expensive phony, but a phony.
Who pulled the switch? The beautiful Elise St. Crease?
I suppose so, though I don't know how she could have done it.
Where does she fit into this picture anyway?
I met her in Europe about 6 months ago. She talked to me in vague terms about the possibility of doing a deal. She didn't mention the name of the Baroness, but the plot was outlined to me. I told her I'd think it over. I did. And when I got back here, I decided there was no good reason for cutting her into the deal. I could handle the whole thing myself.
Sure, why split profits if you don't have to?
Exactly. When the Baroness arrived and I got the job of fixing the clip on the pendant, I realized the Baroness was who Elise St. Crease had been talking about. She called me a day or so later and told me she was over here and what about her deal. I said I wasn't interested. Then she threatened me. That was when I hired you to keep an eye on her.
Uh-huh. The pieces fall into place.
But I didn't think Marcia was planning to double-cross me.
Well, you know how it is, Polby. One good cross deserves another.
She won't get the chance to try it again. I'm going to kill you, Marcia. And your private eye friend will join you next.
Take it easy, Polby. That won't get you anywhere. If you cool down, we can still make some dough out of this deal.
What are you talking about?
Did you ever see the Baroness von Oltz?
No.
I'll bet you didn't. She'd take care of that. You see, the Baroness and Elise St. Crease are one and the same.
What?
That's right.
Why would she want to rob herself?
I think I've figured that. Was a cunning caper. Even baronesses can be broke, and I think at one stage she must have been so broke that she sold the pendant. Not in its original form, of course.
It must have been split up. It's too well known to sell any other way.
Yeah, and at the same time I think she had a fake made. The one in your safe right now.
Go on, King.
Then dough gets short again, and she gets another idea. If her pendant should be stolen, she could claim the insurance money. But if it is stolen, she has to make sure it doesn't turn up again, because it's a fake.
Yes, I'm beginning to see it.
Sure. She puts up the scheme to you that she should be robbed of a fake pendant at the ball, the one you would supply while you kept the one you thought was real. She knows the fake one stolen from her will be destroyed, and the original will be returned by you to the insurance company. But here's where you get the big laugh. When you return what you think is the original, Elise, or the Baroness, whichever you prefer, has a look at it and yells fake. The insurance people check up. They find it is a fake. And that means the Baroness collects the insurance dough, and you're left without even a fake pendant.
I don't believe it.
Can you make the facts fit any other way?
Of course not. You're right, Roger.
That was why the Baroness couldn't be known as the Baroness to you. That's why she took the name of Elise St. Crease.
Well, all that dirty double-crossing...
Polby, that doesn't really come well from you. She was just too smart for you.
And how do you think we can make money out of it now?
We should like to know that, too.
What?
Watch him, Johnny.
I am. You fooled me. I'll...
I am afraid poor Mr. Polby will do nothing any more.
Very stupid of any man to try shooting at a man who is behind him.
Marcia, I'd better introduce you. This is the lady we were talking about, Elise St. Crease, alias the Baroness. And the gentleman is named Johnny, alias, I presume, the Baron.
So, you worked that out too, Mr. King.
It just came to me like a flash.
Oh, you have more brains than we credited you with.
Like the late Mr. Polby, he did too. We picked him as a so-called expert who wouldn't notice the fake. But he was a better craftsman than we thought.
How did you get here?
We noticed Mr. Polvey had left the ball. We thought it might be wise to follow his example.
Johnny, we are wasting time.
Yes, of course, my dear. We're going for a ride, Mr. King. And I'm going to enjoy our farewell. Though I'm afraid I can't say the same for you.
Drop that gun.
What in the...
Drop it, pal. That's better. I always feel safer when I'm the only guy with a gun.
Well, well, well. Just like a daisy chain, isn't it? Polvey holds us up, then the Baron holds Polvey up. And now little Rodney holds the Baron up.
Oh, Rodney, I'm so glad you came.
Are you? I wonder. I just got an idea in my head that maybe you and King were trying a little funny stuff. Stay where you are, King.
It's okay, Rodney. I just want to grab this gun.
Get him, Johnny!
Oh, no, don't try it, Baron. Freeze. I'm just aching for an excuse to let you both have it. Marcia,
Yes, Roger.
go downstairs and call the cops. Wait till they arrive and then bring them up. Tell them I'm here with the Baron and his wife, and we've discovered they stole the pendant. Tell them you're Polvey's secretary and that I was working for Polvey, and he's been murdered. Got it?
Yes, Roger. I've got it. I'll be as quick as I can.
Well, this is nice and cozy now, isn't it? You know, Johnny, I never liked you from the off. From that time you hit me over the head when I wasn't looking.
I assure you the feeling is mutual.
But I don't think you've got any nerve at all. Behind that tough front, I think there's only a watermelon.
Big talk when you have two guns. Mine and your own.
We'll see. Elise, come here.
Yes?
Here's your husband's gun. Take it by the barrel and walk backwards toward him. If you try to turn, I'll shoot.
Very well.
Now, we'll see who's the better man, Johnny. When she gives you the gun, Elise can count to 3, and then we'll fire.
You are going to fight a duel with me?
Unless you're too scared.
That I have never been accused of.
Okay. Hand him the gun. Now start counting, honey.
1,
Make your last wish, King, quickly.
2, 3. You hit him, Johnny! You hit him!
But not so badly as he hit me.
Don't go for his gun, Elise. It's only my shoulder that's got a slug in it. I can still pull a trigger. You've been a sucker, Baron.
How?
There was only one thing wrong with the setup. When the cops turn up, I could explain Rodney's death. He could be one of Polvey's assistants who turned up because he wanted to rescue us from you. But the trouble was that though he was shot with your gun, Johnny, it had my fingerprints on it. Now it has yours.
Why, you...
We shall tell the police the truth.
And who do you think they'll believe? They're coming now. Smile, suckers.
This is Carter Brown. You've got to hand it to Roger King, haven't you? He may have been befogged in the beginning, but he came in fine at the finish. I couldn't let him do anything else, could I? He's a hero. My next book's got a different kind of leading character, Richard Van Bryden III. I've called his saga Malice for a Multimillionaire because that's what he is. So this is Carter Brown saying so long for now. Be seeing you.
In Crime for a King, you heard our star Terry McDermott as Roger King. The Carter Brown Mystery Theatre, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
England, 1529. King Henry VIII is on the English throne. Cardinal Wolsey is Lord Chancellor, the most prestigious office in the land. Sir Thomas More is Speaker of the House of Commons, one of the most intelligent and influential men in England, and, moreover, The King's Friend. A Man for All Seasons.
It is perverse to start a play made up of kings and cardinals in speaking costumes and intellectuals with embroidered mouths with me. If a king or a cardinal had done the prologue, he'd have had the right materials. And an intellectual would have shown enough majestic meanings, coloured propositions, and closely woven liturgical stuff to dress the House of Lords. Well, I'll give you a proposition of my own. Now, where's my steward's costume? There's company to dinner. Duke of Norfolk and Master Richard here we are. Matthew, the household steward of Sir Thomas More, a common man, a 16th century butler. The 16th century is the century of the common man, like all the other centuries. And that's my proposition.
The wine, please, Matthew.
It's there, Sir Thomas. Is it good? Bless you, sir. I don't know.
Bless you, too, Matthew.
Every man has his price.
Master Richard.
But yes, in money, too. No. All pleasure, titles, women, bricks and mortar, there's always something.
Childish.
Well, in suffering, certainly.
By a man with suffering?
Impose suffering and offer him escape.
Oh, for a moment I thought you were being profound.
Good evening, Matthew.
Evening, sir.
No, not a bit profound. It then becomes a purely practical question of how to make him suffer sufficiently.
Richard, you should go back to Cambridge. You're deteriorating.
Well, I'm not used. Do you know how much I have to show for 7 months' work?
Work?
Work. Waiting's work when you wait as I wait. Hard. For 7 months, that's 200 days, I have to show the acquaintance of the Cardinal's outer doorman, the indifference of the Cardinal's inner doorman, and the Cardinal's Chamberlain's hand in my chest. Oh, and also one half of a good morning delivered at 50 paces by the Duke of Norfolk. Doubtless he mistook me for someone.
He was very affable at dinner.
Oh, everyone's affable here. Also, of course, the friendship of Sir Thomas More. Or should I say acquaintance?
Say friendship.
Well, there. A friend of Sir Thomas and still no office? There must be something wrong with him.
I thought we said friendship. The Dean of St. Paul's offers you a post, with a house, a servant, and £50 a year.
What? What post?
At the new school.
A teacher?
Well, a man should go where he won't be tempted. Look, Richard, see this goblet? Look.
It's beautiful.
Italian. Do you want it? Why, no joke. Keep it. Sell it.
Well, thank you, of course. Thank you, but
it was sent to me a little while ago by some woman. Now she's put a lawsuit into the Court of Requests. It's a bribe, Richard.
Oh. So you give it away, of course.
Yes. Well, I'm not going to keep it. And you need it. But of course, if you feel it's contaminated...
No, I'll risk it.
Why not be a teacher? You'd be a fine teacher, perhaps a great one.
And if I was, who would know it?
You, your pupils, your friends, God. Not a bad public, that.
Oh, and a quiet life. You say that.
Oh, Richard, I was commanded into office. It was inflicted on me. Can't you believe that?
It's hard.
Be a teacher.
I tell you, Alice, he stooped from the clouds.
We'll settle this, my lord. We'll put it to Thomas. Thomas, no falcon could stoop from a cloud, could he?
Well, I don't know, my dear. It sounds unlikely.
There.
I've heard. Well, I've seen falcons do some very splendid things.
But how could he stoop from a cloud? He couldn't see where he was going.
You see, Alice, you're ignorant of the subject. A real falcon don't care where he's going.
That's curious.
It was the very first cast of the day. The sun was behind us, and from side to side of the valley, like the roof of a tent, was solid mist.
Oh, mist?
Well, mist is cloud, isn't it?
No.
The opinion of Aristotle is that mists are an exhalation of the earth.
He stood 500 feet. Like that. Like an act of God, isn't he, Thomas?
He's tremendous.
Tremendous.
What was that of Aristotle's, Richard?
Nothing, Sir Thomas, is out of place.
I've never found much use in Aristotle myself. Not practically. Great philosopher, of course. Wonderful mind.
Exactly, Your Grace.
Eh?
Master Rich is newly converted to the doctrines of Machiavelli.
Oh, the Italian. Nasty book, from what I hear.
The doctrines of Machiavelli have been largely mistaken, I think. Indeed, properly apprehended, he has no doctrine. Master Cromwell has the sense of it, I think, when he says...
You know Cromwell?
Slightly, Your Grace.
The Cardinal's secretary?
No.
What?
It's a fact.
When, Howard?
2-3 days.
A farrier's son?
Well, the Cardinal's a butcher's son, isn't he?
It'll be up quick and down quick with Master Cromwell.
Yeah.
Letter for you, Sir Thomas. Oh, thank you, Matthew. Talk of the Cardinal's secretary, and the Cardinal appears. He wants me. Now.
At this time of night?
The King's business.
The Queen's business?
More than likely, Alice, more than
What's
likely.
the time? 11 o'clock, sir. Is there a boat? Waiting, sir. Go to bed, my dear.
Yes.
You'll excuse me, Your Grace.
Of course.
Richard. Certainly. Now, you go to bed. Dear Lord, give us rest tonight. Or if we must be wakeful, cheerful. Careful only for our soul's salvation. For Christ's sake, amen. And bless our Lord the King.
And bless our Lord the King.
Amen. Goodbye, my dear.
Take care, Thomas.
Bye. Howard, are you at Richmond?
No, down the river.
Then good night.
Sir Thomas, I wondered if...
Oh, Your Grace. Here's a young man desperate for employment. Something in the clerical line.
Well, if you recommend him...
No, I don't recommend him, but I point him out. He's at the New Inn. You could take him there.
All right. Come on.
My lord. Sir Thomas, thank you.
Be a teacher, Richard.
Your Grace. It's 1:30. Where have you been?
1 o'clock, Your Grace. I've been on the river.
Since you seem so violently opposed to the Latin dispatch, I thought you'd like to look it over.
Oh, thank you, Your Grace.
Before it goes...
Your Grace is very kind. Thank you.
Well, what do you think of it?
It seems very well phrased, Your Grace.
The devil it does. And apart from the style, Sir Thomas?
I think the council should be told before that goes to Italy.
Would you tell the council? Yes, I believe you would. You're a constant regret to me, Thomas. If you could just see facts flat on, without that moral squint, with just a little common sense, you could have been a statesman.
Oh, Your Grace flatters me.
Don't frivol. The King...
Yes.
He's been to play in the muck again.
Indeed.
Thomas, the King wants a son. What are you going to do about it?
I'm very sure the King needs no advice from me on what to do about it.
Thomas, we're alone. I give you my word. There is no one here.
I didn't suppose there was, Your Grace.
Oh. Do you favor a change of dynasty, Sir Thomas? Do you think 2 Tudors is sufficient?
God's sake, Your Grace.
Then the King needs a son. I repeat, what are you going to do about it?
I pray for it daily.
God's death, he means it. That thing out there is at least fertile, Thomas.
But she's not his wife.
No. Catherine's his wife, and she's as barren as a brick. Are you going to pray for a miracle?
There are precedents.
Yes. All right. Good. Pray. Pray by all means. But in addition to prayer, there is effort. My efforts to secure a divorce. Have I your support, or have I not?
A dispensation was given so that the King might marry Queen Catherine for state reasons. Now we are to ask the Pope to dispense with his dispensation also for state reasons.
I don't like plodding, Thomas. Don't make me plod longer than I have to. Well?
Then clearly all we have to do is approach His Holiness nicely.
I think we might influence His Holiness's answer.
With this dispatch?
With that and in other ways.
I've already expressed my opinion on that.
Then good night. Oh, your conscience is your own affair. But you're a statesman. Do you remember the Yorkish Wars?
Very clearly.
Let him die without an heir, and we'll have them back again. Let him die without an heir, and this peace you think so much of will go out like that. Very well, then. England needs an heir. Certain measures, perhaps regrettable, perhaps not. There is much in the church that needs reformation, Thomas. All right. Regrettable, but necessary to get us an heir. Now explain how you, as Councillor of England, can obstruct those measures for the sake of your own private conscience.
Well, I believe when statesmen forsake their own private conscience for the sake of their public duties, they lead their country by a short route to chaos. And we shall have my prayers to fall back on.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? To govern the country by prayer.
Yes, I should.
I'd like to be there when you try.
Yes.
Who will deal with all this paper after me? You, Fisher, Suffolk?
Fisher for me.
Aye, but for the king. What about my secretary, Master Cromwell?
Cromwell?
You'd rather do it yourself?
Me rather than Cromwell.
Then come down to earth. And until then, allow for an enemy here.
As your grace pleases.
As God wills.
Perhaps, your grace.
More. You should have been a cleric.
Like yourself, your grace.
Matthew. Allow me, Sir Thomas.
Thank you. Is Lady Alice in bed?
Yes, sir.
Lady Margaret?
No, sir. Master Roper's here.
At this hour? Who let him in?
He's a hard man to keep out, sir.
Where are they?
Here, Father.
Good morning, William. It's a little early for breakfast.
I hadn't come for breakfast, sir.
Will wants to marry me, Father.
Well, he can't marry you.
Sir Thomas, I'm to be called to the bar.
Oh, congratulations, Roper.
My family may not be at the palace, sir, but in the city they...
Roper? The answer's no. And will be no, so long as you're a heretic.
That's a word I don't like, Sir Thomas.
It's not a likable word. It's not a likable thing.
The church is heretical. Dr. Luther's proved that to my satisfaction.
Luther's an excommunicate.
From a heretic church. Church? It's a shop. Forgiveness by the florin. Job lots now in Germany. Yes, and divorces.
Divorces?
Oh, half England's buzzing with that.
Half England? The Inns of Court may be buzzing. England doesn't buzz so easily. Listen, Roper. 2 years ago, you were a passionate churchman. Now you're a passionate Lutheran. We must just pray that when your head's finished turning, your face is to the front again.
Don't lengthen your prayers with me, sir.
No. One more or less. Is your horse here?
No, I walk.
Well, take a horse from the stables and get back home. Go along.
May I come again?
Yes, soon.
Good night, sir.
I'll see you around the
Is that final, Father?
As long as he's a heretic, Meg, that's absolute. Nice boy. Terribly strong principles, though.
Now, it's somewhere here. Yes. Whether we follow tradition in ascribing Wolsey's death to a broken heart, or accept Professor Larkham's less feeling diagnosis of pulmonary pneumonia, its effective cause was the king's displeasure. He died at Leicester on the 29th of November, 1530, while on his way to the Tower under charge of high treason. England's next Lord Chancellor was Sir Thomas More, a scholar, and, by popular repute, a saint. His scholarship is supported by his writings. Saintliness is a quality less easy to establish, but from his willful indifference to realities which, for obvious to quite ordinary contemporaries, it seems all too probable that he had it.
Rich, what brings you to Hampton?
I came with the Duke last night, Master Cromwell. They're hunting again.
It's a kingly pastime, Master Rich. I'm glad you found employment. You're the Duke's secretary, are you not?
My work is mostly secretarial.
Or is it his librarian you are?
I do look after His Grace's library, yes.
Ah. Well, that's something. And I don't suppose you're bothered much by his grace. In the library. It's odd how differently men's fortunes flow. My late master died in disgrace, and here I am in the king's own service. There you are, in a comparative backwater. Yet the new Lord Chancellor's an old friend of yours.
He isn't really my friend.
Oh, I thought he was.
In a sense, he is.
Well, I always understood. He set you up in life.
Master Cromwell, what is it that you do for the king?
Yes, I should like to know that, Master Cromwell.
Signor Chapuis. You've met His Excellency, Rich, the Spanish ambassador, the Duke of Norfolk's librarian.
But how should we introduce you, Master Cromwell, if we had the happiness?
Oh, sly. Do you notice how sly he is, Rich? Well, I suppose you would call me the king's ear. It's a useful organ, the ear, but in fact it's even simpler than that. When the king wants something done, I do it.
For example, Master Cromwell?
Beware these professional diplomats. Well, now, for example, next week at Deptford we are launching the Great Harry. 1,000 tons, 4 masts, 66 guns, an overall length of 175 feet. It's expected to be very effective. All this you probably know. However, you may not know that the king himself will guide her down the river. Yes, the king himself will be her pilot.
The king?
He will have assistance, of course, but he himself will be her pilot. He will have a pilot's whistle upon which he will blow, and he will wear in every respect a common pilot's uniform, except for the material, which will be cloth of gold. These innocent fancies require more preparation than you might suppose, and someone has to do it. Meanwhile, I do prepare myself for higher things. I stock my mind.
Master Cromwell, don't we all? This ship, for instance, it has 56 guns, by the way, not 66, and only 40 of them heavy. After launching, I understand the king will take his barge to Chelsea.
Yes.
To Sir Thomas More's. Will you be there?
Oh, no. They'll talk about the divorce. The king will ask him for an answer.
He has given his answer.
The king will ask him for another.
Sir Thomas is a good son of the church.
Sir Thomas is a man.
No sign of him, my lord.
God's body, Alice, he must be found.
He must be in the house.
He's not in the house, Mother.
Then he must be here in the garden.
He takes things too far, Alice.
Do I not know it?
It will end badly for him.
I know that, too.
My lady...
Where is my father?
No, sir.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Jesus.
My lady, the king.
Yes, fool. And if the king arrives and the chancellor's not here...
my lady, it's not my fault.
Lady Alice, Thomas will get no good of it. This is not how Wolsey made himself great.
Thomas has his own way of doing things, my lord.
Yes, yes, Thomas is unique. But where is Thomas?
Thomas! Father,
my Lord Chancellor, what sort of fooling is this? Does the king visit you every day?
No, but I go to Vespers most days.
He's here.
But isn't this visit meant to be a surprise?
For you, yes, not for him.
Father,
You propose to meet the king disguised in a cassock as a parish clerk? A parish clerk, my Lord Chancellor. You dishonor the king and his office.
The service of God is not a dishonor to any office. Believe me, my friend, I do not ridicule the honor His Majesty is doing. Your Majesty does my house more honor than I fear my household can bear.
No ceremony, Thomas, no ceremony. Passing fancy. I happen to be on the river. Look, mud. I fear we come upon you unexpectedly, Lady Alice.
Oh, no, Your Grace. That is yes. But we are ready for you. Ready to entertain Your Grace, that is.
The river's given me an appetite.
Oh, if Your Grace would share a very simple supper.
It would please me very much.
This is my daughter Margaret, sir. She has not had the honor to meet your grace.
Why, Margaret, they told me you were a scholar.
Answer, Margaret.
Among women, I pass for one, Your Grace.
I'm something of a scholar, too. Did you know?
All the world knows Your Grace's book,
asserting the 7 sacraments of the Church.
Ah, yes. Between ourselves, your father had a hand in that. Thomas? Here and there, Your Grace, in a minor capacity. He seeks to shame me with his modesty. We'll follow Lady Alice. Thomas and I'll follow.
Yes, Your Grace.
Wait. Margaret. Are you fond of music?
Yes, Your Grace.
Blow this whistle. Oh, blow. Harder. I brought them with me, Lady Alice. Take them in.
Yes, Your Grace. Come, Meg. Let us attend to the present.
Listen to this, Thomas. Do you know it?
No, Your Grace.
Listen up. Listen. Be seated, Thomas. You are my friend, are you not?
Your Majesty.
And thank God I have a friend for my Chancellor. Readier to be friends, I trust, than he was to be Chancellor.
My own knowledge of my poor abilities...
Now, I will judge of your abilities, Thomas. Did you know that Wolsey named you for Chancellor?
Wolsey?
Aye, before he died, Wolsey named you, and Wolsey was no fool.
He was a statesman of incomparable ability, Your Grace.
Was he? Was he so? Then why did he fail me? Be seated. It was villainy, then. Yes. Villainy. I was right to break him. He was all pride, Thomas. A proud man, pride right through. And he failed me. He failed me in the one thing that mattered. The one thing that matters, Thomas, then or now. And why? He wanted to be Pope. Yes, he wanted to be the Bishop of Rome. I'll tell you something, Thomas, and you can check this for yourself. It was never merry in England while we had cardinals amongst us. Touching this matter of my divorce, Thomas, have you thought of it since we last talked?
Of little else.
Then you see your way clear to me?
That you should put away Queen Catherine, sire. Oh, alas, as I think of it, I see so clearly that I cannot come with your grace, that my endeavour is not to think of it at all.
Then you have not thought enough. Great God, Thomas, why do you hold out against me in the desire of my heart, the very wick of my heart?
There is my right arm. Take your dagger and saw it from my shoulder, and I will laugh and be thankful if by that means I can come with your grace with a clear conscience.
Oh, I know it, Thomas, I know.
Your Majesty, I crave pardon if I offend.
Speak, then.
When I took the Great Seal, your Majesty promised not to pursue me on this matter.
Ah, so now I break my word, Mr. Moore. No, I'm joking. I joke roughly. I often think I'm a rough fellow, yes. A rough young fellow. Be seated. That's magnolia. We have one like it at Hampton. Not so red as this, though. I'm in an excellent frame of mind. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. You must consider, Thomas, that I stand in peril of my soul. It was no marriage. She was my brother's widow. Leviticus, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy brother's wife. Leviticus chapter 18, verse 16.
Your Grace, but Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy is ambiguous.
Your Grace, I am not fit to meddle in these matters. To me it seems a matter for the Holy See.
Thomas, does a man need a pope to tell him when he sins? It was a sin, Thomas. I admit it. I repent. And God has punished me. I have no son. Son after son she's borne me, Thomas, all dead at birth or dead within the month. I never saw the hand of God so clear in anything. I have a daughter. She's a good child, a well-set child. But I have no son.
If your Majesty
It is my bounden duty to put away the Queen, and all the Pope's spectres and Peter shall not come between me and my duty. How is it that you cannot see? Everyone else does.
Then why does your Grace need my poor support?
Because you are honest. What's more to the purpose, you are known to be honest. There are those like Norfolk who follow me because I wear the crown. There are those like Master Cromwell who follow me because they are jackals with sharp teeth and I am their lion. And there is a mass that follows me because it follows anything that moves. And there is you.
I am sick to think how much I must displease your Grace.
No, Thomas. I respect your sincerity. Respect? Oh, man, it's water in the desert. How did you like our music? That air they played, it had a certain... Well, tell me what you thought of it.
Could it have been your Grace's own?
Discovered! Now I'll never know your true opinion. And that's irksome, Thomas, for we artists, though we love praise, yet we love truth better.
Then I will tell your Grace truly what I thought of it.
Speak.
To me it seemed delightful.
Thomas, I chose the right man for Chancellor.
Yet I must, in fairness, add that my taste in music is reputedly deplorable.
No, your taste in music is excellent. It exactly coincides with my own. Touching this other business, hark you, Thomas, I'll have no opposition.
Your Grace.
No opposition, I say. No opposition. Your conscience is your own affair, but you are my Chancellor. There you have my word. I'll leave you out of it. But I don't take it kindly, Thomas. And I will have no opposition.
I am your Grace's loyal minister. If I cannot serve your Grace in this great matter of the Queen...
Queen? I have no queen. Catherine is not my wife. No priest can make her so, and they that say that she is my wife are not only liars, but traitors. Mind it, Thomas.
Am I a babbler, your Grace?
You are stubborn. If you could come with me, you are the man I would soonest raise. Yes, with my own hand.
Oh, your Grace overwhelmed me. 8 o'clock, your Grace.
Oh. Lift yourself up, man. Have I not promised? Shall we eat?
If your Grace pleases. What will your Grace sing for us?
8 o'clock, you said. Thomas, the tide will be changing. I was forgetting the tide. I'd better go.
I'm sorry, your Grace.
I must catch the tide, or I'll not get back to Richmond till the... No, don't come. Tell Norfolk. Lady Alice, I must go. I want to catch the tide. Tell the truth, Lady Alice, I have forgotten. In your haven here, her time flows past outside. Affairs call me to court, and so I give him my thanks and say, good night.
Good night, your Grace.
Good night, your Grace. What's this? You crossed him.
Somewhat.
Why?
I couldn't find the other way.
You're too nice altogether, Thomas.
Woman, mind your house.
I am minding my house.
But, Alice, what would you want me to do?
Be ruled. If you won't rule him, be ruled.
I neither could nor would rule my king. But there's a little area where I must rule myself. It's very little. Less to him than a tennis court.
Oh.
Look, Alice, it was 8 o'clock, and 8 o'clock Lady Anne likes to dance.
Oh.
I think so.
And you stand between them.
What stands between them is a sacrament of the church. I'm less important than you think, Alice.
Thomas, stay friends with him.
Whatever can be done by smiling, you may rely on me to do.
Oh, you don't know how to flatter.
I flatter very well. My recipe's beginning to be widely copied. It's the basic syrup with just a soupçon of discreet impudence.
I wish he'd eaten here.
We shall be living on that simple supper of yours for a fortnight. Alice, set your mind at rest. Your husband is not the stuff of which martyrs are made.
Sir Thomas.
Oh, no.
Will Roper, what do you want? William, I told you not to.
I'm not easily told, Meg.
I asked you not to.
Sir, I wish to speak to you. My spirit is perturbed.
Yes, it will. Why?
I've been offered a seat in the next Parliament.
Oh, well.
Ought I to take it?
No. Well, that depends. With your views on church reformation, I should have thought you could do yourself a lot of good in the next Parliament.
My views on the church, I must confess. Since we met, my views have somewhat modified. I modify nothing concerning the body of the church. The money changers in the temple must be scourged from thence, with a scourge of fire if that is needed. But an attack on the church itself? No. I see behind that an attack on God.
Roper.
The devil's work to be done by the devil's ministers.
For heaven's sake, would you remember my office?
Ah. If you stand on your office.
I don't stand on it, but there are certain things I may not hear.
Sophistication. It's what I was told. The court has corrupted you, Sir Thomas. You're not the man you were. You have learned to study your convenience. You have learned to flatter.
Alice, you see, I have a reputation for it.
God's body, young man, if I was a chancellor, I'd have you whipped.
Master Rich is here, Sir Thomas.
Oh, no.
Good evening, sir.
Richard?
Good evening, Lady Alice.
Good evening.
Lady Margaret.
Good evening, Master Rich.
Do you know William Roper the Younger?
By reputation, of course.
Good evening, Master.
Rich.
Oh.
You have heard of me?
Yes.
In what connection? I don't know what you can have heard. I sense that I'm not welcome here.
Why, Richard, have you done something that should make you not welcome?
Why? Do you suspect me of it?
I shall begin to.
Cromwell is asking questions. He's continually collecting information about you.
I know it. Stay a minute, Matthew.
Yes.
He's one of his sources.
Of course, he's one of my servants.
Senior Chapuis, the Imperial Ambassador.
Collects information, too. That's one of his functions.
You look at me as though I were an enemy.
Why, Richard, you're shaking.
I'm adrift. Help me.
How?
Employ me.
No.
Employ me.
No.
I would be steadfast.
Richard, you couldn't answer for yourself, even so far as tonight.
Good evening, Sir Thomas.
Arrest him.
Yes.
For what?
He's dangerous.
He's a libel. He's a spy.
Yes, arrest him. Father, that man's bad.
There is no law against that.
There is God's law.
Then God can arrest him.
Sophistication upon sophistication.
No, sheer simplicity. The law, Roper, the law. I know what's legal, not what's right. And I'll stick to what's legal.
Then you set man's law above God's.
No, far below. But let me draw your attention to a fact. I'm not God. The currents and eddies of right and wrong, which you find such plain sailing, I can't navigate. I'm no voyager. But in the thickets of the law, oh, there, I'm a forester. I doubt if there's a man alive who could follow me there, thank God.
While you talk, he's gone.
And go he should if he was the devil himself until he broke the law.
So now you'd give the devil benefit of law.
Yes. What would you do? Cut a great road through the law to get after the devil?
I'd cut down every law in England to do that.
Oh? And when the last law was down and the devil turned round on you, where would you hide, Roper, the laws all being flat? This country's planted thick with laws from coast to coast. Man's laws, not God's. And if you cut them down, and you're just the man to do it, do you really think you could stand upright in the winds that would blow then? Yes, I'd give the devil benefit of law for my own safety's sake.
I have long suspected this. This is the golden calf. The law's your God.
Oh, Roper, you're a fool. God's my God. But I find him rather too subtle. I don't know where he is nor what he wants.
Yes. It may be that I am a little intoxicated, Rich, but not with alcohol. With success. And who has a strong head for success? None of us gets enough of it, except kings, and they're born drunk.
Success? What success?
Guess.
Collector of revenues for York?
You do keep your ear to the ground, don't you, Rich? No, better than that.
A high constable?
Better than that.
Better than high constable?
Much better. Sir Thomas Paget is retiring.
Secretary to the council?
'Tis astonishing, isn't it?
No. Montcalm, I mean, one sees it. It's logical.
No ceremony, no courtship. Be seated, as His Majesty would say. Yes. See how I trust you.
Oh, I would never repeat or report a thing like that.
What kind of thing would you repeat or report?
Well, nothing said in friendship. May I say friendship?
If you like. Do you believe that you would never repeat or report anything, etc., etc.?
Oh, yes.
No, but seriously.
Yes.
Rich. Seriously.
It would depend on what I was offered.
Everyone knows it. Not many people can say it. Well, congratulations.
On what?
I think you'd make a good collector of revenues for York Diocese.
What do I have to do for it?
Nothing. It isn't like that, Rich. There are no rules. With rewards and penalties, so much wickedness purchases so much worldly prospering. Are you sure you're not religious?
Almost sure.
Get sure. No, it's not like that. It's much more a matter of convenience, administrative convenience. The normal aim of administration is to keep steady this factor of convenience, and Sir Thomas would agree. Now, normally, when a man wants to change his woman, you let him if it's convenient and prevent him if it's not. Normally, indeed, it's of so little importance that you leave it to the priests, but the constant factor is this element of convenience.
Whose convenience?
Oh, ours. But everybody's, too. However, in the present instance, the man who wants to change his woman is our sovereign Lord Harry, by the grace of God, the 8th of that name, which is a quaint way of saying that if he wants to change his woman, he will. So, that becomes the constant factor. And our job as administrators is to make it as convenient as we can. I say our job on the assumption you'll take this post at York I've offered you.
Yes.
It's a bad sign when people are depressed by their own good fortune.
Oh, no, I'm not depressed.
You look depressed.
I'm lamenting. I've lost my innocence.
You lost that some time ago. If you've only just noticed, it can't have been very important to you.
That's true. Oh, my, that's true, it can't.
We experience a sense of release, do we, Master Rich? An unfamiliar freshness in the head as of open air.
Collector of revenues isn't bad.
Not bad for a start. Now, our present Lord Chancellor, there's an innocent man.
The odd thing is, he is.
Yes, I say he is. Tell me, Rich, this goblet that he gave you, how much was it worth? Come along. Rich, he gave you a silver goblet. How much did you get for it?
50 shillings.
Could you take me to the shop?
Yes.
Where did he get it? It was a gift from a litigant. A woman, wasn't it?
Yes.
Which court? Chancery?
Court of request.
There. That wasn't too painful, was it?
No.
That's all there is, and you'll find it easier next time.
What application do they have, these tidbits of information you collect?
None at all, usually.
But sometimes.
Well, there are these men, you know, upright, steadfast men who want themselves to be the constant factor in the situation, which, of course, they can't be. The situation rolls forward in any case.
So what happens?
If they've any sense, they get out of the way.
What if they haven't any sense?
What, none at all? Well, then they're only fit for heaven. But Sir Thomas has plenty of sense. He could be frightened.
Don't forget he's an innocent, Master Cromwell.
I think we'll finish there for tonight. After all, he is the Lord Chancellor.
You wouldn't find him easy to frighten. You've mistaken your man this time. He doesn't know how to be frightened.
Doesn't know how to be frightened? Why, then he never put his hand in a candle, did he? Oh!
You enjoyed that. You enjoyed it.
2 years have passed. It's now the middle of May, 1532. During that time, a lot of water's flowed under the bridge, and among the things that have come floating along it is... here we are. The Church of England, that finest flower of our island genius for compromise. That system, peculiar to these shores, which deflects the torrents of religious passion down the canals of moderation. That's very well put. Typically, this great effect was achieved not by bloodshed, but by simple act of Parliament. Only an unhappy few were found to set themselves against the current of their times, and in so doing to court disaster. For we are dealing with an age less fastidious than our own. Imprisonment without trial, and even examination under torture, were common practice then.
Must you wear those clothes, Will?
Yes, I must.
Why?
The time has come for decent men to declare their allegiance.
Of what allegiance are those designed to express?
My allegiance to the Church.
Well, you look like a Spaniard.
All credit to Spain, then.
You wouldn't last 6 months in Spain. You'd have been burned alive in Spain during your heretic period.
I suppose you have the right to remind me of it. That chain of office that you wear is a degradation.
I've told you, if the bishops in convocation submitted this morning, I'll take it off. It's no degradation. Great men have worn this.
When do you expect to hear from Canterbury?
About now. The Archbishop promised me an immediate message.
I don't see what difference convocation can make. The Church is already a wing of the palace, is it not? The King is already its supreme head, is he not?
No.
You're denying the Act of Supremacy.
No, I'm not. The Act states that the King
is supreme head of the Church in England.
Supreme head of the Church in England so far as the law of God allows. How far the law of God does allow it remains a matter of opinion, since the Act doesn't state it.
A legal quibble.
Call it what you like. It's there, thank God.
Very well. In your opinion, how far does the law of God allow this?
I'll keep my opinion to myself, Will.
Yes? Well, I'll tell you mine.
Don't. If your opinion's what I think it is, it's high treason, Roper. Will, you remember you've a wife now, and may have children.
Why must he remember that?
To keep myself discreet.
Then I'd rather you forgot it.
You are either idiots or children.
All saints, my lord.
Father, Signor Chapuis has come to see you.
Your Excellency.
All saints, my lord. All saints.
That's it, of course. Saints. Roper, turn your head a bit. Yes, I think I do detect a faint radiance. You should have told us, Will.
Come, my lord. You too at this time are not free from some suspicion of saintliness.
I don't like the sound of that, Your Excellency. William, Margaret, the Imperial Ambassador is here on business. Would you mind?
Oh, of course.
What do you want?
Rumor has it that if the Church in convocation has submitted to the King, you will resign.
I see. Supposing the rumor to be right, would you approve of that?
Approve, applaud, admire.
Why?
Because it would show one man, and that man known to be temperate, unable to go further with this wickedness.
And that man known to be Chancellor of England, too?
Believe me, my lord, such a signal would be seen...
Signal?
Yes, my lord. It would be seen and understood.
By whom?
By half your fellow countrymen.
Really?
Sir Thomas, I have just returned from Yorkshire and Northumberland, where I have made a tour.
Have you, indeed?
Things are very different there, my lord. There they are ready.
For what?
Resistance. Sir Thomas, excuse me, sir. His Grace the Duke of Norfolk. It's all over, sir. They've decided to...
One moment, Roper. I'll do this. Thomas.
Oh. I was on the point of leaving, Your Grace. Just a personal call. I have been trying to borrow a book, but without success. You're sure you have no copy, my lord? Then I'll leave you. Gentlemen, ladies...
Goodbye,
Sir Thomas.
I'll do it, Roper. Convocation's knuckled under, Thomas. You have to pay a fine of £100,000. And, we've severed the connection with Rome.
The connection with Rome is nice. The connection with Rome. Did anyone resist?
Bishop Fisher.
Lovely man.
Your Grace, this is quite certain, is it?
Yes. Funny company, Thomas.
It's quite unintentional. He doesn't mean to be funny. Help me with this chain.
Not I.
Shall I, sir? No, thank you, Will. Alice?
Hellfire! God's blood and body, no! Son of Master Moore, you're taken for a wise man. Is this wisdom? To betray your ability, abandon practice, forget your station and your duty to your kin? And behave like a printed book?
Margaret, will you?
If you want.
There's my clever girl.
Well, Thomas, why? Make me understand. Because I'll tell you now, from where I stand, this looks like cowardice.
All right, I will. This isn't reformation. This is war against the Church. Our King, Norfolk, has declared war on the Pope because the Pope will not declare that our Queen is not his wife.
And is she?
I'll answer that question for one person only, the King. I am that in private, too.
Man, you're cautious.
Yes, cautious. I'm not one of your hawks. Have I your word that what we say here is between us and has no existence beyond these walls?
Very well.
And if the King should command you to repeat what I have said?
I should keep my word to you.
Then what has become of your oath of obedience to the King?
You laid traps for me.
No. I show you the times.
Why do you insult me with these lawyers' tricks?
Because I am afraid.
And here's your answer. The King accepts your resignation very sadly. He is mindful of your goodness and past loyalty, and in any matter concerning your honor and welfare, he will be your good lord. So much for your fear.
You will convey my humble thanks to the King.
I will. Good day, Alice.
Goodbye, my lord.
I'd rather deal with you than with your husband.
So there's an end of you. What will you do now? Sit by the fire and make goslings in the ash?
Not at all, Alice. I expect I'll write a bit. I'll write, I'll read, I'll think. I think I'll learn to fish. I'll play with my grandchildren when son Rope has done his duty. Alice, shall I teach you to read?
No, by God.
Son Roper, you're pleased with me, I hope.
Sir, you've made a noble gesture.
A gesture? It wasn't possible to continue, Will. I was not able to continue. I would have if I could. I make no gesture. By God, I hope it's understood. I make no gesture.
Poor silly man. Do you think they'll leave you here to learn to fish?
If we govern our tongues, they will. Look, I've a word to say about that. I have made no statement. I've resigned, that's all. On the King's supremacy, the King's divorce, which he'll now grant himself, the marriage he'll then make. Have you heard me make a statement?
No. And if I'm to lose my rank and fall to housekeeping, I want to know the reason. So make a statement now.
No. Alice, it's a point of law.
Thomas.
Accept it from me, Alice, that in silence is my safety under the law. But my silence must be absolute. It must extend to you.
In short, you don't trust us.
Look, I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm Cromwell. I'm the King's head jailer. And I take your hand and I clamp it on the Bible, on the blessed cross. And I say, woman, has your husband made a statement on these matters? Now, on peril of your soul, remember, what's your answer?
No.
And so it must remain.
Tom.
Oh, it's only a lifeline. We shan't have to use it, but it's comforting to have. No. When they find I'm silent, they'll ask nothing better than to leave me silent. You'll see.
But he makes no noise, Cromwell. He's silent. Why not leave him silent?
Not being a man of letters, Your Grace, you perhaps don't realize the extent of his reputation. This silence of his is bellowing up and down Europe. Now, may I recapitulate? He reported the ambassador's conversation to you, informed on the ambassador's tour of the North Country, warned against a possible rebellion there.
He did.
We may say, then, that he showed himself hostile to the hopes of Spain.
That's what I say.
Bear with me, Your Grace. Now, if he opposes Spain, he supports us. And with a little pressure, he can be got to say so. And that's all we need, a brief declaration of his loyalty to the present administration.
I still say let sleeping dogs lie.
The King does not agree with you.
What kind of pressure do you think you can bring to bear?
I have evidence that Sir Thomas, during the period of his judicature, accepted bribes.
What?
God damn it, he was the only judge since Cato who didn't accept bribes. When was there last a chancellor whose possessions after 3 years in office totaled £100 and a gold chain?
Sir Richard, it is, as you imply, a common practice, but a practice may be common and remain an offence. This offence could send a man to the Tower.
I don't believe it.
Richard, you know His Grace, the Duke of Norfolk?
Indeed, yes. We're old friends.
Used to look after my books or something, didn't you?
Come here. This woman's name is Catherine Anger. She comes from Lincoln, and she put a case in the Court of Requests in...
A property case, it was.
Be quiet. A property case in the Court of Requests in April 1526.
And got a wicked false judgment.
And got an impeccably correct judgment from our friend Sir Thomas.
No, sir, it was not.
We are not concerned with the judgment, but with the gift you gave the judge. Tell this gentleman about that. The judgment, for what it's worth, was the right one.
No, sir. I sent him a cup, sir. An Italian silver cup I bought in Lincoln for 100 shillings.
Did Sir Thomas accept this cup?
I sent it.
He did accept it. We can corroborate that. You can go. Go!
Is that your witness?
No. By an odd coincidence, this cup later came into the hands of Master Rich here.
How?
He gave it to me.
Can you corroborate that?
I have a fellow outside who can. He was Moore's steward at that time. Shall I call him?
Don't bother, I know him. When did Thomas give you this thing, Rich?
I don't exactly remember.
Well, make an effort. Wait. I can tell you. It was that spring. It was that night we were there together. You had a cup with you when we left. Was that it?
It may have been.
Did he often give you cups?
I don't suppose so, Your Grace.
Well, that was it then. And it was April. The April of 26, the very month that cow first put a case before him. In other words, the moment he knew it was a bribe, he got rid of it.
The facts will bear that interpretation, I suppose.
Oh, this is a horse that won't run, Master Secretary.
Just a trial canter, Your Grace. We'll find something better.
Look here, Cromwell, I want no part of this.
You have no choice.
What's that you say?
The King particularly wishes you to be active in the matter.
He's not told me that.
Indeed. He told me.
But why?
We feel that since you are known to have been a friend of Moore's, your participation will show that there is nothing in the nature of persecution, but only the strict processes of law, as indeed you've just demonstrated. I'll tell the King of your loyalty to your friend. If you like, I'll tell him that you want no part of it, too.
Are you threatening me, Cromwell?
My dear Norfolk, this isn't Spain.
Is this another personal visit, Chapuis, or is it official?
It falls between the two, Sir Thomas.
Official, then?
No, I have a personal letter for you.
From whom?
From King Charles. You will take it?
I will not lay a finger on it.
It is in no way an affair of state. It expresses my master's admiration for the stand which you and Bishop Fisher of Rochester have taken over the so-called divorce of Queen Catherine.
I have taken no stand.
But your views, Sir Thomas, are well known.
My views are much guessed at. May I? Alice? Alice?
Thomas?
This is a letter from King Charles. I want you to see it's not been opened. I have declined it. You see, the seal has not been broken.
I do, Thomas.
I wish I could ask you to stay, Your Excellency. The bracken fire is a luxury.
One I must forego. May I say I'm sure my master's admiration will not be diminished?
I am gratified.
Your Excellency. Luxury.
Well, it's a luxury while it lasts. There's not much sport in it for you, is there? Alice, the money from the bishops. I wish, oh heaven, how I wish I could take it, but I can't.
I didn't think you would.
Alice, there are reasons.
We couldn't come so deep into your confidence as to know these reasons why a man in poverty can't take £4,000.
Alice, this isn't poverty.
Do you know what we shall eat tonight?
Yes, parsnips.
Yes, parsnips and stinking mutton. For a knight's lady.
But at the worst, we could be beggars and still keep company and be merry together.
Marry?
Aye, merry. Oh, don't you see, if I'm paid by the church for my writings...
This had nothing to do with your writings. This was charity, pure and simple, collected from the clergy, high and low.
It would appear as payment.
You're not a man who deals in appearances.
Oh, am I not, though? If the king takes this matter any further with me or with the church, it will be very bad if I even appear to have been in the pay of the church.
Bad?
If you will have it, dangerous.
But you don't write against the king.
I write, and that's enough in times like these.
You said there was no danger.
I don't think there is, and I don't want there to be.
There's a gentleman here from Hampton Court. You're to go before Secretary Cromwell to answer certain charges.
Charges?
Well, that's all right. We expected that. When?
Now.
That means nothing, Alice. That's just technique. Well, I suppose now means now.
I'm sorry to invite you here at such short notice, Sir Thomas. Good of you to come. Will you take a seat?
Thank you.
I think you know Master Rich.
Indeed, yes, we're old friends. That's a nice gown you have, Richard.
Master Rich will make a record of our conversation.
Good of you to tell me, Master Secretary.
Believe me, Sir Thomas. No, that's asking too much. But let me tell you all the same, you have no more sincere admirer than myself. No need to write yet, Rich.
If I might hear the charges.
Charges?
I understand there are certain charges.
Some ambiguities of behavior I should like to clarify. Hardly charges.
Make a note of that, will you, Master Rich? There are no charges.
Sir Thomas, you know, it amazes me that you, who were once so effective in the world and are now so much retired from it, should be opposing yourself to the whole movement of the time.
It amazes me, too.
The king is not pleased with you.
I am grieved.
Yet, do you know that even now, if you could bring yourself to agree with the universities, the bishops, and the parliament of this realm, there is no honour which the king would be likely to deny you?
I am well acquainted with his grace's generosity.
Very well. Sir Thomas, Rich. Sir Thomas, in the May of 1521, the king published a book, a theological work. It was called A Defence of the Seven Sacraments.
Yes, for which he was named Defender of the Faith by His Holiness the Pope.
By the Bishop of Rome, or do you insist on Pope?
No, Bishop of Rome, if you like. It doesn't alter his authority.
Thank you. You come to the point very readily. What is that authority? As regards the church in other parts of Europe, for example, the Church of England, what exactly is the Bishop of Rome's authority?
You will find it very ably set out and defended, Master Secretary, in the King's book.
The book published under the King's name would be more accurate. You wrote that book.
I wrote no part of it.
I do not mean you actually held the pen.
I merely answered, to the best of my ability, certain questions on canon law which His Majesty put to me, as I was bound to do.
Do you deny that you instigated it?
It was from first to last the King's own project. This is trivial, Master Cromwell.
I should not think so if I were in your place.
Only two people know the truth of the matter, myself and the king. And whatever he may have said to you, he will not give evidence to support this accusation.
Why not?
Because evidence is given on oath, and he will not perjure himself. If you don't know that, you don't yet know him.
Sir Thomas More, is there anything you wish to say to me concerning the King's marriage with Queen Anne?
I understood I was not to be asked that again.
Evidently you understood wrongly. These charges are
terrors for children, Mr. Secretary, not for me.
Then know that the King commands me to charge you in his name with great ingratitude, and to tell you that there never was nor never could be so villainous a servant nor so traitorous a subject as yourself.
So I am brought here at last.
Brought? You brought yourself to where you stand now.
Yes. Still, in another sense, I was brought.
Oh, yes. You may go home now, for the present.
Thank you, Master Cromwell. Richard.
I don't like him so well as I did, Rich. There's a man who raises the gale and won't come out of harbour.
Father! Father!
Do you know, sir? Have you heard?
We've been looking for you, Father.
There should be a new act through Parliament, sir.
Act?
Yes, sir, about the marriage.
Oh.
Father, by this act, they're going to administer an oath.
An oath? On what compulsion?
It's expected to be treason.
What is the oath?
It's about the marriage, sir.
What is the wording?
We don't need to know the wording. We know what it will mean.
It will mean what the words say. An oath is made of words. It may be possible to take it or avoid it. Have we a copy of the bill?
There's one coming out from the city.
Then let's get home and look at it.
But, sir...
Now listen, Will, and Meg, you listen too. God made the angels to show him splendor, as he made the animals for innocence and plants for their simplicity. But man he made to serve him wittily in the tangle of his mind. If he suffers us to fall to such a case that there is no escaping, then we may stand to our tackle as best we can.
But, sir...
And yes, Will, then we may clamour like champions if we have the spittle for it. And no doubt it delights God to see splendor where he only looked for complexity. But it's God's part, not our own, to bring ourselves to that extremity. Our natural business lies in escaping. So let's get home and study this bill.
Now look, I don't suppose anyone enjoyed putting him in prison any more than he enjoys being there. Well, not much more. Jailer. It's a job. The pay scale being what it is, you have to take a rather common type of man into the prison service. But it's a job like any other job. A bit nearer the knuckle than most, perhaps.
What, again?
Sorry, sir.
Oh, what time is it?
Just struck one, sir.
This is iniquitous.
Sir.
All right. Who's there?
The Secretary, the Duke of Norfolk, and Archbishop Cranmer.
I'm flattered. Lead me to them.
Sir Thomas, you have seen this document before?
Many times.
It is the Act of Succession. These are the names of those who have sworn to it.
I have, as you say, seen it before.
Will you swear to it?
No.
Thomas, we must know plainly whether you recognize the offspring of Queen Anne as heirs to his majesty.
The King in Parliament tells me that they are. Of course I recognize them.
Will you swear that you do?
Yes.
Then why won't you swear to the Act?
Because there is more than that in the Act.
Is that it?
Yes.
Then we must find out what it is in the Act that he objects to.
Brilliant.
Your Grace, may I try?
Certainly, Archbishop. I have no pretensions to be an expert in police work.
Sir Thomas, it states in the preamble that the King's former marriage to the Lady Catherine was unlawful, she being previously his brother's wife, and the Pope having no authority to sanction it. Is that what you deny? Is that what you dispute? Is that what you are not sure of?
Thomas, you insult the King and his council in the person of the Lord Archbishop.
I insult no one. I will not take the oath. I will not tell you why I will not.
Then your reason must be treasonable.
Not must be. Maybe.
It's a fair assumption.
The law requires more than an assumption. The law requires a fact.
Is it material why you won't swear?
It's most material. For refusing to swear, my goods are forfeit, and I am condemned to life imprisonment. You cannot lawfully harm me further. But if you were right in supposing I had reasons for refusing, and right again in supposing my reasons to be treasonable, the law would let you cut my head off.
Oh, yes.
Oh, well done, Sir Thomas. I've been trying to make that clear to His Grace for some time.
Oh, confound all this. I'm not a scholar, as Master Cromwell never tires of pointing out. And frankly, I don't know whether the marriage was lawful or not, but damn it, Thomas, look at those names. You know those men. Can't you do what I did and come with us for fellowship?
And when we stand before God, and you are sent to paradise for doing according to your conscience, and I am damned for not doing according to mine, will you come with me for fellowship?
So those of us whose names are there are damned, Sir Thomas?
I don't know, Your Grace. I have no window to look into another man's conscience.
Sir Thomas, you don't seem to appreciate the seriousness of your position.
I defy anyone to live in that cell for a year and not appreciate the seriousness of his position.
Yet the state has harsher punishment.
You threaten like a dockside bully.
How should I threaten?
Like a minister of state, with justice.
Oh, justice is what you're threatened with.
Then I'm not threatened.
Master Secretary, I think the prisoner may retire. Unless you, my lord...
No, I see no purpose in prolonging the interview.
Then, good night, Thomas.
Might I have one or two more books?
You have books?
Yes.
I didn't know. You shouldn't have.
May I see my family?
No. Jailer?
Sir?
Have you ever heard the prisoner speak of the king's divorce or the king's supremacy of the church or the king's marriage?
No, sir. Not a word.
If he does, you will of course report it to the lieutenant.
Of course, sir.
You will swear an oath to that effect.
Certainly, sir.
Archbishop?
Place your left hand on this and raise your right hand. Take your hat off. Now, say after me. I swear by my mortal soul.
I swear by my mortal soul.
That I will report truly anything said by Sir Thomas More.
That I will report truly anything said by Sir Thomas More.
Against the king, the council, or the state of the realm.
Against the king, the council, or the state of the realm.
So help me God.
Help me
Amen.
God. Amen.
And there's 50 guineas in it if you do.
Yes, sir.
That's not to tempt you into perjury, my man.
No, sir. 50 guineas isn't tempting. 50 guineas is alarming. If he left it at swearing... But 50, that's serious money. If it's worth that much now, it's worth my neck presently. I want no part of it. They can sort it out between them. I feel my deafness coming on. Wake up, Sir Thomas.
What?
Your family's here.
What?
Margaret! You can visit me! Meg! Alice! Roper! For God's sake, they've not put you in here. No, sir, just a visit. A short one. Jailer, let them in. Can you do that? Yes, sir. I'm allowed to. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Father.
Oh, good morning.
Oh,
Oh, good morning.
Thomas.
Good morning. Good morning, Will.
Husband, how do you do?
As well as need be, Alice. Very happy now.
It is an awful place.
Oh, except it's keeping me from you, my dear. It's not so bad. Remarkably like any other place. Yes. Too near the river.
We brought you some things. Some cheese. And custard. And these other things.
A bottle of wine.
Oh, is it good, son Roper?
I don't know, sir.
Well? Sir, come out. Swear to the act. Take the oath and come out. Is this why they let you come?
Yes. Meg's under oath to persuade you.
That was silly, Meg. How did you come to do that?
I wanted to.
When a man takes an oath, Meg, he's holding his own self in his hands, like water. And if he opens his fingers, then he needn't hope to find himself again. Some men aren't capable of this, but I'd be loath to think your father one of them.
So should I.
Then...
There's something else I've been thinking.
Oh, Meg.
In any state that was half good, you would be raised up high. Not here, for what you've done already.
All right.
It's not your fault the state's 3/4 bad.
No.
Then, if you elect to suffer for it, you elect yourself a hero.
That is very neat. But look now. If we lived in a state where virtue was profitable, common sense would make us good, and greed would make us saintly, and we'd live like animals or angels in the happy land that needs no heroes. But since, in fact, we see that avarice, anger, envy, pride, sloth, lust, and stupidity commonly profit far beyond humility, chastity, fortitude, justice, and thought, and have to choose to be human at all, why then perhaps we must stand fast a little, even at the risk of being heroes.
But in reason! Haven't you done as much as God can reasonably want?
Well, finally, it isn't a matter of reason. Finally, it's a matter of love.
You're content, then, to be shut up here with mice and rats when you might be home with us?
Content? If they'd open the smallest crack, I'd be through it.
2 minutes to go, sir. No. What would you like to know?
No.
Till 7 o'clock, sir. Sorry.
No.
2 minutes.
Now listen, you must leave the country. All of you must leave the country.
Leave you here?
It makes no difference, Meg. They won't let you see me again. You must all go on the same day, but not on the same boat. Different boats from different ports.
After the trial, then?
There'll be no trial. They have no case. Do this for me, I beseech you.
Yes.
Alice? Alice, I command it.
Right.
Alice, if you can tell me that you understand, I think I can make a good death if I have to.
Your death's no good to me.
Alice, you must tell me that you understand.
I don't believe this had to happen.
If you say that, Alice, I don't see how I'm to face it.
It's the truth.
You're an honest woman.
Much good may it do me. I tell you what I'm afraid of. That when you've gone, I shall hate you for it.
Well, you mustn't, Alice. That's all. You mustn't. You...
As for understanding, I understand you're the best man I've ever met or am likely to. And if you go... Well, God knows why, I suppose. Though as God's my witness, God's kept deadly quiet about it. And if anyone wants my opinion of the king and his council, they've only to ask for it.
Sorry, sir. Time's out.
Okay,
Thomas, Never now. You must understand my position. Now, come along. Monsieur, give the pardon.
We got to say goodbye.
No trouble.
Alice, goodbye, my love.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What you like now.
Goodbye.
Go.
Goodbye.
You're doing your husband no good. You understand my position, sir. There's nothing I can do. I'm a plain and simple man and just want to keep out of trouble.
Oh, sweet Jesus! These plain, simple men!
Sir Thomas More, you were called before us here at the Hall of Westminster to answer charge of high treason. Nevertheless, and though you have heinously offended the King's Majesty, we hope, if you will even now forethink and repent of your obstinate opinions, you may still taste his gracious pardon.
My lords, I thank you. Howbeit I make my petition to Almighty God that he will keep me in this my honest mind to the last hour that I shall live. As for the matters you may charge me with, I fear from my present weakness that neither my wit nor my memory will serve to make sufficient answers. I should be glad to sit down.
Be seated. Master Secretary Cromwell, have you the charge?
I have, my lord.
Then read the charge.
It is the same charge, Sir Thomas, that was brought against Bishop Fisher. The late Bishop Fisher, I should have said. Late Bishop Fisher was executed this morning.
Master Secretary, read the charge.
That you did conspire, traitorously and maliciously, to deny and deprive our liege Lord Henry of his undoubted certain title, Supreme Head of the Church in England.
I have never denied this title.
You refused the oath tendered to you at the time.
Silence is not denial. And for my silence I am punished with imprisonment. Why have I been called again?
On a charge of high treason, Sir Thomas.
For which the punishment is not imprisonment.
Death comes for all of us, my lords. Yes, even for kings he comes, to whom amidst all their royalty and brute strength he will neither kneel nor make them any reverence, nor pleasantly desire them to come forth, but roughly grasp them by the very breast and rattle them until they be stark dead, so causing their bodies to be buried in a pit and sending them to a judgment, whereof at their death their success is uncertain.
Treason enough here.
The death of kings is not in question, Sir Thomas.
Nor mine, I trust, until I'm proven guilty.
Your life lies in your own hands, Thomas, as it always has.
For our own deaths, my lord, yours and mine, dare we for shame desire to enter the kingdom with ease, when our Lord himself entered with so much pain?
Now, Sir Thomas, you stand upon your silence.
I do.
A silence betokening the most eloquent of denial.
Qui tacit consentire. The maxim of the law is, silence gives consent. If, therefore, you wish to construe what my silence betokened, you must construe that I consented, not that I denied.
Is that what the world, in fact, construes from it? Do you pretend that is what you wish the world to construe from it?
The world must construe according to its wits. This court must construe according to the law.
I put it to the court that the prisoner is perverting the law, making smoky what should be a clear light, to discover to the court his own wrongdoing.
The law is not a light for you or any man to see by. The law is not an instrument of any kind. The law is a causeway upon which, so long as he keeps to it, a citizen may walk safely. In matters of conscience.
The conscience!
The word is not familiar to you.
My God, too familiar. I am very used to hear it in the mouths of criminals.
I am used to hear bad men misuse the word of God, yet God exists. In matters of conscience, the loyal subject is more bounden to be loyal to his conscience than to any other thing.
And so provide a noble motive for his frivolous self-conceit. My lords, I wish to call Sir Richard Rich. Sir Richard?
I do solemnly swear that the evidence I shall give before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God, Sir Richard.
So help me God.
Take your stand there, Sir Richard.
Now, Rich, on 12th of March, you were at the Tower.
I was.
With what purpose?
I was sent to carry away the prisoner's books.
Did you talk with the prisoner?
Yes.
Did you talk about the king's supremacy of the church?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said to him, supposing there was an act of Parliament to say that I, Richard Rich, were to be king, would not you, Master Moore, take me for king? That I would, he said, for then you would be king.
Yeah.
Then he said...
The prisoner?
Yes, my lord. But I will put you a higher case, he said. How if there were an act of Parliament to say that God should not be God?
This is true. And then you
Silence.
said...
Continue.
I said, but I will put you a middle case. Parliament has made our king head of the church. Why will you not accept him?
Well?
Then he said, Parliament had no power to do it.
Repeat the prisoner's words.
He said, Parliament has not the competence. All words to that effect.
He denied the title.
He did.
In good faith, Rich, I'm sorrier for your perjury than for my peril.
Do you deny this?
Yes. My lord, if I were a man who heeded not the taking of an oath, you know well I need not to be here. Now I will take an oath. If what Master Rich has said is true, then I pray I may never see God in the face, which I would not say were it otherwise for anything on earth.
That is not evidence.
Is it probable? Is it probable that after so long a silence on this, the very point so urgently sought of me, I should open my mind to such a man as that?
Sir Richard, have you anything to add?
Nothing, Mr. Secretary.
Sir Thomas?
To what purpose? I am a dead man. You have your desire of me. What you have hunted me for is not my actions, but the thoughts of my heart. It is a long road you have opened. For first men will disclaim their hearts, and presently they will have no hearts. God help the people whose statesmen walk your road.
Then the witness may withdraw.
I have one question to ask the witness. That's a chain of office you are wearing. May I see it? The Red Dragon. What's this? Sir Richard is appointed Attorney General for Wales.
For Wales? Why, Richard, it profits a man nothing to give his soul for the whole world. But for Wales...
And now I must ask the court's indulgence. I have a message for the prisoner from the king. Sir Thomas, I am empowered to tell you that even now...
No, it cannot be.
The case rests, my lord.
The jury will retire and consider the evidence.
Considering the evidence, it shouldn't be necessary for them to retire. Is it necessary?
No, my lord.
Then, is the prisoner guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, my lord.
Prisoner at the bar, you have been found guilty of high treason. The sentence of the court...
My lord, when I was practicing the law, the manner was to ask the prisoner before pronouncing sentence if he had anything to say.
Have you anything to say?
Yes. To avoid this, I've taken every path my winding wits would find. Now that the court is determined to condemn me, God knoweth how, I will discharge my mind concerning my indictment and the king's title. The indictment is grounded in an act of Parliament which is directly repugnant to the law of God. The king in Parliament cannot bestow the supremacy of the church because it is a spiritual supremacy. And more to this, the immunity of the church is promised both in Magna Carta and the king's own coronation oath. Now we plainly see that you are malicious. Not so, Mr. Secretary. I am the king's true subject, and pray for him and all the realm. I do none harm. I say none harm. I think none harm. And if this be not enough to keep a man alive in good faith, I long not to live. I have, since I came into prison, been several times in such a case that I thought to die within the hour. And I thank our Lord I was never sorry for it, but rather sorry when it passed. And therefore my poor body is at the king's pleasure. Would God my death might do him some good. Nevertheless, it is not for the supremacy that you have sought my blood, but because I would not bend to the marriage.
Prisoner at the bar, you have been found guilty on the charge of high treason. The sentence of the court is that you shall be taken from this court tower, sent to the place of execution, and there your head shall be stricken from your body, and may God have mercy on your soul. I can come no further, Thomas. Here, drink this.
Howard, my master had evil and gall, not wine, given him to drink. Let me be going.
Father! Father!
Master, have patience. Trouble not thyself. Death comes for us all, even at our birth, death does but stand aside a little. It is the law of nature and the will of God. You have long known the secrets of my heart.
Sir Thomas, Archbishop.
Friend, be not afraid of your office. You send me to God.
You're very sure of that, Sir Thomas?
He will not refuse one who is so blithe to go to him.
Behold the head of a traitor! Thomas Cromwell was found guilty of high treason and executed on the 28th of July, 1540. Norfolk was found guilty of high treason and should have been executed on the 27th of January, 1547. But on the night of the 26th of January, the king died of syphilis and wasn't able to sign the warrant. Thomas Cranmer, that's the Archbishop, was burned alive on the 21st of March, 1556. Oh, Richard Rich became a knight and solicitor general, a baron and Lord Chancellor, and died in his bed. So did I. And so I hope will all of you.
This is John Daly at Runnymede, England. The hour has come and gone, this 19th day of June, 1215, the hour when King John agreed to sign the Magna Carta. But the king has still not left Windsor Castle, 7 miles away, for the council meadows here on the Thames. The patience of the barons gathered here at Runnymede is at the breaking point. After 3 days of haggling with the king's emissaries, the 49 articles of the Magna Carta still remain the barons' unconditional terms of peace to end the war which has been raging up and down this English Isle for more than a year. If John does not arrive, and that shortly, there is the strongest possibility that the barons will take to the sword once again, march on Windsor Castle, and once more plunge England in civil war. This is the dread thought that strikes fear into the hearts of thousands upon thousands of people who have gathered here from all over England.
Runnymede, June the 19th, 1215. CBS is there.
King John, Runnymede, the barons and their Magna Carta. CBS takes you back 732 years to a momentous milestone on the road to modern democracy. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is there, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
June the 19th, 1215. The meadow called Runnymede and John Daly.
Fantastic nature. It's a clear, beautiful spring day, and for days now, the barons and their forces have been waiting. Every hour their numbers grow larger and larger. More and more gaily colored pavilions rise over the meadows to quarter this host. Judging by the tremendous array of men and weapons, we would say that here at Runnymede stands the bulk of the might and power of England. 300 barons or more are here with at least 2,000 knights in full armor. With their host of retainers, yeomen, and other fighting men, they constitute the greatest striking force ever assembled on English soil. Spears, pikes, battle axes, swords, crossbows, burnished helmets and armor, a gleaming sea of deadly metal in the springtime sun. The leader of the barons, my Lord Robert Fitzwalter, is with us now at our CBS microphone. He wears late chain armor under a white surcoat. His squire stands a few short distance away, a few feet from us, holding his helmet, his sword, and his shield. Lord Fitzwalter is a picture of strength and quiet confidence. My lord, do you think King John means to break his word and not sign the charter?
What King John means to do, I know not. He has shown bad faith before, he may show bad faith again.
And exactly what will you do, sir, if King John does not appear to sign the charter?
I have said it before, and I will say it again. We will march on Windsor Castle and tear it down stone by stone on his stubborn head.
But, sir, what of the reports we have heard that even at this present moment, mercenary soldiers drawn from the continent by King John are landing at several points along the English coast?
We are aware of that.
But, my lord, suppose this meeting here at Runnymede is a ruse, a trap set for you by King John. What if instead of arriving peacefully, his forces come charging onto this field, hoping to take you by surprise?
That is a possibility. But if John's soft sword chooses that manner of talking peace, he will find us quite ready to answer in kind.
My Lord Fitzwalter, many observers think that King John will never accept Article 49 of the Charter.
Sir, we are beyond the point of being concerned with what King John thinks of any particular article in the Charter. We have haggled about it quite enough. It stands as it is. He signs today, and that before the shadows of our swords grow much longer, or mayhap England will be without a king.
And if it came to such a crisis, sir, do you think the people of England would stand in back of you?
The people? What mean ye by the people?
Why, the common folk, my Lord Fitzwalter, the multitude gathered over there along the fringes of the meadow.
Oh, yes, the people. I presume they stand behind us, but I fail to see in what manner they are concerned.
Does not the Charter talk of the rights of all free men, my Lord?
Free men, yes, but free men are people. Free men are free men, nobles, knights, lords, not serfs, yeomanry.
But if the people do not stand to profit by the Magna Carta, my
If you
lord...
will forgive me, I have weightier matters on my mind at this moment.
Thank you, my lord Fitzwalter. The leader of the barons is walking away now, back to his lieutenants, who are gathered before Fitzwalter's pavilion. And while we were speaking, a message was handed to me saying that my colleague, Don Hollenbeck, in a CBS mobile unit, has reached Windsor Castle. Don, is there anything stirring at Windsor? Any sign of the king's imminent departure for Runnymede?
Nothing much yet, John. I'm standing outside the south moat of the castle. The drawbridge is still up. There's a considerable force of the king's loyal men here, and it keeps growing all the time. I would say that now there are at least 1,000 armed men here at Windsor, nobles, knights and their retainers, yeomen, crossbowmen, and foot soldiers. I doubt whether in the 49 years that John has lived, or in the 16 years that he has reigned, the sixth and youngest son of Henry II, surnamed Lackland of the House of Plantagenet, has ever faced a more crucial moment. No one can say whether he will return from Runnymede with his crown on his head, if he returns at all. We're trying to set up an interview with one of the king's men, John, and I'll let you know when we're ready.
Right. Here at Runnymede, we're at the south end of the meadow, and we can see the whole of the council field spread out before us. To the north, about 6 long acres away, is the road from Windsor. To our left, the meadow is flanked by the Thames, and directly in the center of the field, underneath a canopy draped in the royal pennant, is a large council table. It looks like any other ordinary table, but the decisions that may be taken there today may very well affect the whole course of English history. To our right are huge crowds, masses of people who have come from one end of England to the other to witness what may happen today. These are the people, the very people who loom not very large in the mind of the leader of the barons, Lord Fitzwalter. Ken Roberts is among them with a CBS microphone, and it might be interesting to hear what their thoughts are. So over to the people and Ken Roberts.
This great crowd of people has been gathering for days from all over England. Some have come on foot, some in donkey carts, some even down the Thames on boats. Many have slept in the open fields, bringing their provisions with them. There are men, women, and children, entire households. Many, weary with the long wait, are resting on the ground, but most of them are standing about, singly and in groups, their eyes fastened on the road from Windsor Castle. Here, for example, is one member of this crowd, a man dressed in a light tan tunic made from flaxen cloth. Friend, what part of the island are you from?
I'm come from Northumberland.
Northumberland, eh? Well, that's quite a distance to travel, isn't it?
Aye, goodly journey. 3 days on the way I was.
You must be very interested in the peace conference to have made such a long journey.
Aye, I would know what will be.
What will happen to your crops while you're away?
No crops have I this year.
You mean you haven't planted at all?
Nay, not a seed.
Well, why not?
I will not say.
Could it be that your last year's wheat was seized by the king's bailiffs?
Will not say.
Or perhaps the baron steward seized your barley.
Nay, 'twas millet. I will not say.
I see. And which side would you like to see win out today, the barons or the king?
I will not say. I would have peace. Not a seed will I plant until there be peace. Enough of strife, say I. Enough of barons and kings stealing poor man's crops, say I. That I will not say. I'm come from Northumberland, and I would have peace.
Of course. And what do you think of the Magna Carta?
No read, no write can I. Nor trust I things on parchment. I will not say. I'm come from Northumberland, and I would have peace.
Thank you.
Thank you. I did not say.
And here's another man. What is your name, sir?
His name is Peter Harbeck, and I'm his good wife, Cecilia.
His good wife, Cecilia, yes. And you're both citizens of...
London town is where he's from, and I'm from Dublin. A cloth merchant is what we be.
Right.
And no finer cloth than Harbeck cloth is sold nor made.
Naturally. And what, sir, are your hopes for the outcome of this peace conference today?
Oh, to be sure. Tell the man, Peter.
Yes,
Tell him how they sell your cloth, the barons and kings. Clothe them in the finest woolens. And mind you, no finer woolens than Harbeck woolens are sold nor made. Tell him not a coin have you been paid by king nor baron since this war began.
Not a penny.
So we hope indeed that they on their arms and open their purses, or there'll be no Harbeck cloth for England anymore. We shall be ruined.
Sir,
Would you like to see the Magna Carta signed?
Of a truth we would. 'Tis a good contract for the barons, we hear, and it has our blessings. But will mean the end of the war and the payment of our debts, we hope.
We hope.
Well, thank you, Master Hobbick, for a very informative interview.
Well, thanks, the man, Peter, for the sake that you lost your tongue.
But the one to give me a toast I ever tried,
And here is another man. He's wearing a long black tunic with slash pockets and draped sleeves. By his garb, I would say he's a scholar. Is that right, sir?
Poor scholars. We never can hide our misfortune, can we?
Misfortune?
Aye, we know all the answers, but who lends us ear?
Why, then, this is your opportunity. You have the ear of the world. Speak, sir scholar.
Of what? The heavens? The earth? I have a sea of wisdom. Of what shall I speak?
Why, speak of King John.
Ah, yes, speak of the devil. John. Our bald pate is soon shaven, and our good king will be well barbered today. The barons will see to it. But alas, there will be other monarchs, nay, even tyrants, who will contest man's right to determine his own destiny. Aye, at time, and betimes they may even be victorious in dimming the glow of freedom. But extinguish it, never.
Then you think the Magna Carta means freedom?
Freedom. A wide word. A broad word. What is freedom? Is it yours or is it mine? Freedom for what?
Why, for the people, of course.
Indeed, sir. Sir, thou art a crackpate. Freedom for the barons and only for the barons. The people will still remain under the power of their overlords. The people will still have no will but the will of their masters. But in time, in time the barons may find their power too contested, as they contest the power of their king today. Perhaps they may live to regret that it was they who pointed the way to man's freedom here in England. That would be a goodly dress, wouldn't it? To fashion a harness for the king and find themselves checked and bridled in their own strappings, with the people snapping the whip.
Our good scholar seems vastly amused by his own wit and wisdom. He's walked away from our microphone, laughing to himself. While we were talking, however, a message was handed to me. The Cardinal Subdeacon, Pandulf, the Pope's emissary to the court of King John, has just arrived at Windsor Castle. So over to Don Hollenbeck.
You can probably hear the change as the drawbridge goes over the moat following the admittance of Cardinal Pandulf. The Pope's emissary arrived 2 minutes ago. With him came the 7 bishops of England, and what this may signify is anybody's guess. With me now at our CBS microphone is Lord Fitzrogers, a spokesman for the king, a loyal nobleman who's been very close to the king's council for many years. He wears link-chain armor. His squire stands by holding his helmet and sword, that long two-handed sword that King John's brother, Richard the Lion-Hearted, wielded so famously in the Holy Land Crusades and on the continent. My Lord Fitzrogers, does Cardinal Pandulf's arrival here at Windsor Castle mean that His Holiness has thrown his support behind King John?
It would pleasure me greatly, good sir, to answer your question, but in truth I know no more than you do. I am not privy to the king's counsel.
Well, all right, then. Is the king going to sign the Magna Carta?
The king has promised to sign. But if I may speak frankly, I fear the consequences of that signing.
What do you mean, my lord? Most informed observers believe it is for the good of England.
Perhaps, but then again, perhaps not, young sir. In the historical development of a folkland, there are times when unity should be cherished more than feudal liberty. The barons have been fighting each other for a long time, storming each other's castles, robbing each other's land, impoverishing England, weakening her strength. John is ambitious for England, not for himself. He would have England a strong and united power, a power to be feared on the continent. Now, if the Magna Carta is signed, England will have a multitude of rulers instead of one. And as the Holy Book says, every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation. For we shall be a prey to every marauding power on the continent. Ah, no, young sir, it is a fine point, you will agree. This Magna Carta of which you speak may be a good thing for the barons, but is it a good thing for England? Is it a good thing for England?
Thank you, my Lord Fitzrogers. The noble lord is walking away from our microphone now, his squires following him. He has raised an interesting point which historians may well ponder in the future, but which for now we'll leave to the judgment of our listeners. The trumpets are sounding inside the courtyards across the moat. The drawbridge is coming down. The yeomen, crossbowmen, and foot soldiers are springing to attention. The knights and nobles are being helped onto their horses by their retainers. That trumpet must have been the prearranged signal for King John's appearance. It looks as if this army is going to march. The drawbridge is down. The royal standard bearers are coming across. They're turning left in the direction of the council meadows. And here is John, King of England. astride a big black charger. The king wears a white surcoat over his armor with the red Knight Templar cross embroidered across the chest. King John, you know, has never ventured on a crusade to the Holy Land. There's Langdon, the Archbishop of Canterbury, riding to the right of the king. King John is flanked on his left by William the Marshal, commander of his forces. And there's Cardinal Pandulph, the Pope's emissary, next in order. And after him, the 7 bishops of England. At last, John is off to Runnymede. We're going to move up with the king's forces in our CBS mobile unit, but now, John Daly at Runnymede, you've heard the news. What's the reaction in the Baron's camp?
The news that King John is on his way has stirred up a flurry of heightened activity here at the Baron's camp. All about me I can see knights in their heavy armor being helped onto their horses by their retainers. Yes, and the crossbowmen, many of them, are fitting their deadly bolts into their powerful weapons. Somehow, every knight, every armed yeoman, everyone here seems to be getting ready for trouble. If trouble comes, and they're doing it with a will all over this meadow, men are preparing for battle if there is to be a battle. I can see my Lord Fitzwalter. He's mounted now and flanked by his close lieutenant. Eustace de Vesey has just handed to Fitzwalter a scroll, and no doubt it's the Magna Carta. I'm close enough to the leader of the barons to see the smile upon his face. It's a sardonic smile with just a hint of triumph. He just did a very curious thing, by the way. With his left hand, he brushed the scroll back and forth across his chin, while his right hand fondled the great sword that is hanging by his side. It was an eloquent gesture, not lost upon his lieutenants either. The Magna Carta or the sword. That's what it says. But it's going to take some time for King John to cover the 7 miles from Windsor to Runnymede. So while he's on his way, let's switch to our headquarters pavilion for Quincy Howe and an analysis of the Magna Carta.
I hold a copy of the Magna Carta in my hand. Article 49 states specifically that the barons shall have the right to elect 25 nobles from among themselves to administrate the new laws contained in the other 48 articles of the Charter. This is remarkable. If the law forces the king to share his power, what becomes of the divine right of kings? What's more, this revolutionary document, the Magna Carta, demands security that the laws and freedoms it contains shall be guaranteed and fulfilled. I quote from Article 49. If the king, or any of his justiciaries, or bailiffs, or any of his ministers, shall break these articles of peace and security, the aforesaid 25 barons shall go to our Lord the King, and shall petition to have redress without delay. And, if the king shall not amend it within a reasonable time, the whole community of the land shall distrain and distress the king by all the means which they can. That is to say, and I'm still quoting from Article 49 of the Magna Carta, by taking his castles, lands, possessions, and in every other manner which they can, until amendment of the wrongs shall be made. End of quote. Now, this has no precedent. It's completely unheard of. It means a new philosophy of government for England, with future consequences that no one can foresee. Will King John sign this Magna Carta? Will he peacefully give up the traditional prerogatives of a monarch accountable only to God for his actions? No one yet knows, but we're soon going to find out. And now, back to the Baron's camp on the meadow and John Daly.
John Hollenbeck is on his way over here from Windsor with King John, accompanying King John and his troops, and he tells us that the king and his men have halted about 1/2 mile from here.
Right, John. The king's forces have stopped at the river bend just about 1/2 mile from Runnymede. That halt was ordered by William the Marshal, the king's commander, so that they could permit the foot soldiers to catch up with the mounted knights.
Well, what do you make of this maneuver, Don?
Well, look, I'd say the king appears anxious to have his full force compactly behind him when he reaches the meadow.
I see. Well, would you say
the
then
foot soldiers are getting here now, John. They're approaching, but where they're fanning out into the fields on either side of the road, it looks as if...
Go ahead. It looks as if what, Don? We're not getting you. Come on in. What's wrong?
Why, there's nothing wrong, John. I was merely about to remark that it looks to us as if England this spring is lovelier than it's ever been. And what could be lovelier than England in the spring? Agreed, John?
Yes, of course, and I suppose it's censorship, Don, but as my Lord Fitzwalter said, the barons are ready for anything. And if it means that the king intends to charge, the barons will be ready. The crowds of spectators massed at the east end of the meadow, by the way, know that King John is headed this way, and they've moved back, way back, and they're still pushing and shoving to get back out of the way of any possible action. There's a thick cloud of dust in the distance over the road from Windsor Castle, and I can make out a body of horsemen advancing down the road, coming close to the meadow. It's King John with a packed mass of knights and nobles. They're riding forward at a slow canter. The foot soldiers in the fields on either side of the road are keeping pace with the canter. King John and his retinue have halted now. They've pulled up their horses on the extreme north fringe of this meadow. As if by a signal, the foot soldiers have stopped dead in their tracks. The king and his close party are still making no move to come forward. They're seated upon their horses, just looking in silence at the huge force of barons across the meadow, sort of sizing the situation up. And it's strange now how quiet everything is getting. It's almost a deadly quiet. I get the funny feeling of looking at a still painting, at a tremendous canvas with John seated upon his horse, the dead center of the picture. Even the great crowd that fringes the meadow is hardly moving at all, and there's hardly a sound from them. Here at the south end of the meadow, the mounted knights and the barons are watching and waiting. There's nothing but a deep, sullen silence, broken occasionally. There's the first move! The first move in this fantastic game of chess being played here at Runnymede Meadows. John and his close party have dismounted. They're walking to the council table in the center of the meadows. I'm going to move up to that table as fast as I can. Meanwhile, perhaps Don Hollenbeck can come in without censorship again, since the king is evidently going to talk and not fight.
I can this time, John. They did cut us off while the king's forces charged up to the meadows. I don't understand the maneuver. Perhaps it was a bluff to frighten the barons, a bluff backed by might, but it certainly did not succeed. Lord Fitzwalter and his lieutenants in the barons' camp have dismounted. They're walking forward now to meet John and his party. Fitzwalter is flanked by Richard. That's the Earl of Clare, and Geoffrey, Earl of Essex and Gloucester. King John is at the council table now. The king's in the center. Stephen Langdon, Archbishop of Canterbury, is on his right. William the Marshal, Earl of Pembroke's on his left, and behind them, Cardinal Pandulph and the 7 bishops. The barons have reached the council table now, and so has John Daly, I see, so over to him.
The barons are waiting for King John to make the first move, and the king's face, as he looks at Lord Robert Fitzwalter, is absolutely expressionless. The king has turned to Archbishop Langdon, and that was the king's voice commanding the archbishop to open the conversation.
My sons, I greet you. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, I pray for the peace of this realm and the salvation of our souls. God grant us wisdom and good counsel in the grave matters before us. Amen. My Lord Fitzwalter, the king is ready to affix his royal seal to the charter, provided all of you first swear fealty and declare yourself his liegemen.
Most venerable father, we, the knights and nobles of England, in solemn assembly, swore upon the high altar of St. Edmund's that we are no longer liegemen of John Plantagenet, and we will hold ourselves so till he should by this charter confirm to us and our heirs all that we demand.
Fitzwalter has thrown the Magna Carta on the table.
Seal first, then our oath of allegiance.
Oh, my sons, I beseech you. Has there not been enough of strife and bloodshed?
His royal seal first.
The archbishop has turned to the king, appealing to him, both arms outstretched, but the king himself has moved forward and is speaking.
So, my lord Fitzwalter, you and your barons refuse to take an oath of fealty to the crown. You know very well that this matters not. Of what worth is the oath of traitors? Come, let us be done with this tiresome affair. My lord Marshal, give them the document which I have caused to be drawn up. Give it them and let us be gone.
William the Marshal has thrown the king's document on the table.
This document of yours, does it contain the 49 points of law we petitioned for? 48. And in truth, if I love not peace, if I held not so dearly the honor and weal of this realm, never would I have consented to accept even these 48 outrageous demands. Sire, these 48 laws which you so graciously grant us are quite worthless without surety that they will be administered in good faith. Surety! Surety! You dare ask for surety. Is not the word of your king sufficient surety? Sire, we question not your good faith. Nevertheless, this is the document we wish you to seal. This is our Magna Carta. This alone will satisfy us if you wish peace. Your royal seal, sire. Hearken to me, my lords. My noble lords. I, John, by the grace of God, King of England, am only accountable to our Lord in heaven and to his holy servant in Rome, Innocent III. I am the king. I make the law. You ask that we grant the church freedom from state power. We grant that. You ask that we restrain our bailiffs from seizure of land for debt. Granted. You ask that no free man be put to death for petty crimes. Granted. You ask that no constable be empowered to seize goods for relief of the state. Granted. You ask that freemen be tried by an elected jury. Granted. These and all the divers laws to the number of 8 and 40, granted. But when you ask, nay, demand the administration of these laws be placed in the hands of 5 and 20 barons, I say not granted. Not granted. Why don't you ask for my throne? Why don't you ask for my crown? By the saints, I, a nobleman, administer the law in this realm. Never will I grant liberties that will make of me a slave. I am the king. I am the law. Your royal...
King John has turned his back upon the barons. He motions to Cardinal Pandulf, and the Pope's emissary comes forward, his long red robes trailing the ground. Taking a scroll from beneath his red robe, he unrolls it and has begun to read from it.
Servus Savorum Dei. Universis Christi Fidelibus. An paginam inspectorus. Salutum et apostolicam benedictionem.
Cardinal Pandulf is reading Latin, and I am not a Latinist, but I did catch the word Innocentus, which undoubtedly means that it's a letter from Pope Innocent III addressed to the barons. This is something we hadn't anticipated, or we would have had a Latin scholar handy to give you a running Oh, just a moment. Quincy Howe is motioning for the microphone. Go ahead, Quincy.
Yes, an official translation of the letter that Cardinal Pandulf is reading, and it's been handed to me, John. It's a message from the Pope, addressed to the barons. The message rebukes the barons for their lack of fealty to the crown. It accuses them of persecuting the king. The message refers to the Magna Carta as vile, base, unlawful, unjust, induced by violence and threats. The message goes on to say that His Holiness reprobates and entirely condemns an agreement of this kind. And finally, it threatens both the king and the barons with excommunication if the barons compel King John to sign the charter, especially Article 49. Now, John Daly.
A threat of excommunication against John and his barons both if the king signs the Magna Carta. Fitzwater and his men are stunned when they insist upon their demands in the face of dread excommunication. Yes, Fitzwater has turned and has signaled to his forces to advance. They're defying the king. The barons' forces are moving forward. 2,000 armed knights moving up for battle. This position can become very difficult, but as long as the king remains here, we're in no danger. The Archbishop of Canterbury now is pleading with King John to sign. He's pointing to the Magna Carta, waiting for the royal seal. The king's face is contorted with fear and anger. He stands behind the council table, staring at the oncoming barons moving slowly across the field. His own forces at the north end of the meadow are waiting for a signal from him, but there's no signal. The oncoming knights are no more than... King John has spoken to William the Marshal. The Marshal is handing him a seal. It's the royal seal. The king holds it up. The king has cried, "Behold our seal," and Fitzwater has motioned his forces to halt.
Behold our seal! With its own weight, it kills our majesty. For by this act, I uncrown your king. I give you 25 talents in my stead.
King John has sealed the Magna Carta. All 49 articles are law. Robert Fitzwater is holding the Magna Carta over his head, waving it at his throat. The knights have broken...
June the 19th, 1215. King John signs the Magna Carta at Runnymede, and a new age of freedom begins.
You have been listening to the signing of the Magna Carta, another broadcast in the series CBS is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The signing of the Magna Carta was written by Henry Walsh and Robert Louis Cheon. Next week...
March 6, 1836, the defense of the Alamo. CBS is there.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the Ford Theater, presenting the first in a new series of full-hour radio dramas under the sponsorship of the Ford Motor Company. May we introduce, as spokesman for the management of the Ford Theater, the distinguished playwright, actor, and producer, co-author of Life with Father and State of the Union, Mr. Howard Lindsay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Ford Theater, a new and hopeful structure located at the corner of this Wavelength and Main Street, USA and Canada. Your seats, of course, are in the front row, on the beam. And you'll notice that the Ford Theater, like many an older playhouse, has a motto carved on the keystone of the arch that spans the stage. It reads, "The play's the thing." This afternoon's play is based on a famous American novel which, as far as we can learn, has never before been presented on the air. We shall hear George Zachary's production of A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court by Mark Twain. Mark Twain wrote The Connecticut Yankee just short of 60 years ago, and the Yankee he wrote about was a typical last-century American, a foreman of iron workers in a Hartford gun foundry. But suppose old Mark were alive and kicking, as usual, today, at this moment. How would he choose his hero here in the year of our Lord, 1947? And how would he begin his strange tale? Well, if I were Mark, I can imagine I might begin somewhat on this order. I came across the curious stranger of my story in the Hall of Armor at the Metropolitan Museum here in New York one fine Sunday afternoon early last summer. I was reading the descriptive placard set below a magnificent suit of armor in the center of the hall when I noticed a quiet, serious-looking young man beside me. Leaning forward a little, he read the inscription aloud and with marked contempt.
6th century hauberk said to have belonged to Sir Sagramor le Desirous, knight of King Arthur and member of the Round Table. Observe the bullet hole through the armor in the left breastplate. It cannot be accounted for. That's what they think.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Wit ye well, I saw it done.
You saw it?
Matter of fact, mister, I did it myself. It all started in Hartford, Connecticut, right in my own backyard. I was on terminal leave. I'd been with the Seabees in the Pacific for 3 years, and it turned out that the fellow next door had been with the Army Engineers. He was boasting about them one day. I couldn't take that. I told him that the Army Engineers couldn't even build a pontoon bridge unless they had prefabricated parts. I didn't expect he'd resent a simple statement of fact such as that, so I was wide open when his fist landed, and I went out like a light. When I woke up, I was lying on a dirt floor. Above me was a low stone ceiling, and around me were 4 stone walls, one with a heavy metal door. Before I even had time to be surprised, the door opened and a young guy came in. He was dressed from neck to knees in a pair of shrimp-colored tights, and he carried a crust of bread in one hand and an earthenware mug in the other.
Fair sir, will you take sup?
Will I which?
Will you taste of bread and sip of water therewith to fill thy paunch and slake thy thirst?
What kind of talk is that? Where am I?
Marry, sir, where wouldst thou be other than in King Arthur's court?
Where?
King Arthur's court, have you no ears?
Say, what kind of joke is this?
Wherefore dost thou think it a joke?
Listen, I'm talking to a guy in my own backyard. He knocks me out. I wake up in jail. You come in decked out in some kind of costume, spouting some kind of queer language. What word would you use for it except joke?
Ah. And dost consider it likewise a joke that thou art to be burned at the stake within the hour?
Burned at the What for?
Thy strange dress doth proclaim thou art an evil magician.
An evil magician? Look, kid, I want to see a lawyer.
I know not what meaneth lawyer, and I hight not kid. And it please your worship, I hight Pierre de Beauchamp Bedivere de Boutelet.
Pierre de Bush... I'll call you, Clarence. Look, I'd better get the picture as you see it. You say this is King Arthur's court.
Wit ye well, and so it be. The glorious Arthur, whose golden reign hath blessed us since the year 510.
510? And what year is it now?
Why, 528. But what mattereth to thee what year it be, since it be thy last day on earth? Now, wilt thou come with me in orderly fashion, or must I needs summon the guard?
I'll come quietly, officer. Anything to find out what this is all about.
Thou hadst best shield thine eyes. The glare of the sun is fearsome.
Say, what are all those people doing over there in that field?
Now, sweet your worship, they are come to see thee burned.
Holy mackerel, you weren't kidding.
Yonder is the stake.
No, this can't be. This must be a nightmare. But I better not take any chances. Clarence, what time is this bonfire set for?
When the sun doth reach its highest point.
Noon, huh? Noon, sun. Clarence, what's the date today?
The 21st of June.
The 21st of June, the year 528. But that's wonderful.
Wonderful? Hast taken leave of thy senses, my lord?
Clarence, congratulate me. I will not be burned today. I'd remembered something. Something from the days when I used to memorize the almanac to keep from going stir-crazy on those Pacific coral reefs. On that day, there was a total eclipse of the sun. Now, these people apparently believed in magic, and they'd certainly never heard of an eclipse. So I turned to Clarence.
Sir?
Is King Arthur in the house?
Yonder he sits under the royal canopy.
Ah. Hey there, King Arthur!
Speakest thou to me?
To nobody else but. I hear you think I'm a magician.
So Merlin hath informed me.
Who's Merlin?
Know ye not of Merlin? 'Tis he who sitteth here upon my right hand. For he be my trusted adviser, and the most powerful magician in all the land.
And he wants to get rid of me. Afraid of the competition?
Nay, he fears not thee nor any man. Is it not so, good Merlin?
My gracious liege, I well know the limit of this man's power. He can do naught to harm us.
Is that so? Is that so? Listen, King Arthur, if you go through with this barbecue, I'll cook up the worst disaster since Noah's flood.
How say you?
I will blot out the sun.
Merlin, can he in truth do this thing?
He can, Sir King, but he dare not, for it can be done only by calling upon that awful being, whose name 'tis death to pronounce.
That's ridiculous.
Enough. I believe thee, good Merlin. Tie him to the stake.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. You hear that, all you people? Your king has doomed you to destruction. I am going to destroy the sun. Hark as I call forth the forces at my command. Reed, pleat. Zoot, zoot. Hey, bubba, rebop. Mersey dotes. Bleep, bloop. Hudson, roast, another rillera. Upon you, O dreaded one, upon you whose name may not be spoken save by the chosen few, on you I call to destroy the sun, as I pronounce thine awful and fearful name, Snafu! My timing was on the nose. The crowd went mad with fear. But I wasn't feeling so good either, because I figured to myself, there's no eclipse due on June 21st in 1947. This must be the year 528, and I am in King Arthur's court. Well, there was no help for it. I'd have to make out as best I could. Meanwhile, King Arthur was practically down on his knees pleading with me.
Good, sweet, most powerful magician. Bring not this disaster upon the world because of mine own disbelief in thee. Reflect, gracious sir. Bring back the sun.
Okay, King Arthur, here's my proposition. If I bring back the sun, you appoint me permanent prime minister. My cut will be 10% of any increase in revenue I produce for the state. If I can't live on that, I won't ask for a raise. Is it a deal?
Away with his bonds! Rich and poor shall do him homage. He is the king's right hand, and is clothed with full power and authority. Now, good sir, sweep away the night and bring the light again.
Let the enchantment dissolve and pass harmless away. Open the door, Richard!
The sun is coming out!
They thought I was the greatest magician in the world. King Arthur wanted to fire Merlin without so much as 2 weeks' pay, but I vetoed that. That's where I made my first mistake. Then I realized what a man out of the 20th century could do back there in the 6th. Every little thing I did created a sensation. I showed them my watch.
Oh, it is marvelous.
It's an infernal machine.
It's amazing.
I flashed my pocket lighter.
Have a care.
He holdeth fire in his hand.
It is a magical torch.
Even my jokes panicked him. Which came first, the chicken or the egg?
Marvelous, Sir Boss.
Oh, a prodigy of humor.
He slayeth me.
Then, to top it off, I cooked up a batch of dynamite and blew up Merlin's castle. That did it. So far as King Arthur's court was concerned, I was the boss. In fact, if you wanted to talk to me, you said, Sir Boss, and liked it.
Sir Boss, in truth I am loath to disturb thee, but there is a maiden come from the king who waiteth these 2 months, craving audience with thee.
Send her in, Clarence.
Okay, Sir Boss. Demoiselle Alison de Castelwaz. Sir Boss.
Well, my girl, what can I do
How
for you?
perchance, fair Sir Boss, thou canst succeed wherein all others have failed. The dragons are of such a size to fright the soul of even the most valorous of men as they do glare from their terrible eye, which does sit witchy well in the very centre of their forehead.
Wait a minute.
Lack a day, and you wot how many have essayed, and yet
Wait
they are
a minute.
utterly- Yet I hold them not blameless.
Wait a minute! Clarence, what's she talking about?
King Arthur hath appointed thee her protector. Thou must slay for her a fearsome dragon.
Dragon?
I, my mistress with 44 other maidens, are held captive in a castle surrounded by the most fearful monsters that...
Hold it, sister. Clarence, you know I don't have time to play truth or consequences even with a cutie like this.
But, Sir Boss, she may not leave thy side until thou hast granted her boon. 'Tis the law of chivalry.
Oh, rats. I tell you what, Clarence, give her my correspondence course on shorthand and typing. If she insists on hanging around, she might as well be useful.
Come thou with me, Alison.
Fare thee well, sweet your worship.
See you later, Sandy. Clarence, the more I see of this chivalry business, the more convinced I get that it's just a phony racket. Don't these knights have anything better to do than go around bashing in each other's skulls in tournaments and chasing dragons that don't exist?
Why, forsooth, Sir Boss, 'tis all they know.
Why can't they do something more productive? Do something for their people?
What meanest thou by people?
You know, folks other than knights.
Oh, forsooth, there be none worth mentioning other than the knights. These others exist only in that they may serve the knights.
What sort of wages do they get?
Wages? What signifieth wages?
Never mind, that answers the question. Are they at least treated kindly?
Good Sir Boss, the knights know not the meaning of kindness. Marry, the life of these ye call the people, they do esteem as something less than the life of a good dog or a middling horse.
Clarence, I think I'll have to make some changes in that direction. Would you like to help?
That I would, for though I be high-born, yet I relish not the time when I am knighted and needs must go about breaking the bones of innocence so that I may be termed valorous. I would rather be as thou, Sir Boss, hep character.
That's the spirit, Clarence. Now, I want you to find about 50 other boys your own age who feel the way you do. I'll put them through a grind that'll make the CB training course look like a vacation. But one thing, Clarence, Merlin is my sworn enemy. If he spills a word of this to Arthur and the knights before we're ready for him, our hash is cooked. The whole operation is top secret. You got that letter ready for my signature, Sandy?
'Tis ready for thy new fountain pen, Sir Boss.
Yes, Clarence. Oh.
To His Majesty Arthur, King of the Table Round, Sir Mordred de Rougemont, half-brother to the King, the court magician, Merlin...
Send him in.
Sir Boss, Alison de Castelwaz.
Your Majesty.
Sir Boss, we have come to this tower thou callest penthouse, and unto this room thou callest office, to learn for what reason thou dost defy our royal will.
How's that, King?
'Tis half a year since His Majesty hath bidden thee to slay the dragon for the maiden Alisande.
Oh, so that's it. Go on with your work, Sandy.
Wherefore dost thou remain in the confines of thy battlements, Sir Boss? Art thou faint of heart?
Faint of heart, my eye. Listen, Mordred, I've got better things to do than chase around in a tin suit.
Aye? What, Sir Boss? What more important?
None of your business, you old faker.
Your Majesty, until this day have I waited to present thee proof of yon traitor's acts. In the dark of night doth he brew his black magic, on land and on water, on shores and in the woods and the bowels of the earth, and even in the air itself hath he confederates, working and plotting to destroy thee and thy crown.
That's a lie, Merlin.
Canst deny thine own works? Gaze, O Arthur, upon the maid at table, pecking with her fingers as a hen pecketh corn.
'Tis only a typewriter, Your Majesty.
Listen, you witch doctor without a mask. I'm not trying to destroy your king. I'm trying to put his reign 1,400 years ahead of its time. Destroy him. Why, when I'm finished, Arthur will be able to change the entire course of history.
Thou speakest fair, Sir Bas.
Beware silken tongue, O my king.
Listen, Arthur, I'll put my cards on the table right now. I like you. I'm doing everything I can to help you. But if helping you means that I have to destroy the rotten, unjust, antiquated structure of chivalry, then that's just what I'll do.
He slandereth chivalry, my lord.
What? Nay, he meaneth not, Mordred.
The heck I don't.
Wilt thou defame all knighthood? Thou goest too far, Sir Boss. Defend thee, varlet.
Why, you dumb clock.
Hold, boss. Hold, Mordred. Nay, I am of two minds about this matter. In this manner shall we settle it. Upon the morrow do you, Sir Boss, appear upon the field of honor to do battle with Sir Mordred. If thou dost vanquish him, then so thy work shall continue. Yet, if thou art vanquished, then will all thy powers be forfeit, and thyself be banished from the land.
Fine.
Sir Boss, thou art not afraid?
Afraid of this sardine can, Sandy? Listen, King Arthur, Mordred isn't enough. I'll take on your whole round table.
Sir Boss!
From Launcelot to Sagramore le Desirous. We'll settle this thing once and for all. I spent the night trying to figure an angle to beat the collected assortment of the Knights of the Round Table. Everything I believed in depended on it. It was the final test of the 20th century against the 6th. I knew, of course, that Merlin was busy all night, too, saying incantations and weaving spells around his boys. That was the trouble with Merlin. He believed his own magic. Came the dawn, and I dressed up in the fanciest pair of tights I could find in Clarence's clothes closet, and off I went to the tournament grounds. To see that crowd, you'd think it was a World Series. There wasn't a vacant seat in the house, and everyone there was yelling for my blood. I walked to the middle of the field, bowed to the king and queen, and stood there waiting. All of a sudden, the trumpet started a racket, and a herald called out,
"Sir Lancelot, into the fray for king and country!"
Well, they were sending in their powerhouse right off. The gates at the end of the arena flew open, and a suit of armor perched on a horse bore down on me. I waited until he had worked up full steam, then I whipped out a lasso I had hidden under my cape, whirled it around a few times like I used to when I was a kid, and let go. It went round his shoulders, and I pulled tight for all I was worth. He bit the dust. He couldn't get to his feet, being encased in a ton of metal.
"Sir Gareth, into the fray for king and country!"
I yanked back my lasso, recoiled it, and by that time Sir Gareth was in position for my attack. I tossed the lasso. Sir Gareth bit the dust. That sort of thing went on for almost an hour. The ground was covered with wriggling suits of armor, and my right arm was getting ready to drop off when the herald called out,
"Sir Sagramore le Desirous, into the fray for king and country!"
Suddenly, I noticed Merlin beside me. He hissed in my ear,
"Now, Sir Boss, have I spun around Sir Sagramore's spell, which protects him well from thee.
Says you.
And now art thou helpless for all thy magic weapons."
Look, go peddle your foolishness somewhere else. Scotch, old rat. He scattered, and I reached down to pick up my lasso. It was gone. The old humbug had swiped it. Sir Sagramore charged at me, a ton of man and horse and steel, straight down upon me. The crowd went wild. It looked as if I was a goner. I had no choice. I reached into my pocket and brought out my last trick, the one I'd hoped I'd never have to use. I used it. Well, sir, that's it. That's how the bullet hole got into Sagramore's breastplate here in the museum. Like I said, I put it there myself.
And so you vanquished all the Knights of the Round Table.
Yep. But that was only the beginning. Would you like to hear the rest?
I certainly would.
Well, then, give me a minute to get it all straight in my head. You see, sometimes I can't tell one century from another. While the Yankee pulls himself together, we'll remain right here in the 20th century. We have with us in the Ford Theater this afternoon a gentleman whose family name is recognized everywhere in the world as a symbol of 20th century progress. Progress in human relations as well as in mechanical techniques. We are honored to present the president of the Ford Motor Company, Mr. Henry Ford II. Mr. Ford.
Good afternoon. On behalf of all of us at the Ford Motor Company, I want to welcome you as our guests on this, the first broadcast of a new Ford radio program. We are very happy indeed to have you in our listening audience. At this hour, every Sunday afternoon, we plan to bring you the finest radio plays, drawn from every field, stage, screen, books, and radio. To make sure that each production is the best possible, we have called on a group of able and experienced radio men and women, writers, actors, directors, and musicians. They have been at work for months, preparing the first series of plays. Their work has had one major objective, to bring you stories that people have liked and that we hope you will like. As we at the Ford Motor Company continue to do our best to serve you, we want to merit your confidence, not only in the kind of cars and trucks and tractors we make for you, but also through our actions and services in the thousands of towns and cities all over the country where we meet you and do business with you, and in what we do as an industrial citizen in this great land of freedom and opportunity. And if we are to continue to deserve your confidence, we think you must know and understand what we are doing and what we are trying to do. We hope, then, that you will be a regular member of our Sunday listening audience. We hope that you will like our program. We hope also that you will be interested in some of the things we may want to tell you from time to time about ourselves and our products. Only by getting acquainted with each other can we hope to serve you better, with better cars and trucks that more and more of you can afford to buy.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. In just a moment, Howard Lindsay and Act Two of A Connecticut Yankee. We now pause for station identification.
The Ford Theater, A Connecticut Yankee, Act 2. Scene, the Hall of Armor at the Metropolitan Museum in New York. Our friend, the CB from Hartford, takes up his curious story once more.
The tournament between the knights and me had more to it than met the eye. So far as Arthur was concerned, it was the final test of magical strength. But I knew it was also a struggle between the existing forces of tyranny and oppression, namely Merlin and the knights, and the struggling forces of freedom and equality, namely me. Merlin knew that as well as I did, and we both knew, too, that the battle wasn't over yet. For the next 5 years, I worked night and day with Clarence and our picked crew. We tapped for oil, we mined for coal and ore. We set up refineries and steel processing and manufacturing plants of all sorts. And we didn't neglect the ammunition. At last, I was ready.
Wherefore bringest thou me into these cavernous buildings, Sir Boss?
King Arthur, I've shown you folks a lot of magic since I've been here, but today you're going to see a form of magic that tops everything.
Black magic? Or white magic, Sir Boss?
Scientific magic, Merlin. See here.
Sir Boss, what is this?
This is an automobile assembly line.
What signifieth automobile?
That's one right there.
'Tis likened to the chariot of the Prince of Darkness.
It's a chariot, all right. It moves at many times the speed of a horse.
Faster than my horse?
Much faster. Of course, this is only a Model T. In another 10 years, we'll be able to make a Lincoln. if you'll step into this next room.
Nate, it's black as night, Sir Boss. Merlin, bring light.
You won't need a torch, King Arthur. Just push this little button. So.
Ah, wondrous light. It is brighter than the sun.
That is but one of the powers of electricity, King Arthur.
Tis an old enchantment.
Oh, it has other uses. Here, Merlin, pick up this wire.
There's some mischief, I trow.
Fault or not, Merlin, seize it. Sir Boss, thou hast slain him.
Nah, he's just knocked out. Could have happened to anybody who was changing a fuse.
What is in this box, Sir Boss?
Reach out and turn the knob, King Arthur. Have no fear.
Turn the knob. Yes.
Camelot armor never gets hot. It's air conditioned in every spot. It never rusts, it shines like new. Camelot is the armor for you. C-A-M-E-L-O-T.
No. Recall the charm, Sir Boss. Nate is enough.
You, don't care for the radio?
Methinks 'tis a mixed blessing. Sir Boss, I have seen most marvelous things this day. Truly, thou art the greatest magician the world has ever seen.
King, you ain't seen nothing yet. Look up at the sky.
Ah, a huge bird.
Nope, an airplane. Watch. How would you like to ride in that, King Arthur?
Ah, methinks to be a great adventure. Hast thou not taught me this day there is no danger in these things?
Well, it takes a little time to learn to manage them.
Then I will take the time to learn. And all my people shall learn. And then will each knight ride upon an automobile, and every castle shall have light and heat and a radio, and each knight an electric razor.
You mean you want to hand all this over to the knights?
Forsooth, to my people.
But, King Arthur, the knights are not your people.
How then?
The men and women who work in the fields, who repair the roads, who weave the clothes you wear, these are your people. But they're not ready for my miracles.
Not ready?
Your people are ignorant. They're poor. They're miserable. Most of them a little better than slaves. If I turn these things loose among them, they'll destroy themselves. My magic can be a blessing only if it's used with intelligence, by free men. I mean to give it to your people when you have made them free.
Sir Boss, I understand thee not. What meaneth freedom?
Look, King Arthur, you've never really been among your wretched people. Come with Sandy and me for a week or two, disguised as a peasant. See for yourself what their lives are really like.
You mean they would know me not? Ah, it would be a bold adventure. I'll do it.
King Arthur, Sandy, some noblemen are coming up the road.
What matters it?
Let them come.
Get to the side of the road or they'll ride you down.
Ride me down?
You're a peasant now, my liege.
Aye, I had forgot. Hasty first, Sandy. Stand way aside.
And put on a humble attitude. They'll be around the curve in a moment. Duck your head. Keep your eye on the ground.
Oh, is this all right?
It'll have to do. Here they come. Don't move an inch till they pass.
Hold there, varlet.
Ah? Meanest thou me?
Verily I mean thee. How many leagues toward lies the next village?
Upon my soul, I know not.
You know not? Wherefore know you not what I ask thee? Thou art insolent. Mayhap this will serve to teach.
Oh, no! Sandy, stay where you are.
Forward!
Sandy, are you all right?
'Tis nothing, fair Sir Boss.
Good Sandy. It grieves me sore that thou shouldst bear the last stroke meant for me.
'Twas not meet that thou shouldst suffer. Thou art the king.
Yet am I a man, too, and would not have a woman...
My liege, the trouble is that while you look like a peasant, you don't act like one.
And wherein am I lacking?
In the first place, you stand too straight. Slouch over.
Thus?
More. When a man is poverty-stricken, when he's miserable and oppressed, the manhood in him is sapped out. He's left with shoulders that droop, a slouching body, a shuffling walk, and a head that hangs low. There's no spirit left in him. He has doubt in his heart and fear in his soul. Can you understand that?
I can, as well as any man.
Then concentrate on it until terror and despair have become as much a part of you as the beating of your heart. Learn what it feels like to be a man without a birthright. Arthur had much to learn, and in the next week or so, plenty of opportunity for schooling. Here we saw a young girl accused of witchcraft burned alive. There, a man tortured to death for refusing to confess to cutting down a tree on his master's estate. Another was drawn and quartered for trapping a rabbit to feed his starving family. This was the lot of the common man in the age of chivalry. No one challenged us along the way, and we went unrecognized, but not unobserved.
How long, wise Merlin, have they been gone from Camelot?
10 days, Sir Mordred.
Uh-huh.
Thou understandest full well thy part in this action?
'Tis simple enough.
Arthur, Sir Boss, and the maiden are this night nigh unto London town, and will within the week be in the place itself. Thou wilt hasten there and follow the plan. So Arthur hath desires to be amid his people, hath he? We will arrange it so that he shall have his wish, and we will have the throne. Mordred, thou hast spoken naught of this to the Queen?
To no one.
Were death to do so, she would speak of it to Launcelot. For Launcelot loveth the king like a brother, even though his affection for the Queen taketh a direction other than sister. The hour groweth late. Hie thee to London, fair Mordred. Thou shalt yet be king.
Well, I wasn't a magician, so I didn't know what was in store. But I was just as worried about that Launcelot-Guinevere team as Merlin was, only for a different reason. I couldn't figure it. So one day, when Arthur had gone to forage for food, I asked Sandy about it.
Faith, Sir Boss, this is not difficult to explain. Arthur hath a great soul and mind which doth try to understand the world about him. Therefore can Guinevere not possess him entirely. And it is this she doth resent, even though she be not aware of it.
So she turns to Launcelot, who's nothing but a big, good-natured clown.
Oh, thou must not censure her for it. All women are likewise.
You too?
Mayhap I will be too, if ere I marry.
Sandy, you're not the silly girl I took you for at first.
You said a mouthful, Sir Boss.
What was that?
Oh, 'tis a phrase Clarence taught me. A fair-sounding phrase, is it not? I am quick to learn.
Uh-huh. But do you think Arthur's learning anything from this self-conducted poll?
He hath seen enough of misery, my lord, to make him wonder that men can bear their burdens. He hath learned to love his people, not from kingly heights, but from his heart.
That's what I'm trying to get at, Sandy. If we can make him forget about the divine right of kings and convince him of the inherent rights of men, nothing will stop us.
Sir Boss, thou art truly noble in thyself. And handsome, too.
Nick, Sandy, come on, let's find Arthur. I want to get to London before dark. London at that time was no more than a sprawling mud village. The filth and litter that clogged the streets was incredible. And the people, thousands of them, swarming, sweating, and swearing in every nook and corner. For a while, the three of us wandered around the shops, and when Sandy spotted a hat shop she liked, we left her there. I wanted to get Arthur back to the marketplace where he could get an on-the-spot view of some slaves being sold. That was part of his education. So, back to the marketplace, the two of us went. We got a place near the auction block, and it wasn't too comfortable. We were pushed and jostled, and then suddenly, the king and I were seized and thrust toward the block. The men who had done it stood grinning before us. Arthur was livid. He roared out,
"What meanest this ill manner jest?"
Jest, he calls it. What maketh ye think 'tis a jest? Put these slaves to the block for sale.
Slaves? I'm no
slave. We're not slaves. We're farmers. We're free men.
If indeed ye be free men, bring forth your proofs.
What proofs?
The law requireth you to prove ye are free men, and you cannot. You're a slave.
Thou art mad.
No, he's not. It's the law that's mad. We're stuck, Arthur.
Nay, mark ye, yonder rides Mordred. Mordred! Hark ye, Mordred, fair brother!
Who calleth?
Over here. 'Tis I who call.
What insolence is this? That a slave that dare call out to me.
Marry, I am no slave, but thy brother. I am Arthur.
Arthur? A slave, my brother? The man's mad. Give him 20 lashes upon his back, that he may regain his senses and learn in what fashion he is my brother.
Mordred! Mordred! Ah, he knew me not.
Prepare thyself, varlet.
How darest thou? I'll teach thee to lay thy low-born hands upon my person.
Arthur, no! Arthur, no!
What did you do to this guy? Great catfishes, you killed him.
'Tis as he deserved.
Brother, this does it. Now we're really up the creek.
I, Arthur, in a dungeon, a slave. I shall not suffer it. I shall proclaim myself.
You open your mouth and we'll really be in a mess.
But I am king.
In those clothes, who'd believe you? They just think you were crazy and we'd be worse off than before.
Is one of noble birth to be put in irons because he seemeth a peasant? Ah, 'tis unjust.
There's no justice in your land except for nobles. Trial by jury hasn't been invented yet.
Aye. Then are we doomed. Where is thy great magic now, Sir Boss? If Merlin were here, he would save me.
Look, Arthur, never mind about Merlin. We've got to put our faith in Sandy. We've been wandering around for 3 weeks, but we're actually not more than 2 days' ride from home. She can get to Camelot and bring help in 4 days.
But, Sir Boss, are we not to be hanged in 3?
King, thou hast me. Right behind the 8 ball. Came the dawn, and we were hauled out to the field where the gallows were ready and waiting. Public hangings were another source of amusement to these gentlefolk, and there was quite a multitude turned out to see the fun. Arthur gave them an extra show by planting himself in front of the grandstand and proclaiming,
"Know ye that I am Arthur, King of the Britons, and that upon ye one and all shall the awful penalties of treason fall, and so much as one hair of my sacred head be touched with harm."
Behold His Majesty, His serene and sacred ruggedness.
Tremble and fall upon the earth. 'Tis the king of the slaves who speaks, and his word is law.
Do you not believe me? I am Arthur, Arthur thy king, Arthur of the Table Round.
Bring him forth up to the scaffold.
Come, my son.
Take my crown, half my kingdom.
I have a crown for thee, and a necklace of rope, too, varlet.
Kneel, my son. Ego vos salvo et omnibus peccatus.
Art ready?
No!
1.
No, wait!
2.
Wait, you must wait! You can't hang him! It was awful. The worst moment in my life. I wonder, sir, if you'd excuse me.
Certainly. Are you quite sure you're all right?
Well, I am a little upset. I'd like to step out and have a smoke before I tell you the rest.
I understand. Take your time. I'll be here when you get back. End of Act 2. Time, the present once more. Place, the Ford Theater. Before our third act begins, I'd like to tell you a little more about our plans for the weeks ahead. If you care to join us these coming Sunday afternoons, you will hear radio dramatizations of famous motion pictures. Next week, for example, we've scheduled Preston Sturgis's remarkable comedy, The Great McGinty. You will hear famous Broadway plays, such as On Borrowed Time, popular mysteries like A Coffin for Demetrius, the musical hit Carmen Jones, new radio plays commissioned and written especially for the Ford Theater. In short, excellent entertainment in great variety. Now, A Connecticut Yankee, Act 3. I watched the young man from Connecticut closely when he returned. He seemed calmer now as he took his place beside me on the museum bench, ready to resume his story.
Well, as I said, the sight of that hangman's noose slipping over King Arthur's head sent me into action. As I sprang forward, I heard in the distance a faint but ever-swelling and most welcome sound. I couldn't believe my ears. I looked up. Sure enough, cutting through the skies at top speed was squadron upon squadron of airplanes in perfect formation. They swept overhead, releasing as they passed hundreds and hundreds of small white specks which came tumbling toward Earth, blossoming as they fell into full-blown parachutes. And dangling from each and every parachute was a knight in full armor. What a sight! The first to land was Sir Launcelot. The moment he hit solid ground, he leapt to Arthur's side and bellowed at the crowd.
Down upon thy knees, every rascal of you, and salute your king. Who fails, falls by the sword. My liege, how fare ye?
A moment more, and I had fared merrily into another world. Ah, good Launcelot, our utmost gratitude is thine for this deed.
Faith, 'tis not upon me thy thanks should fall, but upon Clarence. 'Twas he who wrote it all.
Unto thee, then, gallant Clarence, are we much beholden.
Think nothing of it. I've had the boys practicing this maneuver for quite a spell now. Figured it might come in handy sometime. So when Sandy showed up with her story, well, that was H-hour. Good thing, too, wasn't it?
That's putting it mild. Is Sandy all right?
That I am, my lord.
I brought her down pickaback.
Verily, 'tis the happiest of reunions. I have learned through many lessons that thou, Sir Boss, and thou, gentle Sandy, art my friends most dear and near. Thou hast taught me how my people suffer, and what they must be given, that they may attain to the brave new world of which I would be king. 'Twould please me that thou, too, were never to part from me, nor yet from one another. How seemeth it were I to betroth thee one to the other?
Well, I never expected a king to do my proposing for me, but I'll take you up if Sandy's willing.
How sayest thou, fair Sandy?
'Tis even as I wished it might be, Sir King.
Aye, then 'tis settled. And thou, Sir Boss, wilt lead us upon a quest of goodly works and noble deeds that will outshine all past adventures of the Table Round.
So Sandy and I were married. Don't get the idea that the king put anything over on me. I had the same idea myself, but he beat me to it. Well, if ever there was a happy man on earth, I was that man. I had a wonderful wife, I had the full confidence of the king, and I was fast distributing the blessings of freedom and progress among the people.
Release thou the prisoner from this dungeon.
That I will not. He hath languished here these 13 years, and here he will remain.
Of what crime is he accused?
'Tis forgotten, mattereth not.
I have here an order for his release. 'Tis from the newly fashioned court, and hath a wondrous sound.
And what may that be?
A writ of habeas corpus.
Still! Thou liest, knave of an umpire! 'Twas a ball if ever I did see one.
Beware! Launcelot stealeth hound! Slide, Launcelot! Slide!
Hold out! Never with thou blind, Sir Umpire! Didst thou not see?
Cease thy mutterings ere I send thee to the showers. Play ye ball!
Hast ever seen the like? 5 rooms and modern bath and Camelot Heights. Sir Boss himself will bought a house in this exclusive place.
Aye, but 'tis expensive.
What sayest thou? Hath not King Arthur decreed that all may own their homes? Think no longer as a serf, but as one who earneth wages. And where else wilt thou find so fair a house? 'Tis but a block from schools and buses.
3 whole years passed like a single day. And at the end of the 3rd year, Sandy and Clarence were in my office going over the annual reports.
You'll be interested in this financial statement of the Camelot Consolidated Gas and Electric Company, dear. They made a profit this year.
Good. Here's the survey from the Public School Board. Notice there's now at least 1 elementary and 1 high school in every town. You'll also find the blueprints for the new university included.
All right, Clarence.
I've made up a report on the Camelot Daily Post Gazette. We've got a circulation now of over 500,000.
Good work, Sandy.
Now, about the expedition you want to send out to discover this place you call, America?
I don't think the Navy's quite ready yet. Are these all the reports?
Yes, except the one on the stock market from Sir Launcelot. I must say that he's abusing his position as president of the stock exchange. Last week he cornered the steel market, and people simply don't have a thing to wear. And the week before he almost started a panic.
Clarence, you've got to understand that Launcelot is a born adventurer. We won't let him go looking for dragons, so he corners steel markets. If it gets too bad, we'll pass a law. Is that all?
Yep.
Will you excuse me, then? It's Geronimo's feeding time.
Oh, Geronimo. Is that any name to saddle a kid with?
Can I help it if you taught Sandy to make parachute jumps? Shall we take in a movie this evening, darling?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I have a meeting of the Camelot Ladies' Welfare and Cultural Society. I'm vice president, you know. Will you mind Geronimo?
What about the nurse?
She'll be at the Welfare Society, too. She's president.
Yes. Sir Boss, do you really think it was a good idea to emancipate the women? They're getting awfully hard to handle these days.
Work made the years go faster, and there was plenty of work to be done. Streetcars and washing machines went hand in hand with better working conditions and a higher standard of living. Libraries and day nurseries were open before bowling alleys and baseball fields. What had taken 150 years in America, I was accomplishing in 15. Of course, there were those who didn't like the way things were going.
Freedom of speech, freedom of worship, freedom of opportunity. I tell thee, Merlin, Sir Boss hath not only destroyed the flower of chivalry, but hath corrupted the people with his magic.
Fear not, good Mordred. I have a magic older than his. This enchantment he hath cast upon the land will not endure. Mark me, we shall wait our time and strike, and yet be masters of the realm.
Merlin was always doing his best to stir up trouble among the knights, but we were making real progress despite them. At the beginning of the 16th year, Arthur came around and told me it was high time I had a vacation. Didn't know but what I agreed with him. So I packed Sandy and Geronimo off to a spot where I'd invested pretty heavily in resort property, and we had ourselves a time. The French Riviera isn't what it used to be. Then it was wonderful, and I had the best time of my life. Until one day when Sandy came tearing down to the beach.
Come on up to the house. Clarence is on the radio phone.
No phone calls for me, Sandy. I'm on vacation.
But you've got to come. This is serious.
Okay. Stop dragging me. What happened?
Merlin. He got you out of the way and then moved in.
Merlin got me out of the way?
Yes. He talked Arthur into getting you to take this vacation.
Why didn't Clarence get in touch with me?
Because the first thing they did was to take over all communications. He's risking his life to sneak through this call.
But didn't the King and Sir Launcelot do anything?
Talk to Clarence. He'll tell you about it.
All right. Hello, Clarence. Spill it.
Listen, boss. The day after you left, Merlin and Mordred up and told the king all the gossip about Launcelot and Guinevere.
Oh, no.
The boys chose up sides, and there was a terrible battle between Launcelot's army and Arthur's army, which saved Merlin the trouble of wasting his own men.
Divide and conquer. And I thought that was a 20th century invention. Where is Arthur now?
Dead. Killed in battle.
Arthur dead? Impossible.
So Mordred is king and Merlin is running the show. I'm just waiting for you to get back to ring down the final curtain.
I haven't got a chance. Why, with our stores of ammunition and our thousands of trained troops...
Save your breath. We have just 50 loyal men left. The rest went over to Merlin.
But why?
Why? Because they were scared, that's why. They were scared of Merlin without you on the spot to protect them. Did you really think you'd educated the superstition out of these people?
I did think so, yes.
Well, now you know better.
So the game's up, is it?
Not necessarily. You remember that big cave just north of the river?
Yes.
Well, I took our faithful 50 and turned it into a fortress in case you might want to make a real fight of it.
In case? Of course I want to make a real fight of it. I'm coming back to England. As someone is going to say someday, I have not yet begun to fight. The moment I got back, I could see that everything was wrong. The streets of Camelot were empty, dark. No people, no automobiles, no policemen, no lights, nothing. Clarence met me in a jeep just before dawn and whisked me over to our fortifications. He picked the ideal spot for our last-ditch stand. The cave was located about halfway up a hill so that we couldn't be attacked from the rear or the flanks. The enemy would have to make a head-on attack, and we were well prepared for that.
I think we've covered every possibility, Sir Boss. I figure the first thing they'll do is charge across that field in formation, so I've planted a little garden to greet them.
Anti-personnel mines?
Right. That field out there is loaded with them.
Did you test them, Clarence?
Well, a committee of knights snooping around was kind enough to test one for us.
And did the committee make a report?
I'll say they did. You could have heard it for a mile. Then, well, you can see the fences for yourself.
Are they electrical?
Natch. Now, up there on the hill, right over the cave, I've set up 20 nests of machine guns, and just in case, I've dammed up the river so that the whole field can be flooded in an emergency.
Laurence, you're a military genius.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised. Well, we're all set.
And none too soon. Look out there.
Get a load of that, will you? How many do you figure there are?
Hard to tell from here.
Looks like a tidal wave coming up, doesn't it?
I see they've gone back to horses. It's quite a sight, isn't it, Clarence?
Yes. Makes me sick. You give people a chance to be free, to live without fear, to find security and peace. The first chance they get, they vote themselves right back into slavery.
It isn't their fault. Probably takes longer than we thought to teach a whole population what freedom really means.
Teach? Brother, they have to be willing to learn. Look, you can see them plainly now.
And hear them, too.
There must be 30,000 of them. Look at them come. Well, they'll reach the minefield in a few minutes. Won't be long now. Closer. 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 Minefield, do your duty! Ready for the electric fences! Full power!
They're dropping like insects.
Machine gun batteries! Open fire! Give it to them! Break open the gap!
It was quite a victory. 30,000 men slain on the field of battle in 20 minutes. But through victory came our defeat by 3 lines of rotting corpses all around our cave. It was impossible to get out. The disease I dreaded began to take its toll among my handful of boys. One by one, they were struck down. Finally, I got it myself.
So, boss, isn't there anything I can do for you?
Yes. Listen, Clarence. Listen carefully.
Yes, sir?
Pull the switch.
The master switch?
That's right.
So, boss, things aren't that bad.
We're licked, Clarence. We've conquered in one way and we've been conquered in another. Pull that switch.
All those beautiful factories and mills and workshops, all to be blown to bits.
We knew it might have to be done someday, Clarence. Isn't that why we loaded them with dynamite and ran the wires here?
Huh. I didn't think we'd ever really use it.
Thanks for the faith in me, Clarence. I'm afraid I've let you down.
Don't talk nonsense.
Clarence, get started. I don't want to miss the last act.
I'll be right back, boss. Sit tight.
That must have been the munitions dump. All gone. All gone. The dream of... What? That you, Clarence?
Now is thy power lost to thee, thou who wert Sir Boss.
Merlin.
Now have I conquered thee at last.
Go away, Merlin. Scat.
Sleep, Sir Boss. Sleep, Sir Boss. Sleep. Thou shalt sleep for 1,400 years, and then thou shalt awake in a strange and terrible land.
That's the last sound I heard back there. I woke up in my own yard in Hartford with that army guy tossing water in my face and laughing like a fool. And that's all there is to it. Well, sir, you've been kind to listen to me. I've got to get back to the place I call home now, back to Hartford. Bye. It's been nice talking to you.
Goodbye, young man. He walked slowly over to Sir Sagramor's armor, ran his hand ever so gently over the breastplate with the bullet hole in it, turned, stalked down the aisle between the helmets, swords, hauberks, spears, and morions, and disappeared through the door. That was the last I saw of him, the man who might or might not have been a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court. To Mark Twain on his star. We hope we've followed you in spirit, if not always in letter. And we beg leave to add a 20th century moral to your 19th century tale. Namely, freedom, which is greater than gadgets, must be learned and guarded still. The placards outside the Ford Theater read, next week, The Great McGinty, a notably hilarious comedy based on the movie classic by Preston Sturges. Come one, come all.
A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court was adapted by Lillian Shane, edited by Howard Teichman, with continuity by George Faulkner. The musical score was written and conducted by Lynn Murray, and the entire production was under the direction of George Zachary. The Yankee was played by Mason Adams, King Arthur by Carl Swenson, Sandy by Charita Bauer, and Clarence by Ian Martin. The other players were Santos Ortega, Horace Braham, Neil Fitzgerald, Reese Taylor, and John Moore.
And this is Howard Lindsay saying good afternoon for the management of the Ford Theater, and extending a cordial invitation to meet the Great McGinty here next Sunday.
The Ford Theater is presented by the Ford Motor Company, makers of Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln cars, and Ford trucks, tractors, and buses.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ode as Margaret.
Margaret Clitheroe, you've been brought from the Castle of York to this Guildhall on this, the 14th day of March in the year of grace 1586, and you are indicted of felony for that you have harboured and maintained Jesuit and seminary priests, traitors to the Queen's Majesty and her laws, and that you have had Mass said.
Margaret Clitheroe, how say you? Are you guilty of this indictment or no?
Woman, you should not be standing before the judges with your hat on. Take it off.
I'm sorry. I will remove it.
Now, Margaret Clitheroe, what say you to these offences?
I know of no offence for which I should confess myself guilty.
Woman, how will you be tried?
Having made no offence, I need no trial.
The law lays down that those who refuse to submit their case to a jury shall be executed with greater cruelty. You must be tried.
Then I will be tried by none but by God and your own consciences. I have done no wrong.
If then you will not put yourself to be tried, hear your judgment. You shall return to the place from whence you came and taken to the lowest part of the prison. There you shall be stripped naked, laid down, your back upon the ground, and as much weight laid upon you as you are able to bear, and so to continue 3 days without meat or drink, except a little barley bread and puddle water, and the 3rd day be pressed to death, your hands and feet tied to posts, and a sharp stone under your back. Look to her, Master Sheriff.
Agnes Tesh! How did you get inside this cell? I was told by the jailer that none is permitted to speak with me, but such as are appointed by the Council of the North.
Margaret, I must give you a warning. A couple by the name of Yoward are going to be put in this cell to spy on you. They're being transferred from the debtor's prison.
Thank you for the warning.
I also wanted to help you make this cell a little more habitable. This low prison is but a little above the mud of the River Ouse. We'll put this pail underneath the drip.
That's better.
The whole city is in an uproar about the sentence, but the council are countering by saying you are possessed with a merry devil and seek your own death. Why did you not plead?
I knew that if I should have put myself for trial by jury, evidence must needs have come against me, which I know none could give but only my children and servants. Oh, thank God I can no longer be the occasion of another's death, or bring them to sufferings, or be the cause of the shipwreck of their faith.
Margaret.
Shh. What is it, Agnes?
I thought I heard something. No, I must be mistaken.
Well, you haven't told me yet how you find yourself here.
I was arrested on Saturday and was accused of having been seen hearing Mass in your house.
Oh.
I don't know how long the jailer will let me stay.
You bribed him.
He provides the meanest food at the most exorbitant price and denies us the very necessaries of life.
Alas, the only way he has of making a living is by the money he gets out of his prisoners.
Margaret, someone is coming.
I brought you two cellmates, Mistress Margaret Clitheroe.
I'm Mrs. Yoward, and this little fellow that's half my width and half my height is my good husband, Mr. Yoward.
How do you do?
Which one of you is Mrs. Clitheroe?
I am.
My wife and I were informed you'd not to have any visitors, Margaret Clitheroe.
Now, husband, come off your high horse. This lady's time is short enough without the likes of us bothering her. We are not of the old faith, Mrs. Clitheroe. We accept the new established church, as ordered by Queen and Parliament. I think, in fairness, I must make this clear.
Thank you for telling me, Mrs. Yoward.
I'm a woman who speaks her mind.
Which makes two of us, Mrs. Yoward.
You pluck, young lady. Admire pluck. Well, me and Mr. Yoward leave you now to your business with your friend, and we'll try to keep out of your way, unless you want us for anything.
Well, that's very kind of you, Mrs. Yoward.
Well, come on now, husband. Let's make this new roof over our heads a little like home.
Agnes, how long do you think I have to live?
The talk is they want you dead within the week.
I knew they sought my blood, but I didn't think they sought it so swiftly. Agnes, I crave your prayers that I might persevere.
You know you have them, Margaret.
I want you also to get word out to Father Mush, desiring him to pray earnestly for me.
I'll see that it is done.
Agnes, God sent you here to my side. Your company has always brought me cheer. But I want to take advantage of these fleeting moments. You know, Agnes, I see a pattern in my life. It's as if someone on high has taken me by the hand and led me on a marvellous journey, clearly laid out and signposted. I want to go back with you over this wondrous journey. I would have been about 10 years old. There was a torchlight procession approaching the marketplace. First came a cart and a horse, and then the sheriff and the officers of the archbishop. They were escorting a shrunken, sullen-faced man, carrying a pile of leather volumes. Behind him were other officers carrying beautiful mass vestments. The sheriff climbed onto a cart, while two men with torches set light to a brazier full of faggots. I couldn't take my eyes off the sullen-faced man. The flickering flames etched deeper into his face. He held up his hands in supplication towards the sheriff.
No more, Sheriff. I've sold you my soul. What more do you want of me?
What you have sold in private you must repeat in public, and then everybody knows. Afterwards, you're a free man.
Free? To wander a man branded as a traitor to all he once held dear.
Now you pull yourself together. It'll soon be over. Citizens of York, gather round and come and see what we have here. Not too close, not too close. Spread out now so that you can all see. As you all know, or all should know, by Acts of Parliament, the supremacy of the Church in England has been restored to the Crown, which means that in matters pertaining to religious practice we do what Her Majesty the Queen of England, our gracious Elizabeth, lays down for our benefit.
Why, when did she become a bishop?
Did I hear treason spoken? Under the guidance of our gracious Queen Elizabeth, we have the second book of Common Prayer to guide us in our worship. The Mass is abolished.
About time, too.
No one can abolish the Mass. Christ himself instituted it at the Last Supper.
The Queen and Parliament have decreed that saying Mass and hearing Mass is no longer lawful. The bishops who have refused to accept this fact and who have not taken the oath of supremacy upholding the Queen to be head of the Church in England have been deprived of their sees and arrested. The clergy who have not obeyed their instructions to tear down altars and rood lofts and destroy vestments, bells, censers, crosses, candlesticks, holy water stoups, statues and service books of the old faith are now coming under the scrutiny of the Commissioners for Causes Ecclesiastical. This prisoner is one of them. Bring him forward.
Come on in.
Look at the wretch. His name is Edward Reeks, and he was a priest in Boroughbridge. He thought he knew better than Queen and Parliament, and concealed in his house forbidden books. Now, Edward Reeks, by the wisdom of the Commissioners, has been condemned to a practical form of penance, which will serve to instruct at the same time you, who are still steeped in ignorance and superstition. You're about your business, disobedient priest. Destroy the books.
It's a beautiful illuminated missal for saying Mass.
This is what we do with all useless articles of popery and superstition. Burn them.
Sacrilege. Stop it, Father. Don't do it.
He'll do what he's told, woman. Don't go away, ladies. We're coming to the most interesting parts. Bargains for you all. Now, look at these fine cloths. Vestments. Chasubles made of the finest silk, satin, and velvet. Look at the craftsmanship, ladies. Ladies, you're not going to pass up such good bargains for old, superstitious fears.
Superstition, is it? The Mass has been said since the Apostles. Why should it be wrong now?
Are you questioning the Queen and Parliament?
Can even queens change the laws of God?
Arrest that woman! She's talking treason!
Come on, come on.
Let me be! Oh, Father, you can't do this. Reading from those holy books, wearing those vestments, you have served our Lord's designs, lending him your body and your voice.
In persona et in nomine Christi.
What is that you said in Latin, Reeks?
I was summing up what she said and what used to be the teaching.
And what does it mean?
In the name of Christ, in the person of Christ.
Look at him, look at this miserable wretch, and ask yourself if he could ever stand in the name of Christ, in the person of Christ. You'd better lend yourself to this, Reeks. Here's a knife.
Please, Father, no more sacrilege.
Take that woman away.
Come on.
Don't do it, Father!
Where you belong.
Cut out all the linings and the interlinings so that we can sell the stuff for dresses for wives or coverlets for beds. You'll be back where you started if you don't. Well, Reeks, haven't you had enough? Do you want to go back for more? Make the cuts, Reeks. Go on. Cut the vestments. cut, Reeks, or there'll be other punishments. Again, Reeks. And what have you to say as you rend them? Don't forget the words, Reeks.
The Mass is abolished in England. The Mass is abolished.
The sheriff and the officers threw water on the brazier to put it out. It all seemed so harsh and destructive. I remember sitting by my father's bed just before he died and asking him why those beautiful things had been destroyed. He was a sheriff of York, too.
I'll try to answer for both our sakes as honestly as I can. It means going back to the days of the Queen's father, Henry VIII. Henry wanted to divorce his wife, Queen Catherine, but the Pope refused. So he broke with Rome and made himself head of the church within his realm. He believed in the Mass and the old religion, but he didn't accept the Pope as head anymore.
Then who abolished the Mass?
His son Edward.
But why?
Politics. These are above the understanding of the likes of us.
So you men would have your womenfolk believe, Father?
If you want an explanation, think of the new religion as a middle road.
What if the middle road leads to the wrong place?
Look, Margaret, I saw Robert Aske lead a pilgrimage of grace in King Henry's time, and I remember his rotting corpse hanging in chains from the castle tower.
But where do your sympathies lie, Father?
How can a wax chandler like me become enthusiastic for a new religion that does away with the burning of candles?
You make light of the question, Father.
Oh, you've a ready wit, Margaret. And God's given you a comely face and beauty correspondent. But be careful what you say touching matters of religion. These are dangerous times. I would have liked nothing better than to endow a chantry so masses could be said for the repose of my soul. I want you to promise, Margaret.
Yes, Father.
That if the time comes when mass is once more said in England, you'll have masses said for me.
I will, Father. I will.
I want to rest now. Is that your mother I hear?
It is, good husband, it is.
Both of you sit with me for a while.
Oh, you look tired, Thomas, dear.
I'd like the vicar, Thomas Grayson, to pay me a visit this night.
Thomas Grayson? I hear that he may soon be in trouble for keeping Catholic books with a friend in the country. Well, not him.
That's why I want him. Tell him I'm in need of the last rites of the old faith. If I'm to depart this world, I'll go anointed as my father and his father before him. I'll have no new rites concocted by hedge priests and the Queen's ministers, and light candles for my extreme unction.
My father died shortly afterwards. The church seemed cold and empty, stripped of all its altars. No requiem was allowed. But as the solemn procession left the church, the choir broke into the plain chant of the old, forbidden Dies Irae.
Dies Irae, Dies Illa,
Solveres secum in favilla, teste Davidicum sibilia.
There seemed a link with all the previous centuries, as the notes echoed round the ancient church walls. filling in the gaps in time and directing minds to first beginnings. It filled my mind still as the will was read.
I, Thomas Middleton, wax chandler of this parish, and the Sheriff of York, leave to each of the 4 wards of the city 3 shillings and 4 pence for the poor, and ask them to pray for me. To my youngest daughter, Margaret, I leave 1 silver goblet and 6 spoons. To her goes the right of inheritance of the house in Davygate, York, after the death of my wife, Jane, her mother. Pray for me.
Eternal rest give unto him, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon him. May he rest in peace. Amen.
I heard you talking about your father, Thomas Middleton, Mrs. Clitheroe. A fine man he was.
Yes.
Though your mother wasn't very long a widow, was she? I knew Lord Mayor Henry May soon saw to that. Your mother's money took Henry May from the beggar's staff and provided the means of advancement, I'll be bound.
I want you to meet your new father, Margaret, Mr. Henry May.
But Father has been dead only 4 months, Mother.
We need a man about the house. I need a husband, you a father.
And I promise you I'll treat you like my very own flesh and blood, young lady.
Mr. May is a very fine man, Margaret. He'll look after both of us.
I didn't like the way he looked at me, and I always felt uncomfortable when he was near me. I was so happy when I was 17 and my marriage was arranged, and I was able to get away from my innkeeper stepfather.
I may be some years older than you, Margaret, but I promise I'll be a good husband to you.
And I a good wife to you, John Clitheroe.
Oh, you're a merry lass. And I'll see you have a happy life. We'll go to banquets and feasts where wives are shown the greatest honour, and where we can renew neighbourly love and friendship. Good food, good wine, good company, and we'll all be merry together, eh?
Like the guests at our wedding.
Aye.
Listen to them.
And you'll be the prettiest, wittiest, comeliest of them all.
I will try to be a good wife. I know that as a purveyor of meat, you have to travel often.
Aye, and when I'm travelling in rain and wind, snow and hail, sometimes drenched, sometimes sweating, I'll think of my good wife and the ease and the joys and the pleasures you'll do me on my return.
If it's cold, I'll have a good fire where your shoes will be removed, your feet washed, and have fresh shoes and stockings. And then you'll sit down, be given good food and wine, and be well served and well looked after. And finally I'll see you well bedded in white sheets and nightcap. Methinks, as my mother has told me, such service maketh a man to love and desire to return to his home and see his good wife, and be distant with other women.
And methinks this marriage has indeed been made in heaven, even though it was arranged, and I've not sung thee woeful ballads and sighed like a furnace.
Oh, I have looked forward to becoming a wife, and have need of neither sighs nor ballads. I have vowed to love, cherish, and obey you, John Clitheroe, and that I will, in that same order.
The Lord certainly blessed your union and made you a plentiful mother in children, Margaret.
God be thanked. He's been so good to me. I remember the firstborn as if it were yesterday.
Oh, I'm so happy, Mother, so happy. He's wonderful.
And so are you, Margaret. Do you know, Henry, she's taken over the care and education of my first wife's children. She's taken charge of the shop downstairs, and she manages to keep a sharp eye on the servants and apprentices. I commit all to her trust and discretion. And on top of it all, she's provided me with another son. I think it calls for a celebration, Henry. Let's have some wine.
So be it, John.
John loves company, Mother. I have never been to so many parties and banquets.
I am happy for you both. Oh, look, he's opening his eyes. Oh, Henry Clitheroe, what will life have in store for you, I wonder?
You'll all be attending the execution at the pavement, I trust.
Execution?
Being in childbirth, you must have missed the news. Thomas Percy, Earl of Northumberland, is being publicly executed as one of the leaders of the rebellion 3 years ago.
I thought he had fled to Scotland.
He had, but he was purchased from the Scots for the sum of £2,000.
But when was his trial?
Well, none was needed. He'd been condemned by Act of Attainder.
Ballads both sides of the border curse both buyers and sellers. I doubt the wisdom of this public spectacle in the marketplace.
He won't die. He'll recant. Pity, though. An execution's good for business. Whets the thirst.
Henry, the Earl is much loved by many people.
Aye, by papists. He tried to help that papist whore, Mary Queen of Scots, escape. If it had anything to do with me, I wouldn't give him any choice but the headsman's axe.
What choice will he have?
If he agrees publicly to conform, he'll be set at liberty.
There's nothing like the beheading of an earl to bring out the crowd. I bet we're doing a roaring trade back at the inn. We really should be there now.
Thomas Percy, Earl of Northumberland, you are condemned to be beheaded for the heinous crime of treason. But before this vast multitude who have come to see you die, I am empowered to offer you life and liberty on certain conditions. But you must renounce the Pope and the Roman Catholic Church and agree to be an obedient servant of Her Majesty, and from henceforward attend the services of the new authorized religion of this realm. Do you, Thomas Percy, Earl of Northumberland, accept Her Gracious Majesty's clemency, renounce the Pope, and agree to go to the new services as laid down by Queen and Parliament?
No, I cannot. I must stand by that church which, throughout the whole Christian world, is knit and bound together under one universal head. In this same faith, I'm about to end this unhappy life. But as for this new English church, I do not acknowledge it.
You are dying an obstinate papist, a member not of the Catholic but of the Roman Church.
That which you call the Roman Church is the Catholic Church, which has been founded on the teachings of the apostles, Jesus Christ himself being its cornerstone, strengthened by the blood of martyrs, honored by the recognition of the early fathers. And it continues always the same, being the church against which, as Christ our Saviour said, the gates of hell shall not prevail. Now, before my death, I beg all present to forgive me, and I declare that I, for my part, forgive all from my heart.
He knelt down and remained a few moments in silent prayer. Then he made the sign of the cross and folded his arms in the form of a cross on his chest. Laying his head upon the block, he prayed again. The executioner raised his axe.
Lord, receive my soul.
Oh God, receive his soul into eternal rest.
Oh God,
I was becoming aware that the old Catholic faith was the faith of our fathers, and had been since the world was first delivered from idolatry and paganism. I was also finding no substance nor comfort in the ministers of the new gospel, So I carefully employed myself to know about this heritage and become a member of the true church. In those days, the fury of the persecution was only just beginning, Catholic times being fresh in the memory of all. I remember the first time I saw the chief deviser and contriver of our troubles, Henry Hastings, Earl of Huntingdon, Lord President of the North. It was shortly after his appointment when he invited the leading citizens to meet him. There was to be a banquet with the Lord Mayor afterwards. John and I were invited, and so was my stepfather, Henry May. The Lord President swept in, acknowledging no one, and began immediately to address us all.
My Lord Mayor, aldermen and prominent citizens of York, as a cousin of Her Glorious Majesty the Queen and the new President of the Council in these parts, I bring you her greetings and a special message. By former commissions, the Queen's Council within your divisions commanded you to certify what persons, misliking the doctrine now taught and the religion now established, do absent themselves from the new services. In the execution of this, some of you have been remiss, careless, and negligent. We therefore charge and command you that before the 15th day of December next, you do provide the names, qualities, and degrees of every such person who absents himself or herself from the new services, whether he be knight, justice of the peace, squire, gentleman, freeholder, or other. Fail you not in the diligent execution of this, for you will answer the contrary at your peril, given under our signet the 27th day of October, the 16th year of our reign. You look taken aback by the message, my Lord Mayor of York.
We feel rebuked, Lord President.
Rebuked, Lord Mayor? You should feel more than rebuked for your past indolence and indifference to the orders of Her Majesty and Council. You should feel threatened.
Threatened?
Then you will know how to pass the fear in your stomach on to these recusants.
Lord President, we have already jailed many of them.
But for how long? Have you exercised the powers you have to keep them in prison for life, if necessary? It is clear you have not. Well, gentlemen, we will lose no time initiating a campaign against recusants. You, the corporation, will compel church wardens to report to you, along with parish constables and other discreet and honest persons of every parish. Your parish committees will also certify the names of all who are fugitives and fled out of the realm for religion or any other cause or notorious crime, and of such as do lurk and be kept secret in any house, town, or other place, and in whose houses they be so kept and maintained. The said malefactors are to be apprehended and brought in safe custody to the council. Do you understand? I do not hear you. Gentlemen, from your lips must come the words, "We understand and we will carry out your instructions, Lord President." Then be about your business, Mayor and Corporation of York. Hunt down these papists in our midst.
Worried men bowed their heads in silence as he stormed out. My husband and my stepfather couldn't get him out of their minds, even at the banquet.
He beareth the very countenance of a tyrant.
He has much power. He's also a kinsman of the Queen, John.
Should any man have the power and influence to make us into common informers against our neighbours?
Be careful what you say, John. You come from a papist family.
Don't we all, Henry?
John, be quiet for both our sakes. You cannot say such things with impunity in so public a place. Especially when we will be among those discreet and honest persons who make these inquiries.
Nay, not me, Henry. Nearly all the butchers' wives in York remain loyal to the old church.
Ah, recusants and papists, you mean? John, all here will be expected to take part in the Earl's campaign against the papists. If you don't, you'll be immediately suspect, and your chances of attaining any further offices in the corporation will be negligible. You must be on the committees.
It would be only a token gesture.
Token gesture? They're all that are wanted. You must show openly you're for the council. Now, let's give them the lip service they require. You have here two who will hunt down these infamous papists, my Lord Mayor. I, Henry May, and my friend and relation by marriage, John Clitheroe.
There you have a man who speaks for England.
You've just taken a most judicious step towards where power, preference and influence lie in this city.
You have, Henry. You have. I still hesitate.
John, your own brother William is a priest. How can you join those bent on persecuting him?
I won't persecute anyone.
But you volunteered. And one of your duties will be taking names and reporting anyone who does not attend the new services.
Better me doing it than anyone else. I shall be a very poor informer, Margaret.
You'll also be a very poor Catholic while you're working for the Lord President.
This is a time of storm, Margaret, and while this storm rages, I don't see how anyone can continue to be a Catholic. Not with the fines, forfeiture of goods, and finally imprisonment for life for those who persist. No. We'll yield, we'll bend to this storm, until that storm is overpast.
Oh, John, you're so lukewarm, you're so confused. Storms are nothing new. Civil authority crucified Peter, the first bishop of Rome. He didn't bend to the storm. The early Christians were thrown to the lions. They didn't run away or bend to the storm either. We have to stand up and face the fury of this present storm.
You're asking me to risk losing everything.
Yes, to gain everlasting happiness.
We have to be practical.
But I am practical. I look after the shop, the house, and all the daily chores. I see to the children. In the 1,001 affairs of each day, I am practical.
Yes, I admit you are practical in all these things.
Oh, John, I am also practical in my desire to get to heaven and to take with me all those I love the dearest. Riches I desire none, for we have already too much. You yourself, John, cannot lift up your head to God for the weight of your worldly goods. And trying to talk with you about spiritual matters is like, wrestling with the wind. So I tried to remain constant, while John tried to bury his conscience. But he always quietly supported me. In some ways he suffered more than I did. As for me, my many periods of imprisonment proved to be a most happy and profitable school, where I learned to read both English and Latin, and to develop commodiously the Christian virtues. They persecuted me, and I thereby learned patience. They shut me up into close prison, and I thereby learned to forget and despise the world. They separated me from house, children, and husband, and I thereby became familiar with God. Oh, but the joy of returning home to John and the children, how I missed them.
To Margaret, to a life of happiness and fulfilment.
We'll all drink to that.
Margaret. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart, especially my good husband John, and his friends Thomas Fisher and Thomas Temple here present for pledging themselves for the bond for my release. Thank you.
It's wonderful to have you home again, Margaret. Nothing's been the same without you.
All right, you see. What a good husband I found for you, Margaret, eh? He pays your fines, he suffers your absences, he goes before courts and councils on your behalf, and he still thinks you're the best wife in the world.
She is.
Aye, when she's here. I couldn't put up with an empty marriage bed like you do, John.
You've shown you can't put up with an empty bed, Henry. It's hardly been empty since Margaret's mother passed on.
Oh, are you referring to the two serving wenches who provided me with certain comforts and consolations during the lonely days following my sad bereavement, Agnes?
Well, I...
Yeah, see? You're embarrassed, I'm not. Gossip doesn't worry me. Oh, in these days, in the circles I move in, it would do me more harm for them to know I've been dining with papists like yourselves than sleeping with my serving wenches.
Henry.
Eh? And for your information, one of those serving wenches, Anne Thompson, I intend to make an honourable woman of and marry her. Huh? Aye. Now, who's going to propose a toast to my intended nuptials?
I hope you will be very happy, Father.
Thank you, Margaret. I'm glad you're concerned for my happiness. It's a pity your husband didn't follow my path.
Your path wasn't mine, Henry.
Aye, well, the greater the pity, John Clitheroe, or you too might be now within reach of the highest office of this city.
The office of Lord Mayor?
Yes, the office of Lord Mayor.
Yeah, I'd heard rumours, but has the Earl of Huntingdon approved of you?
Well, why shouldn't he? The Lord President of the Council of the North and me are good friends. My readiness to apply the laws against recusants, unlike many important men of this city, brought me to his notice, as I knew it would. Aye. And, though I had to prove that despite a stepdaughter I'd brought up properly in the new religion and who, because of evil influences, had returned to the superstitions of Rome, that I myself was a man to be relied upon. So I organised raids and made many arrests, though I was able to turn a blind eye in certain cases. Oh, yes, the Earl of Huntingdon, Lord President of the Council in the North, a kinsman of our great, gracious Queen, is backing Henry May. In other words, you're looking at the next Lord Mayor of York. Now, let's drink to that. Oh, come on. What are you waiting for? Oh, I know you're going to give me that. What doth it profit a man if? If what? I'm not interested.
If he gained the whole world and suffered the loss of his own soul.
No, I'm still not interested. I'd gain the world if I could. Aye, I'd hold it all in my hands today. Give me it, now. The world, the flesh, the power. I'll take me chance with eternity.
You're a bigger fool than I thought, Henry.
Fool? I'll show you who's a fool. I'll hunt down all papists and traitors, and you, stepdaughter Margaret Clitheroe, in my year of office, are going to conform. I'll see to it. Even if your husband there's too soft and blind to it, your stepfather Henry May isn't. Aye, I'm leaving. Now remember, here in Mass is treason and a hanging offence, and which of you here, apart from John, doesn't hear Mass? Eh? Mark my words, all offenders will be brought to justice. Every one of you will either end up rotting in prison or dancing from the end of the gallows. Sleep on that, all of you!
I'll be hanged if they'll stop me hearing Mass.
I see prison has not deprived you of your sense of humour.
No, prison provided me with time for meditation. Before I left prison, I made 2 resolutions.
Speak not of them openly, Margaret. What we do not know, we cannot be forced to utter.
Then one I will tell you, because it concerns you, and one I will keep in the innermost corner of my soul. As there is no Mass centre in these parts of York, I intend to have a secret place constructed, and Mass said in this very house.
I was told you wanted to see me.
Yes, Father John. Now that I am temporarily delivered from prison, I have straight away set about to provide places for Mass.
Places? More than one?
2 places. One is to be a secret chamber in the roof adjoining this house, where I might go at any time without being seen by watchers or informers. I am hoping I will be able to go to Mass each day with my children and others.
And the second place?
It will be some distance from here, but it will only be known to those who are faithful and discreet, so that Mass can be said there when it is no longer safe to be said here.
It will also require 2 lots of vestments, chalices, plates.
Oh, they will all be plentifully provided for both places.
Margaret, but you do know the new penalties.
Yes, but I am not afraid to have Mass said and do well. This is a time of war and trial in God's church, and if I cannot do my duty without peril and dangers, then by God's grace I will not be slacker because of them. If God's priests dare venture themselves to my house, I will never refuse them. John, you are making an early start.
I am ready, and my horse seems impatient to be on its way.
Oh, must you go?
I must, my love. I've been neglecting so much of late. It's many months since I visited the estate at Coimbra. I'll be back within the week, but Margaret...
Yes, John?
Don't venture away from the house at any time. If you're outside on your own, they are bound to arrest you. Promise me to be most careful in all that you do.
I promise you.
Above all, promise me this, that you won't go out and take part in certain practices.
You mean go out to Mass?
Margaret! They have informers everywhere. And if the authorities here whispers that we have been even discussing this practice, it's enough to bring a raid upon my house. So please, Margaret, do not go out to Mass.
I promise you, John, while you are away, I will not go out of the house to Mass.
Qui pridie quam
Who,
paterator,
the day before he
cepit
suffered,
panem in
took
sancta
bread into his
venerabilis
holy and
manus
venerable
suae,
hands,
et elevatis oculis
and with his
in
eyes
caelum
lifted
ante
up
Deum
towards
Patrem
heaven,
suum
giving thanks to
omnipotentem,
thee, God,
tibi
his
gratias
Father
faciens,
Almighty.
benedixit,
He blessed
fregit,
it, broke
dedit
it,
discipulis
and
suis
gave it to his
dicem,
disciples, saying,
accipite
Take and eat
conducati
ye
ex
all
hoc omnes,
this,
hoc
for
est
this
enim
is
corpus
my
meum.
body.
It was a joyous time, Agnes. I was able to attend daily Mass, and I found the sure, safe way.
What way is that, Margaret?
Finding a good priest to be my spiritual director, and then being obedient to his advice. The path becomes so clearly defined, so easy to follow.
Father John, I feel there is something wrong in me that I should amend. My spiritual efforts seem little or nothing.
On the contrary, Margaret, you're progressing well.
Oh, don't say that, Father. I know how unworthy I am in the sight of the Lord. Tell me what faults I must overcome.
Well, let us go over your plan of life and see how it's working out then. Starting in the morning?
Every morning I make my morning offering and kneel in prayer 1 hour and a half, meditating upon the passion of Christ. And I talk to him about himself and myself, what help I can give to my persecuted and imprisoned brothers and sisters, what words I can say that will bring waverers closer to him, and pass on my inner joy and tranquillity in the midst of these troubled times.
You do well. And after your prayer and meditation, you hear Mass.
Thanks to you priests who courageously continue to offer the Mass. I pray each day for all God's priests, especially you, my spiritual director.
And how I need your prayers, Margaret, how we all need them. But tell me, why at Mass do you usually choose the place next to the door to kneel, behind all the rest?
Because they're the worst and base seats, and it is the most unseemly corner in all the chamber.
I see.
But I commit everything to your guiding direction, Father. No prayer seems sweet, no time convenient, no orders straight, unless I have first agreed them with you in my twice-weekly confession.
That also is very good, Margaret. One's own spirit is a bad adviser, a poor guide to lead one through hostile, parched lands and dangerous paths of the interior life.
Do you think I should not kneel in my accustomed place, Father?
No. It is a good, small mortification to choose the worst for oneself. But it might also be good to vary it, if only to avoid routine.
I'll remember that, Father. My most delight is to kneel anywhere where I might continually behold the Blessed Sacrament.
Very good, Margaret. And after Mass?
I try not to begin anything in the house without first offering it up to him, desiring that I might do his blessed will thereby, and it be for his glory and honour. But I find it so difficult, Father, in the many diverse affairs of each day, to keep this good intention in every particular action.
Rome wasn't built in a day, Margaret. It is only by practising doing good, then by more practice, that virtue is acquired. Our little failures and defeats won't matter so long as we persevere in our interior struggle.
Remember what you say, and try not to be so disheartened by my failings.
Good.
But then I don't get to my evening prayer until 4 o'clock. Then I pray with my children about me, and I finish the day with prayer and a good examination of conscience.
And your spiritual reading?
The New Testament, Ream's translation, Kempis' following of Christ. Again, I owe my ability to read to my time in prison. And I have now learned Our Lady's Matins in Latin.
You progress well. You're fasting.
First lunch.
We fasted 4 times a week, partly for lack of necessary victual. The same abstinence I try to slack not now that I am delivered from prison. Now as then I abstain from meat, and have but one meal on Monday, Wednesday, Friday and Saturday. On Friday I use the discipline when permission is given.
This week, Margaret, concentrate on keeping the presence of God and meditate on how more loving and generous he is than any human father. Talk to him as a loving daughter talks to her father.
That meditation will bring me great pleasure. And now I must needs be about my household duties.
And Margaret, as well as your rye bread, milk and pottage, take some meat Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Oh.
With you, Margaret, it is more necessary to use the bridle than the spur.
Very well, Father. But may I carve the better piece for others and please myself with the worst?
Yes, but take some meat.
And say an Ave Maria before I move my hand to anything upon the table?
Yes, say your Ave Marias and your rosaries. And Margaret...
Yes, Father.
Pray for me.
Was it on Father Mush's advice that you sent your eldest son, Henry, abroad, Margaret?
No, that was the other resolution I'd made in prison. Though I did discuss the matter with Father Mush. I remember well the day I broke the news to the boy. We were coming from the mass chamber, and we were closing the secret entrance in our part of the house. Anne was also with us.
It must be one of the best hiding holes in the country, Mother.
It was constructed by a very holy craftsman who so cleverly conceals his secret places that pursuivants have never found them.
They'll never find ours, Mother, if they search for years.
But we mustn't breathe a word to anyone about our hidey hole. So many lives may depend on it.
We won't, Mother.
And while we're alone, I have something to say that is for your ears only. You know that at any time I could be arrested and returned to prison. I fear not for myself, but only for what may happen to my family.
Have no fear for me.
You are both so young and so sturdy.
Though I am just a little frightened.
Well, so are we all, Henry, but we mustn't show it. There's a resolution which I made while I was in prison, and it concerns you, Henry.
In what way?
If I am returned to prison, they could have you taken away. I feel there is only one safe way.
What is that?
For you to leave the country and go across the sea to Douai. There you can have a virtuous education and find true knowledge that will allow you, after diligent work and study, to withstand any adversity.
Then I could become a priest.
Only if you had a vocation.
But you would be pleased if I became a priest, wouldn't you, Mother?
Oh, I think it is the highest of callings. The physician may heal the body, but the priest heals and gives joy to the inner soul. But don't become a priest because you think I would like to see you as a priest. Only if you know God wants it so.
How will I know that?
You will. You will.
How did you make up your mind, Mother?
I secretly took instruction, and the way seemed clear and well marked. And since then I have employed myself to know well the ancient faith and become a lively member.
A lively member you have indeed become, Mother.
Happiness is doing what our Maker wants.
Then I too will do my best, even if it means leaving my home and you, Mother, to go abroad.
Good boy.
When will it be?
It must needs be done in all haste, Henry, without a backward glance even, without waiting for the morrow.
Today?
Today.
But what about Father?
You must go without his blessings or farewell. If he knows nothing until you have departed, he cannot be held responsible.
But how will you break the news to him?
Oh, leave that to me, Henry. You yourself face a hazardous journey. Your escape abroad will be set in motion at once. You will journey from friend's house to friend's house until you reach the coast where a passage can then be arranged. But always be on your guard. All strangers and travellers are marked men and looked upon with suspicion, and checks are made at every town and city gate.
All I ask for is your blessing, Mother, and I know all will go well.
May God be with you on this journey, and remain with you both on your journeys through life.
Amen.
Amen.
Having to tell John was one of the most difficult things I had to face. I prayed so hard for the right words. Perhaps my mind was so concerned with that problem that I was careless about letting the school children see the priest's hole.
Oh, yes, the school. They hunt schools with almost the same vigour as mass centres, and yet you managed to start a school in your house.
I had to find tuition for my children and the children round about. It also happened at that time that the schoolmaster, Mr. Stapleton, escaped from the castle where he'd lain 7 years in prison for his faith. So I gave him refuge, and he taught all my children and others beside.
I know that Christ appointed St. Peter to be the head of the church, because Christ said to him, Thou art Peter.
And this, Jan, is the room that leads to the secret mass chamber in the next house. Do you want to look inside? Yeah, please. Oh, Mother.
Anne?
I didn't know you were here. Jan is a new boy at the school, and I'm showing him the house. His mother is Dutch, but his father's English.
Yes, I know. I hope you're happy here, Jan.
Thank you, Mum.
But now you must hurry back to your class. I can hear them at work.
Can't I show Jan the mass chamber first?
No, your class comes first.
Very well, Mother. Come on, Jan.
Yeah.
The Church of Christ has 4 marks by which we may know her. She is one. She is holy. She is Catholic. She is apostolic.
It all happened so quickly. Perhaps I should have restricted them to only certain parts of the house.
You must not blame yourself for this fateful view of the secret entrance. As you said, your mind was on another problem at the time.
John's return. I was filled with doubt and disquiet. Father Mush was away, and I had no one to turn to for guidance. With feminine guile, I made John his favourite pies and wined and dined him like a king before I broke the news.
You don't know how much I was looking forward to your pies, Margaret. Nobody in the whole North Country can bake pies like you.
Is that all you missed me for, with pies?
You'll never know how much I did miss you. You're the best wife any man could have.
More wine.
Yes, fill it up and have some yourself.
A little. John, you know I'd like our children brought up in the faith.
Margaret, I pay your fines. I arrange for your release from prison on bond. I answer for your recusancy. I never even ask you how much you spend on food and relief for your friends in prison and for the sick and the destitute. I let you have your way. But if here and now in this country we didn't bring up our children as the state requires, we lose everything and both end up in jail.
Yes, for once I agree with what you say. If we tried to bring them up as I wished, we would both end up in jail.
At last you see the reasonableness of my arguments.
So I decided, even while I was in prison, there was only one thing to do.
Eh? Do what?
Do as I have done with Henry while you were away.
What have you done with Henry while I was away?
I did it while you were away so that you could not be implicated.
What have you done? What have you done, woman?
Do not shout at me, John.
What have you done?
I have sent Henry abroad to Douay.
To Douay? To that seminary?
Yes.
When we're ruined. They're bound to discover he's missing. Don't you realise what you've done? How furious the authorities will be. Oh, and me a chamberlain of this city.
John, I love you and my family with all my heart. I did what I thought was right.
When you married me, do you remember your promise?
Yes.
You vowed to love, cherish and obey me.
That I have. And I do love you greatly. I do cherish you. And I obey you in all that is not against my conscience.
Oh.
John, those who decided to yield for a while and bend to the storm, they now seem lost to the faith and their children along with them.
Oh, Margaret, use your eyes. Look around this city where 40 years ago everyone was Catholic and every morning in every church Mass began the day, where people walk round the streets praying the rosary. Where are they now? Vanished.
I have looked, and I'm sorrowed by what I see. But I will not desert,
and leave the small beleaguered fortress in this land with one less defender.
Even some priests that agree with me. If you asked them, they would say, let me die. I'm not worth endangering your life and your families. Don't give me refuge.
I have never met one.
Oh.
But if I did, I would reply, I'm not risking my life for you, Father, but for your priesthood.
And so you would endanger us all. Oh. Would you not do better looking after your family at home than your soul in prison? Where does your duty lie? What do your vows mean? Take these things to your prayers, Margaret.
John. Lord, I am assailed with conflicts and doubts. Must I no longer continue having the Mass celebrated here? Did you not ordain that this continuance of your Last Supper go on to the end of time? Am I neglecting a wife's and a mother's duty by going to prison? Is it mere selfishness? Lord, give me guidance and light. Here I am, Lord, to do your will. But what is your will? Jesu, may your light shine forth. May your Mother Mary show me the true way. Sancta Maria, ora pro nobis. Sancta Dea Genitrix, ora pro nobis. Into your hands, Lord, I commend my spirit. It was such a relief when Father Mush, my ghostly father, returned.
It is for your husband John's own safety not to know these things, unless he himself is resolved to live as a Catholic and face up to the dangers. And as for doing these things without his consent, I would say this. In doing your necessary duty to God, you are no whit inferior to him. Neither do the cruelties of wicked laws change anything. If it were lawful and a good deed before these statutes to have Mass celebrated and to receive his priests, the same is still lawful and well done, yea, and even more meritorious in God's sight than ever it was.
So my doubts vanished, and my resolutions were firm and clear. Yet in that same moment of joyous happiness, something told me that soon I might have to prepare my neck for the rope. Strange how thoughts run together, Agnes. I just then saw another neck, my stepfather's. Round it he was wearing the chain of office of the Lord Mayor of York. He was going to a banquet, where he was to meet none other than the Lord President of the Council of the North himself, the Earl of Huntingdon.
As the new Lord Mayor, may I say how honoured I am to have the Lord President of the North at my celebration inauguration. And it is my pleasure to inform you, Your Grace, that we, the Corporation, are sending you a ton of Gascony wine as just a small token of our appreciation.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Now, let the music commence.
There are one or two things I would like to draw to your attention, Lord Mayor, if I can have a few moments of your time.
Well, of course you can, Your Grace. How can I be of assistance?
I am still concerned about recusancy in this city.
Oh, by my actions in the past, I hope I've proved that I do share your concern, Your Grace.
You have shown a certain amount of zeal, and I hope the council of this city, under your leadership, will act with even more determination and urgency now. I am informed that some members of the council and their families even do not give that example of coming to church that they ought to.
Oh, Your Grace knows all that will change now.
I hope so, Lord Mayor.
Surely there's no doubt about my loyalty.
Of course not, or you would not have been elected. My information is that those who are in these matters most peevish are the women of this place.
That is indeed so, Your Grace.
In one parish alone, I am reliably informed, there are 15 recusant wives of tradesmen, 7 of them wives of butchers.
I would think those figures correct.
One in particular is constantly mentioned in reports, a butcher's wife.
Oh?
One Margaret Clitheroe, your stepdaughter, I believe, Lord Mayor.
A great thorn in my side, Your Grace.
A great thorn in all our sides. She misses no opportunity, my spies tell me, to spread the evil, pernicious doctrine in the street, in the market, in her shop, at banquets even. As a result, she has perverted many from the Queen's religion.
Well, Your Grace must also know that it is more than 15 years since she left my household and control.
I do.
And she has found no favour from me. She's been jailed 3 times and is now under house arrest.
But you did not bring about the arrests.
No. Again, I confess I did not.
Your late wife, being Margaret Clitheroe's mother, would present difficulties. Even the highest families at court have these troublesome relations. Even I have them.
I'm grateful for Your Grace's understanding in this matter. My wife died last year. It'll now be less difficult to take harsher measures.
I'm glad to hear of your new resolve, Lord Mayor. Are you, Lord Mayor, not the godfather of her eldest son, Henry?
That is so. It is a fact that everyone knows, and I've never failed to publicly confess.
How is your godchild? Or should I say, where is your godchild? Well, you do not answer, Lord Mayor. My intelligences tell me the boy has disappeared from the city of York and is now, more likely than not, overseas. As his godfather, you must have known of his disappearance. The secret could not have been kept long from you.
Well, I learned of it only after he had disappeared, Your Grace.
But you did not report it?
Well, I felt it was then too late.
I suppose you were afraid that such information might have prejudiced your chances of becoming Lord Mayor.
Oh, I don't know, Your Grace, but I assure you that in the future I will prove my unswerving loyalty.
Well, let me advise you on how you can convince me of your loyalty.
Oh, how, Your Grace?
By bringing a little terror and violence into the life of your stepdaughter. How commendable it would be if you could get her to conform in your year of office.
Well, I will certainly attempt it. Obstinate though we both know her to be.
No, she is only a woman, Lord Mayor, a mother of children. With all the powers we have in our hands, how can she withstand us?
Quite so. I'll give the matter immediate consideration.
Not consideration, Lord Mayor. I want immediate action.
Whatever you wish, Your Grace.
I would suggest this very Wednesday, the 9th.
The 9th it shall be.
Let us first call her husband to account. You and your officers, Lord Mayor, can begin by informing him that he is ordered to appear before the Council of the North early on Wednesday.
Yes, Your Grace.
Then, while he's being questioned, your sheriffs and their men can do what you have overlooked these years, Lord Mayor. They can raid the house of Margaret Clitheroe and tear it apart if necessary.
That will be done.
And you know what I want you to find, Lord Mayor? I want you to find the right sort of evidence.
Oh, my men will find all the evidence there is.
But I want a special kind of evidence. Evidence that will hang her. Evidence that will hang her, my Lord Mayor.
And so they raided your house, Margaret?
Yes. Father Mush was in his chamber in the secret place, so I dispatched one of my servants to warn him, and he escaped by way of my neighbour's house.
But I believe they almost caught the schoolmaster, Mr. Stapleton.
Yes. Mr. Stapleton was quietly teaching when a ruffian bearing a sword and buckler on his arm opened the door. Suspecting Mr. Stapleton to be a priest, he shut the door on him and called to his fellows.
I got a priest in here! I got a priest! Quick!
But Mr. Stapleton made a quick exit by the other door and rushed upstairs to the room with the secret entrance to the mass chamber.
He's getting away upstairs!
After him, men, after him!
Have it, James!
He's on the door on us!
Break it down!
It's solid! We need a battering ram!
Smash the lock! Use your halberds on it!
When they got inside, they found the room empty. Mr. Stapleton had thoughtfully closed the secret entrance behind him, so they thought he had escaped through the attic window. They then began to arrest everyone in the house, starting with me.
Sheriff, there's a room full of children downstairs.
A whole lot of them.
One boy, a Dutch lad, says he is. He looks frightened out of his wits.
Any sign of the man?
Nah, he got clean away.
Who was he? Mrs. Clitheroe?
Who was who?
The man who must have jumped out of the window.
I did not see any man jump out of any window.
Take it away. And the servants.
I've never found an hiding hole yet.
Neither have I. Didn't you just say there was a young foreign lad, frightened out of his wits?
Aye, downstairs.
Well, tell them to bring him up here.
Right.
Sheriff wants that Dutch lad!
Yeah, I saw 3 good beds. Can I take them, Sheriff? You said we could help ourselves after the raid.
Not yet. The raid's not finished.
The beds are mine. I don't want anyone else going off with them.
Yes, well, all right, the beds are yours. But we've got to find some evidence of mass or priests. Not until we've got the evidence can you take those beds.
Come here, you little rat.
I know nothing. Please don't hurt me. Everybody knows something, lad. What's your name?
Jan.
Oh, Dutch, are you?
I am part Dutch, part English.
Part Dutch, part English, eh? A bit of a mixture, eh? Take his clothes off.
I haven't done anything.
Oh, yes, you have. You have been caught in a papist's house, lad. And that's enough. You bring a whip.
A whip? Hey, where will I find it?
You had no difficulty finding 3 beds, so find a whip.
Please, I've done nothing.
No, I've done nothing. Only enough to get yourself hanged.
Hanged?
Oh, being Dutch, you don't seem to know the laws of England, lad.
I know nothing.
I'm sure you'll find you know quite a lot before we've finished with you. Seen anybody hang, boy?
No.
Well, you see, first you're drawn on a hurdle, head down, so that your head sometimes bangs on the road. And then when you get to the gallows, they put the rope round your neck, and you mount the ladder. Then he give you speech. Crowd always likes a speech. What will you say, then, lad?
I don't know.
And at the right moment, the hangman takes you by the shoulder, twists, and turns you up. Treason needs hanging, drawing, and quartering. You're cut down while you're still alive. Then you're stripped naked and cut from belly to neck. Then your insides are pulled out before your eyes, and you can feel the executioner groping for your heart to pull that out.
I don't want to die.
How about this whip? It'll take the skin off him.
Fine. You don't want to die, you say?
No.
Well, that's understandable. I suppose you'd like to escape a whipping, too. Now, hold him down.
I tell you. I could show you the priest hidey hole.
A priest hole? Not here. Not in this house, lad.
Yes, there is. Look here.
Ah.
Oh. This is the priest hole.
Well. We never have found that by next Easter.
You won't hang or whip me.
You're a good lad. I'll not do anything to you now. It'll be a bit of a tight squeeze getting in there, so you lead the way then, eh?
Very good. I show you.
See anything, Sheriff?
Aye, this is a priest's hiding hole, all right. No priest, but besides a recent occupation.
What's that?
Apple tarts, bread here.
What about mass things?
Well, what have you found now then, lad? Hidden cupboard. And it's full of vestments, books, linen, chalices, plates.
Gold and silver too, I bet.
Hey, and if one item of this goes missing, it'll be your neck that's stretched. Now, this isn't spoil. This is the evidence that's going to put an end once and for all to Margaret Clitheroe.
It's a pity about that lad, Mrs. Clitheroe. But for him, they'd have had nothing on you. Oh, it's getting dark. Time I lit the lantern. We'll have to do something about this pail. Jailer! Jailer!
What is it?
We want to empty a pail.
Hey, Tess, you're not still here. I said a few minutes, that was all. You've been here all day. Out with you. And drag that pail out with you at the same time. And don't slop it all over the floor.
Margaret, God be with you. I'll try to see you again as soon as I can.
Over my dead body. Out with you, woman.
Pity she has to go. Mrs. Clitheroe, there is a way you can save your life.
A pregnant woman cannot be executed in England until after the birth of her child. Now, some of your friends and kinsfolks are saying you may be with child. You've only to say definitely that you are.
The council have already questioned me on this matter, Mrs. Yowood. The truth is, I cannot tell for certain whether I am or not. I've been deceived before in this, and therefore I cannot give a direct answer.
But in your heart, how do you feel?
I rather think I am with child than otherwise. And this I told the council.
My lord, what brings you at this hour to a judge's chambers?
It has come to my ears that you consider the prisoner Margaret Clitheroe is pregnant.
That is so, my Lord President, and she may not be executed if she be with child.
My good judge, you are too merciful in these cases. If she is not executed, she will undo a great many.
If she be with child, I cannot consent that she shall die.
And I am telling you that this woman is not to have the benefit of her belly.
My Lord President, God forbid that she should die if she be with child. She may have offended, but the child in her womb has not.
If she is suffered to live, there will be more of her order without any fear of law. Judgment is passed, let the law proceed.
I cannot give my consent until she is further tried.
I am only asking you to stand by your judgment, my learned judge. If it helps you, I will take it upon my conscience that she is not with child.
I will by no means consent.
Whether you consent or not, my council will have its will in this matter.
Well, then I refer it to your council, my lord. So unto you and them the decision rests. But I still have power to command a stay of execution, and this I do until Friday the 25th of March.
Then depart this city with your conscience. She will have a stay of execution until Friday, March the 25th, my learned judge, but not a minute more. She shall die that very day.
Margaret Clitheroe.
Yes, Master Sheriff.
We have come to inform you that your husband has been set at liberty and ordered to depart this city for 5 days.
And what is the reason for this?
So he will not be within the city when you are executed.
Poor John.
We are also come to you this night to inform you what day has been appointed for your death.
And what day is that?
Friday of this week.
And this day is Tuesday, is it not?
It is.
There is not much time left to me. Sheriff, would it be possible for Mrs. Tesh to come to me now?
We will tell her.
Thank you, Master Sheriff. I would be most grateful for her company at this time. Agnes, I feel the frailty of mine own flesh which trembleth at this news. Although my spirit greatly rejoices. Therefore I ask again, Agnes, for God's sake, pray for me.
I will, Margaret, I will. And I will ask everyone to pray for you.
Thank you. Flesh is frail, but I trust in my Lord Jesu, that he will give me strength to bear all troubles and torments which shall be laid upon me for his sake. I hear my husband has been set at liberty and ordered to depart the city.
When he was told of your condemnation, he fared like a man out of his wits, and wept so vehemently that blood gushed out of his nose in great quantity.
Oh, John.
He told the councillors, "Take all I have, but save her, for she is the best wife in all England, and the best Catholic also."
Oh, how I love him, oh, John. Will he ever know? What of my daughter, Anne? How does she fare?
Anne refused to betray you and is committed to prison where she is being extremely used because she refuses to renounce her faith.
But she is constant.
She is constant. Have no fear, Margaret.
Agnes, only you and God know how I worry about my husband and family. What can I do?
There is only one thing you can do now. Cast away all fear and leave their welfare in the hands of God.
That I do. I also make a voluntary and ready offering of myself to a cruel death, in testimony of my love for God and the truth of my faith.
You can do no more on this earth.
There is one thing still to be done.
And what is that?
I wish to make myself a habit of linen, clean white, that will cover my body parts so that I shall not die naked, which causes me most concern.
Leave it to me, Margaret. Needles, thread and linen will be yours to protect the dignity of womanhood.
Agnes Tesh,
You'll have to leave now. There is an important visitor to see you, Margaret Clitheroe.
I wonder who that can be. I wonder. God be with you, Margaret.
And with you, Agnes.
It's the Lord Mayor himself.
Father?
As Lord Mayor of York, on my knees, I beg you to consider your husband and children, I beg you.
There is no need to kneel. I wish no one to kneel before me, least of all the Lord Mayor of York.
You mock me.
Nay, I mock you not. You look neither dignified nor comfortable in such a position.
Margaret, great pressures were put upon me to act. This you must believe.
I do believe.
All I wished was the distinction of beginning my period of office as Lord Mayor by winning back my stepdaughter. I only wished to frighten you into conformity.
Is that all?
I even arranged the raid, knowing it would be too late to catch anyone at Mass. I never thought anyone would give away the priest hole. I was dismayed to see how things developed.
Henry May? Dismayed? So was I.
You make light of things again, Margaret. The council can only see that sentence is carried out, a sentence so barbarous as to stir up public opinion still further against the council. But I don't doubt that yet I can get you a pardon.
And how would you do that?
By saying that you will conform, nothing else.
A public denial of my beliefs, nothing less.
Acquiescence to the new mood of the country would be a better way of putting it. Then you'd be able to live quietly and do what you wish. I'll see to it.
And you will see to it that I could go to Mass and receive the sacraments while I live quietly.
Oh, Margaret, you know that's impossible.
I will not deny my beliefs, God willing.
You do treasure your good name.
I do.
The Flemish boy.
Oh, what now have they done to him?
I've got him to confess that you have sinned with priests. And that the priests and you would have delicate cheer when you would set your husband with bread and butter and red herrings.
Oh, God forgive you these forged tales. If the boy said so, I warrant you he will say much more for a pound of figs.
Then think of John, your husband. How will he take these accusations? They'll cause him great hurt.
They cause me even greater hurt. John will not accuse me that I have offended him at any time. You know the truth as well as anyone.
Oh, truth, to hell with truth. We have to save face, all of us.
We have not to save our faces, but our souls, all of us, Father.
I perceive nothing will serve to make you change your mind.
Nothing.
Well, once again you show your stupidity. Jailer, let me out. Let me out of this woman's presence.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Right. You are a sick and evilly disposed woman. You've brought yourself, your family, and the civil authority into disrepute.
Mrs. Clitheroe, I was put in this cell to report your doings, but I've reported nothing.
Thank you, Mrs. Yoward.
You're a very good woman, Margaret Clitheroe.
Mrs. Yoward, I would like you and some Catholics to accompany me and be with me when I die. At the time of my agony, put me in mind of God.
Oh, I couldn't be present at so cruel a death, Mrs. Clitheroe. I just couldn't. But what I will do is procure some friend to lay on such heavy weight that you're put quickly out of your pain.
Oh, no, good Mrs. Yoward, not so. God forbid I should procure any to be guilty of my death and blood.
I cannot see you die. I cannot for all the world, Mrs. Clitheroe.
The cell is dry now. We've had no rain these last few days.
Yes, it is. The sheriff will be coming for you at 8 of the clock this morning, Mrs. Clitheroe.
8 this morning. God's will be done.
Good morning, Master Sheriff.
I have come for you, Margaret Clitheroe. Are you ready to die?
I am ready.
Is there anyone you would like to accompany you?
Yes, Agnes Tesh.
She's outside and waiting. Agnes Tesh!
Yes, Sheriff?
You can have a few moments together.
Do you realise what day it is, Agnes?
March the 25th, the feast of the Annunciation of the Blessed Virgin.
Mary, Mother of God, assist me in my last agony.
She will. You've always had such a great devotion to Our Lady.
It is remarkable that I'm able to offer up my soul on this particular day, which marks the moment that our Saviour was incarnate in the womb of the Blessed Virgin.
If they had known, I'm sure they would have changed it.
I believe they would. I do believe they would have chosen any but this day.
This is the room in which you are to be executed. You may kneel down and pray first, Margaret Clitheroe.
Thank you, Sheriff. I will do that.
While you're on your knees, you can pray for the Queen.
I pray for the Catholic Church, for the Pope's holiness, and for all such as have care of the souls. I pray for all Christian princes in the world.
Don't put out glorious Queen Elizabeth.
I pray for Elizabeth, Queen of England, and I humbly beseech God to turn her to the Catholic faith, that after this mortal life she may enjoy the joys of heaven, unto whose soul I do wish as much joy as unto mine own.
Yeah, that's enough. Now, take off your clothes.
Let her die in her clothes, Sheriff. What difference does it make?
You keep out of this, Agnes Tesh. She must die naked, as judgment was given against her.
Please let me die in my smock.
No, that I will not grant. Sentence is that you die naked.
Then permit the women to unclothe me, and have the men turn their faces from me.
All right. You women, help her take things off. You men, turn your heads away. Go on. She ready yet?
Yes.
What's that thing she has on?
It's just a habit of Lillian to cover her secret parts. All the rest of her body is left naked. Surely you don't object to that?
All right. Lay her down upon the ground. Now, put a sharp stone under her back. That's it. Now you cover her face with an handkerchief. Right. Now, lay this broad door on her. Don't put the weights on yet. Margaret Clitheroe, you cannot have your hands joined in front of your face. They must be tied to posts. You two, tie your hands to these posts.
Look, she now forms the perfect cross with her arms extended.
Get on with it. Margaret Clitheroe, before the weights are placed on the door we have rested upon you, I call upon you again to ask the Queen's Majesty's forgiveness and to pray for her.
I have prayed for her.
Then you are called on to ask your husband's forgiveness.
If ever I have offended him, I do ask his forgiveness from the bottom of my heart.
All right. Lay the weights on.
Jesus, have mercy on me.
She was, in dying, 1/4 of an hour. Upon her was laid to the quantity of 700 or 800 weights at the least, which, breaking her ribs, caused them to burst forth of the skin. Her body was secretly buried in a dung heap the same night. 6 weeks later it was found so pure and uncorrupted as though the soul had only departed from the body the day before. Margaret Clitheroe was canonized by Pope Paul VI at St. Peter's, Rome, on October the 25th, 1970. In Margaret Clitheroe by William Keenan, Elizabeth Proud played Margaret, John Clitheroe was Steve Hodson, Henry May, Stephen Thorne, the Earl of Huntingdon, Bill Wallace, Thomas Clitheroe, Jack Watson, and the Judge, Peter Copley. The Sheriff was Geoffrey Matthews, Father Mush, Patrick Malahide, Agnes Tesh, Angela Phillips, Mrs. Yoward, Daphne Hurd, the Jailer, James Cairncross, and the Earl of Northumberland, Geoffrey Bateman. Henry Clitheroe was Rupert Graves, Anne Clitheroe, Gilly Grattan, Jane, Miranda Forbes, Father Reeks, John Abineri, the woman in the crowd, Joe Anderson, and Jan Petra Lear. The civil banqueting music was provided by the York Waits, and the Dies Irae was sung by the choir of Clifton Cathedral. Margaret Clitheroe was directed in Bristol by Sean McLaughlin.
This is the BBC Home Service. We present Richard Burton and John Neville in Henry at Agincourt, a sequence from William Shakespeare's Henry V, devised for broadcasting on the eve of St. George's Day.
Now entertain conjecture of a time when creeping murmur and the pouring dark fills the wide vessel of the universe. From camp to camp, through the foul womb of night, the hum of either army stilly sounds, that the fixed sentinels almost receive the secret whispers of each other's watch. Fire answers fire. Through their paly flames each battle sees the other's umbered face. Steed threatens steed in high and boastful neighs, piercing the night's dull ear. And from the tents, the armourers accomplishing the nights, with busy hammers closing rivets up, give dreadful note of preparation. Proud of their numbers and secure in soul, the confident and over-lusty French do the low-rated English play at dice, and chide the crippled, tardy-gated knight, who like a foul and ugly witch doth limp so tediously away. The poor condemned English, like sacrifices, by their watchful fires sit patiently and inly ruminate the morning's danger. And their gesture sad, investing lank lean cheeks and war-worn coats, presenteth them unto the gazing moon so many horrid ghosts. Oh, now, who will behold the royal captain of this ruined band, walking from watch to watch, from tent to tent? Let him cry praise and glory on his head, for forth he goes, and visits all his host, bids them good morrow with a modest smile, and calls them brothers, friends, and countrymen. Upon his royal face there is no note how dread an army hath enrounded him, nor doth he dedicate one jot of colour unto the weary and all-watched night, but freshly looks, and overbears a taint, with cheerful semblance and sweet majesty, that every wretch, pining and pale before, beholding him, plucks comfort from his looks. A largesse universal like the sun, his liberal eye doth give to everyone, thawing cold fear, that mean and gentle all behold, as may unworthiness define, a little touch of Harry in the night.
And so our scene must to the battle fly, where, oh, for pity, we shall much disgrace with 4 or 5 most vile and ragged foils, right ill-disposed in brawl ridiculous, the name of Agincourt. Yet sit and see, minding true things by what their mockeries be.
Gloucester,
Philippe?
it is true that we are in great danger, the greater therefore should our courage be. Good morrow, Brother Bedford.
Good morrow, my liege.
God Almighty, there is some soul of goodness in things evil, would men observingly distill it out. For our bad neighbour makes us early stirrers, which is both healthful and good husbandry. Good morrow, Sir Thomas Erpingham.
Good morrow, my liege.
A good soft pillow for that good white head were better than the churlish turf of France.
Not so, my liege. This lodging like me better, since I may say, now lie I like a king.
Lend me thy cloak, Sir Thomas. Brothers both, commend me to the princes in our camp. Do my good morrow to them, and anon desire them all to my pavilion.
We shall, my liege. Shall I attend, your grace?
No, my good knight. Go with my brothers to my lords of England. I and my bosom must debate a while, and then I would no other company.
The Lord in heaven bless thee, noble Harry.
God have mercy, old heart. Thou speakst cheerfully.
Captain Fluellen!
Who comes here? I will withdraw and mark.
Captain Fluellen!
So, in the name of Jesus Christ, speak lower. It is the greatest admiration in the universal world when the true and ancient prerogatives and laws of the wars is not kept. If you would take the pains but to examine the wars of Pompey the Great, I warrant you shall find there is no tittle-tattle or bibble-babble in Pompey's camp.
Why, the enemy is loud. You heard him all night.
If the enemy is an ass and a fool and a prating coxcomb, is it meet, think you, that we should also look you be an ass and a fool and a prating coxcomb? In your own conscience now.
I will speak lower.
I pray you and beseech you that you will.
Though it appear a little out of fashion, there is much care and valour in this Welshman.
Brother John Bates, is not that the morning which breaks yonder?
I think it be. We have no great cause to desire the approach of day.
We see yonder the beginning of the day, but I think we shall never see the end of it. Who goes there?
A friend.
Under what captain serve you?
Under Sir Thomas Erpingham.
A good old commander, and a most kind gentleman. I pray you, what thinks he of our estate?
Even as men wrecked upon a sand, that look to be washed off the next tide.
He hath not told his thought to the king.
No, nor is it not meet he should. For though I speak it to you, I think the king is but a man, as I am. The violet smells to him as it doth to me, the element shows to him as it doth to me. All his senses have but human conditions. His ceremonies laid by, and his nakedness he appears but a man. Those affections are higher mounted than ours, yet when they stoop with a like wing. Therefore, when he sees reason or fears as we do, his fears out of doubt be of the same relish as ours are. Yet, in reason, no man should possess him with any appearance of fear, lest he, by showing it, should dishearten his army.
He may show what outward courage he will, but I believe as cold a night as 'tis, he could wish himself in Thames up to the neck. And so I would he were, and I by him at all adventures, so we were quit here.
By my troth, I will speak my conscience of the king. I do not think he would wish himself anywhere but where he is.
And I would he were here alone, so should he be sure to be ransomed, and a many poor men's lives saved.
I dare say you love him not so ill to wish him here alone. Howsoever, you speak this to feel other men's minds. Methinks I could not die anywhere so contented as in the king's company, his cause being just and his quarrel honourable.
That's more than we know.
Aye, or more than we should seek after. For we know enough if we know we are the king's subjects. If these cause be wrong, our obedience to the king wipes the crime of it out of us.
But if the cause be not good,
The king himself hath a heavy reckoning to make.
Aye.
When all those legs and arms and heads chopped off in a battle shall join together at the latter day, and cry all, we died at such a place. Some swearing, some crying for a surgeon, some upon their wives left poor behind them, some upon the debts they owe, some upon the children rawly left. I'm afeard there are few die well that die in a battle. Now, if these men do not die well, it'll be a black matter for the king that led them to it.
Aye. So, if a son that is by his father sent about merchandise do sinfully miscarry upon the sea, the imputation of his wickedness by your rule should be imposed upon the father that sent him. Or if a servant, under his master's command, transporting a sum of money, be assailed by robbers and die in many irreconciled iniquities, you may call the business of the master the author of the servant's damnation. But this is not so. The king is not bound to answer the particular endings of his soldiers, the father of his son, nor the master of his servant, for they purpose not their deaths when they purpose their services. Besides, there is no king, be his cause never so spotless, if it come to the arbitrament of swords, can try it out with all unspotted soldiers. Some peradventure have in them the guilt of premeditated and contrived murder, some of beguiling virgins with the broken seals of perjury, some making the wars their bulwark, that have before gored the gentle bosom of peace with pillage and robbery. Now, if these men have defeated the law and outrun native punishment, though they can outstrip men, they have no wings to fly from God. War is his beadle. War is his vengeance. So that here men are punished for before breach of the king's laws, in now the king's quarrel. Where they fear the death, they have borne life away, and where they would be safe, they perish. Then if they die unprovided, no more is the king guilty of their damnation than he was before guilty of those impieties for which they are now visited. Every subject's duty is the king's, but every subject's soul is his own. Therefore should every soldier in the wars do as every sick man in his bed, wash every mote out of his conscience, and dying so, death were to him advantage. Or not dying, the time was blessedly lost wherein such preparation was gained. And in him that escapes, it were not sin to think that, making God so free an offer, he let him outlive that day to see his greatness, and to teach others how they should prepare.
'Tis certain. Every man that dies ill, the ill is upon his own head. The king's not to answer for it. I do not desire he should answer for me, and yet I determine to fight lustily for him.
I myself heard the king say he would not be ransomed.
He said so, to make us fight cheerfully. But when our throats are cut, he may be ransomed, and we ne'er the wiser.
If ever I live to see it, I will never trust his word after.
You pay him. Yes. That's a pearl shot out of an elder gun that a poor and a private displeasure can do against a monarch. You may as well go about to turn the sun to ice with fanning in his face with a peacock's feather. You'll never trust his word after. Come, 'tis a foolish thing.
Your reproof is something too round. I shall be angry with you at the time of convenient.
Well, let it be a quarrel between us, if you live.
I embrace it.
How shall I know thee again?
Give me any gauge of thine, and I will wear it in my bonnet. Then if ever thou darest acknowledge it, I will make it my quarrel.
Here's my glove. Give me another of thine.
There.
This will I also wear in my cap. If ever thou come to me and say after tomorrow, this is my glove, by this hand I'll take thee a box on the ear.
If ever I live to see it, I will challenge it.
Thou durst as well be hanged.
Well, I will do it so I take me in a king's company.
Well, keep thy word. Fare thee well.
Be friends, you English fools, be friends. We have French quarrels enough.
Fare thee well.
Upon the king. It is our lives, our souls, our debts, our careful wives, our children, and our sins. Lay on the king. We must bear all. Oh, hard condition. Twin born with greatness, subject to the breath of every fool whose sense no more can feel but his own ringing. What infinite heart's ease must kings neglect that private men enjoy? And what have kings that privates have not too, save ceremony, save general ceremony? And what art thou, thou idle ceremony? What kind of God art thou that sufferest more of mortal griefs than do thy worshippers? What are thy rents? What are thy comings in? Oh, ceremony, show me but thy worth. What is thy soul of adoration? Art thou aught else but place, degree, and form, creating awe and fear in other men, wherein thou art less happy being feared than they in fearing? What drink'st thou oft instead of homage sweet, but poisoned flattery? Oh, be sick, great greatness, and bid thy ceremony give thee cure. Think'st thou the fiery fever will go out with titles blown from adulation? Will it give place to flexure and low bending? Canst thou, when thou commandst the beggar's knee, command the health of it? No, thou proud dream that placed so subtly with a king's repose. I am a king that find thee, and I notice not the balm, the sceptre, and the ball, the sword, the mace, the crown imperial, the intertissued robe of gold and pearl, the farced title running for the king, the throne he sits on, nor the tide of pomp that beats upon the high shore of this world. No, not all these thrice gorgeous ceremony. Not all these, laid in bed majestical, can sleep so soundly as the wretched slave, who with a body filled and vacant mind gets him to rest crammed with distressful bread. Never sees, horrid night, the child of hell, but like a lackey from the rise to set, sweats in the eye of Phoebus, and all night sleeps in Elysium. Next day after dawn doth rise, and help Hyperion to his horse, and follow so the ever-running year with profitable labour to his grave. And but the ceremony, such a wretch, winding up days with toil and nights with sleep, had the forehand advantage of a king. The slave, a member of the country's peace, enjoys it, but in gross brain little wots what watch the king keeps to maintain the peace, whose ours the peasant best advantages.
My lord, your nobles, jealous of your absence, seek through your camp to find you.
Good old knight. Collect them all together at my tent. I'll be before thee.
I shall do it, my lord.
O God of battles, steel my soldiers' hearts. Possess them not with fear. Take from them now the sense of reckoning, unless the opposed numbers pluck their hearts from them. Not today, O Lord. Oh, not today. Think not upon the fault my father made encompassing the crown. I, Richard's body, have interred new, and on it have bestowed more contrite tears than from it issued forced drops of blood. 500 poor have I in yearly pay, who twice a day their withered hands hold up towards heaven to pardon blood. And I have built 2 chantries, where the sad and solemn priest sings still for Richard's soul. More will I do. Though all that I can do is all too little, since that my penitence comes after all, imploring pardon. My brother Gloucester's wife. Stay, Gloucester. Stay, and I will go with thee. The day, my friends, and all things stay for me.
Where's the
the king?
The king himself is rode to view their battle.
Of fighting men they have full 300,000.
There's 5 to 1. Besides, they all are fresh. God's arms strike with us. 'Tis a fearful odds. God be with you, princes all. I'll to my charge. If we no more meet till we meet in heaven, then joyfully, my noble Lord of Bedford, my dear Lord Gloucester, and my good Lord Exeter, and my kind kinsmen, warriors all, adieu. Farewell, good Salisbury, and good luck go with thee.
Farewell, kind lord. Fight valiantly today. And yet, I do thee wrong to mind thee of it, for thou art framed of the firm truth of valour.
He is as full of valour as of kindness, princely in both.
Oh, that we now had here but 1/10,000 of those men in England that do no work today.
What's he that wishes so?
My Majesty.
Ah, my cousin Westmoreland. No, my fair cousin. If we are marked to die, we are enough to do our country loss. And if to live, with the fewer men, the greater share of honour. God's will, I pray thee, wish not one man more. By Jove, I am not covetous for gold, nor care I who doth feed upon my cost. It yearns me not if men my garments wear. Such outward things dwell not in my desires. But if it be a sin to covet honour, I am the most offending soul alive. No, faith, my cousin, wish not a man from England. God's peace, I would not lose so great an honour as one man more, methinks, would share with me for the best hope I have. Oh, do not wish one more. Rather proclaim it, Westmoreland, through my host, that he which hath no stomach to this fight, let him depart. His passport shall be made, and crowns for convoy put into his person. We would not die in that man's company that fears his fellowship to die with us. This day is called the Feast of Crispian. He that outlives this day and comes safe home will stand a tiptoe when this day is named, and rouse him at the name of Crispian. He that shall live this day and see old age will yearly on the vigil feast his neighbours and say, tomorrow is St. Crispian. Then will he strip his sleeve and show his scars and say, these wounds I had on Crispin's day. Old men forget, yet all shall be forgot, but he'll remember with advantages what deeds he did that day. Then shall our names, familiar in his mouth as household words, Harry the King, Bedford and Exeter, Warwick and Talbot, Salisbury and Gloucester, be in their flowing cups freshly remembered. This story shall the good man teach his son, and Crispian shall ne'er go by from this day to the ending of the world. But we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers, for he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. Be he ne'er so vile, this day shall gentle his condition, and gentlemen in England, our bed, shall think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, whiles any speaks that fought with us upon St. Crispin's day.
My sovereign lord, bestow yourself with speed. The French are bravely in their battle set, and will with all expedience charge on us.
All things are ready if our minds be so.
Perish the man whose mind is backward now.
Thou dost not wish more help from England, coz?
God's will, my liege, but you and I alone, without more help, might fight this battle out.
Why, now thou hast unwished 5,000 men, which likes me better than to wish as one.
Here comes the herald of the French, my lord.
Once more I come to know of thee, King Harry. If for thy ransom thou wilt now compound before thy most assured overthrow. For certainly thou art so near the gulf, thou needs must be unglutted. Besides, in mercy, the constable desires thee thou wilt mind thy followers of repentance, that their souls may make a peaceful and a sweet retire from off these fields, where wretches, their poor bodies must lie and fester.
Who hath sent thee now?
The constable of France.
I pray thee, bear my former answer back. Bid them achieve me, and then sell my bones. Good God, why should they mock poor fellows thus? The man that once did sell the lion's skin while the beast lived was killed with hunting him. Many of our bodies shall no doubt find native graves, upon the which I trust shall witness living brass of this day's work. And those that leave their valiant bones in France, dying like men, though buried in your dung hills, they shall be famed, for there the sun shall greet them, and draw their honours reaching up to heaven, leaving their earthly parts to choke your clime, the smell whereof shall breed a plague in France. Tell the constable, we are but warriors for the working day. Our gayness and our guilt are all besmirched with rainy marching in the painful field. There's not a piece of feather in our host. Good argument. I hope we will not fly. And time hath worn us into slovenly. But by the mass, our hearts are in the trim, and my poor soldiers tell me yet ere night they'll be in fresher robes, or they will pluck the gay new coats through the French soldiers' ears and turn them out of service. If they do this, as if God please they shall, my ransom then will soon be levied. Herald, save thou thy labour. Come thou no more for ransom, gentle herald. They shall have none, I swear, but these my bones, which if they have as I will leave them, shall yield them little. Tell the constable.
I shall, King Harry, and so fare thee well. Thou never shalt hear, herald, any more.
My lord, most humbly on my knee, I beg the leading of the vanward.
Take it, brave York. Now, soldiers, march away. And how thou pleasest, God, dispose the day.
Forward!
Thrice valiant countrymen, but all's not done. Yet keep the French the field.
The Duke of York commends him to your majesty.
Lives he, good uncle. Thrice within this hour I saw him down. Thrice up again and fighting, from helmet to the spur, all blood he was.
In which array, brave soldier, doth he lie larding the plain. And by his bloody side, yoke fellow to his honour-owing wounds, the noble Earl of Suffolk also lies. Suffolk first died. And York, all haggled over, comes to him where in gore he lay ensteeped, and takes him by the beard, kisses the gashes that bloodily did yawn upon his face, and cries aloud, "Tarry, dear cousin Suffolk, my soul shall thine keep company to heaven. Tarry, sweet soul, for mine, then fly abreast, as in this glorious and well-foughten field we kept together in our chivalry." Upon these words I came and cheered him up. He smiled me in the face, wrought me his hand, and with a feeble grip says, "Dear my lord, commend my service to my sovereign." So did he turn, and over Suffolk's neck he threw his wounded arm and kissed his lips. And so, espoused to death, with blood he sealed a testament of noble ending love. The pretty and sweet manner of it forced those waters from me which I would have stopped, but I had not so much of a man in me. And all my mother came into mine eyes and gave me up to tears.
I blame you not. For hearing this, I must perforce compound with mistful eyes, or they will issue too. But hark! What new alarm is this saying? The French have reinforced their scattered men. Give the word through!
Kill the boys and the luggage goer. 'Tis expressly against the law of arms. 'Tis as arrant a piece of knavery, mark you now, as can be offered. In your conscience now, is it not?
'Tis certain there's not a boy left alive, and the cowardly rascals that run from the battle have done this slaughter. Besides, they have burned and carried away all that was in the king's tent. Wherefore the king, most worthily, hath caused every soldier to cut his prisoner's throat. Oh, 'tis a gallant king.
Aye, he was born at Monmouth, Captain Gower.
Ah.
What call you the town's name where Alexander the Pig was born?
Alexander the Great.
Why, I pray you, is not Pig great?
Oh,
the pig or the great or the mighty or the huge or the magnanimous are all one reckonings, save the phrases, little variations.
I think Alexander the Great was born in Macedon. His father was called Philip of Macedon, as I take it.
I think it is Macedon where Alexander is born. I tell you, Captain, if you look in the maps of the world, I warrant you shall find in the comparisons between Macedon and Monmouth that the situations, look you, is both alike.
Oh.
There's a river in Macedon, and there is also, moreover, a river at Monmouth. It is called Wye at Monmouth, but is out of my brains what is the name of the other river. But is all one, 'tis as alike as my fingers is to my fingers, and there is salmons in both. If you mark Alexander's life well, Harry of Monmouth's life is come after it indifferent well. For there is figures in all things. Alexander, God knows, and you know, in his rages and his furies and his wraths and his chollers and his moods and his displeasures and his indignations, and also being a little intoxicated in his brains, did in his ales and his angers, look you, kill his best friend, Clytus.
Our king is not like him in that. He never killed any of his friends.
It is not well done, mark you now, to take the tales out of my mouth ere it is made and finished.
But
I speak but in the figures and comparisons of it. As Alexander killed his friend Clytus, being in his ales and his cups, so also Harry Monmouth, being in his right wits and his good judgments, turned away the fat knight with the great belly doublet. He was full of jests and jibes and knaveries and mocks. I forgot his name.
Sir John Falstaff.
That is he. I tell you, there is good men born at Monmouth.
Here comes His Majesty.
My lord,
I was not angry since I came to France. Until this instant. Take a trumpet, herald. Ride thou unto the horsemen on yon hill. If they will fight with us, bid them come down, or void the field. They do offend our sight. Besides, we'll cut the throats of those we have, and not a man of them that we shall take shall taste our mercy. Go and tell them so.
Your Majesty.
Here comes the herald of the French, my liege.
Huh. His eyes are humbler than they used to be.
How now? What means this, herald? Knowst thou not that we have fined these bones of ours for ransom? Comest thou again for ransom?
No, great king. I come to thee for charitable license, that we may wander o'er this bloody field, to book our dead, and then to bury them, to sort our nobles from our common men. For many of our princes, woe the while, lie drowned and soaked in mercenary blood. So do our vulgar drench their peasant limbs in blood of princes. And their wounded steeds fetlock deep in gore, and with wild rage yerk out their armed heels at their dead masters, killing them twice. Oh, give us leave, great king, to view the field in safety and dispose of their dead bodies.
I tell thee, truly, herald, I know not if the day be ours or no. For yet a many of your horsemen peer and gallop o'er the field.
The day is yours.
The day is ours.
The day is ours! The day is ours! The day is ours!
Praise be God, and not our strength for it. What is this castle called that stands hard by?
They call it Agincourt.
Then call we this the field of Agincourt, fought on the day of Crispin, crispy arms.
Your Majesty.
Hmm?
Your grandfather of famous memory, and please, Your Majesty, and your great-uncle, Edward the Black Prince of Wales, as I have read in the Chronicles, fought the most brave battle here in France.
They did, Llewellyn.
Your Majesty says very true. Your Majesty is remembered of it. The Welshmen did good service in a garden where leeks did grow, wearing leeks in their Monmouth caps, which Your Majesty know to this hour is an honourable badge of the service. And I do believe Your Majesty takes no scorn to wear the leek upon St. David's Day.
I wear it for a memorable honour. For I am Welsh, you know, good countryman.
All the water and wine cannot wash Your Majesty's Welsh blood out of your body. I can tell you that. God bless it and preserve it as long as it pleases Grace. And His Majesty too.
Thanks, good my countryman.
By gee, I am Your Majesty's countryman. I care not who knows it. I will confess it to all the world. I need not to be ashamed of Your Majesty, praise be God. So long as Your Majesty is an honest man.
God keep me, sir. Herald, go with Montjoy. Bring me just notice of the numbers dead on both our parts.
Your Majesty.
Call yonder fellow hither.
Soldier, you must come to the king.
Soldier, why wearest thou that glove in thy cap?
And please, Your Majesty, 'tis the gage of one that I should fight withal, if he be alive.
An Englishman?
And please, Your Majesty, a rascal that swaggered with me last night, who, if alive, and ever dared to challenge this glove, I have sworn to take him a box of the ear. Or if I can see my glove in his cap, which he swore as he was a soldier he would wear if alive, I'll strike it out soundly.
What think you, Captain Llewellyn? Is it meet this soldier keep his oath?
He's a craven and a villain, else than please Your Majesty in my conscience.
Then keep thy vows, sir, when thou meets the fellow.
So I will, my liege, as I live.
Who servest thou under?
Under Captain Gower, my liege.
Gower is a good captain, and his good knowledge and literature in the wars.
Call him hither to me, soldier.
I will, my liege.
Captain Llewellyn.
Your Majesty.
Take thou this glove and stick it in thy cap. If any man challenge it, he is an enemy to our person. Apprehend him, and thou dost me love.
Your Grace does me as great honours as can be desired in the hearts of his subjects.
Knowest thou Gower?
He's my dear friend, and please you.
Pray thee, go seek him and bring him to my tent.
I will fetch him.
My Lord of Warwick, my brother Gloucester. Police? Follow Llewellyn closely at the heels. The glove which I have given him for a favour may haply purchase him a box of the ears. It is the soldier's. I, by bargain, should wear it myself. Follow, good cousin Warwick. If that the soldier strike him, as I judge by his blunt bearing, he will keep his word. Some sudden mischief may arise of it, for I do know Llewellyn valiant and touched with choler, hot as gunpowder, and quickly will return an injury. Follow and see there be no harm between them. Go you with me, Uncle of Exeter.
I warrant it is to knight you, Captain.
God's will and his pleasure, Captain Gower. I beseech you now, come apace to the king. There is more good towards you peradventure than is in your knowledge to dream of.
Sir. Know you this glove in my cap?
Know the glove? I know the glove is a glove.
I know this. And thus I challenge it.
Unarrant traitor as any is in the universal world, or in France or in England.
How now, sir, you villain?
Do you think I'll be forsworn?
Stand away, Captain Gower. I will give treasonous payment into blows, I warrant you.
I'm no traitor.
That's a lie in thy throat. I charge you in His Majesty's name, apprehend him.
How now? What's the matter?
My Lord of Gloucester, here is, praise to God for it, a most contagious treason come to light, look you, as you shall desire in a summer's day. Here is His Majesty.
And now? What's the matter?
My liege, here is a villain and a traitor, and look your grace, has struck the glove which Your Majesty has given me.
My liege, this was my glove. Here is the fellow of it. And he that I gave it to in change promised to wear it in his cap. I promised to strike him if he did. I met this man with my glove in his cap, and I've been as good as my word.
Oh, Your Majesty here now, saving Your Majesty's manhood. What an arrant, rascally, beggarly, lousy name it is. I hope Your Majesty has bear me testimony and witness and will avouchment that this is the glove Your Majesty has given me. In your conscience now.
Soldier, give me thy glove.
Sire.
Look, here is the fellow of it. 'Twas I, indeed, thou promisedst to strike, and thou hast given me most bitter terms.
And please your majesty, let his neck answer for it if there be martial law in the world.
How canst thou make me satisfaction?
All offences, my lord, come from the heart. Never came any from mine that might offend your majesty.
It was ourself thou didst abuse.
Your majesty came not like yourself. You appeared to me but as a common man. Witness the night, your garments, your lowliness. And what your highness suffered under that shape, I beseech you to take it for your own fault and not mine.
Oh.
For had you been as I took you for, I made no offence. Therefore, I beseech your highness, pardon me.
Uncle of Exeter.
My lord.
Fill this glove with crowns and give it to the fellow. Keep it, fellow, and wear it for an honour in thy cap till I do challenge it. Give him the crowns.
Here you are, fellow.
My liege.
And, Captain, you must needs be friends with him.
Aye, this day and this light. The fellow has metal enough in his belly. Hold. There is 12 pence for you. And I pray you to serve God and keep you out of brawls and brabbles and quarrels and dissensions, and I warrant you it is better for you.
I'll none of your money.
'Tis a good shilling, I warrant you, or I will change it.
Now, Harold, are the dead numbered?
Here is the number of the slaughtered French.
What prisoners of good sort are taken, Uncle?
Charles, Duke of Orleans, nephew to the king. John, Duke of Bourbon, and Lord Boucicaut. Of other lords and barons, knights and squires, full 1,500, besides common men.
This note doth tell me of 10,000 French that in the field lie slain.
10,000.
Of princes in this number and nobles bearing banners, there lie dead 126. Added to these of knights, esquires, and gallant gentlemen, 8,400, of the which 500 were but yesterday dubbed knights. So that, in these 10,000 they have lost, there are but 1,600 mercenaries. The rest are princes, barons, lords, knights, squires, and gentlemen of blood and quality. Here was a royal fellowship of death. Where is the number of our English dead?
Money.
Edward, the Duke of York. The Earl of Suffolk. Sir Richard Kipling. Davy Gam. Esquire. None else of name, and of all other men, but 25. O God, thy arm was here, and not to us, but to thy arm alone ascribe we all. Take it, God, for it is none but thine.
'Tis wonderful.
Wonderful indeed. Come, go ye in procession through the village, and be it death proclaim it through our host, to boast of this or take that praise from God, which is his only.
Is it not lawful, and please your majesty, to tell how many is killed?
Yes, Llewellyn, but with this acknowledgement, that God fought for us.
Yes, my conscience, he did us great good.
Do we all holy rites. Let there be sung non nobis and te deum, the dead with charity enclosed in clay. And then to Calais, and to England then, when ne'er from France arrived more happier men.
That was Henry at Agincourt, devised from Shakespeare's Henry V. Richard Burton played Henry V and John Neville played the chorus, with Martin Lewis, Richard Bebb, John Gabriel, George Merritt, Dudley Jones, Manning Wilson, Geoffrey Matthews, Hamilton Dice, Richard Williams, Olaf Poulet and Peter Howell. It was produced by John Gibson and that was first aired in 1956.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ronald Colman and Anne Harding in The Keys of the Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, once again it's our pleasure to introduce our producer, Mr. William Keeley. For the past 3 years, Colonel Keeley has been chief of the Motion Picture Division of the Army Air Forces. Prior to that, his 22 years in the theater, 12 as an actor and 10 as director, raised him to the first rank of motion picture directors, with more than 20 screen hits to his credit. We are happy to have the benefit of his experience and producing talent in this theater. Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Humility, as the proverb goes, may often be a path to fame. Some years ago, an obscure priest working in the interior of China with an humble people inspired A.J. Cronin's masterpiece, The Keys of the Kingdom. An almost instantaneous bestseller, it was brought to the screen by 20th Century Fox and is our drama on this stage tonight. For the profound and moving role of Father Chisholm, we are fortunate in having an actor who in 23 years of motion picture stardom has created many of the screen's outstanding roles, Ronald Colman, and co-starred with him the talented and lovely Miss Anne Harding. Most of our story takes place in the interior of China, which I visited in 1939, and again during the war. It's a wild and undeveloped territory with very few of the luxuries of life. Strolling along a dimly lighted street in Kunming one evening, I was amazed to see several of those friendly cakes of Lux soap in a store window. The price? A little under $1.50 a cake. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, $1.50 a cake. It is such incidents that make you appreciate the little everyday luxuries we take so much for granted, like a clean white cake of Lux soap. They become mighty precious and important when you have to get along without them. And now, here's the first act of The Keys of the Kingdom, starring Ronald Colman as Francis Chisholm and Anne Harding as Mother Maria Veronica. It's a September evening in 1938 in the little town of Tynecastle, Scotland. In the parlor of the parish house of St. Columba's Church, a visiting dignitary, Monsignor Tarrant, speaks to an old man.
Let me see, Father Chisholm. It was your wish when you returned from China to come back here to your native parish, wasn't it?
This was also the native parish of His Grace, the Bishop.
I'm aware that Bishop Mealy was born here. But life has treated you two somewhat differently, eh? To be brief, the Bishop and I both feel that your long years of service should be recompensed, that you should retire.
Retire? But I have no wish to retire.
There are peculiarities in the administration of this parish which His Grace can scarcely overlook. Your approach to certain points of doctrine.
Still peculiar, after so many years.
For example, you made a statement last week. All atheists are not godless men, you said. I know of one who I hope now may be in heaven.
But he was an unusual atheist.
And then, the good Christian is a good man, but the Confucianist generally has a better sense of humor.
Yes, I did say that.
And when Mrs. Tyler, who cannot help her extreme stoutness, came to you for guidance, you said, eat less. The gates of paradise are narrow. Oh, yes, Father. I'm afraid you've lost your command of souls.
But I have no wish to command anyone's soul.
Now, if you don't mind, I will go to my room. Oh, I'll be leaving here early in the morning.
Monsignor, when you see Angus, His Grace, would you be good enough to remind him that we were boys together?
The bishop is not forgotten.
I shouldn't like to leave here. If it could be helped, I shouldn't.
I was annoyed beyond reason that Father Chisholm, after all these years, still should succeed so completely in irritating me. It was impossible to sleep. There was a dusty shelf of books in my room, and a battered, plain-covered binding caught my eye. I opened it and read the words, Francis Chisholm, his journal. I thumbed through, quite disinterestedly, till I came upon a chapter titled Holywell. This might well interest me, for it was at Holywell College that I had first met Francis Chisholm. It was during his last year that I had occasion again to report him to Father McNabb.
Well, Chisholm, what explanation this time?
I've done something wrong, Father?
Something unforgivable. I've forgotten what it was exactly, but Francis, I'm afraid you have a genius for being misunderstood.
Yes, Father.
Tell me, have you done any fishing lately?
No, sir, but I'd like to try the glebe pool. There's a big trout in there.
There's nothing in the glebe pool.
Oh, yes, there's a big one now. I saw him.
Father McNabb, you need me in the matter of Francis Chisholm.
No, not now. You may go. Thank you.
Yes, Father.
I've done nothing but annoy Brother Tarrant ever since I enrolled here. It's me, Father. Must be my manner, my approach to things. I don't know.
Francis, isn't it time you made up your mind about the future?
I think of it all the time.
Why did you ever come to Hollywood?
Oh, it was my Aunt Polly, I suppose.
She wants you to become a priest.
She thinks it's my vocation.
By no means do I recommend priesthood for all our students. But you, Francis, yes. I think your Aunt Polly is right. You would make a good priest. You're confused now, aren't you?
Oh, it's just that I know there's a vocation for me, Father, but I don't know where to find it. I'm by far the oldest student here, and certainly the worst. And my aunt, well, I can't go on letting her support me.
There is also a girl, isn't there, Francis?
Yes.
Do you want to tell me about her?
Oh, there's not much to tell, sir. Except last fall, when we said goodbye, she said I'd never come back to her. She was so sure that I would become a priest. I told her there wasn't much chance of that, and that I loved her. But she seemed so frightened and so terribly alone. I haven't heard from her in months. I can't explain it.
Then don't try, Francis. Just try to let God Almighty have his way. Well, now, you say you actually saw that trout in the glebe pool.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, I did.
There are rods and gear in the closet there. Fetch 'em out, Francis. Fetch 'em out. What a wonderful fish is a trout, Francis. Oh, it was fine of the Lord, I think, to put all the little fishes in the brooks and to send me here to catch them.
Listen.
It's a lonely sound, that. When I was a homesick lad, I'd imagine it was the cry of a lost soul speeding through eternity.
To me, it's the Southern Express, the only thing I have of home. It whistles for me now, and tomorrow it will whistle for them in Tynecastle. Oh, Father, I want to go home.
I've something to tell you, Francis, and it isn't easy to tell. This girl back there, she quarreled with you, didn't she?
Yes.
Because she thought you were being made into a priest in spite of yourself.
Oh, but I told Nora. I told her.
Francis, Nora changed a good deal after you left, and all to the bad, I'm afraid. Your friend Willie Tulloch has just written to me.
But why to you? Father, what's happened?
Nora went off with a man. They were married, and then he deserted her. A baby was born last week.
Father.
She's desperately ill, but her express wish that you were not to be sent for.
But
Francis, I cannot tell you to do anything except what is in your own heart to do. If you want to catch that train, you still have time.
Oh, thank you. And goodbye, Father.
God bless you, lad.
I turned the page in Francis Chisholm's journal. There was a brief and simple entry.
When I got off the train at Tynecastle, I went directly to Willie Tulloch. He told me Nora had died during the night.
And then came a new heading. The church, it said. And below, it would be pleasurable to record that I became an immediate success as a priest, but after 5 years I remained a dismal failure. One day a summons came from the new bishop and my guardian angel of old, Hamish MacNab.
Francis, oh, it does my old eyes good to see a priest so manifestly unprosperous as you.
I walked most of the way here in the rain, your lordship. I'm afraid I'm a little wet.
Too rebellious even to use an umbrella, eh? I'll get you something warm. I ought to ring for some of the fine vintages used by all the bishops one reads about. But this is only whiskey. But then we're only Scotsmen, aren't we? Oh, don't look so scared, Francis. Sit down.
Thank you.
You've had a pretty thin time of it, haven't you?
Oh, failure might be closer to the facts, your lordship.
At your curacy at Shalesley, you insisted upon establishing a dance hall.
It was a recreation centre, your lordship. There was a desperate need.
At any rate, there was a serious disagreement. You were then transferred to Tynecastle. There your closest association was with an atheist.
Willie Tulloch. Well, he's a doctor now. He's one of the kindest men I've ever known.
Atheists have reason to be kind. Then Father Tarrant. He found you guilty of unorthodox doctrine.
Yes, nothing I did seemed pleasing to him.
Just to Almighty God, eh?
Well, certainly, he can't be too pleased with me. I've failed so miserably.
To me, you've never been a failure.
Your lordship.
But don't ask me why. I'm sure I couldn't say. Perhaps it's because I've always been partial to the stray cat who comes stalking down the aisle when everyone is yawning their heads off at a dull sermon. You like that stray cat, Francis? I haven't been able to take my eyes off you. And I can't help thinking that you're in the church not by chance, but for a reason. Francis, I'd like you to do something for me.
You've always made it impossible for me to say anything but yes, your lordship.
This will call for great sacrifice. It'll mean training in language and customs. It'll not be an easy life, nor a safe one, but I believe it is a life for you. I've been asked to supply a volunteer missionary for China.
China?
It'll mean leaving far behind you your home, your friends.
And Judy.
Judy?
Oh, yes, Nora's little girl. She means a great deal to me.
Oh, yes, I remember.
But, I'll be happy to go, your lordship.
I knew you would. And you'll be a great credit to both of us. Come to see me again before you leave. We'll pray for you. Oh, here, take this with you.
What, your umbrella? Oh, no, you as long as I can remember, even when we went fishing.
Take it. It's a good thing to have. You never know when it's going to rain.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
In his journal, Francis Chisholm described his mission as near the river city of Pai Town, far inland. He arrived by boat. 2 Chinese were waiting for him, a man and a woman.
I'm Hosanna Wang, Father, your beloved catechist, and this is my Christian wife, Philomena.
How do you do?
We have barrels and a sedan chair, if Father is ready.
Well, how nice. But it's such a lovely day, I'd rather walk to the mission.
I will tell the bearers to bring the baggage.
Thank you, Hosanna. Well, shall we go?
We stop here, Father.
Oh, but I'm not tired, really.
But there is the mission, see?
There? What's that pile of ruins?
The roof is gone, but the 2 walls remain standing.
Well, what happened? Tell me.
The good Father who preceded you placed the 2 near the river, and the devil sent a wicked flood.
But the congregation, have they done nothing to rebuild it?
Father must realize that for 1 year now, we get no money.
You mean you were given money? Why?
To buy rice, Father. How else could we get new converts for the church?
As soon as our Father restores our rightful wages, he will find us as useful as ever. And for the same price, we also serve the Mass.
Well, I want you to know now that I can't pay you any money.
他都没有钱了，没有钱怎么能够叫我们信
And
教
I should also warn you that I understand almost everything you say. And I know what rice Christians are. I've no interest in them whatever.
Perhaps Father needs to understand more than the language. There is much animosity here against foreigners.
Yes, well, thank you for the warning, but I've come a long distance to reach here, and here I'll stay, with your help or without it.
It's unfortunate, Father. Most unfortunate.
With his meager funds, he rented a small room in the city and hung out a sign. The natives were not long in coming to his chapel. Only a few at first, but with mud and rotten vegetables. Then in greater number, with rocks and clubs.
Even now, as I write to you, dear Bishop McNabb, they storm outside this little chapel, clamoring for my eyes to blacken and my bones to break. I have no personal fear of them, but my spirit droops with my inability to find a way to carry God's grace to these unhappy creatures. If I do not find the way, it will be only because I have failed again. But I can promise your lordship that I will search for it until the end of my days. I have lived thus far in failure. If I am to die in it, I want it to be here, where only God and I will know.
In just a moment, we'll bring you the second act of The Keys of the Kingdom. We have a rather unusual guest tonight, a former carpenter's helper and ship's joiner, who weighs about 115 pounds, has a lovely shoulder-length bob, and what's more, is beautiful. Well, I wish you could see Miss Joyce Elaine Mackenzie, young international picture starlet, from shipyard to screen career in a few short years. Correct, Joyce?
Yes, Mr. Keeley.
And now suppose you tell us how you did it.
Well, I came to San Francisco to do war work and got a job in the shipyards there. Then I came to the Pasadena Playhouse to study drama. And one of my apprentice tasks was to sell tickets at the box office. And that's how I was seen by a Hollywood talent scout.
And he offered you a screen test?
Yes, but as it turned out, I never made one. I got a contract after my first interview with International's general manager. The contract included 3 months of dramatic training and a part in the new picture, Tomorrow is Forever.
It just shows what talent, work, and beauty can do. And when it comes to beauty, I'm going to consult our complexion connoisseur here, John Kennedy.
We all know how important a lovely, smooth complexion is to camera close-ups. Miss Mackenzie, with a complexion like yours, I can understand why the studio took you without even a screen test.
I don't know about that, but I do know what Daily Lux Soap Care can do for the skin. It's a wonderful beauty aid, Mr. Kennedy. In Tomorrow's Forever, Claudette Colbert is a star, and I know that she always depends on Lux facials, too.
Thanks for that Hollywood beauty tip, Miss Joyce Mackenzie. It's true that 9 out of 10 screen stars and hundreds of lovely young starlets find daily care with gentle Lux toilet soap really works. You see, Lux is a real beauty product, made only of the finest ingredients. You'll find this satin smooth toilet soap is right for delicate skin. Try it for your own precious complexion tomorrow. Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of The Keys of the Kingdom, starring Ronald Coleman as Father Chisholm and Anne Harding as Mother Maria Veronica. In the bedroom of his little parish house, Father Chisholm lies awake, clutched by the worries of his compulsory retirement. But in another room, a lamp burns deep into the night, and the years fall away from Father Chisholm as Monsignor Tarrant reads the pages of the old priest's journal. He learns now of China and of the coming of Father Chisholm's first parishioner, a youth named Joseph.
But why have you come, Joseph?
Because you are here. I have been working 5 days and 4 nights.
Joseph, I can't pay you any money.
I have not asked for money. I wish to serve because the mission must be rebelled, and I am a Christian.
Can you forgive me?
Here, I have brought several dozen of eggs, which I have gathered along the way.
Eggs? Growing like wildflowers?
They were alone with no one to care for them. I could not forsake them.
Joseph, you have a fine missionary instinct, but I must teach you not to apply it to other people's property.
I have brought some tea also. Would Father welcome a cup?
A cup of tea. And I have so little I can share with you.
Father can share with me his privilege to work for God. Father, what is it? Where would such a big box come from?
From Scotland, Joseph, Scotland.
What does it contain?
Medicines and bandages. And look, surgical instruments.
Who sends these great things, Father?
My friend Willie Tulloch. Here, look, he's enclosed a letter. Listen. Dear Francie, it's amazing how religious you can make a man feel by fixing his bellyache. I am sending you all my secrets and a book of instructions. Cure what you can and kill what you can't. Willie Tulloch, M.D. and heathen. P.S. For practicing without a license, I shall report you to the Medical Society, your bishop, and my Chinese laundryman.
Father, there is a use for the boards of these packing bags.
What's that?
A new sign for our mission. Public dispensary.
Excellent. Sick treated here, free. Well, come on now, let's get these things inside. Willie Tulloch.
For 5 weeks, Father, you have been studying the book of medicine, and still no converts.
Not even a patient.
Perhaps you could pretend to cure me of a broken leg. I could go down to the city and advertise it.
Now, Joseph.
But if I really broke my leg... Listen.
What?
Someone approaches. You drag him in, Father, and I'll sit upon him.
Now, Joseph, quiet. Come in, please.
Thank you. I'm here at the bidding of my cousin.
Mr. Pao.
My cousin is the Mandarin, Mr. Chia. His only son, Chia Yu, lies sick unto death.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In playing, the boy scratched his arm. As a consequence, the lower humors have gained an ascendancy, distending the arm and making it blue.
Has he been treated?
3 physicians and a Tao priest are in constant attendance.
Well, I'm not a physician. I treat only the most simple disturbances.
My cousin asks only that you do whatever good you can.
Oh, yes, I'll come.
I have chair bearers awaiting outside.
Father, Mr. Chia is a Mandarin. If the boy should die...
Joseph, you don't think you can frighten me, do you?
No, Father.
Oh, then
I do not.
You're mistaken. But I must go, so start praying to St. Andrew and don't stop praying till I get back.
Here on the bed is Chia Yu.
Who are those men in the corner?
The physicians and the priests.
Oh.
They will not leave the room. If you insist, it
no,
will be...
No, I don't insist, no. Let me see the boy's arm.
I will draw back the cover. What is this that you do?
Well, I have to clean the area with alcohol. But don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, Chia Yu. The pad in the jar. Quickly.
This is the sleeping water?
Yes. Place the pad over his face. Now, slowly. Drop by drop.
He will feel nothing?
Oh, no, nothing. A little more. More. Now, the lancet.
What is it you do now?
It's necessary to cut the boy's arm. Holy St. Andrew, help me. I implore you, help me. All right. Stand aside, Mr. Powell. Open the windows. I'm finished.
The boy will live?
I don't know.
It was most unexpected that you would cut with a knife into the flesh of the boy.
That arm was filled with corruption.
Let us hope that corruption can be removed by cutting. Let us hope that everything will be well.
I told you at the mission I'm not a... I'll be back in the morning. Good up, Mr. Powell. Why, the boy is smiling. Good morning, Chia-Yu.
That is all you do now? Change the bandages?
Yes, that's all. Of course, we can't be certain, but there seems little to worry about.
My cousin, Mr. Chia, says it will not be necessary to come again.
Oh, but it's no trouble.
Nothing more is required. Good day.
Good day, Mr. Powell. Dear Lord, give me patience and humility. 'Twas thy merciful goodness that saved the boy. But this is an ungrateful house, and you know it.
Come in. You are the Christian priest?
Yes?
I am Mr. Chia. My son, whose life you saved, is well.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that.
So I have come here to be made a Christian.
Father, this is a miracle.
You believe in Christianity?
I will accustom myself to it.
No, Christianity is not a habit, Mr. Chia.
But you have done the greatest good for me. I must now do the greatest good for you. As I accept your Christian belief, so will follow all of Paitan.
I'm sorry, but you wouldn't be doing any good for me. You do not believe, nor do you desire to believe.
You reject me?
You owe me nothing, Mr. Chia.
I regret I am not acceptable.
Father, you are turning down a mandarin.
I see no difference between buying a man's soul and taking it in exchange for services rendered.
Would you step outside here just a moment, please? Have you ever looked upon yonder hill?
Oh, many times. It's the most beautiful part of the countryside.
The property is large, and it is mine. I beg you to honor me by accepting it for your church.
Mr. Chia.
I beg further that you accept the use of my working men and the materials for any building that you may wish to erect.
Are you serious?
If I were not, I would be unworthy to look upon my son as his father. The legal papers will be delivered tomorrow.
My soul doth magnify the Lord, for he that is mighty hath done great things to me, and mighty is his name.
Two years later, Francis Chisholm at long last had a new mission and a flourishing congregation. Eagerly he was awaiting the arrival of the sisters for the mission school. On the day they came, they saw a man in ragged work clothes stooped over a trough of cement.
Take us to Father Chisholm, please. I am Mother Maria Veronica.
Oh, but you weren't expected until tomorrow.
Are we to trudge back to that miserable ship?
No, you see, I am Father Chisholm.
You are...
Please understand. The letter I had from Angus, from Monsignor Mealy, said distinctly that you were...
May I present my companions? Sister Martha, Sister Clotilde.
How do you do?
Father Chisholm.
I can't tell you how sorry I am.
Will Father have us shown to our quarters? The sisters are sadly in need of rest.
Yes, if you follow me, please. Good evening, Reverend Mother.
Good evening, Father. I came here to the schoolroom to write a letter.
I've been hoping that you'll also find time to assist me in the dispensary.
If you will let me know the hours, I shall be there.
Of course, I haven't much medical knowledge, but That's a beautiful photograph in your writing case.
Yes, this castle. It is in Austria.
Austria? Is it near your home?
It, is quite near.
How different it must be from my home. Oh, I don't mean just geographically, but the idea of a ruling class, of a rigid discrimination between an aristocracy
Father Chisholm,
and the...
I'm sure you understand how earnestly Sisters Clotilde and Martha and I desire to work for this mission. At the same time, I trust you will afford us a certain freedom of action.
Freedom of...
We should like to maintain a separate establishment.
Oh, nothing else was ever intended. Your little house will be your convent.
And you will permit me to manage our convent affairs.
By all means. Only, be careful about money, won't you? We're very poor.
We shall not require financial assistance.
No? Doesn't your order enforce holy poverty?
Holy poverty, Father, does not require me to beg.
Yes, I'll send you a note of the dispensary hours. Good evening, Reverend Mother.
I have told you, dear brother, of my first meetings with our peasant priest, dripping with good fellowship and careful of his manners. He's just been in to see me again. He saw the photograph of the castle, but I didn't tell him it's our home. Of course, I know that every word I write is a sin against God, but I cannot help myself. Oh, I dread the future. Shut up in this isolated spot, serving certainly the lowliest of God's kingdom, and dedicated to the belief in their equality with me before God. Well, I wanted to have it so, and I have it so.
Are you in the garden, Reverend Mother?
Yes, Sister Martha?
The couple you hired have arrived, Hosanna and his wife. Oh, Father Villon.
Excuse me, sister. Reverend Mother, about Hosanna and Philomena.
Yes?
I've had dealings with them before. They're far from reliable.
This Christian charity, Father?
But I would fail in my responsibility toward the mission and you if I were to...
Well, a month ago you said I might manage our house.
Father.
Yes, Joseph?
Father, there is a man to see you. He said to tell you he's the devil's number one boy.
Joseph.
No, it can't be. It couldn't be. Willie, tell us.
Francie, my boy. You see? Up pops the devil.
I've been very patient, Willie. I've shown you the mission, let you eat your dinner in peace, but I can't wait a minute longer now. Whatever brings you here?
Well, in almost 40 years, Francie, one gets to see all there is in Time Castle. So one day I wandered over a hill, but always there was another hill, and here I am in your sacred presence.
Now tell me, Nora's little girl, Judy, is she all right?
There's a strange lass, Francie, like her mother, moody and unpredictable. Well, she'll marry one day and maybe find happiness.
Happiness, huh? What about you?
I've given the world thousands of aspirin tablets and acquired a taste for Irish whiskey. And I'll thank you not to use my maudlin self-pity as an argument to prove the existence of a soul.
Now, why should I try and argue you into something you already believe? Why should I... Joseph.
Yes, Father?
That black eye, where did you get that?
Forgive me, Father, but 2 hours ago I found it necessary to give Hosanna a beating.
Oh, now, Joseph.
Also his wife.
Equal rights for women, I agree.
They were saying that Mother Maria Veronica is a great lady, and that you are simply dust.
Joseph, we are all dust.
I am not blessed with your tolerance, Father.
No, then I must punish you. You may have that new robe you've been wanting.
New robe? Father, would you like me to beat them again?
Now, Joseph, no. Listen up.
Oh, I have a message from the sisters, Father. They would like to see you on the porch of their house immediately.
Thank you for telling me immediately. Excuse me, Willie.
Father Chisholm. Oh, those hypocrites. Those low-lying thieves.
Who?
Hosanna Wing and Philomena. They've gone with our money and our silver. And Sister Martha's ivory crucifix. They could have murdered us.
But they didn't, Sister Clotilde. Has Reverend Mother been told?
Yes, Father. Sister Martha, it was my fault that your crucifix was stolen. I know how dear it was to you. Please accept this one in its place. It is not ivory, but it has always been one of the most precious possessions of my family and myself. Good night. Good night, Father.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, Father.
Good evening.
Why, Mr. Cheer.
I have come in haste to say farewell. I am taking my family to the mountains. Come with us, Father.
Well, thank you, but I can't leave the mission.
Even if there is great danger?
Danger?
There are troops in Paitan, the soldiers of the new Chinese Republic.
Yes, I know.
What you may not know is the imperial troops under General Wei moved into these hills today.
And what will happen?
General Wei will bombard the city.
Oh.
I am surprised it has not already started. Unfortunately, your mission is directly in the middle.
But our neutrality will be respected.
It is a pleasant assumption. Goodbye, my friend. It has started. Care for yourself well.
burning in the city. Look, already there are many fires.
Fine welcome for me, Francie.
Willie, I've got to go down there.
Why? What makes you think you're wanted?
Oh, I don't pretend that I'm wanted anywhere. But God's mercy is everywhere, and you can't quarantine it within the mission.
Wait a minute. I've come 6,000 miles to see you, and you're not going to get away from me now. I'm going too.
Oh, thank you. Good old Willie.
For days, the bombardment of Paitan continued, and for days, Francis and Willie Tulloch remained where a major of the Republican Army had helped them set up what they chose to call a hospital.
I'm not ungrateful, Father Chisholm, but I fail to see the logic of bringing dying people back to life only so General Way can kill them with his cannon.
Is it that hopeless, Major?
True, they have only the one cannon, but we have none at all. And every night their patrols move closer. We will be inevitably massacred.
And what do you suggest?
Nothing. If we are both alive, I shall see you in the morning.
Francis, you've had no sleep in a week. Why don't you leave today's collections to the Major and me? Go up on the hill and get yourself a bath and 400 winks. They'll let you through, won't they?
Probably. And that'd be a pretty sight, wouldn't it? A man of God safely taking his ease.
Father!
What are you doing here, Joseph?
Last night they fired on the mission. Our beautiful church is destroyed.
Oh. Was anyone hurt?
Some of the men when we tried to save the altar pieces.
Oh, it looks like I'm going up the hill after all, Willie.
Not alone, you're not. Stay here, Joseph. Tell the Major we'll be back. They've seen us, Francie. They're trying to pin us down.
We'll be safe enough once we get beyond this bridge.
Keep your head down.
Willie, look. There in the gully. Aren't those wounded men?
I've been hoping you wouldn't notice.
But we can't leave them, Willie.
Stay here. I'll do a bit of reconnoitering.
Yes, you're not going after them alone.
I just want to see if
Willie!
Leave me alone, Francie. Leave me alone. Francie, where am I?
At the mission, Willie. We got you through.
You've been praying.
I have.
Yeah, you're wasting your time. The Almighty's too. I'm deep in the valley, Francie. But I still can't believe in God. Are you mad at me?
Oh, Willie, your salvation will be your doing, not mine.
Francie, I've never loved you as much as I do now. You haven't tried to bully me into heaven. I've such an awful headache. Give me your hand, Francie.
Willie.
Your hand.
Father Chisholm.
Reverend Mother.
Forgive me, but I've been watching you, sitting here in the ruins of your church. Dr. Tulloch?
He's dead.
May he now have peace. Father, you should know that I am responsible for the shelling of the church. Yesterday, wounded soldiers from the city made their way here. I let them in.
I would have done the same.
It must be a great blow to you. Your beautiful church so wantonly destroyed.
No one can destroy my church. I shall build it again. As long as I live, I shall build my church.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Before we bring you the third act of The Keys of the Kingdom, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter.
With a mathematical question for you, Mr. Keeley. What's just twice as glamorous as one gorgeous blonde?
Well, the only possible answer to that one is two gorgeous blondes.
Right the first time, Mr. Keeley. And the two blondes I'm thinking of are Betty Grable and June Haver.
The Dolly sisters.
Mm-hmm.
They star together in the new 20th Century Fox musical as that famous pair.
And they make a wonderful team.
Oh, yes. With Betty Grable and June Haver singing and dancing as the Dolly sisters did a generation ago. And the costumes they wear are truly magnificent in Technicolor. There's a dazzling white set in the picture, for instance, with both girls gowned in white. It certainly sets off their blue eyes and blonde hair.
And say, Libby, what about those two famous Lux complexions?
Why, Mr. Kennedy, they deserve very special mention. Both Betty Grable and June Haver have the same peaches and cream look. I happen to know they never neglect their daily active lather facials.
What a recommendation for Lux Soap Care when two such radiant stars depend on it.
You know, I wish every woman who wants a real beauty care would discover for herself how effective these facials can be.
Well, Libby, why not tell the ladies how easy it is to take these Hollywood beauty facials?
Well, here's all there is to it. First, cover your face with a creamy active lather and work it well in. Rinse with warm water and splash on cold, and then pat to dry with a soft towel.
These daily Lux Soap beauty facials do make skin softer, smoother. Recent tests showed actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time. Why not try Lux Toilet Soap Care regularly for a while? See if it doesn't give your skin fresh new beauty that will delight you. Remember, Gentle White Lux Toilet Soap is Hollywood's own beauty soap. Mr. William Keeley returns to the microphone.
Act 3 of Keys of the Kingdom, starring Ronald Colman as Father Chisholm and Anne Harding as Mother Maria Veronica.
2 days after the destruction of the mission, Father Chisholm made a sudden journey back to the beleaguered city of Paitan, the headquarters of Major Wu.
Forgive me, Father, but you are a fool. Why do you return to this death trap?
To learn something. Major, if General Wei were deprived of his cannon, what would our chances be?
We would live instead of die.
Well, there's a way to destroy the gun.
What?
I had a visitor this morning, one of General Wei's captains. I've been ordered to bring him money and all our canned food.
If you do not?
Everyone at the mission will be shot. The captain, whom I am to see, commands the gun position.
My friend, you are an undeserved gift from heaven.
Yes, I'm afraid I'll have to forget about heaven tonight.
Good. Then concentrate on what I'm about to propose.
Their sentries will be stopping us soon, Major.
Therefore, let us review what is to happen.
We've been over it a dozen times.
For the 13th time, then, in this sack, along with the cans of food, is gasoline and a bundle of cordite.
Yes, and I will set the sack on the ground next to the cannon.
Exactly. When I fire into the gasoline, it will ignite and explode the cordite.
Yeah.
And my troops, now on the trail behind us, will attack successfully. That's all there is to it.
Oh, let us hope so.
I'll light you torch now. And for the love of your Lord and my perishable body, keep it away from the sack. Now, Jim!
You brought what I ordered? A sack full of goods, Captain, which I hope will impress you.
Put it down.
Yes, Captain. By your cannon here.
But where's the money?
I must have your promise first that our people will not be harmed.
Give me the money. Give him nothing, Father. You know that. Run, Father, save yourself! Father, do you hear me? Can you talk, Father?
Am I at the mission?
Yes, Father. Your leg, it was badly hurt.
Yes, but the cannon...
The cannon no longer exists.
Ah.
Nor does the enemy. Never have I seen such a lovely killing. One more like that, and you will force me to endure Christianity.
Dear Lord, forgive me for what I have done this night. Forgive me.
Four months later, Father Chisholm saw another old friend from Tynecastle, Angus Mealy, Monsignor Mealy, who had come to China on an inspection tour of the mission.
I just can't hide my disappointment, Francis. I had set my heart on celebrating High Mass in your church, and look at it. Ruined completely.
Well, your disappointment is no greater than ours, Angus.
Oh, if only Reverend Mother hadn't antagonized that wretched General Wei. Well, we've had our difficulties at home, too. Reorganization after Bishop McNabb's death and the change.
Oh, no.
Weren't you told? Yes, he died in March. A very old man, of course. Muddled and past his best.
He was Very good to me.
Well, we must take things as they are and face them. Now that I'm here, Francis, I'll do my best to... Francis, I don't believe you're listening.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I seem to be depressing you quite thoroughly. Well, tonight we can entertain Reverend Mother and have a real round-table conference.
Reverend Mother never leaves the sister's house after the dinner hour.
Oh, nonsense. You just haven't asked her properly. She'll come all right. Another cup of tea, Reverend Mother?
No, thank you, Monsignor.
It's been a fine dinner. Splendid. We were talking about China.
Yes, your record's been truly remarkable, Angus. All those new missions.
And all flourishing. But, unfortunately, they put quite a drain on our finances. I'm afraid we can't let you have the money to rebuild your church. If only your rich friend, Mr. Chia, had seen the light.
Well, he hasn't. And still, he's given most generously. I'm not going to ask him for more.
Well, that's your own affair. But I must tell you, Francis, that on our charts, your convert rate is the very lowest.
Yes, I suppose missionaries differ in their abilities.
Oh, it's just the way you do things, living in such poor style, eating in the kitchen. You ought to make more of a show.
But the Chinese hate that kind of ostentation, and priests who practice it are regarded as dishonorable.
You refer to their own low heathen priests?
No, heathens aren't always low, just as Christians are not always high. Many of their priests are good and noble men.
Well, have it your own way. Oh, Reverend Mother, you're going?
I'm afraid I must.
May I escort you to your house? There may be problems you'd like to discuss away from Father Chisholm.
Father Chisholm is aware of all my problems.
Well, in that case, we shall discuss your distinguished brother, the Baron. Excuse us, Father.
Good night, Reverend Mother.
Good night, Father.
I'll be right back, Francis.
I have been listening, Father. Please, may I say something sinful?
Of course not, Joseph.
Oh, you will hear it in confession anyway. Father, I shall be extremely delighted when Monsignor says goodbye tomorrow.
The Monsignor paid us such a short visit, Reverend Mother, and I'd hoped so much that we might have had some talks of the old days, of Tynecastle and Holywell.
Father, there's something I must tell you. Last night I intended to ask Monsignor Neely to send me away.
Send you?
Let me say it, Father. From our first meeting, I behaved shamefully and sinfully towards you.
Oh, no.
I want you to know that I am most bitterly sorry. Believe me, no apology was ever more abject than mine. Nor has anyone been less worthy of forgiveness.
Oh, you need
Please. I was born into arrogance, Father, and taught contempt for those who were not. How could I hope to live by the word of God, which is for all men?
But you have.
From the beginning, I knew that yours was the true humility, that mine was a duty. I resented your deep and honest compassion. But as I heard the Monsignor humble and slight you, as I felt the magnificence of your faith and the courage of your heart, oh, forgive me, Father, forgive me and pity me.
There's nothing for which I have to forgive you. We're all children to God, and with his help we'll work and mature. And I'm so glad you no longer dislike me.
The journal describes the next 10 years as fruitful, peaceful, and unnoticed in their going, as passing years should go. Father Chisholm had rebuilt his church. 200 faithful souls were in his congregation, and in their prayer books, not a single grain of rice. Then one day, the Reverend Mother had news for him.
Father, I just heard. A Protestant mission has been established in Paitan.
Oh?
They've rented a fine house. They plan even a hospital with a resident doctor.
It sounds extremely beneficial.
Well, what will you do, Father?
Do? I shall put on my good suit, take my umbrella, and call upon them. Good afternoon. I am Father Chisholm.
Oh, won't you come in?
Thank you. Is Dr. Fisk at home?
I certainly am, Father Chisholm. Well, I've heard a great deal about you.
Oh, well, I don't know whether to be happy about that or not. Well, you have a wonderful establishment here.
We hope to make it one at any rate. Tell me something, Father. Do you resent our coming here?
Oh, now, what justification could I possibly have for such a feeling?
None. But we know, don't we, Agnes?
Well, you see, once after we'd been up country all by ourselves, another missionary came. I'm afraid we did feel a
Frankly,
little...
at the time, we didn't like his coming at all.
You know, sometimes I wonder how the Christian faith must appear to the Chinese mind. With all the different sects crying at the same time, come over here. This is the one. This is the true one.
We've seen a great deal of it. We're old campaigners. And now our son is in settlement work, too.
In China?
Scotland.
Right now, he's at a place called Tynecastle.
Tynecastle? Why, that's my home. Have you ever been there?
Oh, yes, just last year.
We met the rector of the cathedral, Monsignor Mealy. Do you know him?
Angus Mealy and I were boys together.
He's a splendid man.
Splendid.
I thought him, well, just a shade formal, would you say?
Oh, not formal. Stuffy.
Did you say stuffy?
Decidedly stuffy.
Agnes, put some tea on the fire. Father Chisholm and I are going to have a nice, long visit.
I am nearing the end of the journal now, and Father Chisholm writes, "How fast the years have tumbled into my lap. Too fast almost for me to tell one from another. 30 years, 40. I am reminded of this
everywhere I look. And I spend my days memorizing every face, every stone, every tree of my beloved mission. For it is time for me to go home. Almost every day, Dr. Fisk calls on me. Even when he isn't here, his presence still is felt.
Time for your milk now, Father.
Now, take it away.
Now, Dr. Fisk ordered it and knows what's best for you.
Well, after tomorrow, I shall be free to decide for myself what I shall eat and what I shall... Oh, dear, I don't want to go. I don't want to leave here.
Father, what is that book?
Oh, it's just my journal. How out of proportion are events to the words with which we try to describe them. No one's ever really been able to write of pain, or love, or God, as well as we can feel them. Oh, I almost forgot. I've had a letter. Now, here's a picture of Judy's little boy, Andrew.
Ah, he's how do you say, a bonny lad.
Yes, he has that from his grandmother, from Nora. What a strange continuity of unhappiness, Reverend Mother. First Nora, then Judy, who lived and died as wretchedly as she was born. And now Andrew, deserted by his father, as was Judy, wanted by no one but me.
Well, but who's been taking care of him?
Oh, my aunt left a little money. I've sent what I could. Oh, yes. And there was news in the letter to Reverend Mother. Angus Mealy is now Bishop of Tynecastle.
Bishop?
How much he has made of his life, and how little I've made of mine.
Well, I mean no disrespect, but it's my personal opinion that you are closer to God than he.
Oh, now, please. Now then, if you'll excuse me, there's one more item I must enter in the journal.
Well, I won't annoy you. Brought my knitting, see?
Tomorrow, I leave. But I prefer to say goodbye now to Reverend Mother Maria Veronica. How shall I say goodbye to a friend with whom I've worked for so many years, through revolution, famine, and poverty, and come to know so well? In weeks past, when I insisted that I didn't want to leave, she made me foolishly happy by encouraging my rebellion. And yet both of us knew my leaving was inevitable, and we would, to quote the wisest man I have ever known, let Almighty God have his way. And may that Almighty God watch over her and keep her always.
Oh, my dear friend. My dear friend.
Almost the whole city of Pythan was at the river landing when he left, with their flowers and their tears. Their gift to him was a beautiful scroll. Joseph was selected to present it.
Father, it is with the utmost anguish that we, thy children, oh, it's no use, Father. What I am supposed to say, 20 times I have said it perfectly. But how can I speak to you in words I have memorized like a parrot? There is no one here who has not his own memories of you, and your love, and your goodness. Let them speak in their own hearts for themselves. And as for me, dear Father Francis, I cannot speak. I have no memories other than those of you. I have had no other life than yours.
Joseph, my oldest and most loyal comrade. My good friends, will you let me bless you all? Lord, let thy most benevolent blessings fall upon these thy children, and through thy grace bring to them peace and contentment to the end of their days.
An hour has passed since I closed the covers of Father Chisholm's journal. Out of the window I see the cab I ordered has arrived. And downstairs I can hear the old man shuffling about and the shouts of the little boy Andy.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope you slept well, Monsignor.
As a matter of fact, I didn't sleep at all. I read your journal. Oh, I hope you don't mind.
I should imagine that the memories of a life as ineffectual as mine would guarantee sleep.
Ineffectual? Huh. It's an honor to have known you, Father. Now, there's much I would like to say.
But your cab is waiting. Goodbye, Monsignor. You won't forget to mention to Angus, I mean his Grace.
There is nothing I will say that will in any way alter your position here.
Monsignor.
This will be your home and your parish, as long as you desire.
Thank you. Thank you.
Goodbye, Father.
Goodbye. Andrew. Andrew.
Yes, Father?
Well, don't stand there, lad, with half the morning gone. Come now, we get the fishing rods. Andrew, wasn't it just fine of the Lord to make all the rivers and fill them all with little fishes, and then send you and me here to catch them? Hey, boy, hey!
Our curtain falls on the keys of the kingdom, and I'm sure you'll agree that we can chalk up another highly delightful evening thanks to Ronald Coleman and Anne Harding.
Oh, thank you, Bill. I enjoyed playing Father Chisholm, and being a fisherman myself, I'm very glad he ended where he did.
You a fisherman, Ronnie?
I should say so.
What was the biggest fish you ever caught, Ronnie?
Well, that's rather hard to say.
Yes, why?
Well, my wife's listening, and I've forgotten what I told her.
How are you on the land end of the fishing pole, Anne?
Oh, I'm not too good, Bill. Fish always upset me so. They look very unhappy, even in the water.
Well, you know what makes them unhappy, Anne? So much water and no Lux toilet soap.
Hence the expression, poor fish.
No, quite seriously, Bill, I wouldn't think of getting along without Lux toilet soap. It's always been my very special beauty care.
And that from a very special beauty is indeed a very special compliment.
Well, what are you presenting on this stage next week, Bill?
Next Monday night, we have a thrilling drama of the racetrack, packed with action and suspense. It's Paramount's recent screen hit, Salty O'Rourke, starring in the title role that he portrayed so ably on the screen, Alan Ladd, with William Demarest and Marjorie Reynolds as the girl whom two men love and fight for.
Well, sounds like an exciting evening, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Be sure to join us in the audience next Monday. Between now and next week, most of us will observe Thanksgiving Day. A very special Thanksgiving Day this year, because we have so much to be grateful for. victory and peace and the return of millions of our men. But while we count our blessings, let us also look into the future. For peace is a grave responsibility. The things that we are thankful for today, we must be vigilant guardians of tomorrow. The very greatness of our country and the power given us in victory are a sacred charge to see that never again shall the forces of greed and hatred and intolerance be loosed upon the world. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Alan Ladd, William Demarest, and Marjorie Reynolds in Salty O'Rourke. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
In furtherance of the current Victory Loan Drive, admission to next Monday night's Lux Radio Theater broadcast of Salty O'Rourke will be granted solely to the purchasers of Victory bonds. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Newton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Salty O'Rourke with Alan Ladd, William Demarest, and Marjorie Reynolds.
The Spry Treat of the Week. Spry mince pie, luscious fruity mince meat in a golden nut sweet Spry crust. Clip the tested Spry recipe from November women's magazines. And remember, only Spry shortening gives you that tender, flaky Spry pastry. Get Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Salty O'Rourke with Alan Ladd, William Demarest, and Marjorie Reynolds. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Tonight, in one of her rare radio appearances, we bring you one of Hollywood's most idolized personalities, Miss Dolores Costello. With such noteworthy and distinguished players as Mr. Martin Koslick, Mr. George Zucco, and Mr. Ian Wolfe, Miss Costello appears in A Story of Today, played against the background of the New Order in Europe. The story of an oppressed people who use strange and effective methods in dealing with their oppressors and with traitors. The story tonight is called The King's Birthday and was written by Corporal Louis Pelletier, A.U.S. And with the performances of Dolores Costello as the Danish Countess Elsa, of Martin Koslick as the Nazi Gauleiter, Reichman, of George Zucco as Dr. Erickson, and of Ian Wolfe as old Peter of Cronwald Castle, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
They come to the castle almost every day now, the Gestapo, trying to question me. But it seems I'm very stupid. Somehow I don't give the right answer. Perhaps it's my advanced age. When they question me about the night of the king's birthday, I get confused. I ramble on in the fashion of old people. Gentlemen, Cronwall Castle is 300 years old. For all those years, Cronwall has been a symbol of Danish liberty. Gentlemen, the sea waves beat against the rocks of Cronwall. The sea is deep. The sea knows everything. Ask her.
Stop babbling nonsense, you old fool. Answer my question. Did you know about those notes?
But of course, Herr Lieutenant. Everybody in the district knows about them. The note said Count Victor would kill himself on the night of the king's birthday.
Did you see the notes?
Oh, no, Herr Lieutenant. But the note said that Count Victor would kill himself because of his great shame. That I do know. And the note said the exact time, 12 midnight.
So you know the exact time?
Yes, I'm fond of clocks, you see. My father had a clock that told the time with a bird jumping out. The bird whistled, like this.
Oh. Stop that insane chirping.
Yes, Herr Lieutenant.
I'll take care of you later. Perhaps I'll have something that will improve your memory. Stay there till I call you.
Yes, Herr Lieutenant. There's nothing the matter with my memory. I could tell them a thing or two if I wanted. I could tell them how it all happened. It began 2 days before the king's birthday. That was the day the new Nazi Gauleiter, Herr Reichmann, came to the castle to see the Countess Elsa. I was told to show him to the library. It was cold and grey, and the sea was pounding on the rocks, very angry, like it always is in November. The new Gauleiter sat by the fireplace and warmed his hands and called for a glass of brandy.
And bring some soda, too, please.
Yes, Herr Reichmann.
How soon did your mistress say she would see me?
In a few minutes, Herr Reichmann.
You told her it was most urgent.
Yes, I told her. She'll be with you soon.
I doubt it. Most women's idea of soon is the best part of an hour. In my country, we train our women to...
The brandy, Herr Reichmann.
Oh, well, thank you. Yes, in Germany we... Courvoisier. Where did you get brandy like this?
Count Victor can get many things that are forbidden to his countrymen, Herr Reichmann. Count Victor's cellar is well stocked.
Is it really?
Yes, we have meat at the castle. Nobody in Denmark has meat, only Kronwald Castle.
You're lucky.
So they say. Shall I leave the brandy, sir?
Yes, but you stay here a minute. Tell me, what's your name?
Peter, sir.
Ah, yes, Peter. You have been at Kronwald since you were a child. 63 years. Am I correct?
Why, yes. How did you know?
It's my business to know a lot of things, Peter. You don't approve of Count Victor, do you?
It's not my place, sir, to...
3 days ago in the marketplace, you were heard to make an indiscreet remark concerning Count Victor's collaboration with Berlin. I think a word very close to traitor was used.
Was it, sir?
What do you think?
I think, Herr Reichmann, the fire is in need of some more wood. If you'll excuse me, I'll get some.
Do, by all means. And Peter.
Yes, sir?
Tell your mistress that I do not intend to spend all afternoon here. My business is urgent, and
You may tell the Countess yourself, sir. Herr Reichmann.
Countess Elsa, excuse me, I was just saying...
That's quite all right, Herr Reichmann. Sit down, please.
Thank you.
Peter told me your business was urgent. I hope I haven't kept you.
No, not at all. My business is urgent. But as a new Gauleiter of this district, I might combine social pleasure with business, and...
Oh, that's very kind of you.
I had hoped that my wife, Frau Reichmann...
Oh, of course. You must ask her to call sometime.
Yes, I will. Although I've never had the pleasure of meeting Count Victor, it would be a great honor if we may call as soon as he returns from Berlin.
Certainly, Herr Reichmann.
Thank you.
And this urgent business?
Yes, we come to that. Do you mind if I smoke?
Not at all.
A good cigar always makes unpleasant things easier to tell.
It sounds almost as if you had rehearsed that line on the way to the castle, Herr Reichmann.
I did. And since it was ineffective, I'll be blunt, Countess.
I'd prefer it.
3 days ago, Countess, to be exact, on the day I arrived at Kronwald to begin my duties as Gauleiter of this district, I found this note on my desk. Read it, please.
Count Victor of Grunwald will kill himself on the night of the king's birthday.
That note was on my desk in the morning. At noon, I found this one. Read it, please.
Count Victor of Grunwald will repudiate his Nazi collaborators. He will choose the night of the king's birthday for his death.
I thought at first it was some crank, but the notes kept coming. Then I heard that everybody in the district believed what the note said. In every house and shop and farm, they are saying that Count Victor is going to kill himself. You'll see why I said my business was urgent.
Yes, I see.
It's not that I have the slightest fear for the Count's safety, but the writer of these notes must be found and treated with severest penalties.
You have no fear for my husband's safety?
Of course not. Certainly no anonymous letter writer could force the Count to take his own life.
I wonder.
What do you mean?
You wish me to be frank with you?
Naturally.
You know that my husband is hated by the whole countryside?
What of it? People here are too stupid to know what's good for them.
Perhaps. But the writer of these notes seems to be a little less than stupid.
You think so?
If you knew Danish history, Herr Reichmann, you might agree. For hundreds of years, the night of the king's birthday has been a special occasion at Grunwald. On that night, the castle renews its pledge of loyalty to the king and to Denmark's freedom.
A very theatrical gesture.
Quite. But if anyone wished to remind Count Victor...
If someone wished to remind the Count that he had chosen our glorious Führer for his leader.
Yes. The night of the king's birthday would be, shall we say, the psychologically correct time to do it.
You reason well, Countess.
I know my countrymen.
Evidently.
I can see how these notes would inflame their imagination. If Count Victor were to take his own life as a public repudiation of his present political bonds, the whole country would be stirred to its depths.
I see. You seem to view the possibility of your husband's death rather calmly, Countess.
Like you, Herr Reichmann, I have no fear for his safety. I am only presenting the political possibilities.
Quite so. And since you grasp the full significance of the notes, you understand that I must take certain liberties in order to track down the writer.
Liberties?
Yes. I shall ask your permission to talk with Dr. Erickson.
Oh, Dr. Erickson?
Well, I'm told he lives here at the castle.
Yes, but...
I should like to talk with Dr. Erickson.
As you wish. Peter will show you to the doctor's study. However, I assure you...
My time is short, Countess. I understand that Dr. Erickson is one of your country's able psychiatrists. I understand that Dr. Erickson is an authority on mass suggestion. His help should be invaluable.
Dr. Erickson.
Yes, Peter. Show the gentleman in. Sit down, Herr Reichmann. Don't be alarmed about these mice. I'll remove them just as soon as Herman here gets through the maze. Watch him. He's really quite clever. I've been trying him on liver extract and... he made it. Good night, Herman. Now, off to bed. I've been expecting you, Herr Reichmann. Please sit down.
Thank you.
You've come to see me about the notes, am I right?
Yes, you're right, Doctor.
When I first heard about them, I said to myself, the new Gauleiter will want my theory concerning the type of mind which would be prompted to write such notes. I'll tell you my theory, Herr Reichmann.
I don't want your theory, Doctor. I want you to answer some questions.
Oh, so it's like that. And perhaps you want a sample of my handwriting, too.
I'm not a fool, Doctor.
That's very possible.
How long have you been treating Count Victor for a certain nervous disorder?
5 years.
What would you say is his condition now?
You've never met Count Victor, have you, Herr Reichmann?
No.
When you talk with him, you'll see no outward sign of his malady. It manifests itself only during periods of despondency. In the last few years, I am happy to say that these periods have been infrequent.
Count Victor depends a good deal on you, doesn't he, Doctor?
Perhaps. I've almost cured him. In return, he's given me this laboratory and money for my experiments.
But you do have a great deal of influence on his mental processes.
Yes, Herr Reichmann, I do. In fact, if I decided to, shall we say, liquidate Count Victor, I would have written the notes exactly as the people say they are written. Like all nervous people, the Count would be highly susceptible to such mental attack. That's what you wanted me to say, isn't it?
Yes.
We know then where we stand.
Almost. One thing more I'll ask you, Doctor. Count Victor had a brother who left Kronberg when Denmark was occupied by our troops. That brother, Christian, is now known to be working with the Danish underground. Formerly, he was one of your students at the university. Is that right?
Christian was one of my most brilliant students.
Do you know where he is now?
No, I don't. And neither does your Gestapo. That's the only thing we share in common.
You're a very outspoken man, Doctor.
I find it the best form of deception.
Do you think it wise to try to deceive the lawful government of your country?
Lawful government? You have a quaint sense of humor, Herr Reichmann.
You may not find it so quaint if Count Victor ever removes his protection from you.
He won't. When you've informed him of his impending suicide, as I presume you will, you'll see he'll need me more than ever. You do intend to show the notes to the Count, don't you?
Yes. I will present myself to His Excellency tonight on his return from Berlin.
Yes, his reactions to the notes will be most interesting. Would it inconvenience you if I would be present on the occasion?
Oh, not at all, Doctor. I'd be delighted. Your own reactions should be most interesting, too.
Dad? That's what the people think, eh? They think they can kill me with words. They can't do that to me, can they, Doctor?
Easy, Count, easy.
Look at this childish note. Count Victor will kill himself on the night of the King's birthday. Because of his great shame here, I'll great shame them, all right. They'll see that... Doctor, a little of the brandy, please.
Yes, of course, Count Victor. Now, you mustn't upset yourself.
Who's upset? The whole thing is completely nonsensical, completely.
Of course it is. Ask Herr Reichmann. His police have practically caught the writer of the notes, haven't they, Herr Reichmann?
Practically, Doctor. You have nothing to worry about, Count Victor.
You see?
Doctor, tonight, if I need a sedative...
Certainly, Count Victor.
I'll show them. I'll give them a dinner here on the night of the King's birthday. Everyone will hear about it. They'll see who's afraid. I'll give a dinner. Herr Reichmann, will you be my guest at dinner?
With pleasure, Count Victor.
I'll light up this whole castle like a Christmas tree. And Elsa, you'll wear that gown you wore at the palace and your jewels. You understand? You'll wear all your jewels.
Yes, Victor.
Kill me with words, eh? If it's words they're after, I'll give them words. Herr Reichmann, I'll make a statement to your newspapers the night of the King's birthday. I'll stuff words down the people's throat. Yes. And there's someone in particular who'll read what I have to say. My brother, Christian. I want him especially to read it. Herr Reichmann, have you ever seen my brother?
No, Count Victor.
His picture was in that empty frame up there next to mine. I destroyed his picture.
Victor, you're getting excited. Dr. Erickson.
Yes, you're right, Elsa. Sometimes the strain of my work is too much. Dr. Erickson, you'll talk to me for a while before I go to bed, won't you?
Of course. Talk to you, Count Victor?
Yes, the doctor has a way of calming my nerves. It's slightly hypnotic, isn't that it, Doctor?
You might call it that, Count Victor.
Count Victor, I'd strongly advise...
No, it's the only thing that helps me. I just go quietly to sleep while the doctor talks.
But, Count Victor...
Good night, Herr Reichmann. I'll expect you here for dinner on the night of the King's birthday.
Of course, Count Victor.
Elsa?
Yes, Victor?
They can't hurt me with words, can they?
No, Victor.
They can't hurt me if I don't listen, can they? If I shut my ears, I'll be all right. That's it. Shut my ears. I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen.
Herr Gauleiter.
Yes, Lieutenant?
While you were out to lunch...
You needn't tell me. It's another note.
Yes, Herr Gauleiter.
Where did you find it this time?
I hesitate to...
Speak up! Speak up!
I found it, Herr Gauleiter, in the pocket of my own tunic when I was about to go on duty.
Never mind the details. I found one of them under my pillow this morning. Count Victor called me and said there was one delivered with his morning paper. A farmer came in here at 8 o'clock. He found one nailed to his door. Lieutenant, it has got to stop.
Yes, Herr Gauleiter.
Just as our Führer says, if you tell a lie often enough, everybody believes it.
That's true, Herr Gauleiter.
Is it?
Well, as the Gauleiter says...
Do you believe Count Victor will kill himself?
Oh, no, Herr Gauleiter.
Neither do I. But the Countess was right about one thing. If he did kill himself after all these notes, the effect on the people would be electrifying.
But you just said that...
I'm talking about effects, Lieutenant. From what I have seen of the Count, he is too much of a coward to take his own life. But if someone else killed him and made it look like suicide...
Yes, it could be done, but how?
How? I don't know. There will be 4 of us at dinner. I have ordered 50 guards to patrol the grounds. 4 guards will be stationed in the dining room while we eat. No one can get near the Count. It's impossible to kill him. But in this strange country, you can't even trust the impossible.
They say the castle is guarded tonight. 50 soldiers.
They say the Count locked himself in his room all day writing. A message to the people, they say.
They say the Gauleiter has 5 Gestapo men at the castle besides the soldiers. 1 Gestapo man is watching the food for poison.
Wait a minute, you. Taste that wine before you bring it into the dining room.
What did you say, sir?
I said taste that wine.
Oh, taste it. Why, of course. Ah, it's very good, sir. Did you doubt its quality?
Don't be insolent. All right. You may take it in.
Thank you, sir.
And if there's any left after they're through...
Oh, I'll take care of you, sir.
Ah, more wine. Good boy, Peter. Set it right here. We'll drink another toast to the king.
Oh, Victor, I think we've drunk enough to...
Oh, nonsense. This is the king's birthday dinner. We've got to drink to the king.
Oh, Peter.
Yes, sir?
Did they make you taste that wine before you brought it in?
Yes, Doctor, they did.
What's this? What's this about tasting wine?
A simple precaution of man, Count Victor. I hope you don't mind.
Mind? No, I don't mind, but you don't think that...
Now, Victor, don't get upset.
Oh, Elsa, for the love of heaven, stop repeating that inane phrase. I've been saying that all through dinner. I'm not upset. I just want to know what's going on. What have I got to be upset about? You're more nervous than I am.
I can understand the Countess's feeling, as this is the first dinner I've ever had with 4 soldiers observing my digestive processes. Don't you think, Herr Reichmann?
I must insist, Doctor, that the soldiers remain.
Well, at least ask them to sit down.
Gefreiter.
Yes, Herr Gauleiter.
Your men may be seated.
Thank you, Herr Gauleiter. Ihr könnt euch hinsetzen.
Yes, and Peter, go get some wine for the soldiers.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Everyone will have more wine, Peter. We're going to toast the king. What time's it, Doctor?
5 minutes to 12, Count Victor.
And I'm still alive. Peter, it's 5 minutes to 12, and I'm still alive. Go get the wine, Peter.
Yes, sir.
You know, Peter tells me everything they say down at the village. The people say I have 5 minutes to live.
So, Peter tells you the village gossip.
Oh, yes. He knows everything. It was Peter who discovered most of the notes and brought them to me.
He brought you the notes?
Oh, yes, and the last one said that Now, what did it say?
Victor, can't we talk about something else?
Why? Ask the doctor. He and I discussed it for hours. Well, the doctor told me about some sect over in the West Indies that disposes of an enemy by simply writing the victim's name on a piece of paper and sending it to him. Same sort of nonsense is being tried on me. Isn't that your theory, Doctor?
Well,
Dr. Erickson, in view of the Count's nervous condition, don't you
Herr
think...
Gauleiter, my private life is my own affair.
When you work for the Reich, Count Victor, you have no private life. I repeat, Dr. Erickson, in view of the Count's nervous disorder...
As the Count's personal physician, I prescribe my own remedies. To know the truth about occult practices is the best way to guard against them.
But surely you don't think that...
In Haiti, Herr Reichmann, I saw a man die after receiving a note with his name on it. I don't explain it. I tell you a fact.
You see? It's possible. It's a fact. Well, I could be murdered with pen and ink. It could be done in exactly 3 minutes if my watch is right. Yes. 3 minutes to live. Where's Peter with that wine?
Victor, if you will excuse me, I have a headache.
You stay here, Elsa. No one leaves this room till midnight.
Gefreiter. Yes, Herr Gauleiter.
Lock the door. Bolt all the windows.
Yes, Herr Gauleiter. Türen schließen.
Yes, that's right. Bolt everything. They won't come in here after me. They won't touch me.
Victor, you're being absurd. I asked
Countess, I think it best to comply with Count Victor's wishes.
Humor me, my dear. Humor me. Now, you'd never forgive yourself if you treated me unkindly during the last 2 minutes of my life. Especially since you wished me dead so many times.
Victor.
It's the truth, isn't it?
Count Victor.
2 minutes to live, Doctor. This is a good time to hear Elsa's confession.
If I may say a word...
You may not. Elsa, it's the truth, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yes, Victor. It's the truth. I wish you were dead. I hate every minute I live under your roof. I hate the thing you've become. A Nazi puppet. I hate your sniveling, goose-stepping mind, just as I loathe this fat specimen of the super race you've invited to dinner.
Gefreiter, arrest
No, let her finish, Herr Gauleiter. Go on, Elsa.
I despise you as a man. Your countrymen despise you. Even before the Nazis came, you were planning to sell us out. All that Kronwald has fought for down through the years. The Danes should be a proud and free people. You sold all that for a cast-iron Nazi cross. I wish you were dead, Victor. I wish your soul were rotting in the grave that's waiting for all these mad men of Europe.
Doctor, listen.
12 o'clock.
May God grant wisdom to our king and freedom to our people.
May Kronwald always keep the faith.
Who turned out the lights? Who turned out the lights? Gefreiter, I hear a door opening.
No, Herr Gauleiter. My hand is on the door. It is not moving.
Yes?
Gefreiter!
Count Victor of Kronwald.
I hear you.
Who is speaking?
Victor, this is your time. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Now you die like a soldier, Victor. But your name will live on.
Victor! Don't do it, Victor!
Goodbye, Elsa.
Victor!
Have they found the body? They say the body was washed out to sea. But yesterday on the rocks they found the Count's wristwatch and a handkerchief with the initial V on it.
They'll never find the body.
Say what you will. Count Victor was a brave man to take his own life.
Yes, he showed those Nazis a Dane could die for honor.
You know what the Nazis say? They say someone forced the Count to kill himself.
Well, how could you force a
That's
man
what the Nazis say. And listen, they've arrested old Peter. They're trying to make old Peter talk.
Peter won't talk, but if he did, I bet he could tell them a thing or two.
Yes, I could tell them a thing or two. I could tell them why they'll never find Count Victor's body. You know why? Because Count Victor didn't jump out of the window. How could he? Count Victor was dead 6 days before the king's birthday. No, I didn't kill him. He was shot through the head by his own brother Christian the night he came home unexpectedly from Berlin, 6 days before the king's birthday. Yes, I worked with the underground, and so did the Countess and Dr. Erickson. That's why Christian came here to see us. When the Count returned unexpectedly, Christian decided to try to reason with him. They quarreled and, well, Christian eliminated the slimiest traitor Denmark has ever known. It was then that Dr. Erickson got the idea for the notes.
Christian, we've got to try it. This new Gauleiter has never seen Count Victor. You'll pose as the Count and we'll stage your suicide. The moral effect on the people will be tremendous.
Christian agreed, and we started sending the notes. The rest was easy. We all played our parts, and Dr. Erickson coached us on the exact thing to do at 12 midnight.
At the last stroke of 12, Peter will turn out the lights from downstairs. You've got that, Peter?
Yes, Doctor.
Then what do you do?
I go through the passageway that leads to the hidden door in the dining room fireplace. I open the door and call out, Count Victor, this is your time. Are you ready?
And you, Christian?
I say, I am ready.
I call out, don't do it, Victor. Don't do it.
Then I break one of the windows. And you, Christian?
I go through the fireplace door and disappear.
Yes. And Count Victor of Kronwald has died for his country.
Well, that's how it was done. We planned it well, even to putting Count Victor's wristwatch and handkerchief on the rock where the Nazis would find them. Presently, the Gauleiter will question me some more. But soon there will be a note on his desk, and I can hear him saying,
Lieutenant, how did this note get on my desk?
A note? I don't know, Herr Gauleiter. What does it say?
Says, remember the night of the king's birthday. Your turn is next, Herr Gauleiter. Your turn is next.
And so closes The King's Birthday, starring Dolores Costello with Martin Kozlik, George Zuko, and Ian Wolfe. Tonight's tale of suspense. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who, with Ted Bliss, director, Lud Gluskin and Lucien Marowik, conductor and composer, and Corporal Louis Pelletier, radio author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour
in Suspense with us again next week. Suspense will be heard at a new time, Thursdays at 10:30 Eastern War Time and 7:30 Pacific War Time. Perhaps you will want to note this down. The new time for Suspense will be Thursdays beginning next Thursday at 10:30 Eastern War Time and 7:30 Pacific War Time. Our play next Thursday will be The Singing Walls, based on a story by Cornell Woolrich.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The greatest story ever told. Today, we present Of Such is the Kingdom, a drama inspired by events set forth in the 12th chapter of the Gospel according to St. Matthew. Events from the greatest life ever lived. At the northern end of the Lake of Galilee lies the town of Bethsaida. There was a time when Bethsaida was a peaceful, almost a sleepy town of fishermen and merchants. But these days, there's a new excitement in Bethsaida, for the word is abroad concerning one who was a carpenter in Nazareth, and who is now a teacher bringing the word of God. And even more, one in whose hands there is the healing touch of God. It is no wonder, then, that at this moment, just outside the town walls of Bethsaida, a large and curious crowd is gathered to see him. But curiosity is greatest among children, and their eyes open widest. Now, as we move through the crowd, we come upon a little girl and boy who stand staring up at the master's face from a distance. The little girl's eyes are fixed in wonder, and without even turning her head, she says to her brother,
David. Oh, David, just look at him. Yes, Sharon. You know, David, I think I've seen his face before. How could you? I think I saw it in a dream. What kind of dream, Sharon? I don't know. I only remember his face, his eyes. But it was a nice dream.
Will you children keep babbling that way forever?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We didn't mean to disturb you.
But you have. And after all, the master did not come here to be stared at by silly children. He has come here to teach, to grown-ups, to people who can understand him. We shouldn't be disturbed by children.
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. When he begins to teach, we'll be quiet, won't we, David? Oh, yes.
Children always say that. Now, I think you'd better go along home and not disturb your elders.
But, sir, we promised.
Why would you want to stay anyhow?
To hear him. You said he teaches.
Not things that children can understand. Now, get along.
Sharon, maybe we should if the man says so. I don't know. I would like to hear him.
Please, children, leave now, else you'll disturb the others later.
All right, sir. Tell me, sir.
Well, what is it?
Is it true, what I heard? Does he heal the sick and the lame?
That's what they say.
And he does. He does.
You see? That's what I mean. A child will believe anything, but a grown-up has to be shown. I'll believe it only when I see it. Now, be on your way home. Children.
Oh, David, I wish we could have stayed. Don't you? It would have been nice, but grown-ups, you know how they are. You know, I feel sorry for them. Do you? They only know what they see. You mean they never dream about them? The kind of dreams you even have by day? No, they don't. Are we going to be like that, too? It seems to be a disease that all grown-ups catch. That's not good. No. David. Yes, Sharon? Do you think you could have a dream now? If it's a nice dream. Oh, this is a wonderful dream. We can wish anything that's in our hearts. All right. In this dream, Uncle Noah will be with us, and we'll be walking through a field. And the light wind is blowing, a cool wind, and it bends the grasses so that they make a path for us. Oh, yes, Sharon, yes. And we walk along that way. And Uncle Noah has my hand in his. Your hand? What's the matter, David? If he's holding your hand, then he can't hold mine. Oh, but he can in this dream. But, Sharon, you know he only has... Well, I don't like to say it. I don't even like to think about it. David, that's the wonderful part about this dream. Well, in this dream, Uncle Noah's hands are both whole and strong. But you know they're not. Oh, David. I'm sorry, Sharon. Maybe I'm growing up too fast, but I can't dream like that. Not about Uncle Noah. Yes, you can. Because Uncle Noah goes to the master, and his withered hand is cured. In the dream? David, suppose it wasn't just a dream. What do you mean? Suppose we really took Uncle Noah with us, and then he was cured. Yes, suppose he was. David, give me your hand. We're going home. But you know Uncle Noah doesn't like to talk about it. Give me your hand, David.
I tell you, children, I was worried, very much worried.
I'm sorry, Mother.
Well, at least you're back safe. Now sit down and eat your evening meal. I'll have your food in a moment.
Sharon, shouldn't we ask Mother about it? She won't like it. But we have to talk to her. She'd want to see Uncle Noah cured, too, wouldn't she? Of course. Here she comes.
And you're to eat every drop of this broth, do you hear?
Yes, Mother.
David? And yours, Sharon? Well, why don't you eat?
Mother?
Yes?
Mother, may we talk to Uncle Noah when he comes back to the house this evening?
Well, who's to stop you? Of course you can.
But, Mother, this is different.
You're not to ask him for anything, if that's what you mean. He pampers you too much as it is. Sometimes I think you care more for him than for your own parents.
Mother.
What? Maybe I shouldn't have said it. But you're not to ask him for any gifts. Is that clear?
Suppose we wanted to give him something.
Give? What do you have to give?
Mother, the master is here. We saw him today, David and I, and we've heard that he can do wonderful things. He can cure people of anything, even of a withered hand.
You're not to mention that. How many times have I told you?
But, Mother, if it could be cured, if Uncle Noah went with us... Oh, please, Mother, say we can talk to him.
Sharon, David, listen to me, both of you. It's true you're young, but now is a good time to learn about this. Long ago, your Uncle Noah and I, we were children together, just as you two are now. And Noah was a fine boy, very fine. Strong and swift. I remember once when we were young, word came that a famous man would arrive here at our town. Everyone gathered at the city gate to watch for him. Then some of the people started running to greet him. Your Uncle Noah ran so swiftly that, though he started after the others, he was the first to greet the man. That's the way he used to be.
He doesn't run anymore.
No, he doesn't. Or does he sing as he used to? No, laugh in the same way.
He laughs with us.
Yes. You're the only one. He's changed. Everything was changed suddenly when that evil thing happened to his hand.
Mother, how did it happen?
He was just a boy. He was climbing a tree and he fell. He hurt his arm. After a time, it didn't heal. It just withered, that's all.
Mother, couldn't it change just as suddenly, couldn't it?
Of course not.
How do you know, Mother?
Because I've seen enough to know. Your grandfather, you never knew him. This was the thing that killed him. He tried everything, anything. He worked himself to death to find a cure for your uncle, to buy a cure. Nothing helped. That's how I know.
Mother, all we want to do is talk to Uncle Noah.
I forbid it. He's had enough unhappiness, enough bitterness. I know what happens to him when he begins brooding over it. You only stir up sad memories. No, children, please. Let him live in peace.
But, Mother...
Eat. Your food is getting cold.
Yes, Mother. Sharon, I can see him. He's coming along the road now. Yes, David, there he is. Uncle Noah. Uncle Noah. Come on, David.
Sharon, David, you two run swifter every day, yes? I tell you, I don't remember any children ever running so fast.
Do we run as fast as you used to, Uncle Noah? David. I'm sorry, I forgot. Uncle Noah, you have something for us. I can tell.
Have I? Well, if you know that much, tell me. What is it?
A pomegranate.
No.
Sweets, that's what it is.
No, and we can't stand here guessing all evening. You shall have your surprise later. Come now, your uncle's a very hungry man. Come, back to the house.
Yes, Uncle. It's my turn today, Sharon. Remember that. Of course, David. You take Uncle Noah's hand this time.
There, David. A tight hold, and now back to the house. Well, then, how much can a man eat, huh? Enough is enough. It was good, Ruth, very good. Maybe that's why I continue to live here. Who else could cook like our mother used to?
It wouldn't be the same house if you didn't live with us, Noah.
Now, the surprise for the children. Are you ready?
Oh, yes, Uncle.
Noah, you spoil them. My own children, and I say you spoil them. Spoil them, Judah? No, I spoil myself. They are only innocent victims of the joy I get in giving them things. Now, both of you, close your eyes.
Yes, sir.
Come, David, I can see. Close them.
Yes, Uncle.
Now, listen.
Oh, Uncle Noah. A bell. A silver bell. It's so small and delicate. It's beautiful. Uncle Noah, may I ring it?
Of course, David. Here.
There, isn't it a wonderful sound?
It's for both of you, and I will tell you why. This bell is the closest thing to the laughter of children that I ever heard. You should keep it forever as a reminder of childhood.
Oh, Uncle. Uncle. There.
Why, thank you, Sharon. That's the nicest kiss I ever received.
Uncle, we would like to give you a gift, if it were possible.
What do you mean, Sharon?
Children, it's time for bed. Come with me, both of you.
But Ruth, the child was saying something.
Children will do anything to delay their bedtime. Come, Sharon. David?
Yes, Mother. Good night, Father. Uncle Noah.
Well, we've never been at a loss for conversation in this house before. Neither of you has said a word since the children went off to bed.
Oh, no. I hadn't noticed. Did you, Judah?
Me? Why, I don't know. I suppose if there were anything to talk about, we'd have talked. You're not very good at it, either of you.
Now, Noah, what do you mean by
The
that?
child was going to say something. You wouldn't let her. Why?
You know how children prattle.
It was not the prattling of children that made you so tense.
Why should you think it was anything more?
This evening, David asked me, does he run as fast as I used to when I was a boy?
Oh.
You have been talking about me again, haven't you?
Please, Noah. It's been so long since I've seen that particular look in your eyes. Don't stir up old bitterness. It tastes worse each time.
I suppose this time had to come. The children had to wonder and worry and puzzle their little minds till they got up the courage to ask, why is Uncle Noah different? Why is Uncle Noah's hand the way it is? Why doesn't he have two hands to give the children instead of making us choose for one?
Noah, don't,
Each day, I live it over. In 100 ways, the little tricks you have to use to make one hand do the job of both. Dressing, holding something heavy, opening a door from the right side. All those little things that two-handed people never even think about.
Noah, please don't say any more.
You think you can forget. And maybe sometimes you do. But then, at the moment you least expect it, something happens. Well, today it happened.
I'm sorry if the children upset you.
It was before the children spoke.
What was it, Noah?
Oh, Mordecai.
He didn't discharge you, did he?
Oh, no. But one of the men had left. A new job was open, a better job. I was entitled to it. I thought so. I said it. And he just looked at me. Then he looked at the hand. It was very clear after that.
Oh, Noah, I'm so sorry.
So it wasn't the children, not at first. Of course, what they said didn't help. But somehow you can accept it from children. They're not supposed to know better.
I shall talk to them in the morning.
No, Judah. Don't say anything to them. I wonder what Sharon meant when she said she'd like to give me a gift. Do you know?
Oh, it was just childish nonsense. You wouldn't want to hear it, Noah.
Oh, of course not. I'm sorry about all the things I said. I didn't mean to upset you. I shall go out now and walk a bit before going to sleep.
I'll talk to those children first thing in the morning. I will.
Please, Judah, let them forget it. By tomorrow, the whole idea will be gone.
The idea that he could be cured. Who else but a child could believe that?
Well, if you think about it for an instant, it seems possible. Then your good sense takes hold again, and you know it cannot happen. Master, you must have made a great impression on them.
Yes. Sharon has never talked that way about anyone before. She seemed to glow from within, as she described him. But curing a withered hand, that's a different matter. Let's hope they don't mention it again. It only brings pain to Noah.
He's gone. Not a trace of the master, David. And only yesterday he was here. All his followers, they were camped right here. Now it's just an empty field again. I don't know how I feel, except that we've lost something. It's too late now, anyhow. Yes? If Uncle Noah... If we'd only had the chance to tell him...
If you'd only had the chance to tell me what, Sharon?
Uncle Noah...
Yes, Sharon, I followed you out here.
I didn't mean for you to hear... No, Mother said...
Mother doesn't know, and you didn't tell me. I asked. That's why I followed you. What was it, Sharon?
No, Uncle, please.
The gift you wanted to give me, what was it? Why wouldn't they let you speak?
David? I don't know, Sharon. Sometimes you never know what's right or wrong.
Come here. Now, Sharon. Tell me. Well?
Uncle Noah, we wanted to have your arm cured.
Oh. So that's it.
Please, Uncle, listen. The master, we saw him yesterday. We looked at him and we knew that he could do it.
It's impossible.
But he's cured others.
How do you know?
We know because we've seen him. Because we can feel it inside here. That's how we know.
You're only children. You don't know anything about life, about its disappointments. That's why children are happier. No, this useless hand cannot be cured. I know that.
Uncle Noah, please. If we asked, wouldn't you at least try?
What's useless is useless. No.
Uncle,
Oh, don't cry, my dear. I didn't mean to sound so harsh. Don't cry.
We wanted it so much for you. You wouldn't even try. You wouldn't even try.
I'm sorry, child. If it would make you feel better, if it would make you stop crying, I'd go. I'd try anything.
Would you?
Yes. You'll have to learn sometime, grow up sometime. It happens to some earlier than to others, and this seems your time to learn. Yes, we'll find your master. We'll shatter those precious, fragile little things that are the dreams of children. Come.
In this temple, you said he was here, Uncle.
I know, but Sharon, you must be quiet. We must not disturb the many people here.
There he is, Uncle Noah. There he is.
Quiet, children. Have you no respect for a holy place?
Uncle, there he is, standing at the altar. Oh, come on.
Child, you were told to be quiet. The master is here to teach to grown-ups.
But my uncle, we came a whole day's journey to see the master.
Be quiet.
No, I won't be quiet. My uncle, he needs the master's help.
Quiet, child.
Warren, remember him? His name's Peter. Remember we saw him yesterday.
Did you, lad? Well, in any event, you must be quiet. You're disturbing your elders who have come here to learn.
Please, sir. We must see the master at once. Talk to him. Ask him about my uncle's hand.
But you can't disturb all the others now. Sir, please take these children out of the temple.
You say the master teaches to grown-ups. Is it then forbidden that children learn?
I do not understand you, sir.
Allow us to remain, for they must learn something here today, too. A lesson for children.
But the master doesn't teach to children. Please take them out. Master? Master, you look toward me as though you have something you wish to say to me.
Suffer the little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, for of such is the kingdom of heaven.
Yes, Master. Of course. Come, children. You too, sir. Come with me. I shall make room for you beside him. Come. Here, Master, are the children.
Go, Sharon. David, the master beckons you.
His arms go out to embrace them.
Verily I say unto you, whosoever shall not receive the kingdom of God as a little child, he shall not enter therein.
He's closed his eyes.
He blesses them now.
Master, I have something to ask of you.
No, Sharon, please. You don't know what such a disappointment can do to you.
Master, my brother and I, we have brought my uncle with us to see you because we know what you can do. Yes, Master. We knew it when we first saw you.
Children, please, no.
Don't stop them, sir. Not now. Look at their faces. The belief and the hope that is there. Truly, only children can believe that way. Go on, child. Speak.
Master, my uncle is a fine man and a good man. He's never done an evil thing to anyone. And we love him. We want him to have the one thing in the world he wishes. And only you can give it to him. Only you. Uncle, give me your hand.
Sharon, no.
Please, Uncle. Look, Master. His hand, withered and no good. Not even for children to hold on to. Please, Master. Can you heal our uncle?
Stand forth.
Sir, he talks to you.
Yes. Yes, Peter. Master, it is strange. Perhaps because these two little ones believe so strongly. it is possible for me to feel again as I did when I was young and this affliction first came on me. Then I believed that it could be healed. I felt it. But it did not happen. And so I grew embittered and despondent and hopeless. But now, Master, I feel once again that it could be. Yes, Master, I believe it can be healed if you will it.
Stretch forth thine hand.
Uncle.
This hand. This hand over which I have mourned and wept and even cursed. Look at it. Everyone, look at it. I hold both hands up for you to see. Can any one of you tell which one was withered only a moment ago? Master.
Uncle, when we get back home, just think what Mother will say. And Father.
What can one say? One can only believe now. Hey, David?
Oh, yes, Uncle, yes.
Oh, the strength of children to dream and to believe the things they dream. I couldn't have done it.
Why are most grown-ups like that, Uncle Noah?
Our minds become crusted over with the worries of this world. The eyes of our hearts are veiled by the things we see and touch. And we can never open them long enough to admit that things could be any other way. That's why the Master said, we must be as children to enter the kingdom of God, free of evil, eager in our belief, welcoming the new.
He said, of such is the kingdom of God, that his arms were around us.
Yes, Sharon. What older minds thought themselves too wise to believe, young hearts have proved right.
Next week, on this same network at this time, we will present another episode in the greatest story ever told from the greatest life ever lived.
Section 22 of Poems by G. K. Chesterton, read for LibriVox.org by Phil Chenevert. The Kingdom of Heaven. Said the Lord God, build a house, build it in the gorge of death, found it in the throats of hell, where the lost sea muttereth, fires and whirlwinds, build it well. Labored sternly flame and wind, but a little, and they cry, Lord, we doubt of this thy will, we are blind, and murmur why, and the winds are murmuring still. Said the Lord God, build a house, cleave its treasure from the earth, with the jarring powers of hell strive with formless might and mirth, tribes and war men, build it well. Then the raw red sons of men break the soil and lop the wood, but a little, and they shrill, Lord, we cannot view thy good, and the wild men clamor still. Said the Lord God, build a house, smoke and iron, spark and steam, speak and vote and buy and sell, let a new world throb and stream, seers and makers, build it well. Strove the cunning men and strong, but a little, and they cry, Lord, mayhap we are but clay, and we cannot know the why, and the wise men doubt today. Yet, though worn and deaf and blind, force and savage, king and seer, labor still, they know not why, at the dim foundation here, knead and plough, and think and ply, till at last, mayhaps hereon, fused of passion and accord, love its crown and peace its stay, rise the city of the Lord, that we darkly build today. End of section 22. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Chenevert.